Chapter 261. The island biome is among the many biomes in the survival game. It has always been regarded as a paradise away from the world. The fishmen live here as if they have never been disturbed by others. But today, the appearance of the three-man team led by Li Xia completely broke this quiet and peaceful situation. It also completely broke the dream of the army of fishmen warriors to surround and destroy the three-man team led by Li Xia. Because, although the army of fishmen warriors living in the island biome is large in number, they are only third-level enemies after all. In the exploration adventures of many biomes that Li Xia had experienced before, he had faced hundreds of level 3 enemies more than once, and even level 4 pseudo-boss enemies, and Li Xia had killed quite a few of them. Moreover, Li Xia's current strength is much stronger than before he set foot on the island biome. How could these armies of fishmen warriors be Li Xia's opponents? Apart from anything else, Li Xia only relied on the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Barons that the Scarlet Slime staff could currently summon, and their power alone could even determine the outcome of this battle, because the armed Crimson Spike Slime Baron is currently a pseudo-boss level enemy. Not to mention Li Xia, Celia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle also participated in this battle, although this battle appears to be 6 against 500. But in fact, the actual battle situation is that the three-man team led by Li Xia crushed the 500 Fishman army. But one thing that Li Xia had to complain about was, the Fishman warrior army is clearly a humanoid enemy with a weapon column and an armor set column. The drop rate is surprisingly low, not to mention rare weapons or armor sets. Even the more common magic plants rarely drop. The most resources dropped by killing the Murloc warriors are actually various vegetables and fruits. This once made Li Xia doubt the evil god believed by the Murloc warriors. Is his nickname Koshin? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the strange drop rate of the Murloc warriors. There is another thing that makes Li Xia feel even more strange. It is clearly the Christmas event period now, and the underlying logic of this event is that when killing any enemy monster, there is a chance to trigger the appearance of the turkey enemy monster. But now, a battle between more than 500 Murlocs did not trigger the appearance of a turkey enemy monster from beginning to end. Isn't this too bizarre? Swish. 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 Li Xia killed the last Murloc with a crimson heavy attack, successfully killed the third-level Murloc captain, and obtained 1 carrot and 200 crimson points. Li Xia was speechless when he saw this. The last Murloc, who was highly expected, still did not trigger the appearance of the turkey enemy monster. Damn. It seems that it is more difficult to obtain cursed stuffing in this event. Li Xia was shaking his head and sighing. Suddenly, a system prompt rang in his ears. This battle is over. Total number of random monsters killed, 512. Total probability of triggering turkey monsters, 10. 10 turkey monsters will appear in reality in 30 seconds. -30. -29. -28. I see. Li Xia realized after seeing this message that the triggering probability of the turkey enemy is not that low. It's just that the turkey enemy will not appear during the normal battle between the player and other enemies. On the contrary, the turkey enemy will only appear after the player's battle, and the triggering probability will be calculated uniformly. The understanding of this activity mechanism is actually very helpful for many players to better participate in this Christmas event. After all, ordinary players do not have very strong strength. Now that they know this game mechanism, the number of enemies killed and fought in a single time must not be too many, so as not to capsize in the gutter. But this game mechanism is of little help to Li Xia. After all, the number of turkey enemies is not a problem for Li Xia. Prepare for battle. Li Xia gave an order, and Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle immediately prepared for battle. Li Xia also waved the Scarlet Slime staff and summoned 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warriors and pseudobosses again. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, in the air, the void broke, and the sharp void wind blade swept around. But it was soon eliminated by the original order of the biological community. It was at this moment 10 golden spots flashed from the gap in the void. Swish, swish, swish. After landing on the ground, it instantly grew in the wind and turned into 10 turkey enemies with a body length of 2 stories high. Quack, 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 quack. Li Xia looked closely. That's it? Ha ha. After checking the panel data of the turkey singer, Li Xia couldn't help but sneer. I thought the turkey monsters were so strong? And this is it? It is true that the turkey monsters are 4th level monsters, and their overall health points exceed 1,000. But the problem is, in Li Xiao's opinion now, these 4 turkey monsters are not enough to fill his teeth. Quick battle. Li Xiao turned his head and ordered, Celia, Little Stone, kill them as quickly as possible. We still have things to do, and we can't waste time here. Celia nodded immediately after hearing this. Don't worry, Godfather. Give me a minute. Yes, Commander. Please take a break. Li Xiao was too lazy to attack actively. After all, there were only 10 enemies, too few to share. He waved his hand and asked 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warriors and pseudobosses to cooperate with Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xiao sat aside and took out a coconut from the Goblin Boutique backpack, put in a straw and drank happily. The battle was very fierce. Of course, the fierce side was against the turkey enemy. Originally, it was a turkey enemy with high spirits. Under the crush of Celia, sky-breaking gargoyle and 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warrior pseudobosses, it could not even resist and was killed directly. Successfully killed the 4th level turkey chanter captain. Obtained curse stuffing X1. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level turkey chanter captain. Obtained curse stuffing X1. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level turkey chanter elite. Obtained curse stuffing X2. Scarlet points X250. The battle took a total of 38 seconds. All 10 turkey enemies were annihilated. The time was even shorter than what Celia said, by nearly half. From this, we can see how powerful Li Xiao's team is at this stage. Godfather, there are only cursed fillers. 10 turkey enemies didn't reveal any other resources. It's easy to get turkey enemies. Celia walked up to Li Xiao with the harvest this time, and took the coconut juice from Li Xiao and drank it. Li Xiao put the 12 curse fillings into the Goblin Boutique backpack, and nodded slightly. Not bad. At least there is a reward. To summon the first level event boss level enemy monster Ungrateful Turkey, 50 curse fillings are needed. But the curse fillings are soulbound, and the higher the level of Ungrateful Turkey, the greater the reward after killing it. Needless to say, we will be busy this week. Let's go! Li Xiao patted his butt and stood up. Where are you going? Celia was drinking a coconut in her hand, and asked. Li Xiao smiled and said, Let's go back to the area we explored at the beginning. It doesn't make sense that there is a road here, but there is no road where we landed. It seems that this is intentional. Maybe there is some secret hidden in that area. I like secrets the most. Oh, then let's go! Celia was also interested after hearing this. The 3-person team immediately went back along the old road they came from. On the way back, Li Xiao summoned the slime mount. While sitting on the mount, he checked the harvest from killing the fish warriors this time. Although the drop rate of the Murloc warriors is very touching, the number of kills has reached 500. And the more the number, the more resources can be harvested. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. The attack of the trident is naturally not up to par with the current trend, but it has a specific passive skill of water control, which can play an unexpected role in a specific environment. Li Xiao put it into the Goblin Boutique backpack. After all, it is now in the island biome. Perhaps this trident can bring him some unexpected surprises. Then Li Xiao took out a recipe and looked at it intently. After checking the recipe information, Li Xiao looked at the last sentence thoughtfully. But the obsidian water walking boots can't let the wearer walk on lava. In other words, after continuing to upgrade the obsidian water walking boots, will it also give the player the ability to move and walk on lava? He suddenly thought of Li Bianqing's adventure in the Hell biome. Maybe in the future, in the exploration of the Hell biome, this ability is the most basic and most crucial. Li Xiao silently put the production of obsidian water walking boots and subsequent advancement at the top of the task list. Just at this time, Celia suddenly turned her head in surprise. Godfather, the metal detector just showed a prompt, guiding us to here. Look! Hearing this, Li Xiao reined in the slime mount and looked up. The original weird area. After a sweeping exploration, plus the assistance of the metal detector, the 3-person team finally found a cave. It seems that the source of all the weirdness around is deep in the cave. Celia replied at the right time. Godfather, the metal detector says this is called the Spider Cave. Chapter 262. Spider Cave? Li Xiao nodded slightly when he heard this. At this moment, Li Xiao had a reasonable guess in his mind as to why the army of fishmen warriors left this area unexplored and deliberately not developed near the area that they could explore and even control in their own territory. Obviously, the enemy monsters in this spider cave may be even more powerful than the Fishman warriors. The two sides even fought for this. But in the end, the army of Fishman warriors must have suffered a loss. That's why they completely abandoned this area. It seems that the monsters here are definitely very powerful. However, Li Xia suddenly remembered the topic he talked about with Su Hongdo a few days ago. Mini biomes. That's right. Mini. Since there are many divisions of biomes, such as large biomes, small biomes, and even special biomes, then the pyramids or oases in the desert biome should be in the category of mini biomes. The relationship between the two should be dependent. Mini biomes are dependent on large biomes. And now, the spider cave that appeared in the island biome is obviously a mini biome. Pyramids and oases are the most resource-rich areas in desert biomes. According to the underlying logic of mini biomes, the spider cave in front of us must be the same. Right? Resources? Harvest? Thinking of this, Li Xia's mouth corners rose unconsciously. The drop rate after killing the Murloc warrior is too touching. I think this exploration of the island biome will be in the spider cave in front of us. Li Xia said immediately. Spider cave? Interesting. Let's go in and try it out. Be careful. Hey, Godfather. Just watch. Celia rolled up her sleeves, looking excited. On the other hand, the sky-breaking gargoyle took the initiative to walk to Celia's side. He did not forget the most important task given to him by Li Xia: to protect Celia. After everything was ready, Li Xia took the lead and took the initiative to walk into the spider cave. The three-person team did not need to use torches. The three of them wore magic amulets in advance. After all, the spider cave was not a scarlet land or a corrupted land. There was no fog blocking it. Just darkness. Under the illumination of the three magic amulets, the dark spider cave suddenly became as bright as day. Li Xia had only entered the spider cave less than 10 meters away, but found that the road ahead was covered by dense spider webs. Swish! Li Xia took out the bloody butcher knife and swung it casually, clearing all the spider webs. Congratulations to the player. You got spider webs X3. Congratulations to the player. You got spider webs X5. Congratulations to the player. You got spider silk box X1. Li Xia, System prompts popped up one after another. Li Xia has been in the survival game for a while, so he is naturally very clear about the nature of the system. In theory, if the spider webs are completely worthless, then Li Xia's actions would never trigger system prompts frequently. Come to think of it, spider webs also have their uses? Thinking of this, Li Xia took out the Scarlet Slime Staff and summoned 3-armed Scarlet Spiked Slime Baron Shooter pseudobosses, letting them stand in front and pay attention to the movements of unknown enemies. Li Xia silently took out a spider web from the Goblin Boutique backpack to check. Ha ha ha. Li Xia's laughter echoed throughout the spider cave. After searching everywhere for something, it was easy to find it. I had been searching for silk, but I didn't expect to find it by accident during the exploration adventure of the island biome. Spider web? Silk. This is Li Xia's top priority at the moment. Silk is related to the production of Molotov cocktails. Silk is related to the production of snow monster fur coats. It can be said that with silk, Li Xia's strength can rise to a higher level in a short period of time. How can Li Xia not be happy about this? Wait! Li Xia keenly discovered a bright spot. Of the 3 system prompts before, only 2 were about spider webs, and the other one showed Spider Silk Box X1. Spider Silk Box? Box? Treasure box? Could it be? Li Xia quickly took out the Spider Silk Box from the Goblin Boutique backpack and checked it. Sure enough, the Spider Silk Box is a treasure box. And it is a treasure box unique to the Spider Cave. It is the same as the Ocean Treasure Box unique to the marine community. Luck. As expected. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. How long has it been? The 3-person team has been in the island community for only 2 hours, but they have already harvested 1 ocean treasure chest and 1 spider silk box. Li Xia excitedly held up the spider silk box in his hand, which was only the size of a palm. Successfully opened the spider silk box. Obtained Spider Silk Sling X1, Magic Potion X5, Healing Potion X5, Gold Ingot X100, Platinum Ingot X100, Diamond X500. A golden light flashed in the spider cave. Li Xia looked carefully. He found 6 shining balls of light floating in the air. Li Xia punctured them one by one like an experienced driver. After a glance, he nodded with satisfaction. Although most of them were conventional potions and conventional ingot materials. The more of these materials, the better. Not to mention, he actually found 500 diamonds in the spider silk box, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. After Li Xia stored them one by one in the Goblin Boutique backpack, he picked up a white spider silk sling and looked at it intently. Li Xia nodded slightly after checking it out. The spider silk sling is good, and can even be regarded as an advanced version of the slime hook. In this case, Li Xia simply eliminated the slime hook and replaced it with the spider silk sling. Storage: Goblin Boutique Backpack 4050. Quiver Space 2 halves. Clown Arrow X823. Flame Arrow X999. Potion Space 3/3. Stamina Potion X3. Grappling Hook Space. Spider Silk Sling. Mount Space. Slimy Saddle. After the replacement, Li Xia handed the discarded slime hook aside. Celia, this slime hook is better than your jade hook. Change it. Hey. Thank you, Godfather. Celia happily took the slime hook and immediately put it on the Goblin Boutique backpack. Spider web is the most important and only material for making silk. So harvest as many spider webs as you can in the spider cave. And don't miss any. At Li Xia's command, the three-man team went out collectively and began to harvest spider webs. The three-man team harvested spider webs all the way from the entrance of the spider cave. And after a while, they entered the depths of the spider cave. And the danger came quietly, when the rustling sound came from the depths of the spider cave. From all directions, Li Xia had an expression of as expected, and asked everyone to prepare for the battle. After all, as the name suggests, the spider cave must have spider enemies living in it. Otherwise, where did these spider webs come from? But what Li Xia didn't expect was that these spider monsters were so patient. When the three-man team walked deep into the spider cave, the spider monsters couldn't hold back their killing intent and launched an attack on the three-man team. Swish, swish, swish. In the spider cave, in the dark place that the magic light amulet could not illuminate, eyeballs flashing with scarlet light emerged. The spider silk spewed by countless spider monsters covered the sky and the earth. Fortunately, Li Xia was well prepared. These attacks were turned into ashes on the spot by the flaming arrows of the armed scarlet spiked slime Baron Archer false boss. At this time, Li Xia also looked at the spider enemy monster in the darkness, which was as big as a giant lizard. The data of the wall-climbing spider is still different from that of the Murloc warrior. The wall-climbing spider only has higher health than the Murloc warrior, and the rest of the attack, defense, and magic points are lower than those of the Murloc warrior. But in the dark spider cave, with the blessing of the powerful passive skill of the wall-climbing spider, the favor of darkness, the actual combat power of the wall spider may be a little stronger than that of the Murloc warrior. Perhaps it is because of this. And the wall spider will only leave the spider cave when hunting. The Murloc warrior will give up the development of this area and live in peace with the wall spider. What a pity! Success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. The wonderful use of spider webs was discovered by Li Xia, and the three-person team knew the urgency of Li Xia's need for spider webs and silk. Now that we have discovered this spider cave, there is no reason to leave empty-handed. Boom! 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 As soon as the wall-climbing spider appeared, Celia held the Scarlet Regeneration Axe staff in both hands, and the racial talent Scarlet Banshee was fully activated. One by one, the magic navigation bullets automatically tracked the nearest enemy monsters, and the explosion sounded in the spider cave in an instant. The sky-breaking gargoyle was not to be outdone. The dark environment had no effect on the sky-breaking gargoyle. It held the tendon bow, and with the blessing of the wind element, the sharp arrows fiercely bombarded the invading enemies in the depths of the darkness. Li Xia was not polite. The spider web was a resource it had to fight for. No one could help it today. 3 armed scarlet spike slime Baron shooter pseudobosses, firing at full power. Li Xia himself also held a scarlet sand gun and fired at full power. And the fierce fire line covered the entire spider cave. There were wails one after another. The army of wall-climbing spiders suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 263. Successfully killed the 4th level wall spider captain. Obtained Danger Perception Potion X1. Spider Web X20. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level wall spider captain. Obtained Spider Web X30. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level wall spider captain. Obtained spine with formula X1. Spider web X15. Scarlet points X250. System prompts for killing wall spiders came one after another. I have to say, the drop rate of killing wall spiders is definitely not comparable to that of Murloc warriors. If Murloc warriors are the poorest class, then the group of wall spiders in the spider cave are definitely well off. However, based on the core idea of the rich leading the poor, Li Xia decided to sacrifice the interests of a wave of wall spiders to help himself get rich faster. With the suppression of the firepower of the crowd, the number of wall spiders emerging from the dark depths of the spider cave is getting smaller and smaller, until a quarter of an hour later, with the fall of the last wall spider, the spider cave was as bright as day, and the remains of wall spiders were everywhere. But as far as the 3-person team could see, there was no longer a lively wall spider. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a new system prompt appeared in front of everyone. This battle is over. Total number of any enemy monsters killed, 412. Total probability of triggering Turkey Chanter, 8. 8 Turkey Chanters will descend into the real world in 30 seconds. -30. -29. -28. Li Xia took a quick look and understood. It seemed that the most ferocious wave of wall-climbing spiders in the spider cave had been completely wiped out by the 3-man team. There might be more wall-climbing spiders deeper in the spider cave, but at least it was over for now. The 3-man team only needed to prepare themselves to deal with the 8 Turkey Chanters. 8? Li Xia shook his head with a rather dissatisfied look. This number of Turkey Chanters is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. During the 3-person team's exploration and adventure into the island biome, the number of Turkey Chanters in 2 waves added up to less than 20. According to Li Xia's observation, the ratio of the number of Turkey Chanters to the number of enemies killed before is about 150. In other words, in a battle, the 3-person team needs to kill at least 50 enemies to trigger a Turkey Chanter with a 100% guarantee, and obtain 1 or 2 cursed fillings after killing it. If you want to harvest more cursed stuffing and summon higher level event boss level enemies, the ungrateful turkey, you may have to travel this week. These thoughts echoed in my mind. But in reality, Li Xia's hands were not idle. During the countdown for the appearance of the Turkey Chanter, he waved the Scarlet Slime Staff and summoned 3 new armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warriors and Pseudobosses. The reason why the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Shooter and Pseudoboss were not summoned was that as the 3-person team went deeper, the terrain environment of the spider cave had become increasingly narrow. In this environment, the output environment of the shooter was not as good as that of the warrior. That's why Li Xia chose to summon 3 brand new armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior Pseudobosses. But that's all. Because that's enough. Shoo! 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 At the moment the countdown ended, the 8 Turkey Chanters ignored the obstacles of the spider cave terrain and descended from the void. But before the proud Turkey Chanters could attack the enemy, they were covered by a wave of firepower from the 3-man team plus 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior Pseudobosses. All the Turkey Chanters were killed before they even saw the enemy. Successfully killed the 4th level Turkey Chanter captain. Obtained Cursed Stuffing X3. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level Turkey Chanter captain. Obtained Cursed Stuffing X2. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level Turkey Chanter elite. Obtained Cursed Stuffing X1. Scarlet Points X250. This time, I was lucky. The amount of cursed stuffing dropped by the 8 Turkey Chanters was even more than the amount dropped by the 10 Turkey Chanters last time. It was a small profit. Although the battle was over, Li Xia did not plan to immediately enter the depths of the spider cave to explore and adventure. First, because the 2 consecutive battles just now had not made the 3-person team in their prime. The 3-person team needed a short rest at this moment to replenish their status. Second, because the drop rate of the wall-climbing spider was very amazing. He also wanted to take the opportunity to check the dropped resources to see if there were any that could be used now. Li Xia sat on the ground and called out, "Celia, Little Stone, you take a rest first and adjust your status. In 5 minutes, we will continue to explore the depths of the spider cave." Celia immediately agreed, sat on the ground, took out a coconut, and drank it with relish. The sky-breaking gargoyle stood aside, recovering his own state while staring at the surroundings and keeping alert. After drinking a sip of water, Li Xia took out a bottle of blood-red potion dropped by the wall-climbing spider he killed earlier from his Goblin Boutique backpack and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the Danger Perception Potion, Li Xia picked up the potion and became interested. At this moment, the bottle of Danger Perception Potion in his hand, to some extent, is not the potion version of the monster radar? No, that's not accurate. Li Xia shook his head and said, the monster radar can only detect enemy monsters in the exploration area, but it has no effect on detecting dead objects such as mines, explosives, falling rocks and other traps. In this way, the Danger Perception Potion can even be regarded as a higher-level advanced type resource of the monster radar. Well, it's not a loss. This wave is really not a loss. Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. It's a pity that I only have one bottle of Danger Sense Potion on hand now. It would be better if I had a Danger Sense Potion recipe. Li Xia sighed while putting the Danger Sense Potion into the Goblin's Boutique backpack, and then took out a recipe with a long whip pattern made of white bones on the cover. The notes of the spinal whip are very tempting. Unfortunately, bones again. The void bag recipe I had obtained before also had bones as a material in the production materials. But since he got the void bag, Li Xia has paid special attention to materials such as bones, and even posted a notice for purchasing bones in Li Bianqing's intelligence network organization. Unfortunately, to this day, there is still no information about bones. This also makes Li Xia quite helpless. If the production of the void bag can be slowed down, because the void bag cannot immediately improve Li Xia's combat effectiveness, then the appearance of the spinal bone whip formula means that the importance of bones has reached a new level. Li Xia's need for bones was even more urgent. Bones? I haven't gotten any from the beginning to now. Can this material only be obtained in special biological communities? Li Xia was puzzled and put the recipe into the Goblin Boutique backpack. He patted his butt and stood up. Celia, Little Stone, start working. Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle heard this, and immediately followed Li Xia to continue moving deeper into the spider cave. In the depths of the spider cave, the tunnels were winding, and there were many forks. But fortunately, there were also many wall-climbing spiders. The demand for spider webs was so great that Li Xia came to explore with the mentality of killing the last wall-climbing spider. So even if there were many forks in the road and the exploration was difficult, it still couldn't stop the three-person team's enthusiasm for exploration. An hour later, the three-person team killed a full 18 waves of wall-climbing spiders and 18 waves of turkey chanters. And the harvest was quite rich. After packing up everything and replenishing their status, the three-person team set off again and passed through the only tunnel at the moment, just like what is said in the Peach Blossom Spring. At first, it was very narrow, but after walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became open. There were no houses, but there was indeed a small house here. Li Xia recognized it at a glance. This was an underground house that appeared randomly in any biological community. As we all know, an underground house means harvest. After killing the wall-climbing spider for almost 2 hours, I finally reached the deepest part of the spider cave. What could be more exciting than seeing an underground house in front of you? It's the underground hut? Godfather, we are lucky today. Celia shouted excitedly. Don't rush to leave. Stay calm first. Li Xia stopped Celia and explained. Have you forgotten the underground hut we encountered in the jungle biome last time? Be careful of the ambush of the enemy monsters. After Li Xia said this, Celia came back to her senses and stopped being impulsive. After thinking for a moment, Li Xia took out a bottle of Danger Perception Potion from the Goblin Boutique backpack. After drinking it all, he found that the world in front of him was still normal, without any trace of enemy monsters. And even near the underground hut, there were no traps or other dangerous sources. It seemed safe. Li Xia then let down his guard a little, and led the three-person team slowly towards the underground hut. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, getting closer and closer to the underground hut. Everything was normal, and no changes were found. Li Xia immediately opened the door and stepped into the underground hut. Looking around, he found that although the underground hut was located in a different biological community and had a different appearance, the layout of the house was basically the same. Godfather, treasure chest. Celia pointed to the spiderweb box in the southeast corner and whispered. Li Xia nodded slightly, but did not immediately go to open the treasure chest. Instead, he set his eyes on a piece of furniture that looked like a loom on the right side of the door window. Li Xia walked up quickly and looked at it intently. Ha ha ha. The last closed loop is finally completed. Li Xia excitedly punched. During the exploration of the spider cave, Li Xia was also worried. What's the point of collecting more spider webs? What's the use of just spider webs in the inventory? If you don't break through the barrier of turning spider webs into silk, everything is in vain. Now it's all right. The appearance of the functional furniture loom in this shelter has completely broken through the barrier of turning spider webs into silk. If you get silk, you can put the production of Molotov cocktails and even snow monster fur coats on the agenda. In this way, your strength can definitely be taken to the next level. So you can definitely get more benefits in the Christmas event. This is a positive cycle. And the starting point of everything is the functional furniture loom in the shelter in front of you. But, Li Xia touched his chin and thought, I have already paid all the money for making Molotov cocktails using the flame chain hammer formula. If I give the hunter squad 100 pieces of silk needed to make Molotov cocktails for free, wouldn't I lose a lot? Business is business. What's mine is mine. If it's not mine, I won't take it even if someone else gives it to me. Li Xia's persistence in this interest made him think, hey, I got it. Maybe I can give the made silk to Li Bianqing or Hongdo, and let them trade with Chen Yishuan of the hunter squad on my behalf. In this way, I won't have anything to do with it. Great. Chapter 264. After figuring it all out, Li Xia came to his senses and immediately walked to the spider web box in the southeast corner of the underground hut. Successfully opened the spider web box. Obtained. Recipe for the Undead Armor Set X1. Diamond X500. Magic Potion X5. Healing Potion X5. Poison Potion X2. Gold Ingot X1000. Platinum Ingot X300. As the spiderweb box disappeared, 7 colorful and glittering light balls floated in the air. Li Xia stretched out his hand and poked them one by one, storing all kinds of resources in the Goblin Boutique backpack, and only picked up a recipe with an armor set on the cover and looked at it intently. Wow! After checking the panel data of the Necromancer armor set recipe, Li Xia was delighted. His main profession is a long-range shooter, and this Necromancer armor set, which is exclusively for shooters, hits Li Xia's heart. Compared with the Scarlet armor set, it is obvious that the Necromancer armor set will help Li Xia's combat effectiveness more. But there is no need to worry about the spider webs needed to make the undead armor set. The 3-person team has been collecting spider webs in the spider cave all the way, and the stock of spider webs has already exceeded 10,000. It is easy for Li Xia to take out hundreds of spider webs. But the other material required to make the undead armor set still makes Li Xia feel troubled. Bones. Recently, among the many recipes that Li Xia has obtained, many of them clearly require bones. But until today, Li Xia learned from the notes of the Necromancer armor set recipe that the so-called bones may ultimately come from the dungeon biome. In fact, after getting this information, things are not difficult to do. It's just a matter of going to the dungeon biome in the future and searching. The production of the Necromancer armor set is the top priority at the moment, and Li Xia has set it as the top priority at the moment. After thinking about it, Li Xia put the Necromancer armor set recipe into the Goblin Boutique backpack, and then looked up and asked Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle, who had turned the underground hut upside down, how is it? In addition to this loom and spider box, what other gains are there? Celia said, I searched the living room inside and outside, but found nothing. Skybreaking Gargoyle, reporting to the commander, I searched the bedroom, and I did find some gains. Take a look. Oh! Li Xia took the book from Skybreaking Gargoyle with great curiosity. He just asked that question just now just to catch rabbits by raking straw. After all, he had the loom and spider box. Logically, there should be nothing to gain from the underground hut. Unexpectedly, Skybreaking Gargoyle gave him an unexpected surprise. Li Xia glanced at Lilith's diary. Diary? Lilith? Li Xia was in a good mood and didn't rush to go on the road. Instead, he sat on the sofa and spent a quarter of an hour flipping through this thin diary. Unconsciously, his face became very serious. What's wrong with Godfather? What's the content of this diary? Celia half leaned on the sofa and asked curiously. Huh? Li Xia let out a long breath and explained. This diary tells a story. The fishmen have a pair of twin flower gods. The races that believe in these 2 twin flower gods are the fishmen and the newly surrendered Naga. But in the last era of the K-Series Survival Game Alliance, the 2 gods disagreed. After a bloody battle, The fishmen gods, who supported the Alliance army, fell into permanent death. And the Naga tribe was purged by the Fishman tribe. These purged Naga tribes were forced to leave the faith plane where they had lived for generations. Atlantis. I thought that the Fishman tribe would completely turn to the evil god camp and attack the Alliance army because of this action. But who would have thought? The twin flower gods have a special feature that even the sisters of the fishmen gods do not understand. The soul of the dead fishmen gods actually automatically enters the body of the living fishmen gods. The two strange powers blend in the body, causing blood pollution, and also affecting generations of fishmen and Nagas, causing them to be dull by nature. The fishmen gods are located in the statue of the god Fusu in Atlantis, frantically destroying everything, causing this fishman belief plane to be completely blocked. And it itself fell into eternal sleep because of the entanglement of the two souls in its body. As for what will happen after the era changes, it is not mentioned above. Li Xia picked up the diary in his hand and said, Lilith, who wrote this diary, was the last merman priest after the merman tribe was not contaminated by blood. After Atlantis was destroyed by the merman gods, the merman tribe that escaped occupied the major islands, and the Naga tribe lived underwater. This is generally the situation. At this point, Li Xia added, at least before the era changed, the situation was like this. Celia said half understandingly, oh, no wonder the fishmen are so ugly and stupid. There are so many hidden secrets. Yeah. Blood contamination? Li Xia shook his head and said nothing. But he was a little confused. God? In the last era of the survival game of the K-series, did the major races have gods? And even if the strength reaches that of a god, can't you get the final victory? In the survival game of the K-series, the nickname Atlantis refers to the plane of faith where the fishmen live. Just like the plane where little snow monsters lived when Li Xia was exploring the ice and snow community. The reason why Atlantis, the plane of faith, was completely blocked was because the statue represented by the fishman gods, with two souls entangled in their bodies, was destroyed? The blocked plane, Atlantis, should have rich resources. Right? Then Godfather, where is Atlantis? Celia asked curiously. Li Xia shook his head and said, this diary only says that the plane entrance of Atlantis is on an island in the lake. There is an island in the sea, a lake in the island, and an island in the lake. TSK. Are you playing nesting dolls here? Celia curled her lips when she heard this. Don't worry. With this diary, we actually know a lot about Atlantis. This diary is even more valuable than actually exploring Atlantis in depth. Let's go. Let's continue exploring. Li Xia stood up and led a team of 3 people out of the underground hut and left the spider cave as quickly as possible. At present, the stock of spider webs is amazing, and the loom is also in hand. Now you just need to focus on killing enemies, triggering the turkey chanter, and obtaining the cursed stuffing. Even if the drop rate of the Murloc warriors is touching, Li Xia will never let go of any Murloc warrior. After leaving the spider cave, the 3-person team followed the direction of the other brother, taking another road that had not been explored before, and carried out a crazy slaughter. And the island biome is indeed a paradise for the growth of magic plants. Li Xia harvested a lot of resources here. The Murloc tribes along the way, regardless of size, had accumulated magic plant stocks for who knows how long, and they were all collected by Li Xia. At dawn, the 3-person team has been exploring the island biome for 20 hours. Everyone has gained a lot, and the 3-person team's backpacks are almost full. The main reason is that there are too many spider webs, and they take up too much space. Li Xia even used the return potion to empty his backpack and stored all the harvest in the primary authority storage box of the shelter. This way, there is room to continue to search for resources. The island biome is not fun. Celia pouted and said, the Murloc tribe only has Murloc warriors, and there are no professions like archers and assassins, let alone rare professions. I'm about to vomit after killing so many. Li Xia laughed. Don't forget that the Murloc tribe is contaminated by blood. How can ordinary brainless Murlocs be archers and assassins? Swish. Halfway through the conversation, the sky-breaking gargoyle folded its wings and landed on the ground, saying excitedly, report, Commander. About 12 kilometers ahead, there is an island lake, and there is an island in the lake. What? Li Xia and Celia stood up in surprise. Island in the lake? Could it be? The entrance to Atlantis, the faith plane of the fishmen, is on this island? Let's go! Li Shia waved his hand. No matter if it is or not. It's always right to go and take a look. In midair, the sky-breaking gargoyle was still reporting, however. Commander, there is a Fishman tribe stationed on the island. And the number should be more than 2,000. And half of the people on the island are fishmen, which are rare for the Fishman tribe. Priest? Li Shia paused and raised his lips. Interesting. A quarter of an hour later, the three-man team flew over the island in the lake. The sound of the wings flapping had already alarmed many Fishman warriors. Unfortunately, the Fishman warriors had no ability to fly, let alone fight, and could only look at the three-man team in incompetence and rage. Li Shia fixed his eyes on the Fishman priests, who were protected by the Fishman warriors. Li Shia took a breath of cold air. What a guy! Any Fishman priests with a little brain in the Fishman tribe stayed on the island in the lake. This special Fishman tribe guarded the entrance to the gate of Atlantis. Originally, Li Shia was still worried about whether the information sent by the sky-breaking gargoyle was correct. But after checking the panel data information of the Fishman priests, these worries could be put aside. Li Shia had only one thought in his mind. Kill. Chapter 265. Island Biome. Island in the lake. Flame soared into the sky. The bombing continued. The sky-breaking gargoyle fired his crossbow arrows accurately, and deliberately aimed at the Murloc priest, who was about to release his active skill below to attack and interrupt his skill. Because among the Murlocs, the stupid Murloc warriors had brute force, but were only tier 3 enemies, and had no long-range attack methods, so they could not attack the three-person team in midair. But among the Murlocs, the slightly smarter Murloc priests were not only mages, but also tier 4 enemies. Not only did they have long-range attack methods, they were more threatening than the Murloc warriors. Therefore, for the sky-breaking gargoyle, which is an absolute main force in the eyes of other players, but is only a small auxiliary role in Li Shia's team, the sky-breaking gargoyle has rapidly improved its IQ since it was integrated into the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone. And the sky-breaking gargoyle has a clearer understanding of its own positioning. Therefore, the sky-breaking gargoyle will only do the work that an auxiliary should do in Li Shia's team. And the sky-breaking gargoyle's move is indeed a very smart move. Celia holds a regeneration axe staff as high as a person in both hands, relying on the racial talent Scarlet Banshee, and unreasonably performs various skills, performing Scarlet Magic Navigation Bullet to bombard enemy monsters, and then performing Siphon Blade to restore her own magic value. Now, with the improvement of her rank, and the blessing of her instant talent, Celia has become a veritable human turret. Swish. 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 Li Shia was not idle either, holding a scarlet sand gun, aiming at the enemies below, and unleashing lines of fire. The three-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior pseudobosses, who had already been summoned by Li Shia using the Scarlet Slime Staff, fell to the ground because they could not fly, and were in the enemy's lair, killing people 7 times. Successfully killed the 4th level Murloc Priest and Captain, and obtained Danger Sense Potion X1. Skill Book Water Arrow X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 3rd level Murloc Warrior and Captain, and obtained Magic Potion X1. Water Celery X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level Murloc Priest and Captain, and obtained Murloc Priest Magic Backpack X1. Danger Sense Potion X1. Scarlet Points X300. Kill prompts appeared one after another. On the island in the lake, the Murloc tribe, whether it was the Murloc Priest or the Murloc Warrior, fell down like grass in front of the 3-person team. But the Fishman tribe on the island in the lake has a total size of more than 2,000. Even if there are more than 2,000 pigs, it takes a lot of effort to kill them, not to mention more than 2,000 rare monsters. The battle on the island in the lake lasted for 2 hours. The final result was the annihilation of the Fishman tribe. The 3-person team flapped their wings and landed on the shore of the island in the lake to repair themselves. Li Shia was also sorting out the harvest this time. Although the Goblin Boutique backpack has 50 slots of space, it is almost full. If Atlantis, the faith plane of the Fishmen, is really on the island in the lake, Li Shia really intends to use the return potion again to clear his backpack, so as not to miss many resources due to insufficient backpack space after entering Atlantis. Well, the drop rate of the Fishman Priest is not bad. Li Shia nodded with satisfaction. In this battle, the 3-person team harvested 30 or 40 skill books, although the skill book Instant Water Arrow which he had seen before, occupied the majority, and the other skills were just mediocre. It was still a large fortune. But among so many dropped items, there was only one thing that surprised Li Shiyao. The Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack. Backpack? Of course he knew it. But the magic backpack? Could it be that there was something special about it? It was even more effective than the Goblin Premium Backpack. Li Shiyao looked down excitedly and looked at it intently. Li Shiyao. The Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack actually had an active skill engraved on it. Muddy Armor. It was not only an active skill, but also a rare defensive skill. And it consumes 0 mana. Skills automatically refresh at midnight every day. The functions that the Goblin Boutique Backpack has, the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack has. The functions that the Goblin Boutique Backpack does not have, the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack also has. How wonderful it is. It's awesome. Li Shiyao immediately used a return potion and returned to the shelter workshop. And put the harvest of the trip on the trading platform. And put it on the trading platform. And put it in the primary authority storage box. Only then did he change into the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack with satisfaction, and return to the island in the lake of the island biome. And reunited with Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. Godfather. What are we doing now? Celia asked hurriedly when she saw Li Shiyao coming back. Let's look for it. Turn this island in the lake upside down to find the entrance to Atlantis. The remaining time for the invitation to the island community is less than an hour. We must hurry up, Li Shiyao said with a serious expression. There is only a little time left for this island community exploration adventure. Not to mention that he does not have a second invitation to the island community. Even if he does, there are many islands in the vast ocean. It is not certain that he can be teleported to this island with an island in the lake and an entrance to Atlantis next time. Li Shiyao knew that this might be the only chance to enter Atlantis. The 3-man team went out together, spread out, and soared in the air to conduct a carpet search. As for the resources of the Fishman tribe here? Ha. Compared to Atlantis, these resources are not worth mentioning. Half an hour later, Li Shiyao stood in the Fishman sacrificial square without finding anything. Li Shiyao frowned, as he did not find any clues of the entrance to Atlantis. But just as Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle also came here to meet up. In an instant, the statue located in the center of the Fishman sacrificial square suddenly shook. This statue, which Celia had searched for and found nothing strange, for some reason, took the initiative to make a strange sound when the 3-person team arrived. Miss Celia. Commander. Be careful. Seeing this, the sky-breaking gargoyle immediately blocked in front of the 2 people, looking at the statue with vigilant eyes. But as the statue slowly sank into the ground, the teleportation-like curtain slowly appeared. What a great thing to get without any effort. Li Shiyao felt a little happy. But before the 3-man team could step forward, a strong suction force came from the teleportation-like curtain, sucking the 3-man team directly into it. The plane of Fishman Faith. The central square of the gods in Atlantis. A pile of broken walls and ruins. 2 statues of gods stood here. However, one of the statues was half broken, and there were piles of rocks on the ground. The other statue was half white and half black, which looked strange and abnormal. The 3-man team was teleported here. Seeing that the situation was beyond their sphere of influence, the 3-man team quickly prepared for battle. Unexpectedly, a vast but loud voice came from the statue of the god. As if the statue of the god came alive. Human. Human race? Who are you? Alliance army? Where are my believers? Where are my fishmen? Where are the armies of evil gods? Why is there no god to help me? Before Li Shiyao could reply, another voice came from the statue of the god. And the voice was purer and clearer than the previous one. Sister, haven't you seen it clearly yet? If it's the Alliance army, how could there be only 3 people? And one is a gargoyle that has merged the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone. Not interesting. It has also merged the sky-breaking archer heritage of the bird demons that occupy the Sky Island? What a big deal. The other is a tree demon? The scarlet power of death and the vitality of the tree demon actually exist at the same time? This girl is more peculiar than you and me. As for the remaining person, is she the leader of your team? You are the strangest. I can't even see through you. But, level 3 strength? My guess was right. The era has changed. Our survival game of the system of restraint is over. Neither you nor I have one. Right? Li Shiyao's pupil shrank. This statue of the god can not only speak, but also turn the secrets of the three-person team upside down? Such a terrifying strength. Wait, is this what Lilith's diary said? The twin sister gods of the Fishmen, each with believers from the Fishmen and the Naga tribes. As a result, at this time point in the late alliance, due to the judgment of blood and fire, plus the special nature of the twin flower gods, two souls exist in one soul body. Wait, but according to what Lilith said in her diary, Atlantis is clearly the belief plane of the Fishmen, and there are only two statues of gods in it. How could it be that until the change of the era? The two statues of gods. No! Are the two gods still alive here? Li Xiao let out a long breath and said, "Hello. Two gods. Now is indeed a survival game of the new era. We humans have also learned about some fragmented things in the last era through various means. Compared to the many races participating in the survival game of the previous era, there is only one race in our survival game of the last era. The human race. And the survival game of the last era has not been open for a long time. Even if I am a late-stage third-level player, I am already considered top-level. Era change? The era has really changed. Have I been abandoned too? Are gods just chess pieces in your eyes?" Boom! 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 The voice of the elder sister of the twin flowers roared louder and louder. And then the half-black and half-white statue of the god, the completely black statue of the elder sister, suddenly shattered. The divine fire that seemed to have persisted for countless years and had not been extinguished even by the change of eras, suddenly went out after Li Xiao told the truth that the new survival game of the system had begun. "I won't accept it. I won't accept it. I will not accept it." Among the twin flower gods, the elder sister's voice became weaker and weaker, and then completely extinguished. At this moment, the half of the statue that belonged to the younger sister, which was completely white, began to crack. "Thank you. Although our era has ended, at least to some extent, I won. What a pity, this era has begun. Even you who have the Scarlet Tree Demon have been ###ed. And your ending is no different from ours. No, it may not even be as good as our ending." Li Xiao listened to every word, but suddenly found that a few words in the words of this god statue were blocked. "What?" Li Xiao looked at the god with more and more cracks and spoke hastily. "I don't know if your words violated the taboo and violated the rules, so you can't tell me. But please give us a clue. Can't you? Like you become gods and defeat the final pass of this survival game? Child, the outcome has been decided at the beginning, and strength only allows you to resist for a longer time. I am lucky, and you are also lucky to be able to come to me. I will." The fishman god statue was only halfway through speaking when Li Xiao suddenly emitted a grass-green light all over his body. This light was exactly the same as the green light that emerged from the tomb when Li Xiao first descended into the other world to bury the remains of the Tree Demon clan. The light merged into the fishman god statue, delaying the progress of its shattering. The civilized fisherman above Li Xiao's head also automatically triggered and appeared outside. The god who still had a little divine fire left suddenly became very excited when he saw this. "Wait! The Tree Demon clan put the entire clan's luck on you? More than that? Civilized fisherman? I understand. It turns out that during the years when my sister and I were entangled until the change of era, the Alliance actually made so many preparations in secret. Child, I can't tell you the truth, but you must upgrade the quality of the civilized fisherman title to the highest level in this era. Maybe then, there will be a way to win the final victory in this era's survival game." Before Li Xiao could speak, the speed of the shattering of the fishman god statue suddenly increased. "The Tree Demon clan has placed its luck on you, and the luck of my fishman clan and the Naga clan belongs to you. Don't let me down. Don't let them down. This is the last help I can give you. You must win." Chapter 266. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao. You have obtained the remaining luck of the Fishman X1. And when you fight with the Fishman, your combat power suppression will increase by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao. You have obtained the remaining luck of the Naga tribe X1. And when you fight with the Naga tribe, your combat suppression will increase by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao. You have obtained the favor of the Naga gods X1. And you have obtained the permanent buff Spirit of the Tide. All effects of any potion are increased by 10%. And the player's combat power in any liquid is increased by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia for obtaining the Nada Tribe Artifact Magic Conch Level 1 damage version. You will have the ability to teleport to island biomes without limit, and can summon a pseudo-boss level summon once a day. The Nada Tribe Chieftain. Murloc Faith Plain. Atlantis. Li Xia was standing in the Murloc Sacrifice Square when he heard the sound of half of the statue of the Murloc god collapsing. However, he stared at the 4 system message prompts that popped up one after another, and was extremely surprised. Before he could recover, the space barrier of Atlantis, the plane of Fishman belief, began to collapse rapidly. Ding! This island biome exploration trip is forced to end, and the validity of the invitation letter is forced to reset to 0. Do you want to return to the shelter immediately? Yes/no. The harvest of this island biome trip has already exceeded Li Xia's imagination. Seeing this situation, Li Xia did not hesitate at all and chose to teleport back to the shelter directly, accompanied by a dizziness. The 3-person team returned to the shelter in an instant. It was just past 7 in the morning. Celia knew that Li Xia had a lot of things to deal with. At least he needed to think about the gains and losses. Celia obediently took the sky-breaking gargoyle into the kitchen, intending to make breakfast for Li Xia. Li Xia sat on the bench in the middle of the courtyard, staring at the 4 system information prompts, and fell into deep thought. Among the twin flower gods of the Fishman tribe, the sister of the Firm Alliance camp, it seemed that she was dying. First, her death was delayed by some energy of the tree demons that she had released. Then she found out that she was a civilized angler. She immediately used the energy of the tree demons and the little power of the gods that she had left to send all the blessings to herself. This blessing included the remaining luck of the Fishmen and the Naga tribes, and a permanent benefit called the Spirit of Tide, plus the Magic Conch, a divine tool belonging to the Naga tribe. And all she did was because she found out that she was a civilized angler. Otherwise she would never be so generous. Because at the time of their initial encounter, the twin flower gods of the Fishman tribe can see through the truth of Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle, but they cannot see through their own truth, and assert that their fate has already been determined, and they cannot change it. The fate that awaits Li Xia may be the same as in the last era, with nothing to gain. In the end, it is nothing but failure. But until Li Xia himself inexplicably emits the magical energy from the tree demon tribe, and the title of civilized angler is automatically activated, the Naga gods realized it belatedly and changed their words, and placed all the treasures on themselves, except for some truths that could not be told due to the limitations of the world rules because of the change of eras caused by the opening of this era's survival game. The Naga gods could only tell Li Xia within the restrictions of the rules to upgrade the title of civilized fisherman to the highest quality. It seemed that the title of civilized fisherman was the key to breaking the deadlock. But the title of civilized fisherman obviously only had the effect of treasure box fishing, and at most, it was a quality promotion reward. Why is he so valued by the Naga gods? Li Xia summoned the civilized angler title panel and looked at it carefully. This is the 3rd time today that I have encountered such a lucky novice. What happened to this era? Are all of them so lucky? No, this title? Tree Demon Clan? They don't have such a big hand. It turns out to be a lucky novice. In the civilized angler title panel data, the word pioneer is quite dazzling. My previous guess about the civilized angler title was probably right and wrong. The right side is that the treasure box fishing function of the civilized angler title is to charge the title. The hidden effect of the title, the pioneer entry in the type column, needs to be activated at the end, when the title quality is upgraded to the highest. The wrong side is that I previously unilaterally believed that the hidden effect of the civilized angler title was related to the clan. But now it seems that it is probably not. Because having a clan does not guarantee 100% victory. The twin sister flower gods of the Fishman tribe are a real example. The existence of the clan cannot determine the outcome of the final battle. Then the final effect of the title of civilized angler must be stronger than that of the clan itself, no matter what the final effect of the title of civilized angler is. From today on, Li Xia has made up his mind. The first core of all his mission goals is only one: upgrading the title of civilized angler. If it really matters whether you succeed or fail, then he must find out the truth as quickly as possible, or even reach the other side of the truth. After letting out a long breath, Li Xia looked down at his body. Even he himself did not expect that his body could emit the magical energy belonging to the Tree Demon Clan. This should be the result of the luck of the Tree Demon Clan. Even the automatic activation of civilized fishermen is the same. Luck. This thing that can't be seen or touched on weekdays can really win by surprise when it comes to a critical moment. Li Xiao was filled with emotion, and he looked up at the 4 system messages again, and couldn't help but sigh. The ancient said that sincerity is not deceiving me. A rotten boat is indeed worth 3 pounds of nails. The twin sister gods of the Murloc tribe have been entangled with each other for an unknown period of time. So long that they have gone through the era change of the survival game. But they can still give themselves so many benefits after death. The luck of the Murloc and Naga tribes is needless to say. Not only can they increase their total luck, but they also have the ability to suppress enemies of a certain race. 10% of the strength, all-round suppression, is enough to be called terrifying. Li Xiao thought and called up the personal panel data. Sure enough, in the personal panel, in addition to the original constant gain, there is another constant version of the Tide Spirit gain. All effects of any potion are plus 10%. Any potion will increase Li Xiao's blessing by 10%. This effect will not change regardless of how the game progresses, or how the potion changes. The percentage increase effect is not just talk. And another one, the player's combat power in any liquid is plus 10%. Although there are limitations. In certain environments, Li Xiao's overall combat power will increase by 10%. And the greater the bonus is in the later stages. In addition, the remaining luck given to him by the Fishmen and the Naga tribes also suppresses the 2 major races. It can be said that the island community will be his main battlefield in the future. How can it be described in one word? Li Xiao then took out the biggest gain of this trip from the Fishman's magic backpack with a serious face. The Naga artifact. Magic Conch. Is this the Magic Conch artifact given to me by the Naga gods? Li Xiao paused and continued. It has an effect similar to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, which allows players to teleport to the island biome an unlimited number of times. Although the teleportation area is very single, it is more powerful than the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, which can only be used in the shelter, and the Memory Mirror, which can only return to the shelter. After all, the Magic Conch allows you to teleport to the island biome any number of times in any biome. However, according to the name of the true Magic Conch, Li Xiao seemed to have thought of something. His eyes bright. Perhaps this means that in the path belonging to the Magic Conch, it occupies the highest position. Just like the position of the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen in the Corruption Path, there is the true Magic Conch. And I'm afraid there are also ordinary versions of the Magic Conch. They may share the power of this path, but they will never surpass the status of the Magic Conch. Thinking of this, Li Xiao smiled happily. After all, at this stage, getting a final creation of the path sequence for no reason is a happy thing no matter how you look at it. As for the precautions mentioned in the notes of the Magic Conch, before igniting the divine fire and ascending to a god, the player can only own and manipulate one artifact, which cannot be changed or replaced in the middle. Li Xiao didn't care at all. After all, there is no way to ensure whether he can obtain other artifacts in the future, and even no way to determine whether he can obtain artifacts in the future. Giving up a peach for an illusory peach is not what Li Xiao would do. Even if this peach turns out to be a small peach, it is better than passing by the peach garden and returning empty-handed. However, even if I want to own this peach, it may not be easy, because the level of the real Magic Conch damage version has been reduced to the first level. If you want to use it normally, you need to activate it. According to the notes of the Magic Conch, there are only 2 ways to activate the Magic Conch. Infuse the power of faith and repair it. Obviously, for Li Xiao, who is not a god, has no power of faith, and even has no family members, this method will not work. Another way is, feed the Magic Conch with the power of the Source of Authority. Source of Authority? Any creature with the Source of Authority is a very valuable resource at this stage. Only 2 gold sources are on hand. There is nothing else. Right? And 2 gold sources may not be enough to activate the Magic Conch. Could it be that with the artifact in hand, all I can do is watch? No. Wait. Li Xiao suddenly remembered a prop that he had obtained by chance before. Got it. Chapter 267. Li Xiao walked quickly to the shelter workshop and took out a small crown-shaped item from the primary authority storage box. That's right. This item that can activate the artifact true Magic Conch damaged version is the Power Plunder Crown. This Power Plunder Crown, it is the biggest support for players to condense their own power kingdom. The power of the original authority contained in it is naturally extraordinary. When Li Xia first obtained this power plunder crown, he was also very excited. But the problem is, at the beginning, Li Xia's own level of strength did not reach the 4th level. So he could only put the power plundering crown in the primary power storage box to collect dust. And as time passed, Li Xia's strength has steadily increased. But he himself knows more and more about the power sequence, power path, and even the power kingdom. Gel kingdom? Gel power? The power plundering crown is naturally very limited. If he really uses this item, Li Xia can only kill slimes to plunder the gel power. And what he finally condenses is only the gel kingdom. As we all know, slimes are the weakest enemies in the survival game. How strong can the gel kingdom be if we plunder their original power? Li Xia is not like other players. As the heir of the Scarlet Overlord heritage, and the owner of the title of Civilized Angler, Li Xia has no shortage of opportunities to embark on the path of power and condense the kingdom of power. Naturally, Li Xia didn't like the crown of plundering power. But the problem is, the crown of plundering power is soulbound, and Li Xia can't put it on the trading platform to maximize the benefits. So Li Xia, who had the answer in his mind later, could only store the crown of plundering power in the primary power storage box. Just now, after checking the panel data of the True Magic Comp Damage version, Li Xia learned that activating the True Magic Comp Damage version, the conditions for believing in Li Xia are definitely not there. But the props that contain the original authority must be the power plundering crown. Ding! Hint, do you want to feed the prop power plundering crown to the True Magic Comp Damage version to be activated? It is expected that after swallowing the power plundering crown, the True Magic Comp Damage version will be completely activated, and the existing authority can be used normally. After Li Xia took out the power plundering crown, his only worry was that even if the True Magic Comp Damage version, even the devouring power plundering crown could not completely activate the True Magic Comp Damage version. If that happened, perhaps I could only think of another way. But now the system information explained clearly that a power plundering crown could completely activate the True Magic Comp Damage version. No more worries. Li Xia naturally had no worries, and immediately fed the True Magic Comp Damage version. Swish! Accompanied by a rustling sound, the power plundering crown in his hand gradually disappeared, as if it was being gnawed by a certain existence. The power of the original authority, emitting golden light, merged into the True Magic Comp Damage version. Ding! The True Magic Comp Damage version is fully activated. After the True Magic Comp Damage version is fully activated, there is an additional soul binding in the type column, and an additional binder entry in the panel data. This is almost something that has never happened before. It also indirectly proves the importance of artifact binding. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly thought of something, and suddenly frowned again. Ordinary magic weapons, and even skills can be enhanced by scarlet assimilation. But what about artifacts? Thinking of this, Li Xia hurriedly lowered his head. Ding! Level 1 Artifact True Magic Comp Damage version. Currently unable to perform Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement. Wait until player Li Xia is promoted to level 4 and unlocks the new authority of the Scarlet Overlord Inheritance before it can be enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation. The final results are mixed. The good news is that Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement can really work on artifacts. What worries me is that I must be promoted to the 4th level before I can use the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement. It's always a good thing that has more advantages than disadvantages. And it's better than not being able to perform the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement. Li Xia shook his head and smiled, then picked up the Real Magic Comp Damage version. He wanted to see how powerful the first level Naga tribe leader and pseudoboss were. After all, it cost a precious item that could build the Kingdom of Power. And the power plundering crown was fully activated. I hope you won't let me down. Toot! A melodious horn like a ship leaving the harbor sounded. With just one sound, a creature nearly 2 meters tall appeared in front of Li Xia. With human hands and a snake body, the plump upper body had only 2 jade bowl-like conch shells turned upside down, showing off its perfect figure. Its lower body was covered with fist-sized scales, and its slender tail supported the ground, slowly raising its head and crawling to Li Xia's side. Master! Li Xia! Damn it! I won't talk about the strength of the summoned creature, the Naga tribe leader and pseudoboss. But this appearance is amazing, and this voice has a natural temptation. Wonderful! Li Xia lowered his head, stretched out his hand to lift the chin of the Naga in front of him, and looked at it intently. TSK. It's incredible. Li Xia originally thought that a pseudo-boss level enemy monster, no matter how strong it could be. As a result, the Naga tribe leader summoned from the true magic comp damage version actually contained the highest true position of the title path, just like the true magic comp damage version, with all attributes and skill levels improved. In this way, the strength of a first-level Naga tribe leader pseudo-boss level monster is actually the same as that of an ordinary second-level monster, as long as the true magic comp damage version continues to be fed with creatures containing the source of power. When the true magic comp damage version is upgraded to the 4th level, its strength will definitely exceed the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron pseudo-boss that can be summoned by the Scarlet Slime staff in Li Xia's hand. However, this is understandable. After all, even though the Scarlet Slime staff is the only weapon that can grow, its current quality is only excellent, while the true magic comp damage version is a veritable first-class artifact, and even the damage version is not comparable to the current Scarlet Slime staff. But in the future, who knows? Li Xia is still very confident in the Scarlet Slime staff. After checking the effects of the true magic comp damage version and the panel data of the Summon Naga tribe chieftain pseudo-boss, Li Xia waved his hand and let her dissipate with the wind, when challenging the final boss-level enemy of the Christmas event, the ungrateful turkey. He obtained the true magic comp damage version. It was the icing on the cake, like divine help. However, time was tight, and the task was heavy, so Li Xia did not continue to appreciate the artifact that he had finally obtained. Instead, he hurried to finish his breakfast and continue to work. In the shelter workshop, Li Xia took out the loom, placed it in the northwest corner, and adjusted the position. Silk 1. Required materials. Spiderweb X7 required time, 5 seconds. The production time is not long, and the required materials are also abundant. Li Xia immediately started to make silk. Afterwards, Li Xia called the sky-breaking gargoyle to instruct. Celia and I stayed up all night and didn't sleep for 24 hours. I don't want to drink energy potions to force myself to cheer up. I will go to rest later. Your most important task today is to let the alchemy table and workbench produce various potions. Don't forget to let the loom run at full capacity to produce silk. Yes, Commander. Please rest assured. I will stay in the workshop from now on, and will not go anywhere, the sky-breaking gargoyle said seriously. Li Xia patted the sky-breaking gargoyle's shoulder with great relief, and then went up to the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the shelter to catch up on sleep. At the same time, Qin sat in the living room of the shelter, scratching his head and looking at the trading platform, looking like he had no desire to live. He and all the members of the hunter team would check the trading platform whenever they had time to see if anyone was selling silk. As a result, nothing has been gained until now. But the problem is, Li Xia has already delivered all the money for this transaction, and a recipe for the flame chain hammer to himself in advance. But the Molotov cocktail has not been made yet, which makes him feel troubled. Qin, brother-in-law, I can't stand it anymore. There is still no trace of silk. I really have no way. Bai Butong, you have no way? After receiving the flame chain hammer recipe you gave, the forger made a new magic weapon yo-yo for you after research. You are the biggest beneficiary of this transaction. Who can you blame? You ungrateful turkey? If you don't find a solution, who will? Qin, how about I go find Master Bianqing and post a reward on his intelligence website? Bai Butong, if I only listen to you, then the daylily will be cold. I have posted the reward information on Li Bianqing's intelligence website, but the reward may not be enough. Qin, then increase the reward? Bai Butong, you said it lightly, but you will provide these resources? Qin, after all, just like what you said, brother-in-law, I am the one who benefits the most from this transaction, so I will provide the resources to increase the bounty. Qin, I finally negotiated a deal with Master Xia with no conflicts, and I don't want to have a bad relationship with him because of the silk issue. Bai Butong, okay. Then I will repost the bounty information. 6 p.m. After dinner, Li Xia just wanted to go into the workshop to see how the silk production was going. Ding! Ding! A system message came quietly. Chapter 268. Li Xia clicked into the friend list and found that it was a message from Li Bianqing. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. The hunter squad has just increased the bounty for silk. Li Xia, okay. Thank you for your help. After reading the message, Li Xia's mouth slightly raised. Before going upstairs to sleep, he contacted Li Bianqing about this matter. After learning from Li Bianqing that the Hunter Squad had issued a bounty for silk through Li Bianqing's intelligence network, Li Xia also informed Li Bianqing of the transaction between him and the Hunter Squad. He also asked Li Bianqing to inform him immediately if there were any changes in the news about the Hunter Squad silk. Unexpectedly, the news came so quickly. It seems that the Hunter Squad can't hold back. That's right. After all, although one of the two parties in the transaction is the Hunter Squad, the strongest team in the current regional channel, but the other party in the transaction is Li Xia, the undisputed number one in the regional channel. Not to mention, even if Li Xia doesn't show up, he has two major teams behind him, Dawn Front and Dawn Breaking Sword. Whether it is the Sword of Dawn or the Dawn Front, or Li Xia, none of them can afford to offend the Hunter team. This is why the Hunter team is so concerned about this transaction. Li Bianqing, with our relationship, saying thank you will make us alienated. But I am really curious. What are you going to do now? Brother Xia? Li Xia, well, Li Xia, it's like this. I don't lack silk on hand, and I have gained a lot from this exploration adventure to other biomes. But you want me to give them silk for nothing. I don't want to. Li Xia, after all, this is outside the trading rules. So I wonder if you can set up a plan and let other dwarves come forward to sell these silks to the Hunter team. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. I thought it was something else. It's here? Don't worry. Hold on to me. Li Bianqing, to be honest, silk is indeed your exclusive specialty in the entire regional channel. If the Hunter team is in such urgent need, then we can just stock up and sell it at a high price. Li Bianqing, I heard from Su Hongdo before that you are in urgent need of diamonds. Right? Then give me the silk. But give me 20 more. Because the inventory is exactly what the Hunter team lacks, which will arouse his suspicion. Li Bianqing, don't worry about the rest. I will do everything for you tonight. Li Xia saw that the news was hot, and Li Bianqing wanted to use the Hunter team's urgent need for silk to stock up and buy low and sell high. But what Li Bianqing said is right. Now he is the only one in the regional channel who can make silk. Silk is naturally worthless in the eyes of those who don't need it. But, in the eyes of the Hunter team, this silk is also very valuable. Diamonds are indeed what Li Xia needs most at the moment. If he can get an extra batch of diamonds, it will be an unexpected surprise. Li Xia, ha ha ha. That's great. I'll leave everything to Brother Bianqing, and we'll split the profits 50-50 this time. Li Bianqing, oh, no need. What are you doing? Li Xia, take it. After all, it's Christmas time now. I'm wasting your time. If you don't take what you deserve, you don't treat me as a friend. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. Since you said so, Brother Xia, I won't refuse. Okay, I'll take care of this deal. Wait. After the chat ended, Li Xia sent 120 pieces of silk to Li Bianqing through the friend trading function, and the rest was naturally handled by Li Bianqing. The production of silk is also watched by the sky-breaking gargoyle, and the current raw material of silk, spider webs, is abundant, so there is no need to worry about short-term consumption. And silk is more than one use for Li Xia. Li Xia took out a set of silk, walked slowly to the primary authority workbench, tapped the recipe page with his finger, and slid up and down to search. After a while, Snow Monster Fur Coat. Recipe 1, Silk X10. Snow Monster Fur X8. Gold Ingot X8 Synthesis Time, 1 minute. Formula 2, Silk X10. Snow Monster Fur X8. Platinum Ingot X8 Synthesis Time, 1 minute. With silk in hand, this rare advanced armor for summoning professions can finally be made today. Without any hesitation, Li Xia directly invested resources and clicked on Formula 1 to make and synthesize. 1 minute later, above the primary authority workbench, a ball of snow-white liquid floated. Li Xia reached out to touch it. After checking the information of the snow monster for coat, Li Xia nodded slightly. Summoner's total damage plus 5%. Summon limit plus 1. These two effects of the snow monster for coat are very practical for summoner players. Even the summon limit plus a pair of summoner's combat power can be said to be a qualitative improvement. The snow monster for coat is very good. But there is only one bad thing. It is just a separate part, not a set. If there is a special summoner professional set, the effect will definitely be powerful. If it is just a snow monster for coat, It is not the same thing after all. Even with a sharp drop in value, it is still valuable to summoner players, but not so valuable to Li Xia. After putting away the snow monster fur coat, Li Xia planned to give it to Su Hongdo as a gift when he went to the gem mine of the small special biological community at night. He did not make it immediately. After all, silk is not precious. But the number of snow monster fur is not that large. Mainly because the snow monster only lives in the snow monster plain, and it is difficult to harvest it in large quantities. So the production of the snow monster fur coat is temporarily put on hold. Half an hour later. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. Everything went well. It has been done. 120 pieces of silk, each priced at 2 diamonds. A total of 240 diamonds. I transferred it to you. Remember to check. Li Xia was overjoyed when he saw this. 2 diamonds for 1 piece of silk. This is definitely a sky-high price. But Li Xia knew in his heart that this was a product of a special period. It would not be like this every time. But one time was already a big profit. Li Xia, okay. Thank you. Li Xia hurriedly thanked him and summoned the core of the shelter. But found that Li Bianqing did not send 120 diamonds as they had agreed to split 50 to 50. But 200 diamonds. Li Xia, wait! Brother Bianqing. What does this mean? Didn't we agree to split 50 to 50? Why did you only take 40 diamonds this time? Li Bianqing, I heard Su Hongdo say that you were in urgent need of diamonds. But unfortunately I didn't have any at that time. And my current demand for diamonds is not high. Since you are in urgent need, I will take them first. Li Xia looked at this sentence, and a warm current surged in his heart. He was no longer polite. If there was any benefit in the future, he would give him more. Li Xia, okay. If I keep refusing, it would make me look too petty. I will accept this diamond. Thank you. Li Bianqing, no. We are all in the same team. It would be meaningless to say thank you too much. Li Xia, yes. After finishing the chat, Li Xia sorted out the primary authority storage box. The 2 spider web boxes harvested from the island biological community harvested a total of 1,000 diamonds. And this time, he sold silk and earned an additional 200 diamonds. But for the advancement of the Scarlet Slime staff, the number is still insufficient. Fortunately, it only takes a while for Su Hongdo's small special biological community gem mine to produce enough diamonds. By then, with Molotov cocktails in hand and diamonds in abundance, the upgrade of the Scarlet Slime staff will no longer be a problem. 1,200 diamonds? Li Xia suddenly thought of something, and came to the courtyard of the shelter, with a bag of diamonds, and walked to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower. Before Li Xia could call up the upgrade panel, he heard a system prompt. Ding! The magic conch was detected. Do you want to store it in the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower? After storage, the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower can obtain the anchor coordinates of the island biome, and can be teleported normally. Li Xia was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise, so he confirmed it immediately. Current teleport anchor coordinates. 1. Desert biome. 2. Scarlet biome. 3. Corrupted land biome. 4. Island biome. Li Xia then called out the upgrade panel of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower to check. Upgrade requirements for Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower. Gold ingot X 1000. Platinum ingot X 1000. Ruby X 1000. Diamond X 1000. Shelter level 6 upgrade duration 10 hours. Upgrade restrictions. The number of world anchor coordinates you have will multiply the resources required for the upgrade. What a pity! Li Xia shook his head slightly. Currently, the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower has 4 coordinates, and the resources needed to upgrade it need to be quadrupled. Li Xia has no shortage of other resources, except for diamonds, of which he only has 1,200 at most. However, Li Xia did not regret the fact that he had just entered the anchoring coordinates of the island biome. After all, he could not take out 3,000 diamonds. Thinking of this, he could only wait. It happened that he was free in the evening, so Li Xia took the necessary resources and upgraded the Scarlet Arrow Tower in the shelter. After more than half an hour of hard work, Chen Yishuan from the Hunter team finally sent a message. Chen Yishuan, Master Xia. The silk material for making Molotov cocktails is difficult to collect. But fortunately I finally collected it all today, after the 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails were made. I immediately contacted you. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Thank you very much. I have to say that after the improvement of your hunter team during this period of time, the overall strength of the team is probably catching up with our Dawn Sword. Qin Yishuan, of course not. Everyone knows the great reputation of the Dawnbreaker 5. Moreover, the Dawn Front is also your peripheral organization. How dare our hunter team compete with you? Li Xia, although there are many people in the Dawn Front, the number of inheritors may not be as many as your hunter team. Qin Yishuan, oh, please don't say that. You are flattering me. I really don't dare to respond to this bitter smile. Li Xia, okay. Let me get down to business. This is what happened. Doesn't your team have a forger inheritor? Ask him if he can develop the ancient formula of the last era? Qin Yishuan, this matter? After all, the content of inheritance is quite private, so I can't give you the answer right away. How about this? I'll go ask him now and contact you as soon as I get the news. Or have him contact you. Li Xia, okay. Let me put it this way. If he really uses a method, then this is definitely a win-win deal. Qin Yishuan, don't worry. I'll do it right away. After the chat ended, Li Xia stared at the chat page carefully and fell into deep thought. Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage focuses on accessories in terms of production, and magic weapons and armor sets are no longer within the scope of Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage. Perhaps in the future, when his authority gradually increases, Su Hongdo will have the ability to make and develop magic weapons and armor sets. But not now. So the development of the armor set for the snow monster fur coat can only be done by outsiders. I hope this forger in the hunter team can find a way to deal with it. But to be honest, this is just a matter of time. It's always good to have it. But it doesn't matter if you don't have it. After all, the advanced armor set of summoning professions is not a must-have for me. But I have nothing to do. So it's okay to ask. If there is, it will be a great thing for Su Hongdo's strength improvement. Thinking of this, Li Xia smiled slightly, then took out the meat catcher fishing rod from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, and came to the Scarlet Primary Fish Pond to prepare for fishing. After drinking malt wine, wearing the fisherman's fishing gear bag, and making all preparations, Li Xia waved the fishing rod, and the float drew a perfect arc in the air, and with a puff, it fell steadily into the fish pond. Li Xia whispered, Use Civilized Angler. Chapter 269. In a fish pond the size of 1 acre, all kinds of common fish and special fish that can only survive in specific biological communities are foraging freely. Although there are many fish, and the fish pond is not big, there is no need to worry about the source of food. The fish pond will automatically supply various types of food on time, and in quantity, every day according to the number and type of fish. This move saves Li Xia from having to worry about the fish pond and fish farming, which saves Li Xia a lot of trouble. As the buoy fell into the water, a few curious fish tentatively wandered around the buoy. But because of the special nature of civilized anglers, they would not disturb Li Xia's fishing during the treasure box fishing period. After a while, as the buoy floated up and down on the surface of the fish pond, Li Xia knew that this was a sign that the treasure box fishing was completed. He waved the meat catcher fishing rod skillfully. Swish! Ding! Congratulations to the player. You got a diamond treasure box X1. When Li Xia heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This time, the treasure box fishing had a good harvest. He did not open it immediately, but put the diamond treasure box into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. Li Xia waved the meat catcher fishing rod again, observed for a while, and caught 3 mature fish in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining Atlantic Cod X1, Frost Minnow X1, Anglerfish X1. This fishing triggered the effect of the Fisherman's Specialization Manual, and obtained Atlantic Cod Fry X2, Frost Minnow Fry X3, Anglerfish Fry X1. Ding! The number of fish sold in the Scarlet Primary Fish Pond has reached 10, and it can be upgraded. This is the system prompt that Li Xia was waiting for. Although at this moment, the shelter has the Scarlet Moon God Well and the Alchemy Table, which can be used to refine many unique potions. But the problem is that some potions require not only the Moon Goddess potion, but also fish that are unique to various biomes. As the days go by, Li Xia knows that players' demand for fish will only grow in the future. Taking advantage of this period of time, to quickly upgrade the fish pond can also gain a little advantage in the future. The upgrade condition of the Scarlet Primary Fish Pond only requires the number of fish to meet the standard, unlike other shelter buildings that require various resources. Therefore, breeding more fish, even if they can only serve as food, is the top priority of the current shelter. Primary Scarlet Fish Pond upgrade required. 10 fish for sale, upgrade time 1 hour. Do you want to upgrade this building? Yes/no. The number of fish sold has finally reached the target. Not bad. Li Xian nodded slightly and upgraded immediately. As the surface of the fish pond rippled with green waves, the entire fish pond was filled with a light green glow, and the water magic elements in the surrounding air gathered crazily in it. The magic energy inside the fish pond grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the fish pond slowly expanded from 1 acre to 2 acres. Finally, the fish pond was upgraded, and Li Xian took a closer look. After checking the intermediate scarlet fish pond, Li Xian nodded slightly. Among the various effects of the fish pond, the first 2 effects remained unchanged. The third effect, shortening the growth cycle of fish, was promoted from 10% to 20%. There was also an additional 4th effect. The fish growing in the fish pond are free of disease and disaster and grow healthily. This effect may not be as powerful as the first 3, but it can ensure the smooth breeding of fish ponds and speed up the release of fish, which is a good effect. After all, Li Xian didn't have high expectations for this kind of functional building in the shelter. After the upgrade, Li Xian walked into the shelter workshop with the diamond treasure chest. After sitting down, he took out 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and placed them neatly on the table. These 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails are needed to upgrade the Scarlet Slime staff, so he has to pay attention to them. But malt liquor can increase fishing experience. So what about Molotov cocktails? Thinking of this, Li Xian picked up a bottle of Molotov cocktail and looked at it intently. Oh wow! Li Xian's eyes widened. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Li Xian originally thought that Molotov cocktails were better than malt liquor. The reality is the same. Molotov cocktails are indeed better than malt liquor to some extent, but they are not drinkable, and they cannot provide Li Xian with fishing help like malt liquor. Brewmaster inheritance? You really underestimate the inheritance of life professions. Li Xian smacked his lips. I didn't expect that a brewer could make a disposable consumable magic weapon that is better than the ninja's unconventional formula series. Li Xian took the Molotov cocktail in his hand and looked at it carefully. The 2 passive skills plus the area damage of the Molotov cocktail itself make this magic consumable weapon a top choice among consumable weapons. So, I don't know what changes will the upgraded Crimson Slime staff have if it requires these 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails. Soon! Li Xian smiled slightly. He only needed a few diamonds. He could wait for so many days, so he could wait a little longer. Li Xian stored 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails in the primary authority storage box, and then took out the scarlet ingots produced today from all the primary authority storage boxes. After sorting out the harvest, Li Xian sat on a chair, drank a cup of hot tea, and then took out the harvest of this treasure box fishing from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack. Diamond treasure box. Open the diamond treasure box and get Diamond Barrier Challenge Letter X1, Cavern Exploration Potion X1, Diamond X100, Ruby Gem X500, Emerald Gem X700, Sapphire Gem X1000, Magic Potion X10, Healing Potion X10, Tiger Glove X1. As the diamond treasure box disappeared, 8 light balls of different colors floated in the air, appearing to be shining. Li Xian poked through them one by one with his familiar hands, and put all the resources into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. This time, there are many high-level gems of various colors. And in addition, there are also many conventional recovery potions. There is even a high-level basic accessory tiger gloves. But these are not the most valuable resources in the diamond treasure box. Li Xian found a diamond barrier challenge letter at a glance. Li Xian took the challenge letter, with a diamond on the cover in his hand, and looked down at it. Li Xian, ha ha ha. This is really a case of searching for something without any effort. I thought that the scarce diamonds needed to be nurtured by Su Hongdo's small special biological community. But I didn't expect that this time the treasure box fishing directly delivered a diamond barrier challenge letter. It just so happens that this Christmas event has only been going on for a few days, and it is far from the end. In the next few days, Li Xian will definitely go to other biomes for exploration and adventure. Originally, Li Xian planned to continue to explore and adventure in the Crimson Land or the Corruption Land to maximize its benefits. However, now that Li Xian has obtained this Diamond Barrier Challenge letter, It is natural to take advantage of the ample time of the Christmas event to go to the diamond barrier and harvest enough diamonds to upgrade the Crimson Drop automatic collection device and the Crimson Slime staff. The next itinerary has been set, and there will be many gains that can be seen with the naked eye. Li Xiao's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly. Although this diamond barrier challenge letter is a 4-star level, Li Xiao is not a Wuxiaomon. With his current strength, let alone the 4th level, I am afraid that even the 5th level enemy monsters will be easy. Moreover, although the diamond barrier challenge letter is a single player mode, Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle do not need to be bound by this rule, and can enter the diamond barrier with him. Li Xiao naturally knew the power of the 3-person team. So what was there to worry about? It's too late today. Pack up tomorrow, and take Celia and Little Stone to the diamond barrier. Go quickly and come back quickly. After making the decision, Li Xiao put the diamond barrier challenge letter into the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, and then picked up the cave exploration potion, one of the only 2 new resources in the diamond treasure box. The cave exploration potion of ordinary quality is only as effective as a metal detector, and the exploration range is even much smaller. As a potion version of the metal detector, the cave exploration potion is undoubtedly a weakened version. This potion has no value to Li Xiao at this stage. Li Xiao directly called the trading platform to put it on the shelf in exchange for a few resources, which is a waste utilization, and squeezed out the last bit of surplus value of the cave exploration potion. After packing up everything and having a midnight snack, Li Xiao was strolling in the courtyard and upgrading the Scarlet Arrow Tower. Ding! 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 Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded continuously. Li Xiao sat on the bench in the courtyard, clicked on the friend list, and found that it was a message from Chen Yishuan. Chen Yishuan, hello. Master Xia. The thing you asked me to ask before has been settled. Chen Yishuan, but this result may not be ideal. After all, the forger knows this matter best. I tell you, there is always a layer in between. Chen Yishuan, I thought, why not let him talk to you directly about this matter? I have sent him your friend card. I believe he has sent a friend request at this time. You can ask him any questions. Chen Yishuan. His name is Zhou Heishan. After Li Xiao glanced at him, he felt something was wrong and immediately replied Li Xiao, okay. I got it. In the friend application list, Li Xiao indeed found Zhou Heishan's friend application. After accepting it, Zhou Heishan also sent a message immediately. Zhou Heishan, hello. Master Xia. I am the forger of the hunter team. Li Xiao, hello. Zhou Heishan, I already understand the question you asked Chen Yishuan to ask before. It is about the research and development of the ancient series formula of the last era. I am not sure what step you want me to take. Zhou Heishan, if it is just the ancient gold armor set that has developed a formula for this era, then it is still within my capabilities. Li Xiao, no. Snow Monster Fur Coat. Click to view details. I have an armor set part in my hand, which belongs to the Summoner's Advanced Armor Set. Li Xiao, but I only have this one set part. And the note means that the Snow Monster Fur Coat does not have an exclusive armor set. Li Xiao, my idea is, can I develop 2 more sets of parts from the Snow Monster series with this Snow Monster Fur Coat? Zhou Heishan, who had a rough face and strong arms, raised his head and drank a sip of malt wine. After checking the information of the Snow Monster Fur Coat, his face showed a trace of helplessness. Zhou Heishan, Master Xia. This matter is beyond the scope of my forging master's inheritance ability. If I want to develop the formula of the other 2 sets of parts out of thin air, I am afraid that I, a player of ordinary life inheritance, can't do it even if I am a high-level race inheritance player. Li Xiao. Okay. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your trouble. Chapter 270. After finishing his chat with the forger Zhou Heishan, Li Xiao sighed. The path to developing the Snow Monster armor set from this player, who inherited the forger's heritage, has been completely cut off here. In fact, whether it is the Snow Monster Fur Coat or the Snow Monster Staff, it is not as important as imagined to Li Xiao, a player who prefers the archer profession. But the problem is that at this stage, Li Xiao and Su Hongdou are already together, and their positions are naturally bound. Su Hongdou is also a player who inherits the dwarf race heritage. After the power fusion evolution, Su Hongdou's dwarf heritage has greatly improved its ability to summon undead miners. Su Hongdou is not like Li Xiao. To be honest, Li Xiao's Scarlet Overlord heritage allows him to take care of all professions. But because of combat habits, Li Xiao prefers archer professions. But Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage has no choice. She can only go the route of summoner specialization. And now, a set of armor suits, suitable for Su Hongdo's summoner profession, will help her combat effectiveness. This is self-evident. What a pity! At present, even the Forger Heritage player, who is hard to find, can't do anything. So there is only one way left. During the exploration and adventure of other biomes, obtain the advanced armor set formula of the summoner profession in this era of the survival game. But this is not something that can be obtained just by getting it. It still needs to be considered in the long run. Li Xia shook his head slightly. Put the little snow monster fur coat into the magic backpack of the Fishman sacrifice. And then came to his senses and began to concentrate on calling out the title panel. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Ultimate 55%. Quality Promotion Reward, to be claimed. This time, use the Civilized Angler title for treasure box fishing. With the blessing of Master Bait, Fisherman's Fishing Bag, Fisherman's Armor Set, and Malt Wine, the Civilized Angler title has gained an additional 100% experience progress bar improvement. In addition to treasure box fishing, a fixed 10% experience progress bar is obtained. This time, the experience progress bar of the Civilized Angler title has still gained a total of up to 110% experience progress bar improvement without using fishing potions. This treasure box fishing successfully pushed the quality of the Civilized Angler title to a new peak. Perfection. As the quality of the Civilized Angler title increases, the truth is probably getting closer and closer to Li Xia. Why did the unknown existence doubt his title when he first came to the other world? Why did the Nanda gods of the K-series survival game in the last era give him the remaining luck and artifacts of the Fishmen and Nanda races after seeing his Civilized Angler title? Moreover, when the god saw his title of Civilized Angler, Li Xia was clearly concentrating on listening to every word the god said. But why was there a sentence blocked and could not be heard clearly? And so on. Perhaps as long as he insisted on upgrading the quality of the title of Civilized Angler, the day when the truth was revealed would not be far away. Li Xia let out a long sigh of satisfaction, tapped his fingers, and received the reward. Receive the quality upgrade reward. Get Fishing Potion Recipe X1. Li Xia, Li Xia's eyes lit up, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. He had used fishing potions many times, and he was naturally very clear about their effects. For other players, fishing potions can only increase the chance of catching fish. But for Li Xia, fishing potions can increase his experience bar by an additional 15% when he fishes in his treasure box. Now, after Li Xia experienced the gods of Atlantis, the plane of Fishman belief, he is more eager to upgrade the quality of the Civilized Angler title. Now that he has this fishing potion recipe in his hand, it is really like adding wings to a tiger. Not only that, Li Xia thought more deeply. He still had the Moon Goddess potion in his hand. Once he mutated it when making the fishing potion, the effect of the fishing potion would surely be enhanced. The fishing potion is only a temporary enhancement. The fishing potion formula is a permanent enhancement. One is to give a man a fish. The other is to teach a man how to fish. Li Xia was naturally very clear about the difference between the two. But before Li Xia could be happy for long, a system prompt sounded in his ears the moment he received the fishing potion formula. Ding! Civilized Angler title. Quality has been upgraded to the ultimate level. Trigger conditions met. Civilized Angler quality continues to prompt. Two major requirements must be met. 1. Experience progress bar reaches 100%. 2. Sacrifice Balloon Pufferfish X1. Frog Leg X1. Purple Clubfish X1. Li Xia. After viewing this system prompt, Li Xia's face was uncertain. At this moment, Li Xia felt mixed emotions. The good news was that this time the Civilized Angler quality promotion reward received a fishing potion, which could upgrade the Civilized Angler title faster. What's worrying is that after reaching the ultimate level, the Civilized Angler title has new requirements for further upgrades. It's easy to reach 100% of the experience bar, but the second one requires the sacrifice of 3 fishing resources, which makes Li Xia feel troubled. Li Xia rummaged through the boxes in the workshop and found the harvests from fishing. Among them, the Civilized Angler title specifically mentioned the 3 resources that need to be sacrificed. Li Xia already has frog legs and balloon puffer fish. But he has nothing at present. This kind of fish that can only be obtained by fishing is really all about luck. In this way, without obtaining the purple club fish, the quality promotion of the civilized angler title is stuck at the ultimate stage. Don't be so anxious. After all, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Li Xia comforted himself. Then thought for a moment and contacted Li Bianqing. Li Xia, brother Bianqing, I'm very sorry to bother you so late. It's really urgent. Li Xia, I want you to help me keep an eye out for this kind of fish. Which player has the purple club fish? If so, I am willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. The price is negotiable. Li Bianqing replied as soon as he saw the message within 2 minutes. Even though it was late at night, it was normal to be in danger of losing your life in the survival game. Even for a first-tier player like Li Bianqing, using energy potions to stay up all night or just staying up late was commonplace. Li Bianqing, brother Xia, we are so close. Why are you apologizing? If you didn't have something important to say, you wouldn't have sent me a message so late. Li Bianqing, it's okay for me to keep an eye out for you. And if you are not convenient to show up like last time, it's okay for me to post the bounty this time. Li Bianqing, it's just that the purple clubber has only one name, so there's not enough information to offer a reward. Do you have any other information? For example, the biological community where the purple clubber grows? And the specific appearance characteristics of the purple clubber? Li Xia, oh, I don't really have any of these. I only know the name of the purple clubber at the moment. Li Bianqing, it doesn't matter. Although there is little information, it doesn't mean that we can't find it. At least we know the name. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Li Xia, thank you. By the way, you don't need to show up for this bounty mission. Or, add my name to the bounty mission. It will be more important, and maybe others will pay more attention to it. Li Bianqing, brother Xia, you are thoughtful. No problem. I will do it now. Li Xia, wait. Li Xia, it's so late. It's too strange to bother you. This is the malt liquor I traded from the hunter team. It tastes good. I'll give you 20 bottles to try. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. I've been in the survival game for so long. I'm really a little craving for alcohol. Okay. Then I won't be polite. After the chat, the matter was settled. As Li Bianqing's intelligence network became larger and larger, this intelligence network could often bring a lot of help to Li Xia. It was considered the third eye of Li Bianqing, Li Xia, and even the Sword of Dawn. The matter of the purple clubfish was handed over to Li Bianqing's intelligence network, and Li Xia was relieved. If even his intelligence network had no news about this matter, then no one else would have news. Only after finishing this matter did Li Xia have the leisure to look at the recipe in his hand. After checking the recipe of fishing potion, Li Xia bit his lower lip slightly, feeling very conflicted. 3 materials are needed to make fishing potion, among which Moonlight Potion is simple. Podocarpus is also a piece of cake. But what the hell is a crunchy honey block? For Li Xia, who sells resources every day on the trading platform, this kind of material is a resource that he has never heard of. Damn! There is a purple clubfish in front. There is a crispy honey block behind. Obviously, the fishing potion is just an excellent quality potion. Why is it so hard to find the materials to make it? Li Xia was speechless and choked up. He didn't want to trouble Li Bianqing for the second time. Originally, Li Xia was thinking of doing things under his own banner this time, and just happened to take care of the crispy honey block at the same time. Ding! At this moment, a small snow monster fur coat was made in the primary authority workbench. Since Li Xia learned from Zhou Heishan, the blacksmith heritage player, that it was impossible to develop a small snow monster armor set, Li Xia made all the remaining small snow monster materials into small snow monster fur coats and small snow monster staffs. Now, with the last system prompt sound, all the production is completed. Li Xia directly logged into Li Bianqing's intelligence network. After Li Bianqing pinned his request for the purple clubfish, he issued a bounty task again, using the snow monster staff and the snow monster fur coat as a bounty, seeking the whereabouts of the purple clubfish and the crispy honey block, and put all the remaining snow monster staffs and snow monster fur coats on the personal store in the trading platform. The only resource for selling them is a diamond. After finishing all this, it was already dark, close to 2 in the morning. Li Xia quickly walked to the courtyard of the shelter and used the Gem Mine challenge letter to teleport to the courtyard of Su Hongdo's shelter. Su Hongdo heard the noise in the living room and ran into Li Xiao's arms, saying coquettishly, You, why did Kuo Lao come so late today? Something delayed me, and I'm busy until now. Su Hongdo was still complaining in her heart. But when she heard that Li Xiao was busy with serious things and heard that his tone seemed not to be going well, she hurriedly asked, What's wrong? What happened? There are a few materials, but there is still no news. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. Li Xiao waved his hand, took Su Hongdo into the living room and said with a smile, Look what I brought you this time. The two sat down. Li Xiao took out a snow monster fur coat from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack and handed it to Su Hongdo and said, I have already given you a snow monster staff. At this stage, the snow monster staff may be of no use to you. But this snow monster fur coat is different. After Li Xiao finished explaining the effects of the snow monster fur coat, Su Hongdo was overjoyed to take the snow monster fur coat and said with a smile, Although my undead miners have different training directions, each one is as strong as me. Now that I have the snow monster fur coat, I can summon one more and improve the strength of all the undead miners. It is naturally a good thing. I thought so too. Li Xiao smacked his lips regretfully. One snow monster fur coat is so helpful to you. What if it is a set? So I immediately asked the forger inheritor of the hunter team, and wanted to ask him to develop the snow monster armor set. What a pity. Developing this level of armor set is really too much for the current forgers. Li Xiao hugged Su Hongdo's shoulders and said, But don't worry. Since there are advanced armor sets for other professions, there must be advanced sets for the summoner profession. I will make a set for you in the future. Su Hongdo smiled sweetly. Kuo Lao, you are so good to me. At this moment, a dark cloud covered the sky. There is a poem to prove it. Spend a spring night in the warm lotus sun. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Even if I spend all my gold, I will come back again. Come back again and again. The two went to Wushan Mountain to make love until the next morning. Li Xiao was lying on the big bed in the master bedroom, hugging Su Hongdo in his arms, sleeping soundly. Just at this moment, ding, 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 the long-lost friend reminder sounded. Chapter 271. Li Xiao was afraid of disturbing Su Hongdo, so he got up quickly and left the bedroom, walking to the corridor. Calling out the friend channel, Li Xiao found that it was Li Bianqing who sent him a message early in the morning. Li Bianqing, brother Xiao, I hope I didn't disturb you by sending you a message early in the morning. But there is indeed something very important. Li Bianqing, the news you asked me to pay attention to last time has some clues, and it finally fell into the hands of the Silver Hand team. But it is difficult to deal with. You have to be mentally prepared. Li Bianqing, because the purple club fish is not an ordinary edible fish. Nor is it an ordinary fish for medicine materials, but a rare weapon fish. Li Bianqing, the purple club fish is a natural weapon, and its basic attack power is as high as 35 points. It is a weapon that the first-line echelons are extremely jealous of. Li Bianqing, when I got the news, I asked Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand, but he kept it secret until I said it was your idea. Then he told the truth. But if we want to talk about it in detail, you still have to talk. Li Xiao looked at the message, but didn't reply immediately. Instead, he smoked a cigarette. Huh? Ding. Spirit +1. Lasts for 10 minutes. Li Xiao stared at the message, puffing out smoke. Things were more difficult than he thought. I didn't expect that the purple clubfish was a special fish like the balloon puffer fish, or even a weapon fish that was more special than the balloon puffer fish. You know, at this stage, weapons with 35 attack points, no matter which profession's advanced weapons, are the treasures of the first-tier players. This time, it is obviously too much to ask. To be honest, it is only because of my face that I can get the Silver Hand to exchange an opportunity for communication. Maybe there is still a chance. If it were other players, who would care about you? But this matter is indeed difficult. But it has to be done. After all, it is related to the advancement of the title of civilized angler. Li Xiao extinguished the cigarette in his hand and thought carefully. Li Xiao, what do you mean by disturbing or not? Brother Bianqing, you are busy with my affairs, so I should disturb you. But this matter is indeed very important to me. Whether it succeeds or not, I will definitely express my gratitude afterwards. Li Bianqing, hey! What are you talking about? With our relationship, we don't need to be like this. I know you are in a hurry. Just do your thing first. We can talk again when we have time. Li Xia, okay. Let's talk next time. After finishing the chat, Li Xia sat on the bench in the corridor and began to think about countermeasures. He counted his inventory and the special products of the shelter with his fingers, trying to see what cards and resources he had for trading. Squeak! While he was thinking, the door of the bedroom was opened. Su Hongdo came out lazily in her pajamas. But when she saw Li Xia frowning, she hurried over and asked, Xia, what's wrong? Why are you frowning so early in the morning? Li Xia raised his head and repeated the whole story. This is what happened. This is the situation. I am now thinking about what to exchange for the purple swinging fish of the silver hand. Oh, I'll help you think about it. Su Hongdo sat down next to Li Xia. And after thinking for a moment, he said, the purple swinging fish is very important to you. So you must get it. Don't worry. If you feel that the resources you have are not attractive to the other party, I am still here. As the survival game progresses, diamonds are an indispensable resource for players at this stage. I dare not say how it is in other regional channels, but at least in regional channel 9527. So far only my small special gem mine biome can produce a small amount of diamond resources. Right? At most, diamonds can be included in the scope of transactions. But, Su Hongdo turned her head and said, but I know that you have a great demand for diamonds. So if you want to meet the number of diamonds you previously required, I am afraid it will take some time. Li Xia felt warm in his heart after hearing this. Su Hongdo's solution was not a solution. She was completely using her own interests to subsidize Li Xia. You, don't worry. It's not that time yet. Li Xia comforted. Do you think I am the number one person in the 9527 area channel shelter? The number one person in strength? And the number one person in the shelter's specialty products? I am here to eat for nothing? Don't worry. I still have a lot of resources on hand. I was just weighing the pros and cons just now. By the way, do you know the Silverhand team? How does it compare to the Hunter squad? Faced with Li Xia's question, Su Hongdo shook her head. Like you, I basically just manage my own little piece of land. So how can I care about other players' affairs? It's been a while since the team function was opened. To be honest, our team level has already expanded to the upper limit of 20 people. Not to mention that some large teams have allies, reserve forces, sub-alliances, etc. Anyway, it's very complicated. It's just that Dawn Front has always been a team of 5 of us. So we haven't recruited anyone from outside. But our subsidiary team Dawn Sword has expanded greatly. These things are all handled by Li Bianqing, Wang Fugue and Wang Tsai. Why don't you ask? Okay. Li Xia nodded and said, Hongdo, I'll go ask later. I have a lot to do today. So I'll go back first. The two hugged for a while, and then went about their own business. Su Hongdo is not an ordinary girl. Even when she is in love, she will not do anything shy. Li Xia returned to his own shelter workshop and searched through the primary authority storage box. He knew what was going on, and was not panicked at all. But when he came back, it was already past 9 in the morning. Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle were not in the shelter. I don't know where they went. But it's okay. It's in the forest biome anyway. Even though it's the Christmas event now, Li Xia doesn't think that Celia and sky-breaking gargoyle will join forces. And there will be no enemy monsters that can pose any threat to them. After calculating his own interests, Li Xia called up the friend chat channel. He didn't know much about the Silverhand team at the moment, so he couldn't fight an unprepared battle. Li Xia at Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing, I have to trouble you with one thing. You have always been in charge of the Dawnbreaker Sword, a subsidiary team of Dawn Front, right? Li Bianqing is busy contacting other players for transactions. He is different from other players. After the intelligence network became popular, many first-tier players in the regional channels prefer to trade or barter on the intelligence network, plundering feathers from passing geese. In this way, as the person in charge of the intelligence network, acting as a middleman, he can naturally make more money. Of course, he did not get any benefit from Li Xia's affairs. With his relationship with Li Xia, there is no need. However, at this time, he saw the message sent by Li Xia, and his heart was still shaken. I don't know what this means. After all, during the World Channel Origin Showdown, the temporary Team Dawn Sword founded by Li Xia. Logically speaking, Li Xia has never asked about it, and it should be disbanded on the spot after the event. However, Li Bianqing felt that such a large force would always be lost if it was not in the hands of the Dawn Front team. So he has been managing the Dawn Sword. And this force has also brought him some benefits. Now that Li Xia has sent a message, is he going to call him to task? Not really. Right? I have helped many times these days. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Besides, although the benefits of Dawn Sword are jointly managed by him, Wang Fugui and Wang Cai, the benefits have always been divided equally among the 5 people of Dawn Front. The benefits did not go to Li Xia at all. However, this matter still needs to be explained, so as not to let Li Xia misunderstand and cause a rift between the two of them. In Li Bianqing's opinion, no matter how important the Sword of Dawn is, it is not as important as Li Xia alone. Li Bianqing, brother Xia, I will reflect on this matter. After the end of the World Event Origin Showdown, many players asked me if I could continue to maintain the Sword of Dawn. To put it bluntly, the man is in love with the concubine, and having an affiliated team in hand is also a good thing for our Dawn Front. So I agreed and have been managing it until now. Li Bianqing, but I can guarantee you, and even swear an oath, although the Sword of Dawn is managed by Wang Fugui, Wang Cai and I did not take a share of the benefits. Heaven and earth are my conscience. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Brother Bianqing, you are too suspicious. I am not here to call for punishment this time. Li Xia, besides, I have been focusing on my own business recently, and have not spared time to manage Dawn Frontline. I said this when the Dawn Frontline team was first established. Li Xia, this team is under your charge. The team has developed to this day, and the strength of the teams in the regional channel has also made great progress. I also want to thank you for giving us an additional subsidiary team. Li Xia, I was wondering why I have received a share of your income every once in a while recently. I thought it was from other aspects. Look at my brain. You have worked hard. Li Bianqing, it's not hard. What's the hard part? I also want to thank you for letting me manage Dawn Frontline. Li Bianqing, I don't know. Brother Xia, why did you ask this question this time? Li Xia, it's like this. The teams in the regional channel are developing rapidly. I have only had contact with the Hunter team recently, and have not had contact with the Silverhand team. Li Xia, but according to the information I know, in addition to the main battle team, the current Hunter team also has a group of players with multiple life-related professional inheritances to provide directional assistance. The momentum has long been different. I would like to ask about the recent situation of the Silverhand team. Li Xia, after all, the purple clubfish I need is so special that I still want to make a deal with the Silverhand to feel relieved. Li Bianqing, so that's the case. Don't worry. I have been collecting information about these teams. Wait a minute. I will immediately compile a copy of the Silverhand team's information for you. Li Xia, okay. 2 minutes passed. Li Bianqing, Silverhand team status assessment. Click here for details. These are all compiled by me personally. You can take a look. I hope it will be helpful to you. Li Xia, okay. Then I won't be shy. After the chat ended, Li Xia opened the file and read it carefully, and found that the development of the teams in the regional channel was indeed changing with each passing day. But the momentum of the Silverhand was not as great as that of the Hunter team. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to obtain a special team item that can obtain multiple inheritance resources multiple times. Although the Silverhand also has a logistics team at this stage, the biggest problem is still strength. Li Xia already has a plan in mind. He called up the friend chat channel again. Li Xia has communicated with the Silverhand team many times. Captain Zhou Yu and Deputy Captain Zhang Che have communicated with them. So naturally there is also a friend position. Li Xia at Zhou Yu. Brother Zhou, I am sorry to contact you for the Christmas event. I hope I didn't disturb you. Zhou Yu had known Li Xia's intentions through his previous contact with Li Bianqing, and even the decision he made after weighing the pros and cons. So in the past half an hour, he had actually been expecting Li Xia to find him. Seeing the message from the real owner, Zhou Yu was also relieved. It must be said that the bigger the team is, the more pressure it brings. It's not easy to be the boss. Zhou Yu, Master Xia, you are being estranged when you say that. I always remember that you were the channel owner of our 9527 area channel, and the city lord of Yanwang City. That period was really unforgettable. Li Xia, alas. Who said it wasn't? It's been so long. It's not that I don't want to contact you. It's just that I'm too busy. Zhou Yu, I understand. I understand. Aren't we the same? We all have heavy burdens on our shoulders. Although the two of them had their own ulterior motives. They still chatted for a while. Back to the topic. Li Xia, brother Zhou. I think you know the purpose of my coming this time. It's for the purple club fish in the hands of your silver hand team. Li Xia, I'm not afraid of being controlled by you. To be honest, this purple club fish is really important to me. I also hope that everyone in the silver hand can give it up. I will definitely give enough compensation to ensure that you are satisfied. That being said, who dares to control the number one person in a regional channel? And who can really control Li Xia with a weapon? Others may not know. But Zhou, you can understand? Li Xia was a ruthless person who obtained the manufacturing formula of the sand gun a long time ago and mass-produced sand guns for sale. The basic attack power of the purple club fish is 35. But Li Xia's sand gun is not much worse. What's more, who would be so desperate to control this number one person in the regional channel? But, in addition to wanting to hoard and profit from the purple club fish, Zhou Yu also had his own reasons. It was a last resort. I hope Li Xia won't think that the silver hand team is ripping people off. After thinking it over, Zhou Yu replied, Zhou Yu, Master Xia. If you had come 2 days earlier, I would have given you the purple club fish without hesitation. But now? Chapter 272. Faced with Zhou Yu's hesitation, Li Xia was puzzled. He knew that Zhou Yu, the captain of the silver hand, could lead a team and do it well. So he should not be stupid. I got the news from Li Bianqing and contacted him. And I said it straight to the point. Even without caring about the price. Logically speaking, it means that Li Xia is ready to bleed heavily. So why is Zhou Yu still not giving face? Li Xia, brother Zhou. Just say it directly. Is there any difficulty? Zhou Yu, alas. It is like this. Master Xia. If it is an ordinary purple club fish, even if it is a rare weapon fish, I will give it to you. It is not a big deal. Zhou Yu, but the problem is that Zhang Che, the vice captain of our team, was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the trick shooter some time ago, which combined melee weapons to act as arrows. And I got a weapon fusion device some time ago. Zhou Yu, the weapon fusion device can fuse the special properties of other weapons to the main weapon. Zhang Che took the bat stick and fused it with the purple club fish, and obtained the blood-sucking property. Zhou Yu, you know how rare the blood-sucking attribute is. The current purple club fish is a unique arrow that is extremely suitable for Zhang Che. Losing this arrow is like breaking one of his legs. Li Xia. Sly archer? Melee weapons can be used as arrows after binding? Weapon fusion device? Although I don't understand some of the details, I still listen carefully. Li Xia knows that the value of the purple club fish after using the weapon fusion device has not changed in his eyes. But in Zhang Che's eyes, the value has increased significantly. Moreover, the purple swinging fish is not Zhou Yu's, so it is not easy for him to make the decision. Whether this matter can be accomplished or not still depends on Zhang Che, the vice captain of the silver hand. After thinking about this, Li Xia directly replied, Li Xia, I roughly understand what you mean. I have never been a person who bullies others or robs others by force. But this time I am indeed well prepared. Li Xia, how about this? You let me have a detailed discussion with him. And whether it succeeds or not, I will make you my friend. How about that? Zhou Yu, okay. I will definitely believe what Master Xia says. Wait a moment. I'll let Zhang Che contact you directly. This time the waiting time was a bit long. During the 5 minutes, it seemed that Zhou Yu and Zhang Che were also communicating. Benefits. Value. Everyone has a scale in their heart. As long as the benefits are big enough. A purple club fish strengthened by a weapon fusion device can be abandoned. Ding! Ding! While thinking, there was a movement in the friend channel. It was obvious that it was a message from Zhang Che. It seems that Zhou Yu and Zhang Che have already reached an agreement. Okay. I'll meet you. Zhang Che, hello. Master Xia. Li Xia, hello. Captain Zhang. I haven't congratulated you on obtaining the inheritance of the trickster archer yet. Congratulations. Zhang Che, ha ha ha. Thank you. Master Xia. It's just an ordinary inheritance. Not a racial inheritance. How can it be compared with yours? Li Xia, Captain Zhang. Don't be so modest. Let's be frank. I really didn't know that the purple swinging fish was so important to you. But the purple swinging fish is also very important to me. Li Xia, you can ask for any conditions. As long as I can do it. Zhang Che, oh, that's serious. Zhang Che, let's put it this way. The conditions are all false. Bloodthirsty purple clubfish, click to view detailed information. The specific information of the purple clubfish is here. Of course, I want to make friends with you. Take a look. See how much it is worth. Zhang Che, to be honest. This bloodthirsty purple clubfish is more important to me than bloodthirsty. For a shooter, this weapon is not important at all. But for a tricky shooter, this weapon is really important. Li Xia, I know what you mean. Wait a minute. After Li Xia finished replying, he immediately clicked on the information to check. The basic attack is 35 points. After being strengthened by the weapon fusion device, the attribute of the item increases the basic attack by 10 points. In this way, the total attack power of this bloodthirsty purple clubfish is as high as 45 points. Not to mention the 3 passive skills of fish catch, corrosive toxins, and blood sucking, each of which is extremely valuable. No wonder. No wonder. As for the bloodthirsty purple clubfish in Zhang Che's hand, let alone Zhang Che himself, who is reluctant to give it to others. If it is a melee professional player, he will definitely not be able to move his eyes away. To some extent, the weapon fusion device is the enhancement of scarlet assimilation. Even just this bloodthirsty purple clubfish. To be honest, the effect is better than the main weapon in my hand, the scarlet sand gun. After thinking for a moment, Li Xia, to be honest, I don't want to take someone's love, but this purple clubfish is really important to me. So let's do this. Li Xia, grass sword, click to view details. Star Fury, click to view details. Enchanted sword, click to view details. I know that the value of a weapon is not as good as the bloodthirsty purple club swinging fish. Li Xia, these 3 are just the price of the weapon fusion device and the fused bat stick. Li Xia, bat stick, click to view detailed information. It just so happens that I also have a bat stick. I can also give you 10 sand guns and 10,000 sand bullets, as well as 5 sets of snow monster fur coats and 5 snow monster staffs, as a price for exchanging for the purple club swinging fish. Li Xia, with the bat stick, I think it should not be difficult for you to obtain the bloodthirsty attribute. With 3 powerful weapons, it may be more helpful for your trick shooter inheritance. As for the sand gun, snow monster fur coat, and snow monster staff, I think it should help you improve the overall strength of the entire Silverhand team. Li Xia, I can also make the decision and let your Silverhand sign an alliance contract with our Dawn Front. Please note that it is not the affiliated Team Dawn Sword, but the Dawn Front, which is jointly established by me, Li Bianqing, Su Hongdo, Wang Fugui, and Wang Sai. With only 5 people, Li Xia can give benefits. But you can't just give benefits. There is a mystery in Li Xia's words. I can give benefits, and it is much greater than you think. But if you don't agree, not only will you not get the above benefits, but you will also offend Dawn Front and Dawn Sword. Li Xia, Li Bianqing, Su Hongdo. These 3 are the 3 giants of the regional channel. Players in the 9527 regional channel would rather offend the 3 giants than anyone else. Not to mention offending 3 people at once. Zhang Che's thoughts were disrupted all of a sudden. On the one hand, it was because Li Xia's hand was huge. On the other hand, it was because he knew the price of not agreeing. And he just happened to not be ready to agree. Zhang Che, this is a serious matter. Master Xia, can you let me think about it for a moment? Li Xia, no problem. You can think about it. I'll wait for your news here. Zhang Che didn't dare to delay, knowing that the matter was of great importance and it would be easy to cause trouble. So he quickly contacted Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand. Zhang Che, captain. Zhou Yu, so? Have you and Li Xia reached an agreement? Is the price he offered suitable? Zhang Che, the price he offered was quite high. Not only did he give me the Star Fury sword, the enchanted sword, the grass sword, but he also gave me a bat stick, and also gave me a batch of sand guns, a snow monster staff, and a snow monster fur coat. Zhou Yu, from the price, we can see that Li Xia is determined to get it. Zhang Che, not only that, he also said that if we are willing to trade, their Dawn Front is willing to form an alliance with us. Zhou Yu, Zhang Che, the purple swinging fish is originally yours, and I can't make the decision, but I do have some ideas about this matter. Not to mention the importance of the alliance to our silver hand, and how serious the consequences will be if we offend the 3 regional channel giants in Dawnfront. Zhou, just the price that Li Xia offered. Especially the snow monster fur coat and the snow monster staff, as well as the sand gun, is enough to make our silver hand team even stronger. You also know that there are so many people in the logistics department, and we are in urgent need of this batch of first-tier equipment. Zhou, to say something inappropriate. Although the purple club fish has a basic attack power of 35 points. Didn't you say that? Li Xia also gave you a bat stick, which has a basic attack power of up to 36 points. Not to mention 3 magic weapons. Zhou, I have another weapon fusion device in my hand. At worst, I can give this one to you. You can choose one of the 3 magic weapons, and fuse it with an arrow that is more suitable for your trickster. Zhang Che, Captain. I understand what you mean. We can't afford to offend Li Xia. Not to mention that he is determined to get this purple club fish. And he can afford the price. You said these words again. And I know what to choose. With the bat stick in hand, I don't have to worry about the weapon not having the blood-sucking attribute after fusion. The value of the bloodthirsty purple club fish to me has also been reduced a lot. Zhang Che, it's a pity that the bloodthirsty purple clubbing fish's fishing effect is still quite useful. Zhou, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. At most, our team will gather again in the next few days to sweep the corrupted land. Try to fish a few more times, and catch another purple clubbing fish for you. Although Zhang Che knew that Zhou's words were somewhat comforting. At this point, facing the choice given by Li Xia, it seems that there is no choice, because this is not a multiple choice question. Could it be that he really offended Li Xia? Dawnfront, and the 3 giants of the regional channel because of an arrow? Zhang Che is not so stubborn. After thinking about this, Zhang Che, I figured it out. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm dead. It's just a purple club fish. Zhang Che, the inheritance of the trickster archer is like this. This transitional arrow will be replaced sooner or later. It's better to replace it early than late. At least now. By doing this deal with Li Xia, I, or our silver hand, can get a lot of extra benefits. Zhou, this is, indeed the truth. A batch of sand guns, snow monster staffs and snow monster fur coats will greatly help improve the overall strength of our team. Zhang Che, okay. Captain, I've made up my mind. I'll tell Li Xia now. Zhou, well, be polite. It's come to this point. Don't let your words go unpunished. Zhang Che, don't worry. I know what's going on. After the chat, Zhang Che contacted Li Xia immediately. Zhang Che, is Master Xia here? Li Xia, always here. Have you considered it? Zhang Che, of course I have considered it. Master Xia's offer is so generous. It's not like I'm asking you to give the purple clubbing fish away for free. This multiple choice question is not that difficult to choose. Li Xia, okay. Thank you very much. I'll remember your contribution. Zhang Che, thank you very much. Master Xia, I'll pass the purple clubbing fish to you now. By the way, what did you say before about the alliance between Dawnfront and Silver Hand? Li Xia, ha. Once this deal is done, I will contact Li Bianqing immediately and ask him to contact you as quickly as possible. I'm also putting this on hold. If I have any precious resources, or armor sets, magic weapons, or precious accessories for sale in the future, your Silver Hand team will have the priority to purchase them. Zhang Che, oh, thank you so much. Master Xia, the purple swinging fish has been sent to you now. Remember to check it? Li Xia, yes. I just received it. And all the resources I promised have been sent to you. Remember to check it and count it. Zhang Che, okay. Happy cooperation. Li Xia, happy cooperation. After finishing the chat, Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter and took out a half-human-length purple club swinging fish from it. And heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. After contacting Li Bianqing as soon as possible, Li Xia informed Li Bianqing about the alliance between the Silver Hand and the Dawnfront, and asked him to handle it as soon as possible. After finishing all this, Li Xia was about to sit down and admire the purple club swinging fish in his hand for a while, and suddenly thought of the weapon fusion device mentioned by Zhou, the captain of the Silver Hand. This is a good thing. There are still many undiscovered resources in the survival game, but it's a pity. If I had a weapon fusion device in my hand, it would be great. Just when I thought of this, I heard the sound of careless footsteps outside the shelter. Celia ran into the workshop with sweat on her forehead and said excitedly, "Godfather, an unexpected gain. I went out today. Godfather, guess what I got?" Chapter 273. Unexpected Harvest? Faced with Celia's questioning, Li Xia tried to test. What other good things can there be in the forest community? Could it be the evolution gold source? Celia. Oh! Celia stamped her feet and said, "Godfather, why are you like this? Is the evolution gold source an ordinary harvest? Today's harvest is not that big. But Xiao Shi too, and I did discover a withered world tree during our exploration adventure in the forest community. After entering the exploration, we gained a forest hunter inheritance and a gold source enemy monster capture candle. I was very happy today. After all, a gold source monster capturing a candle means a gold source. But after what you said, I suddenly felt that my harvest this time was not that great." "Ha ha!" Li Xia laughed loudly, stroked Celia's head and said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. This harvest is indeed very big. It's Godfather's fault. Then how are you going to compensate me?" "Godfather?" Celia looked at Li Xia eagerly and asked, "You can't just admit your mistakes so dryly." "Right. What's more, I have gained so much this time. I can be regarded as a hero of our shelter. Godfather, if you don't reward heroes, it will make me and Xiao Shi too feel disappointed." Li Xia patted his chest and promised generously. Celia has made such a big contribution, so she must be rewarded. "Tell me, what do you want?" Celia suggested. "Godfather, if you are free in the next few days, let's make dumplings together tonight." "No problem." Li Xia took the responsibility. "Let's not wait for a few days. Just tonight." "Ah? Didn't you say before that you would take us to explore other biomes today?" "What? We'll make dumplings and eat them while we explore?" "No." Li Xia shook his head and said, "We were originally planning to explore other biomes today. Didn't you get a golden source enemy capture candle? We'll use this golden source enemy capture candle first, and change the time for exploration to tomorrow morning. As for..." Li Xia glanced at the time and said, "It's almost 12 o'clock now, and we haven't had lunch yet. Celia, just cook something casually, and we'll have a good meal in the evening." "Okay." After Celia handed the golden source monster capture candle and the forest hunter inheritance to Li Xia, she rolled up her sleeves and rushed to the kitchen to get busy. The golden source monster capture candle is an old friend, and Li Xia is not unfamiliar with it. One golden source monster capture candle represents at least one first-level golden source. As for the other rewards after killing enemies, they are also very rich. Li Xia stored it in the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice, and then looked at the most important reward Celia got from this trip. Forest Hunter Heritage. The Forest Hunter Heritage is quite strange. From the effect of the Hunter's authority, it is completely unsuitable for group battles, and even less suitable for the current situation where enemies gather in groups. It can be said that in many occasions and many times, the hunting authority of the Forest Hunter does not play the role it should have. But, when the Forest Hunter inheritance is fighting alone, facing a large number of enemies, or even when the number of enemies is less than or equal to 3, it can exert a much stronger strength than the general inheritance. After all, this is a 15% increase in overall combat power. To put it simply, the Forest Hunter inheritance is only suitable for PvP and not for PvE. The most fundamental combat power improvement effect is not ideal and has great limitations. On the contrary, the hunting authority grants a meat shield earth bear that matches the player's level, which is quite good. At least, the earth bear is a pseudo-boss level summon. It must be said that the Forest Hunter is an inheritance with both side effects and positive effects. But for Li Xia, there is nothing to worry about. After all, no matter how good the Forest Hunter inheritance is, it is not as good as his own Scarlet Overlord inheritance. The reason why Li Xia is happy is that although each inheritance does not contain the power of faith, it contains rich power of authority without exception, which is why players can be reborn and grow into inheritors. And the true magic comp damaged version. If you want to upgrade your rank again and continue to recover your strength, then this Forest Hunter inheritance is the best supplement. Instead of listing it on the trading platform personal store and exchanging it for resources, it is better to feed the true magic comp damaged version. After all, the artifact will accompany you for a long time. Do it right away. Li Xia took out the true magic comp damage version and planned to feed it with the Forest Hunter Inheritance. Ding! Prompt: do you want to feed the item Forest Hunter Inheritance to the true magic comp damage version? It is expected that after swallowing the Forest Hunter Inheritance, the true magic comp damage version will be promoted to a second level artifact, and the title authority will be activated additionally. When Li Xia was feeding the Forest Hunter Inheritance, his only worry was one thing. That is, even if the true magic comp damage version swallowed the Forest Hunter Inheritance, could it meet the conditions for being promoted to a second level artifact? But now the system information explains clearly that a Forest Hunter Inheritance can turn the true magic comp damage version into a second level artifact, completely pushed to the level of a second level artifact. No more worries. And the expected consequences are gratifying. Li Xia naturally had no worries, and immediately fed the true magic comp damage version. Swish! Accompanied by a rustling sound. The prop Forest Hunter Inheritance in his hand seemed to be gnawed by a certain existence and gradually disappeared. One after another. The power of the original authority emitting golden light merged into the true magic comp damage version. Ding! True magic comp damage version. Now promoted to a second level artifact. Title Power 2 activated you on behalf. After hearing the system prompt, Li Xia quickly called up the panel data for viewing. Great! The newly unlocked title power. In a nutshell, water attribute magic is immune. As expected of an artifact, the effect is strong. With this effect alone, it has directly crushed countless magic weapons. Magic immunity? Although only water attribute magic can be immune, it is strong enough, which is a good sign. Li Xia even fantasized happily in his heart whether it would be possible to have all attributes of magic immunity in the later stage. If that day really came, any magician in front of him would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Level 2 3%. Can be swallowed. Li Xia took a look at the level progress bar and found that the Forest Hunter Inheritance, after feeding it to the true magic comp damage version, not only satisfied the experience required to upgrade to the second level artifact, but also gave an additional 3%. Li Xia calculated that if he could gain a few more inheritances or authority in the near future, then perhaps the third level artifact would be just around the corner. Woo woo! Li Xia raised the true magic comp damage version and blew it to his mouth. As the horn of the true magic comp damage version reverberated, a nada with a height of nearly 3 meters and a human hand and a snake body appeared in front of Li Xia. The nada was curvy, with only 2 jade bowl-like conch shells upside down on the plump upper body, showing off her perfect figure. The lower body was covered with fist-sized scales, and the slender tail supported the ground. It slowly crawled to Li Xia's side with its head held high, and bowed its head respectfully. Master. Li Xia. Damn it! Let's not talk about how the power of the summoned creature, the Nada tribe leader Pseudoboss, has evolved with the promotion of the artifact of the real magic comp damage version. Just 1 point. This 3-meter height. This voluptuous figure. This excellent appearance. This... I'm making a mistake. Li Xia looked at the Nada tribe leader Pseudoboss in front of him, who was well-behaved and had a hint of natural charm, and always felt like he was looking at an 8-foot-tall man. And it must be said that as the strength of the Naga tribe leader Pseudoboss increases, her voice is even more tempting. Wonderful! Li Xia looked up and looked at it intently. The summoned Naga tribe leader Pseudoboss level enemy monster has made great progress after being promoted to the second level with the blessing of the highest level of the title path. The active skill of the group attack system, Water Tornado, is a rare range plus continuous skill. As for the passive skill, Title Guardian, it gives the Naga tribe leader Pseudoboss a mage profession, strong magic value, and health value recovery. In terms of overall strength, Li Xia is still very satisfied with the Naga tribe leader Pseudoboss. But, in the weapon column, he is indeed using an outdated ice blade magic wand, which is not okay. While thinking, Li Xia opened the friend channel and contacted Wang Cai. Chapter 274. Forest Biome. Next to a small lake, there is a primary authority shelter. This is the base camp of Wang Cai, the inheritor of the Ice Magician. But, although the various shelter defense facilities in the primary authority shelter are exclusive to the Ice Magician, compared with ordinary players, they are definitely top-notch. But compared with Li Xia's primary authority shelter, there is a big gap in quantity, quality, and even power. This is understandable. After all, Wang Sai is just an ordinary inheritor. And he doesn't want to set up an intelligence network like Li Bianqing. So the resources at hand are not as good as Li Xia. And even compared with Li Bianqing, they are stretched. Of course, this degree of stretching is only compared with the top players in the regional channel. If it is compared with the first-tier players, then Wang Sai is now at the top of the first tier of the regional channel. Moreover, since he and Wang Fugue and Li Bianqing managed the Dawn Sword, a subsidiary team of the Dawn Front, he would receive some income resources every once in a while, which also helped him to build the blueprint of the shelter defense system in his mind. It can be said that during this period, he lived a happy life. Primary Authority Shelter. Living room. Wang Sai was eating. Ding! 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 3 consecutive system prompts made Wang Sai put down his bowl and chopsticks and call out the friend list. Because this was a special message prompt he set up specifically for Li Xia. He knew how important Li Xia was to his current prosperity. So naturally, he was very concerned about Li Xia. But Li Xia was also very busy on weekdays. And Wang Sai was also a smart man. Unless there was an emergency, he would not take the initiative to disturb Li Xia. But I didn't expect that today. Li Xia would take the initiative to find me and contact me. Li Xia Tsai. We are all in the same team. I won't beat around the bush. I will tell you straight to the point. Li Xia, it's like this. The Ice Blade Wand is outdated for me. As the descendant of an ice magician, what is the best weapon you can make now? Li Xia, if there is any stock now, I will buy one. I need it urgently. Wang Sai. Opportunity. Great opportunity. He never expected that Li Xia would find him this time to buy a special magic weapon that can only be made by the descendant of an ice magician. But? Buy. Don't be ridiculous. For other players, whether to sell or not, the price is naturally determined. But for Li Xia, how can he sell it? How can he make friends if he sells it? Of course he gave it away. It's just a magic weapon. If it was another type of magic weapon, Wang Sai might be shaken for a moment. But an ice magic weapon? Please! This is his specialty. Wang Sai, Master Xia. Just like you said, we are all in the same team. Since you have spoken, of course there is a magic weapon. Wang Sai, but what you said is a little wrong. What do you mean by selling? With our relationship, how can I accept your resources? Besides, an ice magic weapon is not a big deal for me. You know, there is no problem at all for me to give you one. Seeing this, Li Xia did not refuse. After all, Wang Sai is not someone else, but a member of the 5-member team of Dawn Front. Li Xia will not be polite to him no matter who he is polite to. Because Wang Sai is already a member of Li Xia's own small circle that he has deliberately managed. Be polite when you should. Being polite when you shouldn't will only make you feel distant. Remember all of this. And when you take him with you in the future, remember to give him some other benefits. Li Xia, okay. Then I won't be polite. There's no need to be polite to you. Given our relationship, being polite to you will only make you feel distant. Wang Sai, oh, that's right. That's the truth. Ha ha ha. Master Xia, you hit the nail on the head. Wang Sai, Ice Soul Magic Wand. Click here for details. This is the most powerful ice magic weapon that can be made after being promoted to the 3rd level. I have just said 2 of them through the friend transmission function. Please remember to check. Li Xia, didn't you say 1? Why did you give me 2? Wang Sai, oh, 1 or 2. It's the same to me. Master Xia can keep it as a backup. It's never a bad thing to have 1 more. Li Xia, okay. I'll remember it. By the way, many magic plants have matured in the courtyard of my shelter recently. And a batch of fruits that permanently increase the 4-dimensional attributes have matured. I remember that you haven't tasted a few of them. I'll give you a few later. Wang Sai, thank you. Master Xia. Li Xia, oh, I should thank you. After the chat, Li Xia did not choose to take out the Ice Soul Magic Rod from the core of the shelter, but took out 3 magic fruits from the primary authority storage box and sent them to Wang Sai. After all this, the matter came to a temporary end. Li Xia sat on the chair, took out the Ice Soul Magic Rod from the core of the shelter, and looked at it intently. The active attack skill of the Ice Soul Magic Rod is a single powerful attack of the instant type, and it also has a fixed frost debuff effect with good damage. The passive skill of the Ice Soul Magic Wand, Frostfall, is a very good passive skill for a mage. Not to mention, the Ice Soul Magic Wand also has 3 major entries: Spirit plus 6, Ice Magic Chanting Time minus 30%, Ice Magic Damage plus 10%. These 3 entries further enhance the power of ice magic. It is definitely an excellent ice magic weapon. Seeing this, Li Xian nodded slightly. Wang has good talent. According to the notes of the Ice Soul Magic Wand, we can see a clue. The Ice Soul Magic Wand should not be so strong in its original form. The Frostfall magic rune should be integrated later. Otherwise, there should not be an extra passive skill. Li Xian picked up another Ice Soul Magic Rod and checked it. It turned out that it was true. Not every Ice Soul Magic Rod had the passive skill Frostfall. Obviously, it was not easy for Wang Cai to make an Ice Soul Magic Rod with Frostfall. Not bad. Wang Cai is thoughtful. Li Xian nodded slightly, and then equipped the Ice Soul Magic Rod with the passive skill Frostfall in the weapon column of the second-level Naga Tribe Leader Pseudo-Boss summon. Now, with the blessing of the Ice Soul Magic Rod, the strength of the Naga Tribe Leader Pseudo-Boss has been greatly improved. Godfather, it's time to eat. With Celia shout, Li Xian stopped working and took a short break after lunch, because the sand block inventory of the shelter was empty. Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle were teleported to the desert biome through the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower to dig for reserves. Li Xian was not idle either. He brought the Golden Source Enemy Capture Candle and came to a hillside outside the shelter with wings on his back. After landing, Li Xian took out the Golden Source Enemy Capture Candle from the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack and whispered, "Use it." With Li Xian's call, the Golden Source Enemy Capture Candle burned automatically, as the white wax was melted by the flame. Wisps of lavender smoke lingered in the air above the mountain. Li Xian immediately entered combat mode the moment the Golden Source Enemy Capture Candle burned. He took out the Scarlet Slime Staff and waved it to summon 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warriors, pseudobosses, to defend and alert the surroundings. Woo woo woo! Accompanied by the true magic comp damaged version. The horn sounded. The second-level Naga Tribe Leader, the pseudoboss, also appeared in front of him. The 4 pseudoboss level summons were eagerly waiting for the upcoming Gold Source type enemy monster. Not to mention that it was just a Gold Source type enemy monster that was 1 level weaker than the pseudoboss. With this lineup, even if a 4th level pseudoboss level came, the end would only be a dead end. Li Xian's current strength is no longer the same as before. In the current situation, perhaps he doesn't need to take action personally, but his summons can easily deal with this situation. As the last drop of wax of the candle captured by the Golden Source monster was burned, the last wisp of light purple smoke floated into the air. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. From the horizon, a Golden Source type monster that Li Xian had been thinking about also floated over. The strength of the Golden Source type monster was just as Li Xian had expected. While it was far stronger than the General Captain level monster, it was also weaker than the pseudo-boss level monster. Zzzzz. The Golden Cataract Eyes stared at the light purple smoke lingering over the hillside with great desire, and let out an urgent roar. But his body instinctively stayed far away, looking at the 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warriors and pseudobosses, and a Naga Tribe Chief and pseudoboss, who were waiting in full battle array under Li Xian with a little fear. However, before Golden Cataract Eyes could get tangled up, Li Xian didn't have so much time to stay here with it. Li Xian waved his hand and said lightly, "Kill it!" Following Li Xian's order, the 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warriors and pseudobosses, and a Naga Tribe Chief and pseudoboss rushed towards Golden Cataract Eyes like arrows breaking through the air. Swish! Bang! Boom! The release of various skills by both sides exploded in the air. Unfortunately, even if Golden Cataract Eye used all his strength to summon no less than 24th level Demon Eye Captain's minions in the first time, he was still no match for the lineup of 4 pseudo-boss level monsters. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Golden Cataract Eye's health value receded like a flood, accompanied by a sword energy from the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior, pseudo-boss. Zzz. Golden Cataract Eye's health instantly dropped to the bottom, and he uttered a whine, looking at the lavender smoke on the hillside with great reluctance. Then, with a bang, his huge body fell to the ground powerlessly. Ding! Successfully killed the 4th level special Golden Cataract Eye Captain, and obtained 1st level Gold Source X1, Skill Book Laser Ray X1, Gold Ingot X200, Platinum Ingot X200, Endurance Potion X1, Healing Potion X3. Weapon Stripper X1. Chapter 275. Weapon Stripper? Li Xiao muttered with a suspicious look on his face. He then came to his senses and waved his hand to pierce all the light balls of different colors floating in the air and put them in his pocket. This time, he killed the gold source type monster, and other resources, including the first level gold source, were all expected. Only, the last weapon stripper, Li Xiao had never seen it, or even heard of it. On the contrary, when he was communicating with Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand, he heard him say that he had obtained a weapon fusion device, and even he had been envious of its effect for a long time. Now, he killed the enemy monster and got a weapon stripper, which naturally aroused Li Xiao's curiosity. Is that so? Li Xiao half closed his eyes, and suddenly realized. Weapon fusion is a good thing. If used properly, it is equivalent to giving a magic weapon and an extra skill out of thin air. However, Li Xiao also understood that although the weapon fusion and weapon stripper look similar, and even the effects are almost the same, there is still a big difference between the two, because the weapon stripper simply adds a skill to another weapon, and does not change the other values of this magic weapon. But the weapon fusion is different. After checking the panel data of the bloodthirsty purple clubfish, Li Xiao already understood that the weapon fusion can not only add additional skills, but also give the main magic weapon certain attribute blessings, which is an effect that the weapon stripper does not have. It seems, the weapon fusion is more like an advanced resource for the weapon stripper. However, the weapon stripper is still a good item. Li Xiao carefully examined the weapon stripper in his hand, and had already made a plan in his mind. So far, the most frequently used weapon in his hand is the Scarlet Sand Gun. But, no matter how good the sand gun is, as the game progresses, it will eventually be eliminated by me. Even the Scarlet Wind Blade Wing, which I think I can rely on now, will probably be updated in the future. Only, Li Xiao raised his head. Only the Scarlet Slime Staff and the Artifact True Magic Conk damaged version. These two magic weapons cannot be abandoned actively or passively as the game progresses. After all, the Scarlet Slime Staff is the only weapon with growth attributes in the entire survival game. As for the True Magic Conk damaged version, the quality of the artifact and the restrictions of the binding make it impossible for me to abandon it. However, the True Magic Conk damaged version, it is a divine weapon, which exceeds the capability of the weapon stripper. In this way, only the Scarlet Slime Staff can match the weapon stripper. But what skill of what weapon should be stripped? Thinking of this, Li Xiao had a headache again. If this is done well, the combat power will be increased by 30%. But if it is not done well, it will be a waste. After thinking for a while, Li Xiao had a plan in mind. First, as a magic weapon that can grow, the Scarlet Slime Staff. I don't know whether the skills added by using the weapon stripper can have the property of growth. So when choosing skills, this condition must be taken into consideration. Second, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Pseudoboss that the Scarlet Slime Staff can summon is not inferior to the real Magic Conk damage version. Therefore, when choosing skills, you don't need to consider choosing another skill that summons enemy monsters, which is just superfluous. Third, the Scarlet Slime Staff is indeed a weapon that can grow, but it is not the weapon that Li Xiao usually uses the most, because when facing a large number of enemy monsters, Li Xiao's favorite is the shooter skills that he has habitually used since the Advent series survival game. So the weapon he uses is naturally the Scarlet Sand Gun, the magic weapon of the first echelon of the shooter profession on the market. It is precisely because of this consideration that the skills added to the Scarlet Slime Staff cannot be comprehensive, but need to be specialized. Because when he took out the Scarlet Slime Staff, regardless of the situation he faced, he must have hoped that the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron he summoned would be stronger. In this way, the skills that are not for summoning enemy monsters, but for focusing on improving the strength of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Pseudoboss, are what he needs to consider now. After the scope is reduced to such a small size, the number of magic weapons that can be considered is naturally small. Li Xiao found the answer after searching in the primary authority storage box for a while. The whip is a magic weapon exclusively for summoners in the unconventional formula series of the jungle biome. Unlike other summoner magic weapons, the whip's skill is not to summon enemies, but to focus on improving the strength of the summoned creatures. Passive skill, Jungle Fury. Each attack has a fixed Jungle Fury buff. The attack speed of the user and the summoned creatures is increased by 12%. And the duration is 3 seconds. A single attack can continue to refresh the Jungle Fury buff. Passive skill. Poison attacks are fixed with poison debuff. 12 damage per second. Lasting 7 seconds. Passive skill. Thorns increases the damage of the user and summon creatures by 6%. The 3 major skills are all passive skills. After checking them one by one, Li Xia first ruled out the passive skill poison. This kind of skill is nothing more than icing on the cake. As long as you are willing to spend resources. Swallowing a bottle of poison potion in each battle can achieve the same effect, without wasting such an important weapon stripper. As for Thorns and Jungle Fury, Li Xia decided to choose Jungle Fury after thinking for a while. Because Thorns can only increase the damage of the user and summon creatures by 6%. But Jungle Fury can increase it by 12% if used properly, which is twice the effect of Thorns. There is no reason not to choose Jungle Fury. After thinking about it, Li Xia has nothing to worry about, and immediately uses the weapon stripper to strip the passive skill Jungle Fury of the Thorn Whip. As the weapon fusion device turned into a pool of mucus and actively attached to the Thorn Whip, only a system prompt sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Using the weapon fusion device to strip the Thorn Whip skill Jungle Fury, the player has now obtained the passive skill Jungle Fury, which can be integrated into other magic weapons. Note, except artifacts. Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief, took out the Scarlet Slime Staff, and integrated the strip passive skill Jungle Fury into it. Ding! Congratulations to the player, obtaining the Scarlet Slime Staff. Scarlet Slime Staff? It's quite interesting. Li Xia couldn't wait to call up the panel data and looked at it intently. After checking it out, Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately waved the wind blade wings, came to the outside of the shelter courtyard, and found a group of leisurely wandering yellow slimes to conduct experiments. Swish! As Li Xia waved, an armed scarlet spiked slime Baron warrior pseudoboss appeared beside him. Go! As the armed scarlet spiked slime Baron warrior pseudoboss took the initiative to attack, Li Xia also observed secretly, and found that every time the armed scarlet spiked slime Baron attacked, it would gain the jungle rage buff, and then refresh this kind of buff regularly. In addition, the current attack speed of the armed scarlet spiked slime Baron is not low, which makes it feel like a perpetual motion machine. In this way, the 12% increased attack speed is naturally converted into 12% combat power. Excellent! Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction, and then waited for a moment. After the armed scarlet spiked slime Baron killed the enemy monsters, he packed up and returned to the shelter. After finishing everything, Li Xia naturally had little to do. He decided to go to the Diamond Barrier biome tomorrow, and promised Celia to make dumplings tonight. He naturally had to cook by himself. As he had nothing to do, Li Xia came to the kitchen and started to work. It was past 6 in the afternoon. Dust began to cover the earth. The blood moon hanging in the sky began to emit a faint bloody glow. Swoosh! In the courtyard of the shelter, as a teleportation-like curtain unfolded, Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle returned in a dusty state. Godfather! As soon as Celia came back, she rushed around the shelter to find Li Xia. Her call seemed to make the entire shelter more lively. When Celia saw Li Xia, not only were the dumplings wrapped, but the first pot of dumplings was already cooked and ready to be served. Wow! Great! Celia hurriedly washed up, and then picked up the bowls and chopsticks to prepare for the table. The two chatted while eating. Li Xia asked curiously, Celia, didn't I ask you to go to the desert biome to dig some sand blocks for emergency use? Why are you back now? Look at your pocket watch. How many hours have you been gone? Godfather, this is not my fault. I wanted to find it back. But do you know what I saw in the desert community? Celia's serious tone made Li Xia pause, and then asked, What? What did you see? TSK. Celia shook her head and said with emotion, I actually saw an oasis eroded by the power of corruption in the desert community, and a world devourer has been born on this oasis. What? You are telling the truth? Li Xia frowned and asked. Celia said dissatisfiedly, Godfather, when have I ever lied to you? Li Xia nodded silently. The world devourer, the lord of corruption, Mo Luochen, did not touch the corrupted land of large special biological communities at the beginning, but instead embarked on the path of building his own biological community. How come now? Even the desert biological community has the power of corruption? What is Mo Luochen doing? Chapter 276. Seeing that the information she had collected seemed very important, Celia quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, and told Li Xia everything about her experience with sky-breaking gargoyle in the desert biome today, hoping that it would be helpful. Finally, she said, I was also surprised when I found that the place had become a corrupted environment. And even when Little Stone and I were killing the World Devourer and destroying the corrupted land, the enemies in the desert biome that were originally watching came up to help. After seeing this scene, I did not kill these enemies who helped after killing the World Devourer. What? Li Xia was shocked when he heard this. You mean? The enemies such as the scavenger vultures that originally existed in the desert biome not only did not attack you, but also helped you attack the World Devourer? Yes. These enemies were obviously not strong enough, but they rushed up all at once and killed a large number of them, Celia said confidently. After hearing this, Li Xia roughly understood what was going on. First, what the World Devourer corruption overlord Mo Luochen did in the desert biome was intolerable for the desert biome, a large conventional biome, and even the core of the biome had taken the initiative to attack. That means that Mo Luochen's actions are harmful to the desert biome, or at least have no benefits. But for Mo Luochen, there will probably be many benefits. By eroding other biomes with the power of corruption, more original power can be obtained, and the strength can be improved faster. I guess Mo Luochen is thinking this, right? However, Li Xia can't do anything about this matter. If he is forced into a corner, I guess the desert biome will hold activities like the forest biome, and let the players deal with it together, right? Even if he didn't make a move, it didn't matter, because looking at the current situation, the erosion of the corrupt power has just begun. Li Xia doesn't believe that a large conventional biological community will not have any means to hide. He didn't plan to change his schedule, but wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Wait until things are clear, and wait until his strength is improved again. Thinking of this, Li Xia said, Okay, Celia, I roughly understand. Pay more attention to this information in the future, whether it is a forest biological community or other biological communities. Once there is something unusual, especially related to the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Yeah. Celia nodded heavily. After finishing the meal, the two fell asleep one after another, and washed up early the next morning. The three-person team gathered in the courtyard of the shelter, and prepared to go to the diamond barrier. At present, even Li Xia, the #1 player in the regional channel, has a huge demand for diamonds, not to mention other players. It is precisely because of this that this trip to the diamond barrier is even more necessary. He didn't want to slow down Su Hongdo's development progress because of himself. After all, it was not an easy thing for Su Hongdo to always give himself the diamonds produced by the core of the small special biological community gem mine biological community. This trip to the diamond barrier is a great opportunity to collect diamonds. Adhering to this concept, Li Xia took a deep breath of the morning air with dew. With a hissing sound, the diamond barrier challenge letter was successfully activated, and a colorful light curtain slowly unfolded in front of everyone, and the three-person team entered one after another. Gaze. Diamond barrier. In the depths of the deep mine, the tunnels crisscrossed, and it was so quiet that even the sound of one's own breathing could be heard. The teleportation light curtain slowly unfolded, and the three-person team filed out. After Li Xia stood firm, he looked around. He found that the location where the three-person team was teleporting at the moment was in the mine. What's the situation? Wasn't it agreed to be a diamond barrier? How come there is no difference between it and the gem mine? Li Xia was a little puzzled when he saw the terrain. However, it should be said that inside the mine, the diamond gems that are extremely precious in the outside world are now directly exposed from the surrounding rock walls and are within easy reach. It was as if in the diamond barrier, diamond gems were just the most common stones, and there was no difference. The light projected from outside the mine pit, after being conducted by the diamonds around it, made the inside of the mine pit as bright as day. This level of light did not even require the use of torches for lighting, allowing players to explore and adventure normally. Huh? Li Xia sniffed the stale air in the mine cave with his nose, feeling a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, the air was not toxic and did not harm the human body. Generally speaking, the diamond barrier was still very similar to the gem mine cave. At least for now, Li Xia did not find any difference. There are many tunnels deep in the mine, and there is little light inside, but there is bright light outside the mine. So Li Xia plans to explore the direction of the sun later. However, during this period, Li Xia still has one thing to do, which is to experiment with the difficulty of digging diamonds to determine whether this trip is mainly for killing monsters or digging diamonds. Either method is actually fine. The main thing is to see which method can collect diamonds faster. Seeing this, Li Xia took out the Death Messenger pickaxe and came to the exposed diamond rock wall. Bang! 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 A dull knocking sound rang out in the mine. Successfully excavated ore. Obtained diamonds x3. Not bad. Li Xia nodded silently. In less than 30 seconds, 3 diamonds were collected. Looking at the inside of the mine, the number of diamonds exposed outside the rock was definitely not small. Even if Li Xia did not go out to explore, he would continue to dig inside the mine. It would not be a problem to dig for 24 hours. But it won't work. Li Xia hasn't tried the diamonds he gets after killing enemies. Besides, the diamond barrier is a small special biological community that is rarer than the general gem mine. He doesn't want to just dig in a mine after finally coming here. Thinking of this, Li Xia put away the Deathbringer pickaxe, turned his head and said, "Let's go and take a look around." Adhering to the principle of sharpening the knife before chopping wood, Li Xia led the 3-person team towards the direction where the sunlight was projected. The feet stepped on the rugged path. There were a lot of gravels, and the sunlight projected by the diamonds was too dazzling. Li Xia and others all put on a pair of sunglasses made of black crystals. A quarter of an hour later, the 3-person team finally came to the outside of the mine, saw the sunlight, and also saw the general picture of the diamond barrier. The gem mine cave is a mine cave, which is no different from a coal mine. But the diamond barrier is different. Across from their site is a huge barrier formed by densely packed mine caves. The roars of enemies could be heard from many mines. I guess the topography of my side is no different from that of the other side. Inside the huge wall of mines on all 4 sides is a huge abyss with no bottom. There is a narrow path outside each mine, connecting the mines. If you want to explore the diamond wall, there is only this one path. The idea of the 3-person team to fly to the other side through the wind blade wing is probably not feasible. After all, the distance between the 2 walls is at least 15 minutes of flight. Once the flight time is over, all that awaits them is falling into the bottomless abyss. There is no need to take such a risk. Celia asked. "Godfather, where are we going to explore?" Li Xia said. "Let's follow this narrow path and explore the various mines one by one. To be honest, there are not many ways and routes to explore adventures in Diamond Wall. This place is like a bee's nest made of diamonds and mines. In the depth, there is a sense of crisis." The 3-person team walked along the narrow path. But they were not too careful, because even if they fell down, they could use accessories such as wind blade wings and multi-step jump to get back to the narrow path. 5 minutes later, the 3-man team arrived at the adjacent mine. Li Xia took the lead and walked in front. Roar! Before they got close, they heard a roar from inside the mine. Li Xia immediately took out the scarlet sand gun and prepared for battle. Glancing sideways into the mine, Li Xia found a group of giants of different sizes, but all made of diamonds. For players at this stage, the Diamond Elemental Giant is not only an enemy of a higher level, but also strong enough. The 4 active skills, including the 4 passive skills, all have strong combat enhancement intentions. In battle, the combat power of the Diamond Elemental Giant will be doubled, which is not surprising. Moreover, Diamond Elemental Giants never appear alone. Li Xia saw more than 100 of them in this mine alone. It would be a bit tricky for ordinary players to encounter such a situation, but it was not that difficult for Li Xia. Li Xia took out a bottle of summoning potion from the magic backpack of the Murloc priest and drank it. Ding! Summoning bar limit +1. Duration 8 minutes. Swoosh! 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 Li Xia waved his hand to summon 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior pseudobosses, and then took out the 2nd level True Magic Comp Damage version. Woo woo woo! Accompanied by the horn sound of the True Magic Comp Damage version, the 2nd level Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss also appeared in front of Li Xia. Although the Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss was only the 2nd level, he was still very powerful for the True Magic Comp Damage version that controlled the highest level of the title path. For the moment, the strength of the Naga Tribe Leader, the pseudoboss, is no different from that of an ordinary 4th level enemy. 5 pseudo-boss level enemy summons appeared beside Li Xia, and he felt safe. At this moment, the appearance of pseudo-boss enemy summons obviously alarmed the diamond element giant inside the mine. Li Xia waved his hand. Celia, Little Stone, you two form a team and attack with all your strength. Sky-breaking gargoyle, yes. Commander. Celia, Godfather. Just watch. The three-man team quickly entered the mine, with 5 pseudo-boss level summons in front of them, and the battle was about to start. Swish. Boom. Snap. A series of skill light effects of different colors resounded throughout the mine. The 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warriors, pseudo-bosses, became more and more courageous under the blessing of the jungle's wrath. Although the Naga tribe leader, pseudo-boss, had fewer skills, his attack power was not weak at all. Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle have already mastered the cooperation. At this moment, they are flying to another rock wall, widening the gap with Li Xia and forming a second battlefield. Swish. 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 Li Xia's arrows are always accurate, and active attack skills such as Scarlet Crystal Strike and Scarlet Heavy Strike are frequently used. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Diamond Element Giant Captain, and obtained Diamond Gems X30, Iron Potion X1, and Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Diamond Element Giant Captain, and obtained Diamond Gems X30, Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Diamond Element Giant Elite, and obtained Diamond Quantity X20, Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll X1, Danger Perception Potion X1, and Scarlet Points X250. Chapter 277. A crushing battle broke out in one of the countless mines in the Diamond Barrier. The crushed party was naturally the native enemy monster that lived in the Diamond Barrier biological community. Diamond Elemental Giant. The fierce fighting sound even alarmed the surrounding enemy monsters. The Diamond Barrier, which was originally silent and dead, was now filled with the roars of the Diamond Elemental Giant. The roars, blessed by the huge and bottomless abyss in the center of the Diamond Barrier, became like thunder that resounded through the sky. Swoosh. Bang. Boom. There was only one Diamond Elemental Giant left alive in the Diamond Barrier. When it tried to resist, a wave of concentrated fire from the 3-man team completely took away the life of the Diamond Elemental Giant Captain. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Diamond Elemental Giant Captain, and obtained Diamond Gems X30, Scarlet Points X300. Li Xia didn't care about the restlessness and roar of the Diamond Elemental Giants in the mines on both sides of the Diamond Barrier. Instead, he quickly reviewed the battle situation in his mind. After adding the passive skill of Jungle Fury, the combat power of the summoned armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Pseudoboss increased by at least 12%. With the addition of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron that can be summoned now has 3 professions: Mage, Warrior, and Shooter. So Li Xia has no shortage of output and meet shield in any combat environment. This was also well demonstrated in the battle just now. After drinking the summoning potion, the 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warriors and pseudoboss enemies summoned can form an indestructible line of defense between Li Xia and the player. In addition, the 2nd level Naga tribe leader pseudoboss summoned by the real magic comp damage version adds a bit of combat power, as well as the battle plan that can be chosen when facing a battle. Godfather, I checked the small path outside. Although the battle just now was quite noisy, even the Diamond Element Giant in the nearest mine in front was alarmed and roared. But the Diamond Element Giant did not leave the mine. We don't have to worry about facing continuous fighting. Perhaps this is the inherent mechanism of the Diamond Elemental Giant enemy in the Diamond Barrier biome. Celia ran into the mine from the path and stood beside Li Xia to explain. Li Xia did not comment on it. At present, this result is considered excellent. In this way, after destroying each mine, there will be enough time for the 3-person team to recover and adjust their thinking. Since the Diamond Elemental Giant cannot leave the mine, it will be easier to deal with it. Li Xia paused and continued, let's take a short break now. Godfather, I found an interesting drop while killing the enemy just now. Let me check it out first. Okay. Celia nodded obediently and sensibly, then sat on a raised stone nearby, raised her head, and drank a bottle of magic potion to replenish her status. Li Xia's summon potion had expired at this moment, and he waved his hand to let 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron warrior pseudobosses and a 2nd level Naga tribe leader pseudoboss stay where they were. Li Xia sat on the ground, took out magic potions from the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack to replenish his status, and then checked the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack again and took out the Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll. Plane Coordinate Scroll is easy to understand. Probably something similar to the Biome Invitation Letter and Biome Challenge Letter? But what the hell is the Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll? When seeing the name of this dropped item, Li Xia subconsciously remembered the scene when the three-person team went to the ice and snow biome and accidentally entered the little snow monster plane. Could it be? This is the faith plane of another god's family? Is it similar to the Yeti plane and Atlantis? If so, the intrinsic value represented by this Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll is immeasurable. After all, I obtained the artifact True Magic Comp Damaged version in the faith plane of the Fishmen and Naga. If, thinking of this, Li Xia's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and he couldn't wait to look at it intently. After checking, Li Xia nodded slightly, his eyes thoughtful. Unexpectedly, the use conditions of the Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll are still limited. Players must be in the jungle biome to use the Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll normally. In this case, the gods and clans in the Honey Faith Plane must also be closely related to the jungle biome. Right? After all, this is not the first time Li Xia has entered the Faith Plane, and the corresponding relationship between the biome and the Faith Plane is still clear in his mind. After figuring this out, Li Xia made up his mind that if there was a chance, he would definitely enter the Honey Faith Plane to explore as soon as possible next time. It would be best to get another artifact, Li Xia thought to himself. Even if I am now bound to the True Magic Comp Damaged version, and cannot use another artifact again, don't I still have Celia? Even if this artifact is not suitable for Celia, it can be used as feeding material to quickly upgrade the grade of the True Magic Comp Damaged version by several levels. No matter what, it's not a loss. After storing the Honey Plane Coordinate Scroll in the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, Li Xia packed up everything and stood up and said, "Celia, Little Stone, let's go. We are in a hurry next time." Although more than 100 diamond elemental giants were killed in this mine this time, the number of captain-level giants was not large, but the most were ordinary and elite levels. In total, nearly 1,500 diamonds were harvested. If he had obtained such a large number of diamonds on weekdays, Li Xia would definitely be very happy. But the question is, where is this? This is in the Diamond Barrier biome. This may be the best chance for Li Xia to obtain diamond gems at this stage. And it is also an easy way. If he cannot harvest enough diamonds this time, it will definitely delay the development of the subsequent shelter. So no matter how many diamonds there are, it is definitely not too much for Li Xia. The three-person team continued to move forward. In this layer, they swept the mines in front of them one by one, killing the diamond elemental giants as soon as they saw them, killing them selflessly. Similarly, the number of diamond gems was also increasing rapidly. 6 hours later, the mines on this level had been completely cleared. The three-man team almost circled the path on this level of the mines. "Godfather, what should we do next?" Celia asked when she saw that all the diamond element giants on this level had been killed. "What should we do?" Li Xia looked up and down at the abyss outside, thinking, if our three-man team has less than an hour to explore the diamond community, then it is reasonable to go to the mines to dig for diamonds. But now there are still 16 hours. Too much time. And it would be a huge waste to waste it like this. Li Xia said, since this layer is gone, let's use the wind blade wings, frost flower boots, and horseshoe balloons to try to fly to the mine on the next layer to explore. Okay. Celia nodded and was about to jump out when she was stopped by Li Xia. Celia, although we have the horseshoe balloons, we will not be hurt no matter how high we fall. But after all, there's a bottomless abyss outside, and we don't even know if there is a regular ground in this abyss. So remember to be careful, and don't be careless. Don't fall into the abyss. Faced with Li Xia's caution, Celia naturally took it to heart, and nodded in agreement. Huh? Celia, Li Xia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle all grew wings on their backs. The difference is that Celia and Li Xia's wings are mostly feather white, with only scarlet embellishments around the wings, while Skybreaking Gargoyle, as the ultimate intelligent weapon, has inherited the Skybreaking Archer, and its racial talent is flying, so its wings are 2 stone wings as long as a person. Among the 3-person team, only the Skybreaking Gargoyle has no strict limit on its flight time. It is precisely because of this that the most suitable pioneer to explore the path into the tunnel of the next level is none other than the sky-breaking gargoyle. Go! Be careful! Li Xia rushed to the sky-breaking gargoyle and ordered. Yes, Commander. The sky-breaking gargoyle nodded after hearing this, and then spread its wings steadily, flew down nearly 100 meters, and landed steadily in the tunnel of the next level. There were no enemies in the tunnels around, but there were mines around. However, the diamond element giant could only stay in the mines and could not escape, so it was considered safe. The sky-breaking gargoyle did not have to bother killing the enemies again to create a safe environment. As Li Xia's servant, the sky-breaking gargoyle could communicate with each other even at a distance. So after checking the safety of the surrounding area, the sky-breaking gargoyle informed Li Xia that everything was normal and he could fly down. After getting the accurate information from the sky-breaking gargoyle, Li Xia turned his head and said, Celia, let's go! Celia nodded upon hearing this. Hey! Who? The two of them flapped their wings and fell rapidly, 100 meters away. In a moment, with the flapping of wings, Li Xia stepped steadily into the tunnel of the next level. The three-man team successfully met in the tunnel of the lower level. After a little adjustment, the three-man team, led by Li Xia, slaughtered the diamond element giants in the mines in the surrounding area along the narrow path. However, although the number of mines is roughly the same, the strength of the diamond element giant enemy monster group inside each mine is quite different when it drops one level. If the captain level diamond elemental giants in the mines on the previous level only accounted for a quarter of the entire enemy group, then in the mines on this level, the captain level diamond elemental giants can account for a third of the number. But correspondingly, in many mines on this level, a small half of them do not even have a diamond elemental giant. In terms of the number of diamond elemental giant enemy monsters, the number is about a quarter less. So the three-person team sweeping journey is getting faster and faster. Moreover, in this layer of the mine, there are more captain-level diamond elemental giants, even though the number of diamond elemental giants is less than that of the previous layer of the mine. The total income obtained after killing them is slightly higher than that of the previous layer of the mine. It took 4 hours to kill all the diamond elemental giants in this layer of the mine. Although no good resources were obtained, nearly 1,800 diamonds were obtained at most. This wave is not a loss in any way. In the next trip, after gaining experience, it is natural to take the initiative to move to the next layer again. As the mines they descended into got lower and lower, the strength of the diamond element giants grew. It seemed that the lower the mines in the diamond wall, the stronger the diamond element giants. The three-man team went on adventures in the diamond wall, killing diamond element giants over and over again. Apart from accidentally getting a diamond treasure chest that gave them an extra 3,000 diamonds, they didn't get anything unexpected. 8 hours later, at this time, the three-person team had been exploring the diamond barrier for a total of 20 hours. The three-person team not only killed many diamond elemental giants, but also collected enough diamonds to upgrade the current shelter's defense facilities, supply their own Scarlet Fury slime staff needs, and even supply some diamond resources to Su Hongdo. It can be said to be a great harvest. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. In the future, Li Xia will never delay the upgrade of the shelter's defense system and the steady growth of his own strength due to the scarcity of diamonds. He will even have the spare capacity to supply a part of the diamonds to other players. Inside the mine, swoosh, boom, pa. As the skill stopped, the diamond element giants inside the mine were also killed. During the exploration of the diamond barrier, the three-man team always killed all the diamond element giants visible to the naked eye at the outermost part of the mine. The three-man team always ignored the rugged and complex tunnels inside. However, this time, I am afraid that I can't ignore it, because the three-man team actually heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the tunnel in this mine. Come on! Come on! Era changes. Even gods cannot resist. The only thing I have is the diamond barrier, which cannot be destroyed with me in this biological community. My way of gods, my life artifact, are all here. Come on! Come on! The call was vague, like a dream. Li Xia's ears moved slightly, and he was shocked when he heard what the voice said. Life artifact? Way of gods? Chapter 278. Inside the deep diamond barrier, under the shining light of diamonds, Li Xia's face was bright and dark. He turned his head quickly and asked, Celia, Little Stone, did you all hear strange noises? Celia nodded with a serious expression. Yes. Godfather. I heard it. But things are strange. I think we should be careful. Yes, Commander. I heard it too. The sky-breaking gargoyle paused and said, and I agree with Miss Celia's point of view. These noises are too strange. I'm afraid there are traps. Li Xian nodded slightly when he heard this. Of course I know. How can it be so good? Why did this voice come at this time instead of earlier or later? In fact, Li Xian had one more thing in his mind that he had not said. That is, when he was in Atlantis, the plane of fish people's belief, he saw the two sides of the gods and statues, and understood a truth, that not all gods are our own people in a broad sense. So, even if the owner of this voice is really a god promoted from the top powerhouse in the survival game of the last era, it is hard to say whether it is our own people or not. Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. Li Xian said, that's right. But, whether it's the natal artifact or the way of the gods, it's a very meaningful strategic resource for the players of the current survival game. At this stage, the player's level is only the 3rd level at most. Just like Li Xian. If they can get an artifact at this time, it will definitely be a big upgrade. Li Xian himself has the natal artifact, the real magic conch damaged version. But Celia doesn't have it yet. This kind of opportunity, which is not considered an opportunity, must not be missed even if you know it is likely to be a trap. Li Xian turned his head and stared into the abyss. Looking at the dark abyss, listening to the low hum in his ear, he determined which layer of the mine pit the sound came from. But the sound was too vague, as if someone was talking directly in his ear, and he couldn't tell the exact location at all. Li Xian looked around at everyone and said, Little Stone, you fly down and carefully scout each layer of the mine pit. If you find the specific layer, notify me as soon as possible. Yes, Commander. The sky-breaking gargoyle nodded solemnly, then spread his wings, flew in the air, and began to search layer by layer. In the 3-person team, although everyone has the ability to fly, only the sky-breaking gargoyle's flying ability does not come from accessories, but from racial talent. There is no strict flight time limit. Most importantly, the sky-breaking gargoyle has the passive skill of the gargoyle. As Li Xian's servant, he can consume energy reserves to revive, letting the sky-breaking gargoyle act as a pioneer and a spy is the best choice. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Every time the sky-breaking gargoyle arrives at a floor, it will release a message to inform the situation of that floor. As Li Xian's servants, the two of them are already in telepathy, so even if they are far away, there is no obstacle that can stop the two from talking. Unfortunately, this exploration took much longer than Li Xian imagined. More than half an hour passed, and Celia leaned over outside the narrow path, staring into the abyss. He could no longer see the trace of the sky-breaking gargoyle. Finally, another quarter of an hour later, the sky-breaking gargoyle sent good news. Commander, I am currently located 50 floors below yours. You and Miss Celia can follow quickly and get closer to me. I have confirmed that the sound came from the direction of the next floor below me, just below the floor of the mine where I am currently. Li Xian. Finally! I have finally waited for it. Okay. Wait here. Don't alert the enemy. And don't enter the next level without permission. Everything will be decided after we arrive. After Li Xian gave the order, he explained the situation to Celia directly, and then took Celia to the level where the sky-breaking gargoyle was. Before, the sky-breaking gargoyle needed to be searched layer by layer, so it was quite time-consuming. Now Celia and Li Xian directly joined the sky-breaking gargoyle. The goal was clear, except for the time limit of flying and landing on the outer layer of the narrow path. There was no need to waste time at other times. 5 minutes later, the 3-person team successfully joined forces. The voice in Li Xian's ear was getting louder and louder. Come on! Era changes. Even gods can't resist. The only thing I have is the diamond barrier, which can't fall with me in this biological community. My way of gods, my life artifact, are all here. Come on! Come on! Godfather! Celia looked at Li Xian, raised her eyebrows, and indicated how to act. Li Xian turned his head and looked at the sky-breaking gargoyle and said, Little Stone, you should be the pioneer. Go down first to see the specific situation, and report to me as soon as possible. Okay, Commander. The sky-breaking gargoyle agreed and was about to leave. Celia handed out many diamonds and said, Wait a minute. Little stone. Replenish your energy reserves first. Even if you can be resurrected, you must be careful. Diamonds are also a high-level energy supplement for skybreaking gargoyles. He immediately accepted the diamonds sent by Celia and replenished his energy reserves immediately. Yes. Don't worry, Miss Celia. After the energy was replenished, there was no more worries. The skybreaking gargoyle spread its wings and flew in the air, advancing directly to the next level. After a moment, Li Xia heard the words of the skybreaking gargoyle in his mind. Commander, I found a woman tied up with countless chains in the next level of the mine. She was made of diamonds and was whispering. It can be confirmed that the previous words were spread by her. In her left hand, she was holding a diamond shield the size of a pot lid. Everything matched the previous voice. Li Xia frowned slightly when he heard these words. If he had not obtained the natal artifact, he might not be confused. But the real magic conch damage version is now clearly hidden in his body. At the beginning, when the two-faced god statue handed over the artifact to him, a ball of golden light floated directly from his body. Because after the natal artifact is bound, it can be directly integrated into the body without holding it. This woman, I don't know how long she has been trapped here, but even for such a long time, but he still holds his life artifact. Why? Is it because of special reasons that he cannot store his life artifact in his body? Or, let the people who are lured by the sound to judge more clearly and directly that there is really a life artifact here. When Li Xia thought of this, he could not help but think of the three-person team that had encountered a similar experience in the ice and snow community. The call from the snow mountain. The result? It was a nymph. An enemy monster that is good at acting. So, what is the current situation? Could it also be a trap designed by nymph? Under the uncertain situation, Li Xia felt a little alert in his heart. After telling the skybreaking gargoyle about his idea through his mind, he signaled Celia with his eyes. Celia understood and immediately took out the axe of regeneration staff from the Murloc sacrifice magic backpack and prepared for battle. The two of them landed on the corridor outside the mine on the next level with the flapping wind blade wings. Li Xia immediately summoned 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Shooter pseudobosses and a second-level Nada Tribe Leader pseudoboss. Skybreaking Gargoyle, what should we do next? Skybreaking Gargoyle sought the answer in his heart, and Li Xia asked him to retreat to the outside of the mine. After the 3-man team joined together, Li Xia directly sent 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Shooter pseudobosses and a second-level Nada Tribe Leader pseudoboss into the mine. Boom! Snap! Swish! All of Li Xia's summons released their skills. Roar! A roar like a nightingale came, and smoke filled the air. Where is the woman tied up by chains? It was clearly a huge enemy monster. Li Xia ordered the summoned creature to attack first, but not directly at the woman, but at the nearby area, so that the woman would mistakenly think that it was attacking her and wanted to test it further. As expected, after the woman saw the skybreaking gargoyle retreat, she was already suspicious. After seeing Li Xia's summoned creatures focusing their fire, she immediately exposed her true identity, since it was a trap. What are you waiting for? Just start fighting. Li Xia waved his hand. Not only did the summon start to attack with all their strength, but even Celia and the skybreaking gargoyle began to join the battle. Li Xia took out the scarlet sand gun from the Murloc sacrifice magic backpack and looked up intently. It's you? After checking the panel data of Fraud Nymph, Li Xia sneered. It turned out that after the Lost Girl's skill was upgraded, it became Fraud Sacrifice. No wonder Fraud Nymph did not disguise herself as a trapped girl but disguised herself as this trapped god. That's right. Since I got the true magic conch damage version, I have been thinking about how to let Celia get the natal artifact. Li Xia really has a strong desire for the natal artifact at this stage. Perhaps the Fraud Nymph disguised herself like this after discovering this desire in my heart. It's a pity that too much is as bad as too little. Even if the Fraud Nymph disguised herself well, I still saw the flaw. Moreover, relying on a 4th-level pseudoboss level enemy monster, it wants to devour me. Dream on. In this duel, he didn't even need to take action himself. The 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Shooters and pseudobosses summoned by the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the 2nd-level Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss summoned by the true magic comp damage version could easily kill the Fraud Nymph. But, after checking the panel data of the Fraud Nymph, Li Xia's first reaction was, this nymph passed the test of the Lost Girl and was promoted to a 4th-level pseudoboss level enemy monster. transforming into the fraud nymph. Generally speaking, there are very few enemy monsters with the title of sequence path in their names. Does that mean that fraud nymph contains a considerable fraud power? After swallowing it, can it help the promotion of true magic comp damaged version? Thinking of this, Li Xia couldn't help but take out the true magic comp damaged version and step into the battlefield. Fraud nymph, who originally relied on the fraud field to barely resist, was instantly defeated with the addition of Li Xia. Boom! Swoosh! Snap! Congratulations to the player. You have successfully killed the 4th level rare fraudulent nymph pseudo-boss and obtained Diamond X 3000, Strong Magic Potion X 5, Strong Healing Potion X 5, Magic Potion X 20, Healing Potion X 20, Poison Potion X 1, Iron Potion X 5, Frauds or Inheritance X 1, Heart of the Nymph Disposable Version X 1. Chapter 279. Boom! After the health value of Fraud Nymph disappeared, it instantly reached the bottom and exploded with a bang. The killing prompt issued by the system followed. Li Xia's ears moved slightly, and his eyes were filled with joy. Whatever you think, it will come true. The inheritance of the richest resources containing power actually exploded. Sure enough, Fraud Nymph, an extraordinary rare pseudo-boss, is awesome. Li Xia hurriedly asked Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle to clean up the battlefield, and he immediately took out the fallen fraud master inheritance from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack. Li Xia, damn it! After checking the racial inheritance of the fraudster, Li Xia couldn't help but shout WTF. Because the fraudster inheritance in his hand is, to some extent, a better inheritance than the Forest Hunter inheritance that Li Xia had obtained before. The fraudster can even simulate high-level inheritances such as racial inheritance, although only one skill can be simulated. And although unconventional formula creations not only have a higher chance of successful analysis, but also cost twice as many resources to create, it is undeniable that the fraudster inheritance is indeed a very excellent inheritance. Of course, it depends on who you compare it with. If it is compared with the Scarlet Overlord heritage, which is an extremely special Overlord level heritage, then the fraudster heritage is not just a little bit worse. If this fraudster heritage is passed down from my hands and given to the right players, it will definitely create a top player in the first echelon. Unfortunately, after binding the true magic comp damaged version, Li Xia's demand for this kind of heritage creation that contains the power of authority is extremely and unprecedentedly huge. So how could he put the fraudster heritage on the shelf for sale? Keep it, and feed it to the real magic comp damaged version later. Thinking of this, Li Xia put away the trickster inheritance and stored it in the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack. This trip to the Diamond Barrier, the 3-person team led by Li Xia was able to obtain this trickster inheritance, which was worth it. Li Xia did not rest, and then took out a palm-sized, more than half a pound, pink diamond heart, which is the so-called nymph's heart. Li Xia looked at the still beating pink diamond heart with a hint of doubt, and looked at it intently. Enemy attacks have a 30% chance of causing only 50% damage to you. Enemy attacks have a 15% chance of ineffectively damaging you. Enemy attacks have a 5% chance of rebounding. The Heart of the Nymph, a 1-minute fraud field, is definitely a one-time consumable skill when facing siege or one-on-many situations. Possessing and using the Heart of the Nymph can even influence the situation of a battle, or even the outcome. The only pity is that the Heart of the Nymph is a one-time consumable. If it were a skill book, it would be a big win. After packing up everything, Li Xia patted his butt and stood up. This time, the 2 resources that need special attention to kill Fraud Nymph are nothing more than the Fraud Master's Heritage and the Heart of Nymph. The others are just consumables for the shelter. There is more than an hour left in the Diamond Barrier Challenge letter. Li Xia did not waste time and continued to lead the team in this level of the mine to kill the Diamond Element Giant to obtain diamonds until the time ran out. The 3-person team was teleported back to the shelter. After a full 24 hours of sleepless fighting, Li Xia and Celia were very tired. They returned to the shelter and fell asleep. As the ultimate intelligent weapon, the Skybreaking Gargoyle does not need to sleep, so it continues to be busy in the shelter, collecting spring water from the Scarlet Moon God as well, collecting plants that have entered the mature stage, making various special potions, etc. Until after 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Xia and Celia, who were starving, finally got up from the bed after sleeping. Naturally, Li Xia did not want to cook today. So he directly contacted Wang Fugui to order a takeaway. After dinner, Li Xia came outside with a backpack full of diamond resources. Looking at the thriving primary authority shelter, Li Xia felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Walking to the scarlet multidimensional fusion crystal tower, Li Xia patted the crystal tower and said with emotion, "I should have upgraded you a long time ago. But it's a pity that you demand too much diamonds, and I didn't get enough diamonds until today. Fortunately, there is the Diamond Barrier Challenge letter. Otherwise, I would only rely on Su Hongdo's small special biological community gem mine to supply diamonds. And I'm really afraid that Su Hongdo would be dragged down. Because of the special nature of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, Li Xia didn't even get enough diamonds before. And the diamond acquisition channels were particularly specific. When he could only get diamonds from Su Hongdo, he thought that he couldn't use up Su Hongdo's resource reserves because of this Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, and slowed down Su Hongdo's upgrade speed. Now, after a trip to the Diamond Barrier, Li Xia has abundant diamond reserves, so he doesn't have to worry about upgrading. Li Xia straightened his back all of a sudden. Upgrade requirements: Gold Ingot X 1000, Platinum Ingot X 1000, Ruby X 1000, Diamond X 1000. Shelter Level 6 Upgrade Duration 10 hours. Upgrade restrictions: the number of world anchor coordinates you have will multiply the resources required for the upgrade. Whether to consume materials for the upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia called out the upgrade panel of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower to check it, and found that according to the currently collected biome anchor coordinates, the resources required to upgrade the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower are 4 times the current upgrade resources. Fortunately, Li Xia didn't take 4,000 diamonds seriously, so he immediately invested resources to upgrade. The upgrade of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower will take 10 hours. But Li Xia happens to have the gold construction hammer that can reduce the building upgrade time by 5 hours, and the building inspiration potion that can reduce the building upgrade time by 50%. So 10 hours is still within the range. Bang! With the sound of the gold construction hammer, the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower was instantly upgraded. A more magnificent and spectacular multidimensional fusion crystal tower appeared in front of Li Xia. After checking it out, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. It's not that the effect of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower after upgrading is so amazing, but Li Xia didn't expect that the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower can reach the maximum level with just one upgrade. But this is better. In the future, there is no need to bear the upgrade consumption of this Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, which can be regarded as a little burden reduction. Moreover, the new effect of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower is also in line with Li Xia's wishes. Without any resources, an additional biological community can be bound, and there is a week of continuous exploration and adventure time. Moreover, if the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower obtains enough permanent world anchor coordinates, then the probability of this randomly bound world coordinate being bound to a biological community that Li Xia has never been to is greater. No matter how you look at it, it's a good thing. After finishing this matter, Li Xia can be said to be relieved. Li Xia sat on a bench in the courtyard and used the couple ring to call Su Hongdo. Hello? What are you doing? Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you. The diamonds produced in the gem mine of the small special biological community are just ripe. And even the diamond magic tree has produced a batch of fruits. Aren't you in urgent need of diamonds? This harvest should be able to solve your urgent needs. I was just about to call you to tell you the good news. Li Xia felt warm at heart when he heard this. After all, Li Xia didn't know the current market price of diamonds in other regional channels. But for the first-tier players, regional channel 9527 was definitely in high demand. Su Hongdo was the first to think of such a valuable resource. Thinking of this, Li Xia's heart was boiling. No need. What? I said you don't have to save diamonds for me in the future. I used a challenge letter yesterday and went to the diamond barrier and got a lot of diamonds. Not only do I have no shortage of diamonds, but your share is also enough. Su Hongdo. Li Xia, wait for me. I'll teleport to you now. Su Hongdo, okay. Chapter 280. Small Special Biome Gem Mine. Since Su Hongdo gained half of the control over this place, he gradually transformed the small special biome gem mine into an environment more suitable for living and even defending against enemies through the core of the biome. It is no longer an ordinary mine or pit environment. This is the power of controlling a biome. The ability of Su Hongdo, who has embarked on the road of becoming a strong man. Primary power shelter. Bedroom. The two met again. And neither of them had time to express their love for each other in words. And finally turned it into action. After the lovemaking, Su Hongdo lay in Li Xiao's arms on the bed. Listening to Li Xiao's confident explanation, Hongdo, I accidentally got an invitation to the Diamond Barrier Challenge letter. I went to the Diamond Barrier yesterday and got enough diamonds. So you don't have to slow down your own development for my sake. The diamonds produced by your small special biome gem mine are for your own use. I have figured it out now. Diamonds are still strategic resources in the current game process. So I don't plan to sell these diamonds in my hand. I will reserve one for you, while ensuring the resources needed to upgrade my shelter. As for the rest, if other members of the Dawnbreaker's Sword have a demand for diamonds, I will sell some at cost price. Li Xiao's words stunned Su Hongdo. At the current stage of the diamond trading market, when players are still trading in diamonds, Su Hongdo feels that he can rely on the biocommunity core of the small special biocommunity gem mine to breed a batch of thousands of diamonds every once in a while, which is already a unique existence. What was the result? Li Xiao's diamond reserves at this moment have reached a level that can meet the needs of upgrading his own shelter, and also meet Su Hongdo's own needs. This is simply too unimaginable. This is simply an unimaginable amount of diamonds. It's not that the number of these diamonds is outrageous. After all, Su Hongdo holds the core of the small special biological community gem mine. If the time scale is really extended, the number of diamonds that Su Hongdo can obtain will always exceed that of Li Xiao. But the question is, by that time, will diamonds still be so valuable? At this stage, players are in great need of diamonds. But there is no stable channel to supply diamonds, which is the reason why diamonds are scarce and their value is skyrocketing. Su Hongdo did not refute or oppose Li Xiao's words, because she was in Li Xiao's plan, and Li Xiao was in her plan, which was enough. In her eyes, diamonds are really not that important. Well, I'll do as you say. Su Hongdo smiled sweetly. That's right. Su Hongdo sat up, took out a fruit that sparkled with diamond luster from her backpack and said, Look, this is the fruit of my diamond magic tree. Diamond magic fruit. The effect is very strong. Have one. Oh! Li Xiao took the diamond magic fruit and looked at it curiously. 100 magic points? Li Xiao was stunned. The effect of the diamond magic fruit was incredible. At this stage, it is rare to see resources that permanently increase the player's magic value limit, and it increases the magic value by 100 points at once. Such a powerful effect. Li Xiao swallowed it immediately. Magic value limit plus 100. Hongdo, how many diamond magic fruits can the diamond magic tree receive at one time? Well, not many. A batch can only receive 5. I ate one. And you ate one. So there are 3 left. And the diamond magic tree does not have a fixed gestation period for the diamond magic fruit to grow. Everything depends on how many diamonds I have grown using the core of the biological community. So it's quite rare. Is that so? After thinking for a while, Li Xiao said to Su Hongdo, How about this? Sell the remaining 3 to Wang Fugui, Wang Cai, and Li Bianqing of the Dawn Sword. Let them provide some resources to help you breed diamond magic fruits and diamonds as soon as possible. What's wrong? Su Hongdo asked curiously. I was originally planning to sell the remaining 3 diamond magic fruits to the 3 of them. After all, we are a team. But why do I hear a hint of urgency in your tone? Who is Su Hongdo? She is a smart and kind person. Li Xiao didn't need to say it directly, just occasionally revealed some information, so that Su Hongdo could find some clues and judge some unknown truths. Haha. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Li Xiao smiled helplessly. A few days ago, an oasis in the desert biome was eroded by the power of corruption. And even the boss-level enemy monster World Devourer, which is unique to the corrupted land, has been bred. I always feel that the World Devourer, Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen is behind this. You are still the most special existence in the entire regional channel, and even the entire survival game. After all, others have not yet set foot on the road to becoming a strong person at the 3rd level. I am afraid that Mo Luochen will set his sights on you again. And then you will be doomed. So you must improve your strength as soon as possible. And just in case, you must inform Li Bianqing and others of the authority of the gem mine in the small special biological community, and give them a gem mine challenge letter that can only be used at a specific time. If you are in danger and don't have time to contact everyone in the friend channel, you can use the couple ring to contact them. Once I receive the contact, I will notify the three of them. Then we will enter the gem mine together. If there is a chance, just kill Elimination directly. I understand. Su Hongdo nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. I will do it later. Don't worry. I know the scale here. Well, then I leave it to you. Li Xia smiled, seeing that Li Xia was worried about her. Su Hongdo comforted him. Xia, I know what you are worried about. But don't worry too much. At the beginning, I was just embarking on the road of strength. I didn't even have half of the control over the gem mine cave of the small special biological community. I couldn't fight against the world devourer, the corrupt master, Elimination under the blessing of the gem mine cave, which lost its shelter. So I fell into danger. But now it's different. Although I don't have complete control of all the authority of the gem mine cave of the small special biological community, I already have control over the core of the biological community. And my shelter has also moved to the gem mine cave. The time and place are all here. And you also helped me to bless the harmony of people. I know. I may be the most coveted target for Elimination at this stage. But don't worry. I will definitely protect myself. Li Xia nodded and said, You know, I don't think you are not strong enough. I just want to be safe to avoid you getting hurt again because of my untimely protection measures. Su Hongdo, yeah. I understand. The two sat on the balcony outside the bedroom, leaning on each other, admiring the blood moon hanging in the sky, and then chatting about love. Li Xia looked at the blood moon with a disappointed look on his face. What a pity. They say that the moon is on the top of the willows, and people make appointments after dusk. But the moon is gone. When I look up, I can only see a bloody blood moon, which is not beautiful at all. Su Hongdo knew that Li Xia was talking about this blood moon on the surface. But in his heart, he still hoped that one day he could return to the earth and return to his hometown. Isn't she the same? However, the road ahead is long. And who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Su Hongdo leaned her head slightly on Li Xia's shoulder. Li Xia knew that in this era's survival game, the person who could achieve the final goal, defeat the final boss, and save everyone from this large arena might be himself. He was not bragging. But he had to do this. After finishing the chat, Li Xia slept in Su Hongdo's shelter until dawn, and did not return to his own shelter until the next day. He had finished explaining what he needed to do to Su Hongdo. All the resources that were to be given to Su Hongdo were also given. Now back to his own shelter. Naturally, he was busy with his own business. Li Xia took out the Trickster Inheritance, and took out the True Magic Comp damaged version again. Ready to feed it. Ding! Prompt. Do you want to feed the item Trickster Inheritance to the level 2 True Magic Comp damaged version? It is expected that after swallowing the Trickster Inheritance, the level 2 True Magic Comp damaged version will gain 50% of the experience progress bar. Do you want to feed? Yes/no. As expected, in the True Magic Comp damaged version, as the level of the artifact increases, a Trickster Inheritance that is lower than the level of the race inheritance can no longer upgrade the True Magic Comp damaged version to the level of a 3rd level artifact. But it doesn't matter. After all, the Trickster Inheritance is useless in hand, so Li Xia naturally feeds it directly. Ding! Feeding successful. The current level of the True Magic Comp damage version is level 2 50%. After seeing this, Li Xia immediately gave the True Magic Comp damage version. He put it into his body, and then took out the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff from the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack. Growth requirements: Gel X 900000, Pink Gel X 90,000, Blue Jade X 30,000, Emerald X 30,000, Red Jade X 9,000, Diamond X 3000, Molotov Cocktail X 100, Scarlet Points X 300000. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia carefully looked at the growth requirements of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and nodded slightly. 3,000 diamonds would have been a huge burden for me before, but now I am not so stressed. As for the Molotov Cocktail, Li Xia had already completed the deal with the Hunter Squad. 100 bottles, not more, not less, were all in the Fishman Sacrifice Magic Backpack. As for other resources, let alone, he had no shortage of money. Li Xia directly clicked OK, invested resources, and chose to upgrade. As the multiple resources in his hand turned into streams of light and entered the body of the Scarlet Fury Slime staff. It immediately transformed. The skills of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount have not changed, and it is still the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Summon and Jungle Fury. However, other attribute entries have been strengthened to a certain extent. Still pretty good. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount? Li Xia smiled. Viscount? Interesting? Could it be? The current armed Scarlet Spike Slime's future enhancement path is to upgrade from Baron all the way to Duke? If that's the case, then the distance to the final peak of the Scarlet Fury Slime staff is actually not much. Li Xia waved the Scarlet Fury Slime staff with great interest. Come out. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount. Chapter 281. Guji. Gujiji. The Viscount armed Scarlet Spike Slime has a sticky red jelly-like body with densely packed sea urchin-like spikes, which looks very difficult to provoke. No one can imagine at first that this huge and ferocious enemy is just a slime. The Viscount armed Scarlet Spike Slime jumped to Li Xia's side as soon as he landed, and rubbed his head against Li Xia's trouser leg affectionately. Guji. Gujiji. Li Xia rubbed the slippery head of the Viscount armed Scarlet Spike Slime while checking the panel data of the Viscount armed Scarlet Spike Slime. After a while, Li Xia nodded slightly. The rank of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime did not change, but because it was promoted from Baron to Viscount, not only did its four-dimensional attributes increase significantly, but even its various skills also improved to a certain extent. It can basically be regarded as the performance of ordinary enemy monsters, or even ordinary players after advancement. It can be said that the current third-level armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount, although he has not obtained the only truth of the Scarlet Path, is no match for the Naga Tribe Chieftain and pseudo-boss summoned by the true magic comp damage version. However, the Scarlet Fury Slime staff can summon 4 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscounts at once. In this way, if a group fight occurs, the Naga Tribe Chieftain and pseudo-boss may not be able to get any good results. And who says that the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount cannot obtain the only truth of the Scarlet Path in the future? If this day really comes, it is hard to say who is stronger between the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount and the Naga Tribe Chief Pseudo-Boss. But no matter who is stronger or weaker, the true magic comp damage version and the Scarlet Fury Slime staff are the strength that Li Xia relies on. So Li Xia is happy to see the future of these two weapons. The Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower and the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. These two big heads that consume diamonds have all been upgraded, and Li Xia can be said to be relieved. At this moment, Li Xia still has some diamonds in his hand, and the number is still not small. But he does not intend to sell them, because even if it is not for the next upgrade of the shelter defense system, it must be considered for the future upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. But, although the current stock of diamonds in his hand is still more than enough to meet the upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, there is no whereabouts of the meteorite ingot. So the upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff is stuck again. For now, perhaps the only way is to find other inheritances as soon as possible, feed them to the true magic comp damaged version, and enhance the strength of the Naga tribe leader, the pseudo-boss summon. At the same time, small special biological community, gem mine, primary authority shelter, living room on the first floor. Wang Cai and Wang Fugui walked out of the living room, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and watched the scene of the gem mine outside from the Arrow Tower in the courtyard. TSK. Awesome. I didn't expect Su Hongdo to be able to control a small special biological community. And this small special biological community is a gem mine that can make a fortune every day. I envy it to death, Wang Cai said in amazement. Wang Fugui looked at the transformed mine outside the shelter and nodded in agreement. Who said it wasn't? I didn't expect that Goddess Hongdo would quietly make such a big name for herself. If Goddess Hongdo hadn't told us today and sent us a gem mine challenge letter, I really wouldn't believe it. Wang Cai turned his head and asked in a low voice, Hey, Fugui, who do you think is stronger now? Sister Hongdo or God Xia? I think it might be hard to say before, but now maybe, you know. Wang Fugui shook his head and said, It's not that exaggerated, right? We don't know the strength of the great god Xia. Even if the goddess Hongdo controls a small special biological community gem mine, the great god Xia may not be worse than Su Hongdo. The two of them disagreed on this issue, each holding their own. And then, they actually argued with each other. In the living room of the shelter, Li Bianqing was calmer than Wang Cai and Wang Fugui. He put down his teacup and asked, Hongdo, controlling a small special biological community is a big deal. When did it happen? Su Hongdo frowned and said, just call me by my full name. She didn't mind other people calling her that before, especially when they called her familiarly. It made her look familiar. But the problem was that Li Xiao liked to call her Hongdo. So now Su Hongdo no longer liked other people calling her the same way as Li Xiao. Because in Su Hongdo's heart, Li Xiao should be a unique existence. Ha ha ha. Good. Li Bianqing didn't know the inside story, but took advantage of the situation and hurriedly called, Su Hongdo. Why did you ask us to come here today? It's like this. Su Hongdo was about to answer, but found that only Li Bianqing was in the living room. In order to avoid repeating the same thing many times, she clapped her hands and summoned two undead miners to bring Wang Sai and Wang Fugue to the living room. After the host and the guests sat down, Su Hongdo began to explain, just now, Li Bianqing asked me when I got the control of this small special biological community gem mine. I also know that Wang Fugue and Wang Sai both have doubts in their hearts. Why did I call you here this time? More than that, Wang Fugue raised his hand and said, I have another question. Why did you call the members of the Dawn Sword team except Xia to come this time? But not Xia? Are you having a conflict? Wang Fugue even had the opportunity to obtain his own inheritance because of Li Xia, so he can be said to be Li Xia's diehard in this team. Su Hongdo suddenly invited the three of them to come, but only did not invite Li Xia to come. Wang Fugue was most confused, so he simply asked, Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Su Hongdo looked at Wang Fugue with admiration and then explained, Li Xia already knew everything about me. Wang Sai, knew it a long time ago. What do you mean? Wang Fugue didn't understand either. But when these words came out, Li Bianqing looked at Su Hongdo meaningfully, and it seemed that he had already understood something in his heart. Su Hongdo didn't play dumb, but told the three of them everything about her experience during this period and her relationship with Li Xia. Of course, during this journey, the three of them also learned more about the path of the strong in the last era, the relationship between the biological community and the kingdom of power, and understood which direction they should move in their future development. It can be said that they benefited a lot. After hearing the end, Wang Sai and Wang Fugue looked at each other in disbelief. Wang Fugue, is this true? After listening to Su Hongdo's words, it feels like a dream. The great god Xia is actually with the goddess Hongdo? Wang Sai, if this news is leaked, it will definitely cause a big earthquake in the entire regional channel. Li Bianqing shook his head slightly, although I had some premonitions. I was still quite shocked when I heard you say it yourself. But I am more concerned about the road to becoming a strong man. After you set foot on the road to becoming a strong man, Su Hongdo, you actually attracted the attention of the world devourer, the lord of corruption, Mo Luochen? And if it weren't for Li Xia, you would have almost died? Yes. Su Hongdo was even more frightened when she thought about it now. After a pause, she continued, not only that, Xia discovered that the desert biome was also being eroded by the power of corruption. Even in an oasis in the desert, a piece of corrupted land was found. And there was even a world devourer that had been born. Large-scale conventional desert biomes were also touched by Mo Luochen? Li Bianqing looked grim. So what is the purpose of your coming to us this time? Su Hongdo explained, I asked you to come here to explain this because, on the one hand, there are some things that Li Xia, and I don't want to hide from you anymore. After all, you are the most trustworthy people in the survival game. On the other hand, it is also to give you benefits. Each of you will get a diamond magic fruit, which can increase the upper limit of each person's magic value. The small special biome gem mine cave that I control now can invest in ingot resources in the core of the biome to breed diamonds. It can be said that I am the only channel that can stably supply diamonds at this stage. For Wang Sai, Wang Fugue, and Li Bianqing, this channel is completely open. You only need to provide me with the required ingot materials, and I will supply you with the diamonds produced for free. The production of diamonds in the core of the biological community is conducive to the growth of the gem mine cave, a small special biological community, and it is even more conducive to Su Hongdo's complete control of this small special biological community gem mine cave. So even if it is their materials, the diamonds are supplied to them for free. For Su Hongdo, it is also a business that is sure to make money. The three people's eyes lit up when they heard it. A stable supply channel for diamonds? Pay for the materials yourself, and get diamonds for free? And the diamond magic fruit in your hand? There is a lot of information. While Wang Cai and Wang Fugui were thinking, Li Bianqing was the first to react and asked directly, "We appreciate these good intentions. So what do you and Brother Xia need us to do?" Su Hongdou smiled and said, "Xia is afraid that Mo Luochen will make a comeback. After all, there is something strange in the desert biological community. So this matter must be prevented. So I thought of giving each of you three a gem mine challenge letter in the future. If you hear me or Li Xia calling for help, I hope you can rush to my gem mine to rescue us as soon as possible." "No problem. Just hold me." Wang Cai patted his chest and nodded heavily. Wang Fugui echoed, "It's all part of our job. It should be done. If you really encounter something, you will just say a word." Li Bianqing nodded slightly. "These are not a problem. Mo Luochen is not your enemy alone, but the enemy of all of us. So even if you don't say it, we will agree." Su Hongdou smiled and nodded. She was relieved that this important matter was done. Then Su Hongdou returned the favor and carefully told the specific information she knew about the road to power, as well as her and Li Xiao's speculation on how players should set foot on the road to power in the current stage of the survival game. Both parties were happy. Chapter 282. Seller, Zhou Shifu. For sale, Cave Rock Soil X10. Unit price, Gel X5/Crystal X1. Inventory, Cave Rock Soil X300. Note: Cave rock soil can only be mined and obtained at specific locations in the cave biome. It can be used to upgrade the fertile fields of the shelter and provide a better living environment for magic plants. It is good value for money. Welcome to contact us. Seller, Zhao Jian. For sale, Cave Rock Soil X10. Unit price, Gel X6/Healing Mushroom X1. Inventory, Cave Rock and Soil X150. Note: those who have healing mushrooms are preferred. At the same time, we are looking for various basic potion materials. Large quantities are preferred. Primary Authority Shelter. First floor workshop. Li Xia slid his fingers up and down on the light screen of the trading platform in front of him, and finally found the resources he needed. Cave rock and soil. In recent times, the magic plants in the shelter have been harvested one after another, not only providing a certain supply of raw materials for the refining of their own potions, but also receiving many kinds of magic plant seeds with the blessing of the Regeneration Act staff. Up to now, there are too many magical plant seeds in stock, and the number of fertile fields for planting is already insufficient. If the fertile fields are not upgraded, the subsequent magical plant production may not be able to supply, which will drag down the development of the shelter. So after finishing everything, Li Xia inspected the courtyard of the shelter and finally decided to buy a batch of cave rock and soil on the trading platform to upgrade his own fertile fields. 300 units of cave rock and soil? I bought it! Li Xia waved his hand and bought it directly. To be honest, 300 units of cave rock and soil were far from enough. So Li Xia scanned the stocks of several stores on the trading platform and finally gathered the required cave rock and soil. Li Xia came to the fertile field in the courtyard of the shelter and called out the upgrade panel. Fertile field upgrade required. Cave rock X100 upgrade time 2 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. 100 units of cave rock can upgrade a fertile field. This deal is a good deal. Li Xia did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out the corresponding amount of resources from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and chose to upgrade. Swoosh! As the cave rock in his hand turned into a stream of khaki light and disappeared into the fertile field, the upgrade began. Bang! Li Xia was impatient. He didn't have time to wait for 2 hours. He took out a golden hammer of construction from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and hit it on the fertile field. The fertile field was upgraded instantly. This time, the fertile field was upgraded to Qianmo. The growth efficiency and disease probability of the magic plants were unified from 10% to 20%. If this effect was just the basic effect and was within Li Xia's expectations, then the second effect of Qianmo really surprised Li Xia, because the space inside the Qianmo has expanded 3 times. It means that the number of magic plants that can be planted with the same amount of arable land has increased 3 times. No wonder there are so many low and middle level players selling soil from various biomes on the trading platform. And the price is not low. So the answer is here, Li Xia suddenly realized, as if he had uncovered an unsolved mystery. Recently, he has been busy exploring biomes or making potions, but has paid too little attention to his own fertile fields. If Li Xia had known that the benefits of upgrading the fertile field would be so great, To be honest, he would have started upgrading long ago. Why would he wait until now? On weekdays, other players thought that Li Xia had known this information for a long time. And even Li Bianqing would not talk about this matter during the chat. Li Xia really cared too little about this aspect. So this result was formed by accident. Li Xia directly called the skybreaking gargoyle. Commander, I'm here. What can I do for you? The skybreaking gargoyle walked from the kitchen to Li Xia's side, bowed slightly to Li Xia and asked what was going on. Li Xia gave the order directly, Little Stone. After I upgrade all the fertile fields in the shelter, you will calculate the supply and demand based on the popularity of the potions in our store on the current trading platform and the number of magic plants currently planted in all the fertile fields in the shelter, and see which magic plants are not planted in the required number. Later, you will take the seeds and plant more of all the magic plants that are not planted in the required number. The skybreaking gargoyle agreed without hesitation. Yes, Commander. Oh, and more. Li Xia paused and continued. Xianmon needs ocean sand to continue upgrading. And the amount is not small. But fortunately our Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower has the coordinates of the ocean community. And I have something to do and can't get there. After you finish planting, go to the ocean community and collect as much ocean sand as possible. You must pay attention that not all soil on the seashore is called ocean sand. It must be the soil on the seabed 10 meters below the ocean surface that is called ocean sand. At present, our shelter has a huge demand for ocean sand. I just took a look at the trading platform. The supply from merchants is definitely not enough. So instead of waiting for other players to put it on the shelves, why don't you go there? Try to collect it today. After all, tomorrow is the time to summon the ungrateful turkey. Li Xia methodically issued tasks to the skybreaking gargoyle, who nodded repeatedly. It can be said that all the details of the entire shelter are now emerging in Li Xia's mind. Li Xia said, okay. That's all for now. Little Stone, you've worked hard today. Skybreaking gargoyle shook his head. It's not hard. It's my honor to serve the commander. You? I didn't expect that even you would flatter me. Okay. Get busy. Li Xia laughed when he heard that. A quarter of an hour later, all the fertile fields in the courtyard of the shelter were upgraded to paths, and skybreaking gargoyle followed behind him. Every time a fertile field was upgraded, skybreaking gargoyle would immediately plant magical plant seeds in the remaining arable land, the supply and demand of which were carefully calculated by skybreaking gargoyle. Afterwards, skybreaking gargoyle even carried a Deathbringer pickaxe and went to the marine biome through the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower to collect marine sand for Li Xia. The higher the level of soul, the more laborious it is to collect. The amount that skybreaking gargoyle needs to collect this time is extremely large. I think skybreaking gargoyle will not be back until late at night. I was busy until the afternoon and finished what needed to be dealt with. What was strange was that after Li Bianqing finished discussing with Su Hongdo in the gem mine, he actually found me again and dragged me into the team channel of Dawn Front to hold a meeting, which was also considered to be an encouragement to other players and a platform for Li Bianqing. Li Xia couldn't refuse such a thing. However, it was not Li Xia's hobby to play along. So after the meeting, Li Xia felt exhausted from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he was done with work and could do something he liked. The title of civilized fisherman had been fully charged, and there was an intermediate fish pond in the courtyard of the shelter. Li Xia also had a good meat catcher fishing rod and a full set of fishing equipment. At this time, how could he not catch a fish? Just do it. Li Xia directly replaced the fisherman's specialization manual in the accessories column to ensure that he could get extra fish fry every time he fished. After thinking for a while, he changed to a step stool. Until today, Li Xia realized how suitable this basic accessory of the step stool was for fishermen. No need to move the stool. As long as you squat anytime and anywhere, a stool will appear under your buttocks, which is so cool. The warm winter sun is slightly intoxicating. Li Xia sat on the step stool, feeling the sun swaying around him. He took out the meat catcher fishing rod from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, hung a master level bait, and then the meat catcher fishing rod slid a perfect curve in the air. With a plop, the float fell perfectly into the pond. Li Xia whispered, "You civilized angler." Li Xia held the fishing rod and waited for a while. After a while, the float suddenly floated up and down on the surface of the pond. Li Xia saw this and pulled the meat-catching fishing rod fiercely. Ding! Congratulations to the player. You have obtained a Special Authority Treasure Box X1. Li Xia, Special Authority Treasure Box? It's rare. This kind of treasure box is a treasure box that Li Xia has never obtained since he came to the survival game and won the title of Civilized Angler. Interesting. Li Xia was delighted. The name of this treasure chest was special and had the meaning of authority. It must be a big fish. Name: Special Authority Treasure Box. Type: Fishing Catch Lottery Bag Special Authority Soul Binding. Quality: Expertise Requirement, General N. Effect: After opening ordinary treasure chests and treasure boxes, players will receive random gifts from the lost civilization of the previous era. While after opening Special Authority Treasure Boxes, players will receive a specific path to the Road of the Strong, which is the core of the player's gathering of the Kingdom of Authority. Note: no one can guess what is inside the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Ryan Schrodinger, Dean of the Space Department of the Magician Association. A treasure box of special authority is equivalent to a path to a strong man. Even Li Xia has to say that this is a great gift. Even, to some extent, this treasure box can create another Su Hongdo. What is the source of Su Hongdo's current special situation? There are only 2 points. First, Su Hongdo has the racial heritage of the dwarfs. Second, Su Hongdo has set foot on the road to becoming a strong person ahead of time, and has half the control over the gemstone mine in the small special biological community. And with the special authority treasure box, it means that there is another player in this era who may be able to set foot on the road to becoming a strong person at the right time. Just like the authority plunder crown that Li Xia had obtained before. Perhaps it is because the quality of the civilized fisherman title has been upgraded to a certain level, which triggered the conditions for fishing. A special authority treasure box? Li Xia had a guess in his mind. But whether it was right or not, it was a good thing to get a special authority treasure chest. So Li Xia did not delve into it. Ding! The quality of the civilized angler title has reached perfection 100%. You can upgrade the quality level. Condition 1. The experience progress bar reaches 100% completed. Condition 2. Sacrifice balloon pufferfish X1. Frog leg X1. Purple swinging fish X1 obtained. Do you want to sacrifice balloon pufferfish X1? Frog leg X1. Purple swinging fish X1 to upgrade the quality level of the civilized angler title? Yes/no. Logically speaking, with the addition of master level bait, fisherman's tackle bag, and fishing potion, the civilized angler title originally had an experience bar of ultimate 55%. Li Xia used the civilized angler title again, and the experience bar of the civilized angler title is more than ultimate 100%. Ah! Is it because, after the civilized angler title reaches the current stage, if the conditions required for upgrading are not met, it is impossible to break through the current quality level and obtain additional experience bars? Li Xia touched his chin and fell into deep thought. If that was the case, then some of the experience would be wasted. In addition, it was not known what resources would be needed to sacrifice for the next quality upgrade of the civilized angler title. So the quality upgrade speed of the civilized angler title would inevitably be slowed down. In this way, sometimes when using the civilized angler title, there was no need to pursue the maximization of the experience progress bar. Sometimes, fishing potions and master level baits could be saved. After thinking about it, Li Xia immediately chose to sacrifice balloon pufferfish, frog legs, and purple clubbing fish. After all, these were the 3 resources he had prepared long ago, just for this moment. Ding! Sacrifice balloon pufferfish X1. Frog legs X1. Purple clubbing fish X1 successfully. The quality level of the civilized angler title has been upgraded. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Epic 0%. Quality upgrade reward, to be collected. Epic level quality upgrade reward? This is the first time in the world. Li Xia rarely gets epic level treasure chests and treasure boxes, let alone the more precious epic level quality upgrade rewards. Li Xia rubbed his hands and chose to receive it immediately. Chapter 283. Receive the quality promotion reward. Get substitute doll X1. Li Xia looked at the palm-sized doll in his hand and wondered. Substitute doll? What the hell is this? What does this have to do with fishing? It's no wonder that Li Xia is so confused. Ever since Li Xia used the title of civilized angler to obtain the quality promotion reward, The quality promotion rewards he obtained were basically related to increasing the experience progress bar of treasure box fishing. To be honest, Li Xia has never seen a reward like a substitute doll. Could it be? Because the title of civilized angler has been promoted to the epic level. So the reward has become more generous. So the scope of the reward has become wider? With this thought in mind, Li Xia raised the substitute doll and looked at it intently. Substitute doll. Second life. After checking the panel data of the substitute doll, Li Xia's first reaction was, is the Queen of the Golden Rose Kingdom so awesome? It is possible to use the power of one's own path to create such a powerful resurrection item. Although I don't know what price the Queen of the Golden Rose Kingdom has to pay to create a substitute doll, but for a resurrection item, even if it costs anything, there must be many people rushing to get it. Right? Awesome. Originally, Li Xia thought that the Special Authority Treasure Box was the biggest gain of this fishing for the title of Civilized Angler. But now it seems that it may not be the case. This substitute doll is the most worthy gain. Li Xia chose to use it without saying anything. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully used the substitute doll and obtained the protection of the substitute doll. When player Li Xia dies, the protection of the substitute doll will be automatically triggered. A ball of colorful light, as if carrying a strong breath of life, merged into the heart. Li Xia could clearly feel that this ball of light in the heart not only beats with the beating of the heart, but even the appearance of the substitute doll is gradually changing into Li Xia's appearance. After observing for a long time, Li Xia finally exited the state of introspection. It must be said that it feels great to have 2 lives. Li Xia then took out the special power treasure box from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and chose to open it. Open the special power treasure box and get Power Plunder Blood and Tears X1. When Li Xia saw the name of this resource, the first thing that came to his mind was the item he had obtained before. Power Plunder Crown. The only difference between these 2 items is that one is a crown, and the other is blood and tears. It seems that Power Plunder Blood and Tears is likely to be another way to become a strong man. Li Xia excitedly called out the panel data and looked at it intently. As expected by Li Xia, Power Plunder Blood and Tears is a resource with the same effect as Power Plunder Crown. The only difference is that the plundering race of Power Plunder Blood and Tears is the Demon Eye. However, whether it is Power Plunder Blood and Tears or Power Plunder Crown, these 2 precious items that can help players set foot on the road to becoming a strong man and gather the Power Kingdom. Li Xia doesn't like any of them. Because Li Xia didn't realize until he saw the Power Plunder Blood and Tears that the races of these 2 resource plunders were both native to the forest biome, and were the races that players first encountered in the survival game. How strong could the power kingdom formed by the blood power of these 2 races killed and plundered by players be? Li Xia was skeptical about this. If it was before, Li Xia might have only put it in the primary power storage box to collect dust. But now, after you have the true magic comp damaged version, items like Power Plunder Blood and Tears, which contain a lot of power, can be used as materials for feeding the true magic comp damaged version to help it grow as quickly as possible. Li Xia took out the true magic comp damaged version from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. Ding! Hint: do you want to feed the item Power Plunder Blood and Tears to the 2nd level true magic comp damaged version? It is expected that after devouring the item Power Plunder Blood and Tears, the 2nd level true magic comp damaged version will gain 50% of the experience progress bar. Feed or not, yes/no. The original true magic comp damaged version had reached the 2nd level 50% after devouring the Trickster's Inheritance. After feeding this Power Plunder Blood and Tears, the true magic comp damaged version will be completely promoted to the 3rd level, which will bring a small leap to Li Xia's combat effectiveness. Li Xia was naturally very happy, and he immediately chose to feed it. Swish! Accompanied by a rustling sound, the power of plundering blood and tears in Li Xia's hand seemed to be gnawed by a certain existence and gradually disappeared. The power of the original power, which emitted golden light, merged into the true magic comp damaged version. Ding! The true magic comp damaged version has now been promoted to a 3rd level artifact. Tidal Power 3 activated to be checked. After hearing the system prompt, Li Xia quickly called out the panel data for viewing. Tidal Authority 3 actually has 2 effects. 1. Players obtain Tidal Fluid. Fixed damage reduction plus 30%. After obtaining Tidal Fluid, Li Xia's fixed damage reduction will increase by an additional 30%. and the ability to resist damage will be greatly improved. 2. After using any potion, the player will gain an additional 100 points of health recovery effect. The recovery effect of 100 points of health is not weak, and Li Xia can trigger this effect by using any potion. From then on, Li Xia's health was greatly guaranteed. It can be said that the third title path is a complete defensive improvement. Li Xia is very satisfied with this. The only pity is that it will be more difficult to upgrade the third level true magic comp damage version. But it doesn't matter. As his strength increases, Li Xia's probability of obtaining a rich power item will increase. Li Xia knows in his heart that this matter cannot be rushed. Woo woo woo. As the real magic comp damage version. Horn Blue. A 1.7 meter tall Nada with human hands and a snake body appeared in front of Li Xia. The Nada was curvy, with only 2 jade bowl-like conch shells turned upside down on the plump upper body, showing off her perfect figure. The lower body was covered with fist-sized scales, and the slender tail supported the ground. It slowly raised its head and crawled to Li Xia's side, bowing its head respectfully and saying, "Master." After the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss was promoted to the third level, his appearance was still as charming and plump as before, but his figure shrunk from 3 meters to 1 meter and 70. Although 3 meters is indeed too tall. Who wouldn't like 8 foot tall? Now that the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss has shrunk to 1.7 meters, Li Xia is a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Li Xia can communicate with the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss's soul. When he determined that a small matter like height can be changed at will, Li Xia directly shrunk it to a 1.5 meter lowly. Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't love 8 foot tall? But who wouldn't love a queen lowly? Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss? Great. Chapter 284. Shelter Workshop. Li Xia admired the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss, who could grow or shrink, and was satisfied from the bottom of his heart. It could only be said that the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss is worthy of being a supreme being who has mastered the title path. He is only at the third level, but he already has a full 6,000 health points. And the active and passive skills of the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss are also very powerful. With such a strong arm strength, how could Li Xia not be satisfied? Godfather, it's time to eat. Celia brought the food and shouted in the restaurant. Here we are. Li Xia responded, and blew the true magic comp damaged version again, reclaiming the Naga tribe chieftain pseudo-boss. The two of them ate in the restaurant. Celia asked, Godfather, tomorrow is the time to summon the boss-level enemies of the Christmas event day. What are our plans for the rest of the day? Li Xia put down his chopsticks, frowned and thought, there is only half an afternoon left. We can use the Biome Invitation or the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower to explore and adventure in other biomes. There is not enough time, especially since I have a scroll of the coordinates of the Honey Plain in my hand. I am not very interested in other biomes right now. How about waiting for the Christmas event tomorrow to kill the boss-level enemy Ungrateful Turkey, and then go to the Honey Plain for exploration and adventure? Of course I can, but... Celia smacked her lips and said, this morning, I checked the cursed stuffing you stored with me, Godfather, and found that there are indeed some. But can it summon a 5th level boss-level enemy? That's right. For this Christmas event, Li Xia plans to summon and kill the 5th level Ungrateful Turkey boss. Although Li Xia is only in the late 3rd level, his current strength is strong enough, not to mention himself. The Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and True Magic Comp Damage version in Li Xia's hand are enough to kill any 3rd level boss level enemy monster. Not to mention, Li Xia also has Skybreaking Gargoyle and Celia, 2 vassals who are no less than the top level strongmen in the first echelon of the regional channel. With such a luxurious lineup, if it weren't for being cautious, Li Xia would even dare to summon the 6th level boss level Ungrateful Turkey. Of course, the reason why Li Xia didn't summon was not because he felt that he couldn't win, but because he was cautious, restrained, and had the worst assumptions about everything. He had worked hard to build up his strength to what it is now. If he died just because of his arrogance, he would probably die with his eyes wide open. An Ungrateful Turkey at the level of a 5th-tier boss is enough. He understood the illusion of biting off more than you can chew and a snake swallowing an elephant. But he also understood that this was a dangerous move. If it was the beginning of the survival game of the restraint system, then the barefoot would not be afraid of the one wearing shoes. And it didn't matter if they tried to seek wealth and honor in danger. But now, Li Xia has put on a pair of shoes. And they are a pair of good shoes. So it is naturally another matter. Perhaps because of this thought, he did not pay too much attention to how much cursed stuffing he collected during these 6 days. Anyway, after obtaining a cursed stuffing, Li Shiyao directly gave it to Celia for safekeeping. So until this moment, Li Shiyao did not react. Damn! Although I don't summon the 6th level ungrateful turkey, if I can't even summon the 5th level ungrateful turkey, then I will lose a lot. Fortunately, there is still time. Li Shiyao called out the event store to check. Store note: the items sold in this event store are limited to curse fillers, and all items are soulbound items without exception. I wish you a happy shopping. There is a chance to obtain sequence path creation starting from the 4th level? The probability is even greater at the 5th level? Interesting. Li Shiyao glanced at the price again, and found that the 5th level turkey feathers required 1,000 curse fillers. Li Shiyao hurriedly asked, Celia, how many curse fillers do we have now? Celia took out all the cursed stuffing from the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice, and placed them on the dining table. Fortunately, the items stored in the backpack space were all a ball of light after being taken out, before they were chosen to be used. No matter how many there were, they were just a ball of light, and would not pile up like a mountain on the dining table. Godfather, I just checked. There are only more than 800. The specific number is 834 cursed stuffing. More than 800. I understand. Li Shiyao nodded slightly when he heard this. Which means that there are only more than 100 pieces left to exchange for the 5th level turkey feathers. And there is definitely enough time. It's just that this time when we go out to kill enemies, we can't use the honey plane coordinate scroll, so as not to be delayed by accidents in the honey plane. However, we can go back and forth to places like desert biomes, forest biomes, and even island biomes. Li Shiyao said, look, Celia, let's go to the island biome as soon as possible in the afternoon. Kill more enemies, and collect 1,000 curse fillers. Well, okay. Celia agreed and cleaned up the table. While Celia was washing the dishes, Li Shiyao walked to the courtyard of the shelter. Swoosh! In the center of the courtyard, a teleportation light curtain slowly unfolded. Sky-breaking Gargoyle stepped out and saw Li Shiyao in front of him, and hurriedly said, Commander, I have fulfilled your mission. I have collected all the ocean sand needed for the shelter. Li Shiyao took the ocean sand from Sky-breaking Gargoyle and nodded. Well, you have worked hard. It is not hard to serve you, Commander. Okay. Don't say that in front of me. Li Shiyao paused and continued, by the way, it's been a while since you were promoted to level 4. When can you be promoted to level 5? Sky-breaking Gargoyle heard this and explained, as your follower. Although I don't have to be the same level as you like the summoned creatures of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. I can only be 1 level higher than you. That is to say, I am now in the late stage of level 3. And you can only be level 4. Not level 5. Right? When will I be promoted to the 4th level? And then you can be promoted to the 5th level? Yes. The Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone only opened up the channels for my promotion. But it does not mean that I can quickly reach the peak in a short period of time. How far my strength can be improved depends on your strength to a certain extent. The Sky-breaking Gargoyle explained. Li Shiyao suddenly realized after hearing this, I understand. It doesn't matter. From this point of view, you are already very good. At least you can be 1 level higher than me. Unlike the real magic comp damaged version. Even if it is a divine weapon, the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss it can summon can only be of the same level as the divine weapon. Li Shiyao then explained, okay. Go back to the studio and get some magic plant seeds. We will go to the island biome to kill enemies and get more curse fillers in a while. I'll upgrade a batch of Chinmal first while I have some free time now. Yes. The Sky-breaking Gargoyle nodded. Then took out a batch of magic seeds from the workshop and stood beside Li Shiyao. Chinmal upgrade required. Ocean Sand X 300 upgrade time 3 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Shiyao did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out the corresponding amount of resources from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and chose to upgrade. Swoosh! As the ocean sand in his hand turned into a stream of khaki light and disappeared into the fertile field. The upgrade began. Bang! Li Shiyao then took out a golden building hammer and hit it, and the upgrade was completed instantly. Oh! Li Shiyao nodded in surprise. Fertile elf? Interesting. This is basically equivalent to each piece of fertile farmland having a full-time farmer who produces 24 hours a day. and does not need food or wages. To some extent, the fertile elf is like a chosen worker. It is also like a fully automated production line. In the future, Li Xia only needs to consider what magic things to plant according to the actual situation. And everything else can be handed over to the fertile elf. It's perfect. But looking around, I didn't find the whereabouts of the fertile elf. I just found a daisy in the middle of the fertile field, which was blooming beautifully, and a flower bud was emitting golden light. Presumably, this is the fertile elf that is being nurtured? Li Xia gathered his thoughts, took the remaining ocean sand, and walked through the remaining paths of the shelter to upgrade them. During this process, he was only thinking about one question. Where can I get the dungeon bone meal that Boy needs to continue to upgrade? Dungeon biome? Is there a biome called a dungeon biome? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll ask Li Bianqing after I return. Godfather. Shall we go? Celia came out after washing the dishes. She first saw Li Xia and asked, then walked to the sky-breaking gargoyle and smiled. Let's go! Li Xia walked to the center of the courtyard and summoned the true magic comp damage version from his body. Woo woo woo. The horn sounded immediately, and a teleportation-like curtain leading to the island biome slowly unfolded. The three-person team walked into it one after another. Time passed in a flash. The winter sky was getting dark quickly. By 6 o'clock, the night had completely enveloped the earth. When a teleportation-like curtain was unfolded again, the three-person team returned to the shelter with a full harvest. Although they did not get any extra gains and did not find the treasure chest, everything went well, and they harvested enough cursed stuffing. At this moment, the cursed stuffing was enough for Li Xia to exchange for a 5th-level turkey feather. Celia returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and the sky-breaking gargoyle took the magic plant seeds and continued to plant magic plants in the remaining open space in the fertile field. Li Xia returned to the workshop, summoned the activity store, consumed the cursed stuffing on hand, exchanged for a 5th-level turkey feather, and went to bed early after dinner. On the second day, the atmosphere of the Christmas event was even stronger. Even the enemies and animals in the forest biome seemed to be celebrating this beautiful day. Every player was ready to use turkey feathers to summon the ungrateful turkey, because although this event was optional, the benefits were very generous. Players could choose the level of the ungrateful turkey, a boss-level enemy in the event. Even the weakest players wanted to get a share of this event. So this time, the optional option has become a must-have option. Li Xia may be the player with the biggest hand in this Christmas event. The 5th-level turkey feather. Challenging the 5th-level event boss-level enemy with the strength of the 3rd level is simply unimaginable in the eyes of others. But for Li Xia, there is no need to make a fuss. After breakfast, the three-person team flew out of the shelter and came to a hillside. Li Xia took out the 5th-level turkey feather from the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice and silently used it in his heart. The turkey feather immediately began to burn, accompanied by the faint smoke, and it seemed that a hole was broken in the sky. Ding! The final chapter of the Christmas event is coming. Rare 5-level ungrateful turkey boss. Coming! Chapter 285. Christmas comes from the West in the real world, but in various countries in the East, many young people celebrate this foreign festival, especially on Christmas Eve. The young people use this festival to express their feelings to each other and talk to each other on winter nights. Therefore, Li Xia knows a lot about Christmas. An imported product? Christmas is an important festival in Christianity to commemorate the birth of Jesus. It is also called Jesus Christmas, the Nativity of the Lord. And the Catholic Church also calls it the Feast of the Nativity of Jesus. The date of Jesus' birth is not recorded in the Bible. In 336 AD, the Roman Church began to celebrate this festival on December 25th. December 25th was originally the birthday of the sun god stipulated by the Roman Empire. Some people believe that this day was chosen to celebrate Christmas because Christians believe that Jesus is justice and the eternal Son. After the middle of the 5th century, Christmas became an important festival and became a tradition of the Church, and gradually spread in the Eastern and Western churches. Due to different calendars used, the specific dates and forms of activities held by different denominations are also different. Christmas customs spread to Asia mainly in the mid-19th century, and the East Asian cultural circle was influenced by Christmas culture. Now in the West, gifts are often exchanged, banquets are held, and Santa Claus and Christmas trees are used to add festive atmosphere. This has become a common custom. Christmas has also become a public holiday in the Western world and many other regions. From this point of view, Christmas, a festival with different connotations in the later period, was originally intended to be the birth date of Jesus. And Jesus, to some extent, is also a god. There are thousands of winter festivals to celebrate. But why in the survival game of the K-series? The unknown existence wants to let players spend a Christmas, and specially organize a Christmas event? If you say there is no trick here, Li Xiao will not believe it 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Today or this event is the day of Jesus' birth. So can it also be symbolically understood as the day of the birth or resurrection of the gods? Which means that the survival game of the K-series has progressed to this point. And perhaps those gods will gradually show up? However, one more thing to note is, this Christmas event was created as an emergency correction to the original forest community's self-organized clearing of the spread of the land of authority. If today is really the day of the resurrection of the gods, does it mean this conventional large-scale biological community is not only conscious, but also has an unharmonious relationship with the resurrected gods? It's not that the two sides are not in the same camp, but even if they are in the same camp, there are still some intrigues. And when it comes to the details of the division of interests, they are still not the same? If gods have greed and ambition, they are just powerful people. Why not use human thinking to speculate? Gotcha! At this moment, thunder roared in the clear sky for no reason, and a crack in the void appeared. The wind from the infinite void blew into the biological community, and the forest withered and decayed. The clear stream beside it suddenly turned into a dry riverbed. Everything was like a dream. Li Xiao was startled by the thunder, and gradually kept these conclusions in mind. Looking up at the sky, normal boss-level enemies would bring players into their realm of power. Why did this ungrateful turkey make such a big noise when it appeared, but had no intention of pulling himself, Celia, and the others into the realm of power of the ungrateful turkey? Li Xiao looked around at the dilapidated scene, which was like a broken mountain and river. Before Li Xiao could come to his senses, a huge dinner plate fell from the sky accompanied by the crowing of a rooster, which actually contained a huge roasted and fragrant turkey with its head cut off. Boom! Accompanied by the huge sound of the plate falling to the ground. The small hill not far in front of them was completely flattened. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! At the last moment when the void gap shrank, a huge turkey head appeared in front of the three-person team. At this point, the boss-level enemy monster of this Christmas event, the 5th-level ungrateful turkey, officially arrived. Li Xiao never expected that the true image of the ungrateful turkey was actually a roasted turkey served on a plate. This is too abstract. It's abstract. But Li Xiao's hands are not slow at all. He quickly took out the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff from the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack, and then drank a bottle of summoning potion. With the blessing of the summoning limit +1, Li Xiao waved the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and summoned 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Warriors and Pseudobosses. Because whether it is Li Xiao or Celia, or even the Skybreaking Gargoyle, they are all output parties. This lineup still needs a thick meat shield to challenge the powerful 5th-level boss-level enemy monster. Woo woo woo! Accompanied by the sound of the real magic conk damaged version. Horn, the 3rd-level Naga tribe leader, and Pseudoboss also appeared beside Li Xiao. It sounds slow, but in fact, this operation is extremely fast. Fortunately, the ungrateful turkey did not seem to think of attacking immediately after entering the forest biome. So both sides are still safe until now. It was not until this moment that Li Xiao focused his attention on the extremely abstract ungrateful turkey in front of him. The 5th-level ungrateful turkey boss is really strong. The head and body are calculated separately, each with its own skills. And there are also combined overall skills: range, single, recovery, summon, domain, none of which are missing. Each passive skill also greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of the ungrateful turkey. What Li Xiao cares about most is passive skill overall blessing of abundance. When the health of the ungrateful turkey drops to a certain stage, it will actually obtain the supreme true position of the abundance path, although it is a temporary acquisition. All attributes plus 100%. Any skill level +1 is not a joke. This is basically the same as the ungrateful turkey being reborn from the ashes. Damn it! The 5th tier boss level enemy is indeed a tough one. But these are not the focus of Li Xiao's attention. The focus is the last sentence in the ungrateful turkey's notes. If the player fails, he will become the meal on the plate of the resurrected gods in this Christmas event. Meal on the plate? This Christmas event is indeed the day of the resurrection of the gods. If you fail, You will become the meal on the plate of the gods. The risk of failure is indeed more terrible than death. Li Xia immediately took out various potions that had been transformed by the moon goddess potion from the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice, and blessed them. Poison potion. Iron potion. Poison potion. Thorn potion. Multiple potions raised Li Xia's combat power by 1 level. Seeing that the ungrateful turkey still did not move until this moment, Li Xia took the initiative to attack. Li Xia held the scarlet sand gun and whispered, "Scarlet heavy attack." Swish. A sand bullet wrapped in scarlet power drew an arc in the air and accurately hit the ungrateful turkey. Bang! The player attacks the ungrateful turkey, triggering the passive skill General Catalyst of Abundance. The ungrateful turkey summons a 5th level turkey chanter captain without consumption. The ungrateful turkey enters combat mode, and the turkey chanter's overall combat power increases by 50%. The ungrateful turkey uses the general instant turkey chanter summon, summoning a 5th level turkey chanter captain. The ungrateful turkey uses the general instant turkey chanter summon, summoning a 5th level turkey chanter captain. Li Xia only tried to attack the head of the ungrateful turkey once, but it was like a rebound, not only causing the ungrateful turkey to instantly summon a turkey chanter without consumption, but also causing the ungrateful turkey to summon 100 turkey chanters with a 50% increase in comprehensive combat power. A huge group of them spread on the hillside. At this moment, the ungrateful turkey was in an invincible state under the blessing of the passive skill. But let alone attacking the ungrateful turkey's head, it was difficult for the 3-person team to get close at this moment. Li Xia's eyes condensed. This might be difficult for other players, but for Li Xia, for the 3-person team, it was not a big problem. The turkey chanters are like a group of small vegetables, getting in the way. If they are not dealt with, it will be very troublesome. But dealing with them will restore 100 health points for the ungrateful turkeys. So, we should make a quick decision and make sure that the blood recovery is less than the damage. Celia will do her best to kill the turkey chanters. Xiaoshi too. You will assist on the side. I will leave the Naga tribe leader, the pseudo-boss, to assist you. Be careful. Li Xia gave him instructions, as he had wings on his back. Celia, holding the scarlet regeneration axe staff, asked, "What about you, Godfather? You're not thinking of rushing in, are you?" Li Xia shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After the head of the ungrateful turkey is destroyed, the body's defense will decrease, which is the best time for us to focus our fire. But this time is only 25 seconds. Once the time is up, the ungrateful turkey's head will give birth to another one. So we must do it in one go. Before that, you must kill the turkey chanter as quickly as possible and consume as much magic points as possible of the ungrateful turkey. With the recovery skill of Horn of Plenty, you must kill them all and not hold back. I will use the advantage of mobility to kill enemies around me while looking for the best time to kill them." Celia, "Okay. I understand." Skybreaking Gargoyle, "Yes, Commander." The two agreed, and Li Xia flapped his wings and flew away. The battle begins. Chapter 286. Forest Biome, where the ungrateful turkey landed. The forest vegetation within a 3,000-meter radius grew wildly under the energy released by the abundance path, as if it had taken hormones. But when this forest grew to a certain stage, it seemed to be affected by some force and withered directly, turning into ashes. And everything returned to dust. It was like two forces were competing against each other. Li Xia flapped his wings and flew in the air, looking around, and saw all the changes in the forest. Could it be? Li Xia immediately thought of a possibility. The ungrateful turkey in the Christmas event was born from the emergency correction of the game process of the survival game. And the emergency correction of the survival game process is the spontaneous cleanup activity of the forest community to spread the power. So it seems that the forest community and the ungrateful turkey are actually tit for tat. Or, the forces behind them are tit for tat. In short, except for the players, the other gods do not seem to be a monolithic entity. That's good. Li Xia sighed in his heart, then held the scarlet sand gun and used crazy firepower to wipe out the turkey chanters that continued to emerge around the ungrateful turkey body. Successfully killed the 5th level turkey chanter captain. Scarlet points x 300. Successfully killed the 5th level turkey chanter captain. Scarlet points x 300. Successfully killed the 5th level turkey chanter elite. Scarlet points x 250. Perhaps it was because of the presence of the ungrateful turkey. Or perhaps it was because it was the last day of the Christmas event. All the turkey chanters killed by the three-person team at this moment no longer dropped curse filling, but only scarlet points. Swish, swish, swish. As a fourth-level ultimate intelligent weapon that combines the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, the sky-breaking gargoyle's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Even though its own level is lower than that of the turkey chanter, its damage output is not weak at all. Boom, boom, boom. Celia used the Scarlet Axe Staff to summon a level 3 tree spirit to act as a meat shield. And then the Scarlet Magic Navigation Bullet continued to gush out from the Axe Staff, automatically tracking and locking the turkey chanter in the air, and focusing fire to kill it instantly. With the protection of the tree spirit and the sky-breaking gargoyle, Celia, a human-shaped artillery, can output at full power. With the blessing of the racial talent which grace, Celia became an absolute bright spot on the battlefield. No matter how many turkey chanters the ungrateful turkey summoned, with various skills to bless servants, or even the blessing of releasing blood recovery skills, these turkey chanters all died in Celia's hands without exception. For armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Warrior pseudobosses and a third-level Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss. On the periphery of Celia's team, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscounts act as the first layer of meat shields to protect Celia. And on the other hand, they also output at full strength on the front line of the battlefield. The Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss is hidden in the second layer, and after defending as a half-meat shield, he is also the damage output point in Celia's team, second only to Celia. Most of the skills of the Naga Tribe Leader and pseudoboss are ranged magic damage attacks. When they are fully deployed, no turkey chanter can resist the attack of the Naga Tribe Leader and pseudoboss. The battle lasted for a while, and it seemed that everyone had forgotten that the ultimate goal this time was the ungrateful turkey. In fact, the ungrateful turkey has the active skill Horn of Plenty, which can restore health in a range, and the Field of Plenty for continuous health recovery. It also has the passive skill Sacrifice of Plenty, and each dead turkey chanter can replenish the health of the ungrateful turkey. Moreover, the ungrateful turkey also has the passive skill of Abundant Country, which can not only summon an unlimited number of turkey chanters, but also make the body invincible when the ungrateful turkey's head exists, and no attack can cause damage to it. Therefore, the three-person team has only one target for attacking the ungrateful turkey, which is the ungrateful turkey's head. However, the ungrateful turkey's head also has the passive skill of regenerating Nine-Headed Phoenix, which can destroy the back head and reduce the defense of the ungrateful turkey. However, if the ungrateful turkey cannot be killed immediately, the head will not only regenerate, but also grow another head. But it is a bit difficult to kill the ungrateful turkey quickly, because the ungrateful turkey also has a passive skill, Blessing of Abundance. When its health drops to 60%, it can temporarily obtain the supreme true position of Abundance Path. At that time, all attributes plus 100%, and any skill level plus 1. So it is basically impossible to kill it in one go. It is precisely because of this that Li Xiao will first let the other members of the three-person team concentrate on dealing with the army of turkey chanters summoned by the ungrateful turkey, and consume the magic points of the ungrateful turkey, and look for opportunities. As a boss-level enemy, the ungrateful turkey naturally understood its current situation. So when it found that no matter how many turkey chanters it summoned, it could not pose any threat to Li Xiao's three-man team, it immediately launched a beak attack. Cuckoo! The ungrateful turkey's head was like a spring that shortened to the limit and then popped out again, rushing madly towards Li Xiao, who was flying in the sky. In the ungrateful turkey's cognition, the core of this three-man team and the person who posed the greatest threat to it was Li Xiao, who seemed to be paddling at this moment. Regardless of the others, the four-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscounts and a Naga Tribe Leader pseudoboss are already a firepower that even the ungrateful turkey cannot ignore. So killing Li Xiao as soon as possible is the key to the victory of the ungrateful turkey. Li Xiao is naturally aware of this. Otherwise, why is he flying in the air and still within the attack range of the ungrateful turkey's head skill beak attack? Isn't Li Xiao's intention for the ungrateful turkey to attack actively? It can only be said that the ungrateful turkey's move was exactly what he wanted. Li Xiao immediately waved his hand and used the active skill Scarlet Trident Array. Before the attack of the ungrateful turkey came, he disappeared without a trace in the air, with the blessing of the rare multi-stage movement ability of the space system. The ungrateful turkey, whose body was heavy and unable to move, and whose attack method was not flexible. How could he hurt Li Xiao? Swish. 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 3 concentrated light spots appeared in the sky, which were the 3 temporary teleportation points of the Scarlet Trident array. Before the ungrateful turkey could react, swish. A scarlet crystal with the power of ice hit the ungrateful turkey's head directly, freezing it. Hit! Li Xiao appeared from the temporary teleportation point and shouted directly. Celia and the skybreaking gargoyle, who had received the battle plan in advance, completely wiped out the turkey chanter summoned by the ungrateful turkey, creating a short vacuum period for the servant army, and then heard Li Xiao's roar. Everyone knows that this is the best opportunity. Swish. Bang. Boom. Celia. Skybreaking gargoyle. Viscount armed scarlet spiked slime. Naga chieftain. And even the level 3 tree spirit, whose attacking ability was not enough, all poured out their firepower frantically during the few seconds when the head of the ungrateful turkey was frozen by the scarlet crystal, and attacked the ungrateful turkey with all their strength. Boom. 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 As a race with the witch's grace. Celia's instant damage at this moment was simply explosive, bearing 60% of the output, and within 2 seconds, completely smashed the head of the ungrateful turkey. Ding! Ungrateful turkey head is completely smashed. Ungrateful turkey body can be attacked. Ungrateful turkey's overall defense is reduced by 25%, lasting for 25 seconds. Ungrateful turkey's head is being judged for resurrection. After hearing the system prompt, Li Xiao's white wings whistled behind him, and the magic rune array lit up rapidly, and a series of light blue wind blades began to rapidly attack the body of the ungrateful turkey. Quick! Li Xiao held the scarlet sand gun, madly tilted the firepower, and roared loudly. The rest of the people also responded, and in a short 25 seconds, they madly output 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%. The health of the ungrateful turkey is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it drops to 60%, the ungrateful turkey obtains the temporary high level of abundance. Ding! The health of the ungrateful turkey drops to 60%, triggering the passive skill of abundance blessing. Ungrateful turkey temporarily obtains the supreme truth of the path of plenty, and obtains all attributes plus 100%, and any skill level plus 1. Cuckoo! Cluck! The ungrateful turkey crowed and grew a new head in an instant. Judging from the number of heads, it was not the skill effect of the regeneration 9-headed phoenix that was triggered, because it had not reached 25 seconds, and the second head had not grown again. Li Xiao suddenly thought that perhaps it was because the ungrateful turkey obtained the supreme truth of the path of plenty that the head grew instantly. There was no other way. After the head grew out, the body of the ungrateful turkey became invincible again, and its skills reached the 6th level. The summoned turkey chanter also became the 6th level. Li Xiao did not let everyone attack again, because the skills of all members of the 3-person team were almost in the cooling time, and there was no potential for concentrated burst. Moreover, after the ungrateful turkey obtained the supreme true position of the path of abundance, its health value doubled again. If you want to kill it completely, you need to find the right time again. Ding! The Scarlet Trident array has been used. Player Li Xiao gains a swift buff. Movement speed increased by 10%. Melee attack speed plus 10%. Ranged attack speed plus 10%. Duration, 1 minute. The Scarlet Trident array enters a cooldown period. Li Xiao directly orders other team members to kill the 6th level turkey chanter while recovering. Pay attention to the skill cooldown period, and wait for the Scarlet Trident array to cool down again before attacking the ungrateful turkey immediately. Routine is not old, as long as it is useful. No matter whether the ungrateful turkey has the supreme truth of the path of abundance. As long as the plan is correct. The ungrateful turkey is just a target with thickened health value. Cuckoo! The ungrateful turkey's body trembled slightly, and the flying feathers pierced the crowd like a sword, but were easily resisted by everyone. After a stalemate of 5 minutes, all the members of the 3-person team had adjusted their status. Li Xiao soared into the sky again at the right time and released the scarlet 3-pointed array. Swoosh! After the 3 temporary teleportation points were set up, Li Xiao appeared out of thin air right above the head of the ungrateful turkey. Swoosh! A scarlet crystal attack directly hit the head of the ungrateful turkey, and the other members saw this and focused their fire on it. Bang! Within 3 seconds, the ungrateful turkey's head was completely destroyed. entering the 25-second resurrection judgment period. And at the same time, the ungrateful turkey's body also entered the period of overall defense reduction by 25%. Attack! Li Xia roared. And all members of the three-man team instantly focused their fire on the attack. Bang! Swoosh! Boom! The light and shadow effects of multiple skills were like fireworks blooming in the air. Cuckoo! Even though the ungrateful turkey had the supreme true position of the path of abundance, it was like a lamb to be slaughtered at this moment. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 23 seconds. During the last 3 seconds of the ungrateful turkey's head resurrection judgment, the ungrateful turkey's health value dropped to 0. Boom! The ungrateful turkey exploded directly in the air, turning into a dazzling firework. Congratulations to the player. Successfully killed the 5th level rare true ungrateful turkey boss. And obtained Diamond X 10,000. Strong Healing Potion X 20. Strong Magic Potion X 20. Magic Potion X 100. Healing Potion X 100. Stamina Potion X 20. Poison Potion X 20. Molotov Cocktail X 100. Origin Treasure Bag X 1. Before Li Xia had time to check the harvest, he heard the system prompt again. Ding! Regional Channel. The 5th level ungrateful turkey boss, who activated the highest level of the Path of Abundance, was completely killed by the player Li Xia. And all players received a 5th level Christmas gift package. After the Christmas event ends, if no player in the regional channel kills the ungrateful turkey boss with a higher level than the 5th level boss killed by Li Xia, then Li Xia will receive another mysterious gift package. As soon as this system announcement came out, the entire 9527 area channel was shocked again. It was only the morning of the 7th day of the Christmas event, and many players were still making final preparations, especially those ambitious players in the first echelon, who were thinking of taking their time to kill boss-level enemies of the same level. Perhaps only the first echelon players in the first echelon would think of killing a 4th-level boss-level enemy. But who would have thought that Li Xia had already quietly killed the 5th-level event boss-level enemy? The ungrateful turkey. You know, the current level of the players is only the 3rd level, late stage, and this ungrateful turkey has the supreme level of the Path of Abundance, something they have never heard of, but was easily killed by Li Xia. This is too scary. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, the entire regional channel entered a brief silence. Everyone was shocked by this news, except Li Xia, who looked at the 5th level Christmas gift pack in his hand speechlessly. Fuck. That's it? Chapter 287. Don't think that the 3-person team killed this 5th level ungrateful turkey boss, which made a lot of noise. Another system announcement was released to let everyone in the entire regional channel know about it. Another Christmas gift package was given to all players in the regional channel, so that everyone could benefit. But what is the reality? It's not like that. Because killing the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss, the inherent drops are one thing, and Li Xia pays more attention to the so-called first kill of the ungrateful turkey. What is the result? Now the system only gives Li Xia a Christmas gift pack that everyone has. As for the first kill reward, it will be determined after the Christmas event ends and everyone has challenged the ungrateful turkey. Then, the first kill reward can be given according to the situation. That is to say, in this Christmas event, the system's judgment standard for killing the ungrateful turkey boss is no longer based on which player kills the boss level monster the fastest, because the ungrateful turkey level setting has been added. The ungrateful turkey killed by the player is different from level 1 to level 5. So this factor must be taken into account for comprehensive judgment. No wonder we have to wait until the Christmas event is over to make a decision. I am so anxious. Fortunately, not everyone is qualified to deal with the boss level enemy monster of the 5th level ungrateful turkey. Don't think it's easy for the 3-person team led by Li Xia to kill the ungrateful turkey. In fact, it's very difficult. It's even more difficult for another player to kill the 5th level ungrateful turkey. Not to mention that the active and passive skills of the 5th level ungrateful turkey are closely linked. And there is also a powerful 5th level bond blessing. Just say that the passive skill, the Blessing of Abundance, can give the 5th level ungrateful turkey the supreme true position of the Path of Abundance. And the overall strength is more than doubled. How terrifying. Just to mention one point. After all the hard work to destroy the head of the ungrateful turkey, if the player does not have the instantaneous explosive power to completely kill the ungrateful turkey in such a short time of 25 seconds, then after the ungrateful turkey's head is resurrected, There will be an additional one. You must know that with the skill of regeneration 9-headed phoenix, the ungrateful turkey's head can grow up to 9 at the same time. In this way, the difficulty of killing is simply exponentially increased. This is the 3-person team led by Li Xia. If you really want to change a player, maybe waiting to die obediently is a good choice. So Li Xia was not worried that other players would challenge the 6th level ungrateful turkey. Nor was he worried that his speed would be slower than others in killing the 5th level ungrateful turkey. However, it would take more than 10 hours for the dust to settle. Until midnight tonight. Which was something Li Xia could not tolerate. However, there was no other way to look at the situation. So he could only wait. Li Xia collected the resources that fell on the ground, turned around and looked around, and found a very strange problem. The ungrateful turkey was clearly dead. But in the forest community, the forest turned to ashes in the area where the ungrateful turkey moved. The ungrateful turkey was an enemy of the path of plenty, and the power it possessed was also the power of plenty. So how could it leave no grass growing wherever it went? Li Xia thought about the changes in the environment before the 3-person team fought the ungrateful turkey. It seemed that this was due to the confrontation between the two forces, and the destruction of the forest was just an unprovoked disaster. Right? It's hard to explain. But Li Xia feels that since the death of the ungrateful turkey, the overall impression of the forest community has changed a lot. It seems that it is urgent to embark on the path of strength and gather one's own kingdom of power. Godfather, how did you get from killing the ungrateful turkey this time? Celia flew to Li Xia and asked. Li Xia shook his head slightly. Only the killing reward and the 5th level Christmas gift package. As for the first kill reward, you have to wait until the Christmas event to get it. Ah, we have to wait so long. Celia is also impatient. So now it is Li Xia who comforts Celia. It's okay. The reward is ours anyway. We can't escape. Li Xia rubbed Celia's head and said, Celia, you performed very well today. Your witch grace talent really helped us a lot. Godfather. What you said? Celia rolled her eyes at Li Xia, as if I am not a member of the shelter. Ha ha ha. It's Godfather's fault. Godfather made a slip of the tongue. What should we do now? Celia didn't dwell on this question too much, but continued to ask. Go back. Sort out the harvest. And wait until the evening to see the results. Today is Christmas. Li Xia paused and continued. Although it is a Western holiday, we will celebrate it according to Eastern traditions. Go back and make some dumplings and cook a hot pot. Celia smiled sweetly when she heard this. Great. Li Xia seized the time and quickly took the 3-person team back to their own shelter. And each of them started to get busy. After Li Xia returned to the workshop, he first sorted the resources and stored them in various primary authority storage boxes. Then he picked out some of the required resources and went to the courtyard to upgrade the unfinished shelter defense facilities. He was busy until lunch at noon. And then he finished it. In the afternoon, the system announcement sounded from time to time. The ungrateful turkeys from level 1 to level 4 were also completely killed by the players. Among them, the ungrateful turkey of level 4 was first killed by Li Bianqing of the Dawn Front. The 3rd level ungrateful turkey was first killed by Wang Fugue from the Dawn Front. There were only 6 first kill system announcements in total. And the Dawn Front team in the 9527 area channel actually occupied half of them, which can be said to be very terrifying. Players once again witnessed the strong strength of the Dawn Front team today. In the afternoon, Li Xia returned to the workshop and took out the 5th level Christmas gift package from the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack. A Christmas gift package for everyone? I don't know what resources will be revealed. I hope it's a bit more powerful. Successfully opened the Christmas gift package. And got Christmas Turkey X1, Christmas Pizza X1, Christmas Candy Bar X1, Diamond X100, Magic Potion X5, Healing Potion X5, Iron Potion X3, Archery Potion X3. There are quite a lot of things. But potion resources are basically outdated resources for Li Xia. There are only 100 diamonds, which seems too few. Only Christmas Turkey X1, Christmas Pizza X1, Christmas Candy Bar X1. These 3 resources are special. Li Xia picked them up one by one and looked at them intently. Wow! Li Xia widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Interesting. The increase in 4-dimensional attributes is actually nothing. But what is relatively rare is the permanent solidification of random abilities, which is a benefit that even Li Xia cannot ignore. Li Xia then picked up the Christmas pizza and looked at it intently. A little attack, a little defense, a little spirit. After killing the 5th level ungrateful turkey in the Christmas event, the system announced a Christmas set meal reward for everyone in the regional channel. It's really something. The 3 foods added together are almost as good as a 4-dimensional origin. The key is that everyone gets one, which is very generous. Killing the 4th level ungrateful turkey will also get one. But only the player who kills the ungrateful turkey can get one. And no one else can. Everyone has the 5th level. Is that so? Li Xia pondered for a moment. Then contacted Li Bianqing and exchanged 10 bottles of Luna Series potion resources with him for the Christmas event set meal in his hand. In this way, Celia also had her share. At dinner, because of the Christmas event set meal, she didn't cook and ate the set meal directly. Ding! Player Li Xia eats Christmas turkey. Defense is permanently +1. Ding! Player Li Xia eats Christmas pizza. And his mental power is permanently +1. Ding! Player Li Xia eats Christmas candy. And his attack power is permanently +1. Player Li Xia successfully eats the 3-piece Christmas event set within the specified time and obtains a random ability. Winter Swimming Pigeon. The player's resistance to freezing, frost, and freezing is increased by 1. And he can control swimming and winter swimming. When the player swims, his health value is fixed by +1 per second. And his magic value is fixed by +1 per second. Winter Swimming Pigeon? This ability is great. Li Xia nodded happily after checking the panel data of the Winter Swimming Pigeon. After possessing this ability, Li Xia's resistance to the debuff attack of ice monsters was directly increased by 1 level. Li Xia was originally a landlubber and had to rely on a swimming ring to go into the water. Now, he has not only learned to swim, but also learned to swim in winter. Moreover, when swimming, his health and magic points have a continuous recovery gain. In other words, fighting in the water, Li Xia's combat effectiveness has been improved by a small comprehensive margin. In this way, it seems that it is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Li Xia summoned his personal panel and checked it with satisfaction. Chapter 288. Li Xia closed his personal panel data and nodded contentedly. After solidifying the ability of Winter Swimming Pigeon, Li Xia's overall combat power has been slightly improved, especially in the environment of ice and snow biomes and marine biomes. Li Xia is like a dragon entering the sea, and can occupy a certain home advantage. Don't look at the 3-piece set of the Christmas event hidden package, which is just a reward given to all players in the regional channel by the system announcement. But the random permanent solidification ability is really good. After that, Li Xia only needed to upgrade the civilized angler title, the Crimson Fury Slime Staff, and the artifact True Magic Conk Damage version step by step, which was enough to quickly improve his strength and firmly occupy the top spot in the player strength rankings. Waiting for the Christmas event to end and waiting for the arrival of midnight was boring. And Li Xia casually took out an Origin Treasure Bag from the Fishman Sacrifice Magic Backpack. Name, Origin Treasure Bag. Type, Lottery Bag Special Authority Soul Binding. Quality, Expertise Requirement, General N. Effect, after opening ordinary treasure chests and treasure boxes, you will get random gifts from the lost civilization of the previous era. And after opening special authority treasure boxes, you will get a specific path to the strong, which is the core of the player's power kingdom. The Origin Treasure Bag is one of the resources that has a chance to drop after killing boss-level monsters of level 5 and above. After opening the Origin Treasure Bag, the player can randomly obtain a Random Path Sequence Artifact Fragment X1. Random Path Sequence Artifact Fragments? Li Xia frowned. Artifact Fragments? This is a good thing. Only by killing the 5th level boss-level enemy monsters can there be a very small chance to obtain the Origin Treasure Bag. Li Xia was completely lucky to have killed the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss first. Otherwise, he might not have been able to obtain it. Li Xia has been thinking recently. Not to mention that Su Hongdo has already embarked on the path of a strong man, and even condensed the power country one step ahead of himself, and even controlled more than half of the power of the small special biological community gem mine. Things like artifacts, or things like strength, Li Xia doesn't need to worry about it at all. But, in his own shelter, there is more than just Li Xia. The Skybreaking Gargoyle is fine. As the ultimate intelligent weapon, it has its own strength advancement route. But what about Celia? Celia doesn't have a magic weapon yet, although Celia has the racial talent of the Witch Grace, and is inspired by Li Xia's Scarlet Overlord inheritance. She has transformed from the tree demon inheritance to the Scarlet Banshee. But her close combat ability is not strong. Having a magic weapon is Li Xiao's obsession these days. Now that the origin treasure bag is in hand, the artifact fragment is within reach. I hope to get a useful artifact fragment. Preferably one for defense, Li Xiao thought to himself. And then chose to open the origin treasure bag. Successfully opened the origin treasure bag. Obtained Natural Path Artifact Golden Rose Fragment X1. As the origin treasure bag disappeared, only a golden rose flower was left in the air, which looked quite beautiful and unparalleled, giving people a feeling of being immersed in nature, with a sense of clarity in the beauty. The artifact golden rose fragments, although called fragments, are still a complete golden rose. I wonder if there is any other secret inside. Moreover, the natural path also made Li Xiao have some guesses in his mind. But before Li Xiao could think about anything, he reached out and took the natural path artifact golden rose fragments. And he already understood in his heart. The extraordinary paths have their own advantages. Some are strong. Some are weak. Some focus on defense. And some focus on offense. The focus of each extraordinary path is completely different. And the effect of the artifact forged is naturally different. However, among them, many extraordinary paths are actually just branches of stronger extraordinary paths. For example, the extraordinary paths of the natural system contain branches of extraordinary paths such as forests, abundance, druids, flowers, springs, etc. And these branches of extraordinary paths are ultimately part of the extraordinary paths of the natural system. It can be said that the natural path is the general outline of these branch paths. And it is also one of the most powerful extraordinary path sequences. Being able to obtain artifact fragments of the natural extraordinary path sequence can be said to be a very lucky result. Li Xiao drew inferences from one instance and thought of his own Scarlet Domination inheritance. Scarlet includes the sequence of extraordinary paths such as killing, bloodthirsty, weapon mastery, combat, and rage, and Scarlet is also one of the general outlines of these branch paths. It can be said that the Scarlet Domination inheritance, as one of the three origin domination inheritances, is itself an extremely powerful origin extraordinary path. After contacting the Golden Rose, Li Xiao naturally learned this information and had a deeper understanding of the sequence path. Celia was originally a tree demon. Even though she has become a Scarlet Banshee after being inspired by the Scarlet Domination inheritance, her essence has not changed. She is still a tree demon clan. And obtaining the artifact Golden Rose fragment is also a complement to each other. Li Xiao was very satisfied with the result. He raised the fragment of the Golden Rose in his hand and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the Golden Rose, Li Xiao suddenly realized that the Golden Rose was just a part of the original artifact of the God of Nature. The complete original artifact should be called Natural Flower. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Celia binds the Golden Rose, she can naturally obtain other parts of the Natural Flower by killing high-level bosses in the future. In the end, Celia may be able to restore the entire artifact of the Natural Flower. Moreover, although the basic authority of the single original artifact component Golden Rose is a little weak, the natural authority after activation is not weak at all. The fatal attack locks the blood and is invincible, and instantly restores its full state. It is reasonable that such a powerful authority effect has a 7-day cooling period. The most important thing is that this natural authority is really suitable for a human turret like Celia. Although the Golden Rose can only be activated and cannot be upgraded, it can only be upgraded by integrating other Natural Flower artifact components. But the powerful effect of the first level artifact is enough for Celia to use at this stage. What is the God of Nature? Tree Fairy Alice Flower. What is the God War of Cloud Top Sky? 1 against 3. These are things from the last era, and they are too far away from Li Xiao now. Li Xiao doesn't think about this problem. Instead of thinking so much and worrying about the future, it is better to improve his strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Li Xiao shouted, "Celia, come to the workshop." Celia, who was cleaning at home, heard the words, walked downstairs quickly, came to the workshop and asked, "Godfather, what's wrong? Is there something you want to call Celia for?" Li Xiao held up the true Golden Rose broken version in his hand. Said, "How is it? Do you like it?" Celia took the true Golden Rose broken version. After checking the panel data, she was surprised and said, "Artifact?" Li Xiao, "No. It's just a fragment of the artifact. That's also very precious. Celia asked, Godfather. How did you get it? Li Shiyao smiled and said, Did you forget? After we killed the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss, didn't we drop an origin treasure bag? This true golden rose broken version is obtained by opening the treasure bag. Wow. Celia looked at the true golden rose broken version and said with emotion, It's really beautiful. And Godfather, you are so lucky. I also think I am lucky. So I decided to share this luck with you. Celia raised her head. Ah? What do you mean? From now on, you will be the owner of the true golden rose broken version, Li Shiyao said firmly. This is too precious. Isn't it? Celia paused and continued, and the natural authority of the true golden rose broken version is very powerful. It can be called a second life. Why not give it to you? Godfather? You? Li Shiyao shook his head and said, Silly girl. Have you forgotten? Godfather, I have the true magic can't damaged version. Before becoming a god, each player can only bind one of these strategic resources. So how could Godfather bind the true golden rose broken version? Besides, I have a substitute doll, which is my second life. On the contrary, you don't have a second life. After being influenced by the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord, you became a Scarlet Banshee. Your racial talent is a rare combat talent, the Witch Grace. You can be said to be a human turret, the strongest firepower output point in our 3-person team. But your defense ability is still a little weak. With this true golden rose broken version, I can feel more at ease. Quick! Stop being so hypocritical. Bind him first. But we don't have any creations with the power of authority at this stage. So we can't upgrade your true golden rose broken version immediately. Celia almost cried when she heard this. Feeling warm in her heart, she quickly said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, the true golden rose broken version can only be fixed at level 1 without obtaining other artifact parts. I'm not in a hurry. Yeah, that's what I mean. Li Shiyao smiled and said, Anyway, there is a long way to go. There are many creations with the power of authority. We always have a chance. Celia nodded, and was about to temporarily store the true golden rose broken version in the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, because Celia had not fully activated the true golden rose broken version at this stage. She could not take it into her body, and could only store it in the backpack as a regular weapon. But at this moment, Celia had just cried, and a tear ran across the corner of her eye, slid down her chin, and just dripped on the surface of the golden rose. Swoosh! The tears instantly melted into the artifact. Ding! Tran Demon Bloodline detected. True golden rose broken version. Bound successfully. Swish! Colorful rays of light lit up immediately, and true golden rose broken version turned into a stream of light and escaped into Celia's body. What's going on? Bound directly without activation? Li Shiyao asked quickly. Celia, how do you feel? True golden rose broken version. Bound successfully? Celia felt the true golden rose broken version in her body for a while. Then, he nodded blankly. It seems that the tear I just dropped on the surface of the true golden rose broken version detected my tree demon bloodline. So the direct binding was successful. Celia closed her eyes again and felt it for a while. Then said, the current true golden rose broken version is already activated. Godfather, it seems that we don't need to invest in another creation containing the power of authority. This is definitely good news for Celia and Li Shiyao. Suddenly, Celia felt a hot but cool force coming from her body. This force was raging in her body. Scarlet and nature were devouring each other. Celia groaned and collapsed to the ground. Celia? Li Shiyao saw this and hurried forward to hug Celia, and found that her body temperature was sometimes high and sometimes low. But after checking the state of Celia, Abigail's flower in the shelter, it was just a simple sleep, without other symptoms. Li Shiyao was relieved. He then brought a basin of water, wrung out a towel, and took care of Celia until around 12 o'clock in the evening. When Celia woke up groggily, Li Shiyao was the first to notice Celia's awakening and asked, Celia, are you okay? How are you? It's okay, Godfather. Celia smiled bitterly and said, true golden rose broken version. Although I don't need to devour the creation containing the original power, I am automatically bound by the blood power of my tree demon clan. But after all, I am a scarlet female demon transformed by the inheritance of the Scarlet Master, and I am still different from the tree demon. So the tree demon power that was originally expected to be devoured was insufficient. And I could only double the scarlet power contained in my body. Which led to the scene. Li Xia suddenly realized. So that's it. Chapter 289. Shelter. Workshop. Li Xia supported Celia and asked, Celia, are you okay now? Not bad. Celia paused and continued. It's just that the scarlet power accumulated in Celia's body was devoured just now. And now I feel a little weak. It's not a big deal. And Godfather. You see, I have successfully bound the true golden rose broken version. Celia waved her hand and summoned her personal panel. Li Xia carefully scanned the data of Celia's personal panel in front of him, and found that Celia had indeed successfully bound the true golden rose broken version. However, Celia's current combat power is still far behind his own. Especially because of the difference in health points due to the difference in the scarlet source pump. Which leads to a difference of nearly double between the two. It can be said that Celia's current combat power is so strong. 99% of it is due to Celia's racial talent which grace. Without this talent, Celia's combat power would be at least weakened by 50%. However, even if Celia has the racial talent of which grace, it seems that Celia's strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Not to mention the long term. Just the active skill column and passive skill column that Celia has vacated after entering the 3rd level. If the choice is appropriate, it will definitely greatly improve Celia's combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Li Xia said, well, I saw that the real golden rose broken version is indeed successfully bound. I have been too busy during this period. And my godfather has ignored you. Ah? Godfather. Why do you say that? You're so good to me. Celia asked in confusion. Li Xia smiled bitterly and shook her head. You're still speaking for me. Look at yourself. It's been a long time since you entered the 3rd level. There are 2 empty skill bars in the 3rd level. And you haven't loaded any new skills yet. Li Xia thought for a moment and said, the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower will lock on the Jungle Biome Plane this week. There are still a few days left. I have a Honey Plane coordinate scroll in my hand. After this Christmas event is over, we will go to the Honey Plane together to see if I can help you get a good skill. Do you think it's okay? When Celia heard that she could go to other biomes with Li Xia to explore and adventure, how could she not agree? Celia nodded quickly. Okay. Okay. I haven't been to the Honey Plane yet. I really want to go and see it. Okay. Let's make a deal first. The scarlet power in your body is too much. So don't stay up late. Li Xia paused and then said, anyway, the Christmas event will end after midnight. You should rest early. When we go to the Honey Plane tomorrow, I will go to your bedroom on the 2nd floor to call you. Yes. Celia nodded heavily upon hearing this. And then obediently went back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor with the help of Li Xia and fell asleep. Time was running out. So Li Xia simply sorted out the primary authority storage box while waiting for the arrival of midnight. Not long after, a system prompt sounded. Ding! This Christmas event has ended successfully. In the 9527 area channel, the highest level of the rare ungrateful turkey boss kill is level 5. And the player who killed it is Li Xia. Congratulations to player Li Xia for taking the first kill of the 5th level rare ungrateful turkey boss. And the reward is the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty. After the Christmas event ends, a new version will be launched. Losers eat dust. This time, the 1.4 version of the survival game of the system has been updated. There are no major changes. Only one world rule. Decay and Rebirth has been added. As the strength of the players in the regional channel gradually increases, the number of heritage players is also increasing. And the forest biome has been eroded by too much power. And the power of corruption has been deliberately spread. From today, the forest biome will gradually become uninhabitable until it eventually dies. If the player cannot reach level 5 and consolidate their own kingdom of power when the forest biome completely dies, then there are only 2 ways for the player to go. 1. Become a meal for the gods along with the forest biome. 2. The failed player will live in the kingdom of power of other powerful people. There is no third way to choose. The duration of this version varies according to the real-time situation of different regional channels. A kind reminder: players can delay the extinction of the forest biome to a certain extent by clearing out all kinds of places where power spreads in the forest biome. But they cannot stop the fall of the forest biome, because this process is irreversible. Time is running out for players. Please seize the time and fight for a glimmer of hope. Li Xia, Li Bianqing, everyone. The entire 9527 area channel was originally full of joy. After all, this Christmas event is an optional option. Even if the player is weak, as long as he knows his own limitations, he will always gain something. Everyone was still immersed in joy. But this system announcement was like pouring cold water on everyone. The land of power spreading was gradually expanding, which was something every player knew. But from this system announcement, Li Bianqing could learn one thing. The fall of the forest biome was now irreversible. So, if the players had worked hard to clear the land of power spreading before, could they have saved the forest biome? At this time, more than one person thought of a question. At the beginning, the forest biome did launch a cleanup activity for the land of spreading power, but it was eventually stopped by an unknown existence. And then this Christmas activity was launched. What is the purpose? I am afraid it is to make the fall of the forest biome irreversible. Now with the update of version 1.4 of the survival game, everything is a foregone conclusion. The fall of the forest biome has become inevitable, and the cleanup of the land of spreading power can only be delayed for a while. And in this period of time, which is unknown, it is necessary to advance to the 5th level and gather the power of the country to save itself. To be honest, for Li Xia, for the first-tier players, it may not be difficult. But for most middle-level players, it is almost impossible to accomplish. This version 1.4 update of the survival game of the system is named Loser Eats Dust. I am afraid that after this version is over, many people will really become the meal of the gods. Li Xia thought more deeply. Because when Li Xia killed the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss, he checked its panel data and knew from the notes that this Christmas event was for the revival of some old gods. However, in the 9527 area channel, there are only a few players who have the strength and courage to challenge the 4th level and above ungrateful turkey. Even if all these players died in the battle to challenge the ungrateful turkey, this number of people is not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the old gods. In this update of the Loser Eats Dust version, the unknown existence has made it clear that the fate of players after death is still to become the god's meal. I think this is a plan that fails, and then comes up with another one. Regional channel. Li Bianqing, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone already knows the result. Our next days will be very difficult. So I think that in order to extend the life of the forest biome as much as possible, our most important thing next is to clear out any place where power has spread that we have seen. Li Bianqing, only in this way can we gain as much time as possible. And only in this way can we have a greater chance of winning. Guan Tao, Master Bianqing is right. I found a place where power spread not far from my shelter yesterday. But I was participating in the Christmas event at that time, and didn't have extra time to clean it up. In this case, I will go and clean up this place where power spreads. Lu Feng, me too. We will all try our best to make our own efforts. But, Lu Feng, to put it bluntly, in our regional channel, except for Master Xia, Master Bianqing, and Goddess Hongdo, who are the first-tier players in the first tier, they have 100% confidence that they can sprint to the 5th level during this period of time. How can other players have such great confidence? Zhang Yi. Yes, although this sentence is pessimistic, it is true. At that time, perhaps we can only survive by relying on other players' kingdoms of authority. We don't know what is waiting for us. Zhang Sanshan, I think the above is still too optimistic. How many people are there in a regional channel? How many people can a newly formed kingdom of authority produce? I am afraid that we can't even enter the kingdom of authority at that time, and can only wait to die and become the god's meal. Guan Tao, since entering the survival game of the system, I have tried my best to make myself happy and optimistic. But with the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game of the system, I really can't be happy. The days of waiting to die are really too hard to endure. Li Xia, what are you saying? Instead of being sad and compassionate here, we should follow what Brother Bianqing said and clear as much of the places where power spreads as possible, so as to buy as much life as possible for the forest biological community, and as much time as possible for ourselves. Li Xia, the kingdom of power is not as complicated or difficult as we imagined. If we give up hope now, we will really wait for death. Su Hongdo, yes. Xia is right. Su Hongdo, I am not afraid to tell you that I had gained control of the gem mine of the small special biological community by chance. So I can speak from my own experience. Su Hongdo, considering the size of my gem mine, it is absolutely no problem to accommodate 3,000 people. Su Hongdo, there are still over 50,000 players alive in our regional channel. Think about it. How many 5th level power kingdoms are needed? Su Hongdo's words brought a lot of information. When everyone was thinking about how to advance to the 5th level, and how to struggle to survive, Su Hongdo stood up and told everyone directly that I already have the power kingdom. Moreover, a kingdom of authority can accommodate 3,000 people, judging from the number of players surviving in the current regional channel. As long as 25th level strongmen can emerge in the regional channel before the forest biome completely falls, the kingdom of authority will be enough to save all the players in a regional channel. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Bianqing, this news about Su Hongdo was originally a top secret in our Dawn Sword, and even in our Dawn Front team. We didn't tell anyone else. Li Bianqing, however, at this time, losing confidence is equivalent to death, and clearing the land where power spreads is definitely not a task that can be completed by one person, so it can only be announced in advance. Li Bianqing, I hope everyone will trust the first-tier players of the regional channel, and I also hope that everyone can start from today and clear the land where power spreads as much as possible. For us, for everyone in the regional channel, to buy as much time as possible to ensure that 25th level strongmen can emerge. Li Xia, that's right. Li Xia, time is running out. Let's work hard and work together. We really don't have much time left. Li Xia, 25th level strongman. This is the goal of the entire regional channel. And each 5th level strongman can bring hope of life. The power kingdom condensed by each of them is like Noah's Ark. Li Xia, so this player's self-rescue plan is tentatively named Noah's Ark. Come on everyone. After Su Hongdo's self-exposure, and after Li Xia and Li Bianqing's comfort, everyone has emerged with endless enthusiasm for the Noah's Ark that represents vitality. Charge. Chapter 290. The 1.4 version of the survival game has been updated. There are no other major changes. Only one line. The loser eats dust. When everyone knew that the forest community would eventually fall, even though they knew that Su Hongdo controlled the gem mine of the small special community, even though Li Xia and Li Bianqing had come forward to express their opinions, and even provided a set of solutions. But everyone was still worried, fearing that one day when they woke up, they would be greeted by death. That night, many people were sleepless until dawn. Perhaps only a few people could sleep soundly. Among these few people, Li Xia must be one of them, because he knew that worrying about the future would be useless. Instead of thinking about it here, it is better to improve the strength as soon as possible, so that you can have more self-protection ability before the forest biome falls. However, what puzzled Li Xia was why the forest biome, a very special biome, similar to the biome of the novice village of players, would fall at this stage. After the Christmas event, the revival of the gods began. Since the players are the food on the plate, shouldn't the forest biome be the vessel for the food on the plate? If so, why did the forest biome spontaneously organize the clearing activity of the place where power spreads and resist? Or is it because the forest biome is essentially not in the same camp as the gods? These thoughts were buried deep in Li Xia's heart. No matter what the truth is, Li Xia currently does not have the strength to reveal the truth. The current priority is to improve the strength as soon as possible and start the Noah's Ark plan as soon as possible. Level 5. Only level 5 can take a certain dominant position in this version update of Loser Eats Dust. After waking up, Li Xia looked at the rising sun outside the window, pursed his lips, and thought to himself. Li Xia walked to the bench in the courtyard and sat down. He took out the first prize of this Christmas event, the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. This pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty should have been the most anticipated reward of this Christmas event. After all, for everyone, artifacts and pseudo-artifacts are still the first time to hear about them. It was only because of the update of version 1.4 of the survival game that the loser was closely related to the survival of many players that everyone did not pay too much attention to this matter. But this does not mean that the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty is a bad resource. Li Xia looked at the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, which was similar to the real magic comp damaged version, in his hand, and looked at it curiously. After checking the panel data of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, Li Xia nodded slightly. This pseudo-artifact, Horn of Plenty, is itself an item that contains a lot of power. However, using it as a feeding material to feed the real magic comp damaged version would be like throwing away the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. After all, the pseudo-artifact, Horn of Plenty, is also very useful to Li Xia at this stage. The basic power of the pseudo-artifact, Horn of Plenty, is equivalent to a bottle of unlimited healing potion, and with a plus 50% bonus to all attributes. It is a potion with a stronger effect than the powerful healing potion. Instantly restore 300 health points. And it is a range recovery, which is a great weapon on the battlefield. If the basic authority is still owned by other players, at least half of the effect. Then the second unique authority of abundance of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Abundance is even more powerful. This kind of effect is equivalent to having 5 more bottles of permanent benefit potions that can be selected at will. There is no need to worry about consumption after use. And the type of potion can be replaced at will. It is extremely cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Li Xia stored all the potions with greater combat bonuses, such as endurance potions and poison potions, in it to ensure that the effect of the power of abundance of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Abundance was maximized. Then Li Xia sat on the bench, staring blankly at the sky, emptying himself. After washing up, Celia saw Li Xia staring at the rising sun outside the courtyard and asked, "Godfather, what's wrong? Why are you daydreaming so early in the morning?" Celia walked up quickly and said, "Are you still worried about the update of version 1.4 of the survival game?" Li Xia shook his head, "No. Others may worry that they can't reach the 5th level before the forest biome falls. But Celia, you know that I am not worried about this. As long as I know that the boss level exists, it is not difficult for me to kill a few." Celia nodded when she heard it. She knew that in the 9527 area channel, there was probably no one who could be on par with Li Xia. Not to mention that there was a powerful force composed of herself, the Skybreaking Gargoyle, the Naga tribe leader and pseudoboss, and the Viscount of the Armed Scarlet Spiked Slime and pseudoboss. As long as we know the whereabouts of the boss level monsters, it is not difficult to upgrade to level 5 as soon as possible. Celia said, "Indeed, it is not so easy to find the traces of boss level monsters after all." "It's okay," Li Xia explained, "take it step by step." "Celia, don't forget that we still have a honey plane coordinate scroll in our hands. We will be able to upgrade to level 4. We only need to kill 4 boss level monsters in total. The honey plane coordinate scroll may represent the trace of a boss level enemy monster. Take your time. No rush." "Yes." Celia paused and then said, "What's our next itinerary?" "Let's eat first. And then we'll go to the honey plane after breakfast." Celia nodded, "Okay." Li Xia and Celia quickly finished breakfast and came to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower. Fortunately, the world coordinates randomly anchored by the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower this week are still the Jungle Biome, which can save the cost of purchasing a Jungle Biome invitation. Swoosh! As Li Xia tapped his finger, a colorful light curtain appeared in the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower. The 3-person team walked into it one after another and came to the Jungle Biome. This was not the first time for the 3-person team to come to the Jungle Biome, so they were familiar with it. After killing a wave of enemies in the current location, Li Xia immediately took out the honey plane coordinate scroll from the magic backpack of the Fishman Sacrifice. With a hissing sound, choose to use it. The 3-person team used the Jungle Biome to enter the real destination of this exploration adventure, the B-Faith Plane. That's right. It was not until Li Xia used the honey plane coordinate scroll to enter the plane that he realized that this was not the honey faith plane, but the B-Faith Plane. However, this is understandable. Without bees, where would the honey come from? Ding! Player Li Xia. Get the honey buff. The player's life recovery speed is +1 per second, and the acceleration rate of natural life value regeneration is increased by 3 times. Continuous damage debuffs such as poison. Damage reduced by 2 levels. Ding! Player Celia. Get honey buff. Player life recovery speed +1 per second, and triple the speed of natural life regeneration. Continuous damage debuffs such as poison. Damage reduced by 2 levels. The 3-person team entered the B-Faith Plane and had not yet formally observed the surrounding environment. They only found that their feet were stepping on knee-deep sticky honey, and then heard a system prompt sound. Honey buff? Li Xia was slightly surprised when he heard this. This rare buff has a really good effect. The life recovery speed and the acceleration of natural life value regeneration are common in the void, so there is nothing to say. But the level of continuous damage debuff is directly reduced by 2 levels. This kind of effect is very rare and very powerful. Until this moment, Li Xia came back to his senses and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He found that there was honey all over the ground under his feet. The speed slowed down when he walked. There were honeycomb structures all around. The three-person team seemed to have come to a giant beehive. However, the coordinate scroll of the honey plane, the plane of faith, and the final arrival of the three-person team at the honeycomb terrain are also understandable. Godfather. Look! Celia walked up to him with a bottle of honey and said excitedly, Godfather. Look! We've made a fortune. Huh? What's wrong? Li Xia took the bottle of honey with a little doubt, and looked at it intently under Celia's urging look. Oh! Interesting. After checking the panel data of the bottled honey, Li Xia smiled. Honey gain is an extremely powerful gain, which is obvious to all. Li Xia naturally thought about how to obtain this kind of gain blessing outside the faith plane. If it is really achieved, then his own combat power can be improved a little bit. What Li Xia never expected was that Celia gave him such a big surprise before he officially started researching honey. The effect of bottled honey looks really good. The honey gain that lasts for 15 seconds makes Li Xia satisfied no matter how he looks at it. Celia did a great job. Li Xia gave a thumbs up and praised. Celia scratched her head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Godfather. It was just a coincidence. There was a set of glass bottles in the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice. After seeing the honey all over the ground, I wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect it to be successful. Do you think we have made a fortune? It is indeed a considerable income. Li Xia looked at the honey all over the ground and nodded heavily. It happened that at this time and place, there was no trace of enemy monsters where the three-person team landed. Li Xia and Celia simply concentrated on collecting a batch of bottled honey first. After Celia's fishman's sacrifice magic backpack was used up, Li Xia asked everyone to stop. Godfather, how about using the return potion and going back to the shelter to get a few more sets of glass bottles? Celia looked at the honey around her, which showed no sign of water level dropping, and asked. Li Xia thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. We still have to get busy with serious matters. We came to the faith plane mainly for the traces of boss-level enemies. We can't pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Although bottled honey is good, it is still incomparable to boss-level monsters. Anyway, this exploration journey to the faith plane will last for a full day. It won't be too late to use the return potion after seeing the situation later. After all, you also know that the cooldown time of the return potion is very long. We can only use it once during the exploration. It is not wise to use it now. After thinking for a while, Celia felt that this was indeed the truth, and nodded immediately. Okay. I understand. Well, I understand. Li Xia waved his hand, and the Scarlet Fury Slime staff flashed in the air. For armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscounts immediately appeared beside him, as the whirring True Magic Conch damaged version horn sounded. A third-level Naga tribe leader pseudoboss also appeared beside him. Li Xia then said, Let's go. Let's meet this faith plane. Chapter 291. As a small special biological community, the faith plane naturally has its own set of biological cycle food chain system. Every plant and animal is a link in this food chain. And even the plants living in the faith plane are peculiar species that emit fluorescent yellow light. However, it is also fortunate that there is the fluorescent yellow light emitted by these peculiar plants, so that although this faith plane is a honeycomb structure, it is also very bright inside because of the sufficient light source. Swish, swish. The three-man team stepped deep and shallow in the sticky honey, just like walking in a swamp. Although the speed was slightly reduced, the honey surrounding the three-man team made the honey buff around them almost permanent. So Li Xia felt it was very good. After all, the existence of honey buff can provide a good bless to the combat effectiveness of the three-man team during the battle. So walking slowly is naturally nothing. The three of them walked slowly and stepped out of the beehive that had landed here. Li Xia looked up and saw a larger hollow beehive outside, surrounded by a super large beehive made up of densely packed small beehives, like the small beehive that the three-person team had just stayed in. It was almost as big as hundreds of bird nests. Li Xia looked far away and found that on the top of the beehive, there was a queen bee wrapped in a huge amount of honey liquid, sleeping like a giant lake. Ding! You observed the traces of the 4th-tier boss-level enemy monster, the hateful queen bee. Your knowledge honey and bees. Hateful. Plus 10. 4th-tier boss-level enemy monster? Hateful queen bee. Boss? Li Xia murmured. He knew very well that this 4-tier hateful queen bee boss was the final boss of the bee faith plane. This time, Li Xiao's biggest goal was to kill a boss-level enemy monster, obtain the boss badge and boss relics, upgrade his own level, and upgrade the shelter. Now seeing this 4-tier hateful queen bee boss in the bee faith plane, it seemed that the goal was within reach. But Li Xiao knows that it is a good idea to run to the top of a mountain. Although the 4th level hateful queen bee boss seems to be right above his head, the 3-person team is actually at the bottom of the bee faith plane, while the 4th level hateful queen bee boss is sleeping at the top of the bee faith plane. The distance between the two is very far. It seems that if you want to get close to and kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss, you need to climb up. How to climb? Li Xiao turned his head and looked around, and found that there was actually a certain amount of open space outside each beehive, which seemed to be the place where the bee enemies communicated daily. The 3-person team could use the wind blade wings to fly into the sky with the help of these footholds. Approach and kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss. And do it as soon as they thought of it. Li Xiao whispered Celia. The big thing that looks like amber above our heads is the 4th level hateful queen bee boss who is sleeping. Our biggest goal of this trip. We will use the wind blade wings to hurry up. Approach quickly, and try to kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss in the shortest time. Understand? Yes, I understand. Celia nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, Godfather. We have killed the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss. Not to mention the 4th level hateful queen bee boss? Leave it to me. Okay. Li Xiao nodded immediately, and then grew wings on his back and flew into the sky. Zizzizizi. 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 As expected, when the 3-person team left the honey swamp and flew into the air, many nearby beehives seemed to have triggered an alarm, and many human-sized bees came out in droves, surrounding the 3-person team in the air. Li Xiao quickly glanced around. The unruly stinging worker bees were high attack and low health enemies. Even if they were 4-tier enemies, they were nothing special to a knowledgeable person like Li Xiao. Looking at the swarms of unruly stinging worker bees, Li Xiao just said one word coldly, Fight! Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle understood and immediately used their own attack methods to attack the unruly stinging worker bees. Celia took out the Scarlet Regeneration Axe staff from the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack, and with a wave of her hand, magic navigation bullets came out one after another, automatically tracking the unruly stinging worker bees flying around. The bee bomb of the rebellious stinger worker bee is, to some extent, a weakened version of the magic navigation bullet. In a head-on confrontation, it is naturally not comparable to Celia's magic navigation bullet. Boom! 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 Successfully killed the 4th level rare rebellious stinger worker bee captain. Obtained the skill book Bee Bomb X1. Bottled Honey X10. Stinger X3. Scarlet Points X200. Successfully killed the 4th level rare rebellious stinger worker bee elite. Obtained Stinger X5. Bottled Honey X5. Scarlet Points X150. Successfully killed the 4th level rare stinger worker bee, and obtained the skill book Honey Armor X1. Bottled Honey X3. Sting X10. Thorn Potion X1. Scarlet Points X100. As expected of a rare level enemy, the resources dropped after killing it are really good. Not only did it drop the bottled honey that needs to be infused, but it also dropped several completely different skill books. Even Li Xiao envied Celia's luck. Seeing this, the sky-breaking gargoyle guarded Celia. In midair, not only Celia's tree spirit summons, but also Li Xiao's armed scarlet spike slime Viscount and the Naga tribe leader Pseudoboss could not be summoned. The disadvantage is quite big. Without the home advantage, the only one who can provide close protection to Celia is the sky-breaking gargoyle. So it is not very willing to attack at this moment, but guards Celia everywhere, which is also the order given to it by Li Xiao. For this batch of 4th level unruly stinging worker bees, Li Xiao directly waved the featherwhite wind blade wings, and the magic rune array quickly charged, and the light blue magic wind blades quickly cut the bodies of the unruly stinging worker bees. Swish, swish, swish. The body of the rebellious stinging worker bee was cut into pieces by the wind blade. It fell from the sky like a torrential rain, carrying light yellow blood, and hit the ground full of honey juice, splashing large water. Successfully killed the 4th level rare rebellious stinging worker bee captain, and obtained bottled honey X15, Stinger X10, Poison Dart X5, and Scarlet Points X200. successfully killed the 4th level rare rebellious stinging worker bee captain, and obtained the skill book Honey Source, Stinger X8, Bottled Honey X10, and Scarlet Points X200. Successfully killed the 4th level rare rebellious stinger worker bee elite, and obtained Bottled Honey X3, Stinger X15, Thorn Potion X1, Scarlet Points X150. The battle between the 3-person team and the rebellious stinger worker bee was one-sided. In just a cup of tea, the rebellious stinger worker bees on several layers nearby were completely wiped out by the 3-person team led by Li Xia. And the harvest was quite fruitful. The 3-person team landed in a clearing above the beehive and took a rest for a while. It just so happened that this time, he had obtained several different types of skill books from killing the unruly stinger worker bee, and Celia's active and passive skills had not yet been loaded. He took out a skill book and looked at it intently, trying to find a suitable skill. Skill name, Bee Bomb. Skill attribute, active and permanent mastery. Level, 1st level. Magic value consumption, 10 points. Cooling time, 1 minute. Effect, after the player uses the skill, a small bee bomb will condense around the body. The bee bomb will automatically track the nearest enemy unit. When it approaches a range of 10 meters, it will automatically explode, causing 50% of the basic attack damage to the opponent within a radius of 5 meters, and an additional poison debuff, causing 6 health damage per second, lasting for 1 second. Learning requirements, Mage E. Note: killing any rebellious stinger bee enemy in the jungle biome or bee faith plane has a small chance of obtaining the bee bomb skill. The ranged automatic tracking skill is a high-level skill with multiple effects. It is a relatively good range attack skill for low-level mages. Li Xia finished reading it, did not comment, and then looked at the next book. Skill name, Honey Armor. Skill attribute, active permanent mastery. Level, 1st level. Consumption of mana, 30 points. Cooling time, 1 minute. Effect, consume 30 points of mana, and cover the body with a layer of external armor composed of water and honey elements, which can automatically block 200 points of basic attack damage. And while the armor is in place, the user is temporarily immune to any debuff status. Learning requirements, Mage E. Note: killing any rebellious stinger bee enemy in the jungle biome or the bee faith plane has a very small chance of obtaining the honey armor skill. As a rare blocking and protective skill, the honey armor has a higher basic blocking value and comes with an immune debuff effect, making it an extremely good defensive blocking skill. There are only 2 active skill books. If Celia wants to choose from them, she can only choose from these 2 skill books. I have to say that Li Xia thinks these 2 skill books are pretty good. Since the advent of the survival game, Li Xia has killed countless enemies and gained many skill books, whether it is honey armor or bee bombs. In Li Xia's opinion, they are all above the standard line, even boutique level skills. But if Li Xia really has to choose, Li Xia still tends to choose honey armor for Celia. After all, Celia's attack power, with the blessing of the racial talent which grace, is the most unquestionable point. But the defense power is a bit poor. Moreover, the bee bomb is a skill similar to the magic navigation bullet, and the overlap is too high. It is more cost-effective to choose the honey armor. However, after all, this skill is to be used by Celia herself, and Li Xia has been deliberately cultivating Celia's subjective initiative in recent times. So he did not express his thoughts, but wanted to see what Celia would choose. Celia? Li Xia waved his hand and called Celia to him. What's wrong with Godfather? Celia was drinking honey. She licked her lips and asked. Li Xia spread his hands. These 2 skill books, honey armor and bee bomb. Which one do you choose? Oh, let me think about it. Celia took the 2 skill books, and after observing the panel data of the 2 skill books, she immediately made a plan in her mind. Her thoughts were actually similar to Li Xia's, and she thought that bee armor was better. But suddenly, her heart was warmed, and Celia looked at honey bomb for some reason, and suddenly looked at Li Xia. Godfather, I choose bee bomb. Ah? Li Xia was full of doubts. Can you tell me why? Chapter 292. Although Li Xia gave Celia the right to choose the skill book, Celia chose the honey bomb instead of the bee armor when there were 2 options with obvious cost-effectiveness, which still puzzled Li Xia. If he didn't understand this, Li Xia would not trust Celia to load the active skill of the bee bomb on the spot. You should know that only the 1st level can open up an active skill column. Currently, the level of players is generally the 3rd level. even if it is special like Li Xia. There are only 3 active skills. At most, the skill level is higher, and the skills are enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation. But the number of skills is the same. It can be said that a suitable skill can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of a player. And vice versa. This is related to Celia's strength. And Li Xia cannot afford to be careless. Even if Li Xia had thought about letting Celia handle this matter herself before. If Celia could not give a reasonable explanation, then Li Xia would never agree. On the contrary, Li Xia would tell Celia all his considerations, and let Celia understand how much difference the 2 skill books, Bee Balm and Honey Armor, made to Celia. Godfather, I know you care about me, but I know what I am doing this time. Celia looked at Li Xia and paused before saying, I know that the Bee Balm is just a weakened version of the Magic Navigation Bomb before it is enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation. And the Honey Armor is a defensive blocking skill that I don't have at the moment. I also thought about choosing the Honey Armor at first. But the moment I really made the choice, my heart suddenly felt warm. And the artifact in my body, the real Golden Rose broken version. But it guided me to choose the Bee Balm. I think since it was the artifact that made the decision, that's probably because there are effects behind the Bee Balm that I don't know about, which may be more helpful to my strength improvement. That's why I chose the Bee Balm. Guidance from the true Golden Rose broken version? Li Xia frowned slightly and said, for no reason. An artifact of this level will not take the initiative to respond to the player's skill selection. It seems that there may be something we overlooked about the Bee Balm. True Golden Rose broken version is the top artifact component of the Tree Demon clan. The incomplete version of the natural flower may be related to the Bee Balm. In any case, since the true Golden Rose broken version has responded and actively asked you to choose the Bee Balm skill, then choose it, knowing that Celia did not make a choice on impulse, but was guided by the true Golden Rose broken version. Li Xia did not stop her, and immediately agreed with Celia's choice. He also wanted to see what secrets were hidden behind the Bee Balm that he did not know. Okay, I'll choose it then. Celia nodded, and immediately chose Bee Balm. Ding! Player companion species Celia uses the skill book Bee Balm. Learns the skill first level Bee Balm. Player companion species Celia's knowledge Honey and Bee Abomination. Plus 20. A system prompt rang in their ears. But what puzzled Li Xia and Celia was, Celia actually gained Honey and Bee Abomination knowledge plus 20 while learning this skill. What the hell is this? This kind of information prompt has never appeared in the previous version updates of the survival game of the K-series. Right? That is, when did it appear? Celia and Li Xia looked at each other and thought of the answer. It appeared after the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game of the K-series. The loser eats the dust. And the 3-person team entered the Bee Faith plane. And this is not the first time. When the 3-person team observed the sleeping 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss, a system prompt also appeared, which also appeared about the increase of knowledge. Although the update announcement of the 1.4 version of the survival game did not specify what content was updated in the version update, it is still the same as the previous versions of the survival game. The unknown existence always likes to hide things. And it is not surprising that some things in the version update need to be discovered by yourself. Li Xia is not surprised by this. He is only curious about what the so-called knowledge of honey and bees hate is used for. After all, Li Xia has now obtained 10 points of relevant knowledge, and Celia has obtained 30 points of relevant knowledge. But the system prompt does not say what this knowledge is used for. The two looked at each other again, and after thinking for a while, they found that they had no idea. So they just ignored it. Anyway, the bow of the ship is naturally straight, and it is better to have this knowledge point than not. Anyway, it is free. Li Xia put the Honey Armor skill book into the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack, picked up the Honey Source skill in his hand, and looked at it intently. Skill name, Honey Source. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Effect, Fixed recovery of 2 health points per second. This effect is fixed, and is not affected by any magic weapon or debuff skill effect. Learning requirements, General D. Notes, Honey, the source of life, has a strong ability to restore health, and a high upper limit for health restoration, making this type of health restoration skill a favorite of melee professions. After checking the effects of the Honey skill, Li Xia shook his head. Unfortunately, although this type of skill is good, it is not that good. Li Xia is a main shooter and secondary summoner, and Celia is a pure mage. This type of skill is not suitable for a 3-person team. But Li Xia thought of the undead miners owned by Su Hongdo, one of which happened to be a melee profession. And Li Xia smiled. The honey source is a good place for Su Hongdo. Thinking of this, Li Xia put it into the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice, turned around and said, Celia, let's go. We should hurry up and fly up. Godfather. Wait. Celia waved her hand, frowned and said, my scarlet power was originally seriously lacking. Even if I have accumulated some scarlet power after a battle just now, it is not enough to enhance the scarlet assimilation of the bee bomb. But I don't know why the real Golden Rose broken version. It began to emit the power of the natural path, and at the same time urged the scarlet power in my body to assimilate and enhance the bee bomb. Oh! Then let's take a break first. Li Xia hurriedly supported Celia and said, you have a good rest. Don't tire yourself. Feel the scarlet power and natural power in your body, and tell your godfather in time if there is any situation. Li Xia is the owner of the Scarlet Domination Inheritance, and Celia is a subordinate of the Scarlet Sequence that he personally transformed. If there is any accident, it is no problem to transfer part of the Scarlet power to Celia to alleviate or even eliminate the accident. It shouldn't be a problem. The power of nature doesn't mean to harm me. Instead, it wants to help me. It's just that the two forces are originally the power of two major sequence pathways, and they are two very powerful sequence pathways, so it's normal to be a little bit different. Celia waved her hands and half-crouched in place, but she couldn't sit down. After half an hour, the cold sweat on Celia's forehead finally stopped. Ding! Bee Bomb Scarlet Assimilation enhanced to Scarlet Treacherous Bee Bomb. Skill name, Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb. Skill attribute, Active Scarlet Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Magic Value Consumption, 10 points. Cooling Time, 1 minute. Effect, after the player uses the skill, a small Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb condenses around the player. When the Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb attacks the enemy, it will automatically track the nearest enemy unit. When it is within a range of 10 meters, it will automatically explode, causing 75% of the basic attack damage to the opponent within a radius of 8 meters, and an additional poison debuff, causing 9 health damage per second, lasting 2 seconds. When the Scarlet Trickster Bee Bomb attacks teammates, it will follow the skill user's command to approach a fixed unit. When it approaches a 10-meter range, it will self-destruct and instantly restore 80 health points to a single teammate within an 8-meter radius, and increase the natural health recovery rate by 100%. All members within an 8-meter radius can enjoy the Honey Buff effect, which lasts for 15 seconds. Additional effect Honey Buff, player health recovery rate plus 1 per second, and triple the acceleration rate of natural health regeneration. Continuous damage debuffs such as poison. Damage reduced by 2 levels. Learning requirements, Mage C. Note: killing any rebellious stinger bee enemy in the jungle biome or the bee faith plane has a small chance of obtaining the bee bomb skill. The ranged automatic tracking skill is a high-level skill with multiple effects. It is a relatively good range attack skill for low-level mages. After the dual assimilation and enhancement of the Scarlet power and the power of nature, the Bee Bomb evolves into the Scarlet Treacherous Bee Bomb, and has 2 types of effects: automatic tracking range explosion output to the enemy, and automatic tracking single target treatment and group gain to allies. It is an extremely rare dual effect skill. Li Xia, Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb? Interesting. Celia, so strong, the two said in unison. Although the damage of the Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb did not increase much, the healing effect was extremely prominent. No less than a bottle of honey. Just at this time, Celia's personal panel data popped up. Li Xia ignored it directly and asked, Celia, are you feeling better now? I'm much better now. Then let's try your Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb. Li Xia was very interested in the Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb, not because of its healing effect, but because, with Celia's racial talent, which grace, could this healing effect ignore drug resistance and cooling time and refresh infinitely? If it could, then as long as Celia's magic value remained, Li Xia and Celia would be invincible. The Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb is combined with the Witch's Grace. Once successful, it will be a big leap forward where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Celia obviously also knew why Li Xia was so eager. She nodded slightly. Okay. Celia immediately took out the Scarlet Regeneration Axe staff, and then a series of Scarlet Trick Bee Bombs hit Li Xia. Li Xia focused on the system prompts. shook his head helplessly for a long time and said, "No. Only the first Scarlet Trick Bee bomb has a healing effect. The subsequent Scarlet Trick Bee bombs will only infinitely refresh the duration of my honey gain." It was not until more than 50 seconds later that the healing effect of the Scarlet Trick Bee bomb was restored. And more than 50 seconds is probably the cooling time of my potion. It seems that the healing effect of Celia's skill still needs to comply with drug resistance. But think about it. If it doesn't need to comply with drug resistance, Celia's racial talent which Grace plus Scarlet Trick Bee bomb. As long as the enemy monster can't kill her instantly, then any enemy monster in front of Celia and Li Xiao will only wait for death. This is 2 against the sky. But even if Celia's skill Scarlet Trick Bee bomb has drug resistance, it is still an excellent skill. Overall, Celia's choice of Bee bomb is definitely much more cost-effective than honey armor. This wave is not a loss no matter how you look at it. After the repair, Celia's strength was improved, which made Li Xiao look forward to this Bee Faith Plane exploration adventure. Li Xiao stood up and said, "Since Celia, you have rested, let's hurry up and fly to the location of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss." In theory, the stronger the enemy, the rarer the level of the enemy, and the boss level and pseudo-boss level enemies not only have different skills from other enemies of the same type, but also the power of the skills is different from other enemies of the same type. You have obtained the Scarlet Trick Bee bomb now, but you still lack a passive skill. Let's see if the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss will give you a powerful passive skill as we wish. Time waits for no one. Yes. Celia nodded heavily upon hearing this, and was also looking forward to it. The 3-person team flapped their wings and flew towards the sky. Every time they flew for a while, they would encounter a large number of unruly Stinger Worker Bee enemies on the same level of the hive. As a result, the 3-person team flew very slowly. But fortunately, the 3-person team was getting closer and closer to the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. 6 hours later, the 3-person team just flew to the upper hive and heard a rustling sound around them. Then the rustling sound quickly expanded and turned into the sound of bees flapping their wings rapidly. The monster radar that had been blocked by the passive skill of the unruly Stinger Worker Bee suddenly sounded an alarm at this moment. Ding! Ding! Rare Thorn Stinger Drone. Chapter 293. Compared to the unruly Sting Worker Bee, the 4-dimensional attributes of the Thorn Sting Drone have made great progress. While retaining the offensiveness of each skill, it also adds the characteristics of the Thorn Sting Drone. Thorns. Each skill is completely a weakened version enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, especially the Thorn Honey Armor's anti-injury, and the temporary passive skill of the Poisonous Field when the number of Thorn Sting Drones is large, which greatly increases the difficulty of killing the Thorn Sting Drone. Fortunately, although air combat is not the main battlefield of the 3-person team, the space in the middle of the Bee Faith Plane is very large, which is more than enough to avoid the poisonous fog field. The 3-person team is really not afraid killing the enemy monsters such as the Thorn Stinger Drone. You can't be afraid. The more you are afraid, the more trouble you will get. Instead, you should fight the enemy monsters in one go. As for losing blood, haha. Li Xiao directly took out the pseudo-artifact farm horn and put the life surge potion with a long-term continuous recovery effect, plus the copper skin and iron bone potion, blood battle potion, and dominant body potion into the potion column of the pseudo-artifact farm horn. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the horn sound of the pseudo-artifact 2, the Horn of Plenty, the 3-person team gained the benefits of the 4 major potions, plus the life recovery effect of the 3-person team itself. The anti-injury of the Thorn Sting Drone is really not enough. After all, the Thorn Honey Armor of the Thorn Sting Drone has only 300 health points in total, which is just a matter of Li Xiao's attack. In other words, the anti-injury effect of the Thorn Sting Drone can only work once at most. As long as the degree is controlled well, there will be no problem. Swish, swish, swish. At the moment when Li Xiao blew the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, the Thorn Stinger Drone bent its tail and spit out Thorn Stinger projectiles. The 3-person team quickly used the multi-jump accessories and the wind blade wings in the air to dodge. After Li Xiao turned his head to dodge a Thorn Stinger projectile, he commanded loudly, "Celia, little stone, attack with all your strength. Don't hold back. I just used the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty. Everyone has 4 major buff effects. Try to kill them in one go." Celia licked her lips and nodded vigorously. Yes. The sky-breaking gargoyle said with determination. Yes, Commander. After hearing the reply, Li Xia turned his head and focused on attacking the enemy, holding the scarlet sand gun in his hand. And the sand bullets in the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack were reduced at a very fast speed. Bang! 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 Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn stinger drone captain. And obtained bottled honey X3. Bee and honey hate knowledge point X1. Stinger X20. Poison dart X15. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn sting drone elite. And obtained stinger X8. Bottled honey X10. Bee and honey hate knowledge points X4. Scarlet points X200. Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn sting drone captain. And obtained with formula X1. Stinger X15. Thorn potion X1. Scarlet points X300. Sand bombs formed a dense and continuous line of fire in the air, suppressing the thorn sting drones so that they could not raise their heads at all. It was even more wishful thinking for them to get close to Li Xia. The thorn sting drones could only helplessly use the thorn honey armor skill. -15. +5. -15. +5. 300. Li Xia or the 3-man team killed the thorn sting drone too quickly, and the speed of the counterattack could not keep up with the speed of health recovery. The health was actually steadily decreasing, which gave the thorn sting drone a glimmer of hope. If they could sacrifice themselves to kill the invading enemy, then every thorn sting drone would do so. Unfortunately, the thorn sting drone's expectations would eventually be dashed. Li Xia waited until the time was right and took out the pseudo-artifact, the Horde of Plenty, and blew it again. The 3-man team instantly recovered 300 health points and became full of health again. It can only be said that everything was within Li Xia's expectations. It was precisely because of these means that Li Xia dared to attack the army of thorn sting drones with the ability to counterattack recklessly. The same was true for Celia on the side. But Celia, who had the racial talent of Witch Grace, released skills more frequently than Li Xia, one after another. Fortunately, the thorn sting drone's thorn honey armor also had a blocking value of only 300 points. So Celia's health would not drop too quickly when she was counterattacked. But Celia's health limit is only half of Li Xia's. So she didn't use the automatic tracking Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb and magic navigation bullet on the battlefield, but used the Siphon Magic Blade. The Siphon Magic Blade has sufficient damage and has the attribute of restoring mana. The most important thing is that it can be used to attack a single enemy. Celia used this skill to attack those thorn stinger drones that had not yet reacted and activated the thorn honey armor. In addition, Li Xia occasionally activated the healing effect of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty. So Celia's health was well above the safety line. Swish. 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 Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn stinger drone captain. Obtained stinger X20. Bottled honey X10. Bee and honey hate knowledge point X2. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn stinger drone common. Obtained poison dart formula X1. Bottled honey X3. Scarlet points X150. Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn sting drone elite. Obtained 12 bottles of honey. 9 stingers. 1 bee and honey hate knowledge point. And 200 scarlet points. Successfully killed the 4th level rare thorn sting drone captain. Obtained 3 bottles of honey. 15 stingers. And 300 scarlet points. The battle between the 3-person team and the army of thorn sting drones was one-sided. But because the thorn sting drones had the ability to counter injury, and the poisonous fog field would be generated after death, the 3-person team generally used the mode of fighting and retreating. As a result, the battle was dragged out too long. But this was normal. After all, this was a serious battle of life and death. Not a game. There was only one life, and death was impossible to resurrect. Li Xia naturally had to be cautious in every battle to ensure the safety of the 3-person team. Besides, there was still enough time now. Li Xia was not worried at all, because the 3-person team was fighting with the army of thorn stinger drones, and had no time to deal with the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss. Considering all factors, Li Xia would choose such a fighting method. The army of thorn stinger drones came fiercely. And later, the thorn stinger drones in the upper hive heard the fighting and rushed to support. But it was a drop in the bucket after all, and they came to die. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and thousands of thorn stinger drones died under the knives of the 3-person team. The corpses and blood of the thorn stinger drone seemed to turn into a torrential rain, smashing into the deepest bottomless pit in the B-Faith plain. After the battle, the exhausted three-man team landed in a beehive to rest for a while. After sorting out the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice, they found that there were no new resources, but just some old-fashioned resources. So they gave up and began to concentrate on recovering. Unexpectedly, Celia was sitting beside them and said in surprise, "Godfather, look at your system information prompt." "Ah?" Li Xia turned his head in confusion and saw Celia's confident look. He also curiously clicked on the system information prompt to search. With Celia's help, Li Xia actually found a system information prompt half an hour ago. At that time, the three-man team was in the late stage of the battle with a thorn sting drone. Li Xia was only focused on killing the enemy monsters, so he had no time to look at the system information prompts. So he naturally ignored it. Ding! Player Li Xia's knowledge honey and bees hate. +1. Player Li Xia's knowledge honey and bees hate. +1. Player Li Xia's knowledge honey and bees hate. When it reaches 100 points, the title of bee enemy can be activated. Title? Li Xia and Celia looked at each other and asked in confusion, "Celia, you too?" Celia nodded. "Well, I also got a title. But it's not the natural enemy of bees, but the beekeeper." Celia waved her hand and showed the title in front of Li Xia. After checking the title of beekeeper, Li Xia nodded slightly. This title of beekeeper is not bad. At least it can improve your combat effectiveness. Celia? After all, it's a title. It's better to have it than not. Titles are not strange to Li Xia. After all, Li Xia got the title of civilized angler at the beginning. And this so-called beekeeper title is not as good as his own civilized angler title. But the strange thing is that after the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game, the setting of the honey and bee hate knowledge point appeared first, and the setting of the title appeared later. These are not in the update content of the 1.4 version of the survival game. Could it be that this is a new way for players to obtain titles after the version update? Understand the way. Know the sequence. Get the title. Have the power. Could it be that this is the correct way to obtain the title? Li Xia was quite curious about this. And he also wanted to see what effect his title of natural enemy of bees had. He immediately waved his hand and called out the title interface. Chapter 294. After checking the title of bee enemy, Li Xia nodded slowly. The title of bee enemy obtained this time, compared with Celia's beekeeper, although it belongs to the honey and bee hate path, but each has its own advantages and disadvantages. After all, in terms of targeting and combat blessing of bee-type enemies, bee enemy is definitely a good hand compared to beekeeper. But the title of bee enemy is completely useless when facing other types of enemies. Moreover, the title of the natural enemy of bees is a title with obvious advantages and disadvantages. That is, the hatred value of bee-type enemies is too high. Li Xia standing there motionless is just a meat shield with a full taunt value, which may even have some unexpected effects. In general, the title of the natural enemy of bees and the title of civilized angler are completely incomparable. However, we are about to fight the boss-level enemy monster, the 4th level hateful queen bee. The boss. Even if the title of the natural enemy of bees has no effect on the 4th level hateful queen bee, the general boss level enemies have summoning skills. And wearing the title of the natural enemy of bees can always have a certain blessing on their own combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Li Xia wanted to temporarily wear the title of bee enemy to test the waters. But he heard a system prompt just as he was about to change the title. Ding! The title currently worn by player Li Xia, Civilized Angler, is a special type of bound title that cannot be replaced or replaced. However, player Li Xia can choose to use the newly acquired additional title, Bee Enemy, to feed Civilized Angler, which can help the Civilized Angler title gain experience progress bar to upgrade the level. Li Xia. Wow! It turns out that the Civilized Angler is not only effective and specialized, but also a soulbound title. It can't even replace other players' titles. For Li Xia, there is only one way to deal with these extra titles. Feed them to the Civilized Angler. Of course, now is not the time. Li Xia patted his butt and stood up. The 3-person team has entered the B-Faith plane for 16 hours. After many battles, they are only one step away from the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss, who is wrapped in a layer of solid honey like amber. There is still plenty of time, and victory is just around the corner. Li Xia stretched his body, turned his head and said, Celia, have you rested well? If you have rested well, we will kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss later. Yes. Celia stood up neatly and said, I have rested well a long time ago. Let's go. Godfather. Okay. Li Xia waved his hand and soared in the sky with a team of 3, flying towards the highest point of the Bifate plain. Half an hour later, after several battles, Li Xia stood in front of an amber-like beehive. The 3-person team could see through the amber-like honey a level 4 hateful queen bee boss, which was as big as a semi-trailer. It is said that the smaller the animal, the cuter it is. This is true. When bees are tiny, they are so cute. No wonder they are called hard-working little bees. But once bees are huge, they are so scary, with sharp mouthparts and huge wings. At first glance, they are not easy to mess with. However, the ferocious and hideous appearance of the 4th level abomination queen bee boss is nothing to the 3-person team. What scenes have the 3-person team not seen? World Devourer, Brain of Cthulhu, Eye of Cthulhu. Which one is not uglier than the 4th level abomination queen bee boss? These are just small scenes. The magic rune array on the feather-white wind blade wing behind Li Xia quickly charged. And he said, Celia, little stone, you retreat first. Celia, well, good. Sky-breaking gargoyle, yes. Commander. After Celia and Sky-breaking gargoyle retreated to a safe place and prepared for battle, Li Xia first took out the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty and blew it. And the effects of the 4 potions blessed the whole team. Then Li Xia waved the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, summoning 3-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Archer pseudobosses and a 3rd-level Naga Tribe Chief pseudoboss at a nearby location. After making all preparations, Li Xia waved his feather-white wings, and the wind blade wings behind him fired countless light blue wind blades. Swish, swish, swish. The gleaming wind blades cut the amber honey into pieces like tofu, and in the blink of an eye, completely destroyed the sleeping place of the 4th level hateful bee queen boss. Boom! This action also completely alarmed the 4th level hateful bee queen boss. With a rustling sound, the wings of the 4th level hateful bee queen boss trembled rapidly, making a louder and louder roar, and then directly broke through the amber honey block, soaring in the air, staring at Li Xia with eyes as big as basketballs. Although the 4th level hateful queen bee boss is strong, it is still within Li Xia's range. After all, the moment the 3-person team saw the hateful queen bee when they entered the Bifate plain, they determined that it was a 4th level boss level enemy monster, and Li Xia was actually relieved. No matter how strong the 4th level hateful queen bee boss is, how strong can it be? Can it be stronger than the 5th level ungrateful turkey boss? So when Li Xia checked the panel data of the hateful queen bee, he was not surprised at all, but wanted to ask. That's it. But the panel data of the 4th level hateful queen bee boss still has some information worth thinking about. The notes contain a lot of information. From what I've seen, the hateful queen bee should have been called the natural queen bee before, a creature of the natural path. But she fell into a deep sleep because she was cursed by the gods and protected by some unexpected power. This power was enough to counter the curse of the gods. It was only after the passage of time that the natural queen bee completely fell and became the so-called hateful queen bee in this era. No wonder this hateful queen bee is different from any other boss-level monsters, and is in a deep sleep. When Li Xia thought of this, he couldn't help but think that the natural queen bee turned into the hateful queen bee. But the power that can compete with the curse of the gods should still be in the body of the 4th level hateful queen bee boss? If it is successfully killed, does it mean that there is a chance to obtain this power that can compete with the curse of the gods? Li Xia is not sure about this. It's not that Li Xia thinks he can't beat the 4th level hateful queen bee boss. But after a long time, will this power also be exhausted? Oh no! Who cares? I'm lucky if I get it. I'm dead if I lose it. Let's do it first. These thoughts seem complicated, but they are just the result of Li Xia's momentary thinking. When the 4th level hateful queen bee boss appeared, Li Xia raised his hand and raised the scarlet sand gun. Dense sand bullets shot out from the barrel rapidly, forming a dense and continuous line of fire in the air. Bang! 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 Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle were not to be outdone. Swoosh! Boom! Bang! The various skills emit colorful skill effects, one after another hitting the hateful queen bee. Celia has the racial talent of witch grace. No matter how much magic value she has, it cannot withstand her consumption. so her attack seems fierce. But it is not a mindless output. Whenever the magic value drops, Celia will use the Siphon Magic Blade to attack the enemy, and restore the magic value while attacking the enemy. The use of the Siphon Magic Blade only has slightly lower damage, but it is not no damage, which makes Celia's output at an extremely high level at all times. Zizizizi. The 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. Such a fierce attack also completely woke her up. The Hateful Queen Bee quickly used her active skill, Thorn Stinger Machine Gun. This skill was used not because the Hateful Queen Bee wanted to counterattack quickly, but because within 1 minute of opening the Thorn Stinger Machine Gun, the Hateful Queen Bee would be in an invincible state. After 1 minute of recovery, the Hateful Queen Bee's health would also be restored to a large extent under the blessing of its passive skill. Swish, swish, swish. The Hateful Queen Bee arched her tail and released a series of thorny stings. During this period, she kept summoning thorny stinger drones to guard her. The 3-person team naturally used mobility accessories to easily dodge. Li Xiao's eyes were fixed on the Hateful Queen Bee. At the end of 1 minute, Celia burst out with all her strength, and together with a sky-breaking gargle, they quickly eliminated the thorny stinger drone servants summoned by the Hateful Queen Bee. Li Xia seemed to understand, and used the scarlet crystal to attack the body of the Hateful Queen Bee. Swish. Stop! As the Hateful Queen Bee fell into a frozen state, the 3-man team, including 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Shooter pseudobosses, a 3rd level Nada Tribe Leader pseudoboss, and a 3rd level Trend Spirit Warrior, all burst out rapidly. Boom! 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 All kinds of skills, from all directions, hit the body of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Zizizizi. The Hateful Queen Bee was in pain and emitted a harsh sound wave. Unfortunately, the Hateful Queen Bee was in a frozen state and could not respond except for hissing. The teamwork of the 3-person team over the past few days gave the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss the most fatal blow at this moment. The health of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was decreasing faster and faster. At one point, Li Xia even found that the speed at which the health of the Hateful Queen Bee decreased was like the rise and fall of the stocks he bought in his previous life. It was not until a system prompt sounded that the 3-person team completely stopped the pace of attack. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully killing the rare 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss and obtaining. Chapter 295. System information prompts were released one after another, and the dazzling array of gains made Li Xia dazzled. This may be the biggest gain from killing boss-level monsters since Li Xia came to the survival game. No one else. Although the Hateful Queen Bee is a 4th level boss-level monster, the drops are much richer than the 5th level boss-level monster Ungrateful Turkey. But if you think about it carefully, it is right. After all, the Ungrateful Turkey is only an event-level monster. It is true that it has the 5th level strength, but the drops are not very rich. It is just an empty frame. But the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is a real regular boss level monster. It has everything it should have. And the 4th level is already the highest level in the current regional channel. It is reasonable that the drops are richer. Boom! Until the system message finally stopped beating. The body of the Hateful Queen Bee fell from the sky to the bottom of the abyss of the Bee Faith Plain, making a deafening sound. Following closely, the beehives around the Bee Faith Plain began to collapse one after another. Gotcha! Thunder and lightning came from nowhere, and cracks in the void began to appear. Fortunately, at this time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the World Devourer. Do you want to teleport back to the forest biome? Yes/no. Li Xia immediately put all the resources into the magic backpack of the Fishman Sacrifice, and then led the 3-person team back to the forest biome. This trip was very fruitful. It can be said that all the preset goals of the Bee Faith Plain were completed. At this moment, the Bee Faith Plain collapsed due to the killing of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, and the bottled honey could not be poured anymore. But in the face of strength improvement, these are insignificant matters. Forest biome, primary authority shelter. As a teleportation light curtain unfolded, the 3-person team entered one after another, and Li Xia stepped steadily on the ground. Today, Li Xia uses the biome invitation letter, Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, and his physique has long been able to endure the dizziness caused by teleportation. He no longer feels nauseous and vomits. Regional Channel Announcement Number 9527. Player Li Xia found the Bee Faith Plain in the jungle biome, and was the first to kill the 4th level rare Hateful Queen Bee boss, and was rewarded with a King's Treasure Box X1. Announcement of Area Channel number 9527. Player Li Xia found the Bee Faith Plain in the jungle biome, and was the first to kill the 4th level rare Abomination Queen Bee boss, and was rewarded with a King's Treasure Box X1. This system announcement directly resounded throughout the entire area channel number 9527, regardless of whether the player was planting magic plants in the shelter, making equipment, or killing enemies in the forest biome at this moment. They all heard this news without exception. Primary Authority, Shelter, Fertile Field. Guan Tao was picking mature magic plants, her heart full of joy. After all, these magic plants could be made into various potions for sale, so she could buy a large number of resources to upgrade the defense facilities of the shelter. So Guan Tao was full of energy at this moment. But at this moment, she suddenly heard that Li Xia had won the first kill of the 4th level boss level enemy, the Hateful Queen Bee, and received the King's Treasure Box reward. She was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this true? Guan Tao looked incredulous. Although she had upgraded her shelter to the primary authority level like Li Xia, her shelter defense system was not even 1/3 complete. The gap between the two was already very large. Now, when she heard that Li Xia had directly killed the 4th level boss level enemy monster, the Hateful Queen Bee, it was like a fairy tale. Guan Tao stood there, stunned for a moment, and then the first thing she did when she came back to her senses was to call up the regional channel. At this moment, the regional chat had already been completely in chaos because of Li Xia's news of killing the 4th level boss level enemy monster, the Hateful Queen Bee. Zhang Yi, I just slapped myself in the face and it hurt. Which means this is true. Damn. God Xia is too awesome. He doesn't even give us a chance to catch up. Lu Feng, yeah. I thought that God Xia and I were both at the primary authority and shelter level, and I thought that my shelter defense system was pretty complete. But when this news came out, I realized that I was a clown, and the gap between God Xia and me was too big. Xiao Yishan, Xia Master has reached the middle of the mountain, and I am still at the bottom. I can't even see Xia Master's taillights. Guan Tao, everyone. I have a very curious question. Since the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game, it has only been said that this version is called Loser Eats Dust, and there is no mention of activities or boss invasions. How come? Xia Master has already killed a 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss? Lu Feng. Sisters, if you look carefully at the system announcement, it says that Xia God killed the 4th level Abominable Queen Bee boss in the Bee Faith Plain of the jungle biome. Maybe since the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game, there are no boss level enemies that appear at the specified time and place. Everything depends on us to find it. By Butong, I feel it's okay. I don't envy Xia God for killing the 4th level Abominable Queen Bee boss. I am happy for him, because he at least provides us with a direction. There is a boss level enemy in the Bee Faith Plain somewhere in the jungle biome. The goal of upgrading to the 4th level is here. Qin Yishuan, my brother-in-law is right. As long as we know the target, it's easy. It doesn't make sense that Xia can kill the 4th level boss level monster. But we can't. Peng Shanhai. After hearing what you said, I will also work hard. The world coordinates of my multidimensional fusion crystal tower just happened to be the jungle biome this week. I will try my luck in the jungle biome after I organize the resources. Primary Authority Shelter. Living Room. Li Xia stored some conventional ingot resources in the Primary Authority storage box, and sold all the conventional potion resources obtained this time. For Li Xia, who owns the Moon Goddess Potion, these conventional potion resources can only be put on the shelf for sale in exchange for resources. As for the bottled honey, although the 3-person team only obtained less than 2,000 bottles of bottled honey, Li Xia did not intend to sell any bottle before he found a stable way to produce bottled honey. After dealing with these things, Li Xia immediately took out a 4-dimensional origin from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack and swallowed it. Attack, 89. Defense, 1,213. Spirit, 1,415. Agility, 78. Feeling the warm current spreading to his limbs and bones, Li Xia exhaled a breath of turbid air with satisfaction. Although the 4-dimensional attributes are added in small amounts, the power of each skill, the speed of movement, and the resistance to enemies all depend on the strength of the basic 4-dimensional attributes. So each 4-dimensional attribute is extremely precious. After the warm current experience disappeared, Li Xia took out Hateful Queen Bee Badge X1 from the Murloc Sacrifice Magic Backpack and looked at it intently. The fourth passive skill column? Finally! My strength can be upgraded to the 4th level. It's not easy. Li Xia immediately chose to use it. The Hateful Queen Bee Badge instantly turned into a light yellow stream of light and escaped into the body. Ding! Player Li Xia used the Hateful Queen Bee Badge and successfully opened up the 4th passive skill column. Player's strength increased to level 4. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. The distance to level 5 was shortened again. Moreover, after he was promoted to level 4, the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle could be further improved to level 5. Overall, Li Xia's combat power will have a great improvement. Before completely digesting the harvest from killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, Li Xia's strength will be in a period of rapid growth. With the use of the Hateful Queen Bee Badge, Li Xia's personal panel data automatically popped up. As long as he gets a more aggressive passive skill blessing, Li Xia's strength can be further improved in a short time. Just when Li Xia wanted to check the other drops from killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Ding! Ding! The system notification sounded loudly. The friend information notification was flashing. Li Xia sat on the chair, put down the teacup in his hand, called up the friend chat channel, and found that it was in the chat group of the Dawn Sword Team subchannel. And Su Hongdo was at ING himself. Su Hongdo has now told Wang Fugui, Wang Sai, Li Bianqing and others about the relationship between Li Xia and himself. So everyone in this small group knows that Li Xia and Su Hongdo are currently a couple. Su Hongdo didn't hide it. In this case, she directly at Li Xia without any hesitation. Wang Fugui, level 4 Hateful Queen Bee boss? Awesome. Master Xia really made our Dawnbreaker proud again, and gave everyone a big surprise. Wang Sai, who said it wasn't? When I heard the system prompt just now, I was stunned. That was a level 4 boss. The update of the 1.4 version of the survival game has just started. Master Xia acted too quickly. Li Bianqing, I am quite curious. Since the update of version 1.4 of the survival game, the mechanism of the boss battle seems to have been secretly changed. But how exactly it was changed? I am afraid that only Brother Xia knows it now. Su Hongdo, Li Bianqing. What you said is not that Xia is not in the group. You can ask him directly. I am also very curious. Where is this Faith plane in the jungle biome? How to enter it? Li Bianqing. I just killed the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss. And Brother Xia must be busy now. It's not good to disturb him by sending a message now. Right? Su Hongdo knew that this was a particularly good time to do favors. The 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss had been killed, and the rewards were in hand. How busy could she be? It would be better to respond to the doubts of Li Bianqing and others in advance. After all, these players are members of the Sword of Dawn. In other words, these people are Li Xia's closest team. Although Su Hongdo did not inform Li Xia in advance, Li Xia was very clear about Su Hongdo's behavior and naturally knew the twists and turns. After thinking for a moment and thinking about what to say, Li Xia typed a reply. Chapter 296. Li Xia at Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing, let's not be so distant. Right? If you want to know anything, including wealth and talent, just ask directly. Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. The real boss is here. If you have any questions, just ask them right away. Wang Sai, I bow down to you. Wang Fugui, I bowed down to you +1. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. I'm afraid you're busy now. And I'll disturb you if I contact you suddenly. Besides, my question is not urgent. So it's okay to delay it a little. Li Xia, it's okay. Just like Hongdo said, the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss has been killed, and the rewards have been obtained. How busy can I be? It just so happens that I have some puzzle points and want to share them with you. Li Xia, everyone, work together to help me figure out what is going on. Of course, in this conversation today, I will solve your problems first. Li Bianqing, well, I won't be polite. Let me say it directly. In the previous survival games of the K-series, boss battles were basically unified into one event. It is very rare for you, Brother Xia, to discover the Faith plane in the jungle biome and kill the boss by yourself. Li Bianqing, does this mean that the boss battle mechanism has been reformed? As soon as this was said, all the members of the Dawnbreaker's sword stared at the chat page, hoping to get a definite answer from Li Xia. Li Xia, well, I don't have any definite information here. Because I got a honey plane coordinate scroll to enter the bee faith plane. And finally successfully killed the 4th level hateful queen bee boss. Li Xia. So I am not sure whether the so-called boss battle mechanism has changed after the 1.4 version update of the survival game. But I have a guess in my mind. Li Xia. The 1.4 version of the survival game is called Loser Eats Dust. After this update, we must reach level 5 as soon as possible to leave this forest biome that is about to decay. There may be no more boss battles in the middle. If we want to advance to level 5, we must discover the existence of similar Murloc Faith Plains and Bee Faith Plains in other biomes. Li Bianqing. In this way, the difficulty for players to advance to level 5 has increased a lot compared to before. Li Xia. Who says it's not? You don't have the honey plane coordinate scroll. So I'm afraid you can't enter the Bee Faith plane. But you can try to build a multidimensional fusion crystal tower and upgrade it. The multidimensional fusion crystal tower can randomly anchor a biome. So you may be able to lock it into other biomes. And the chance is greater. Wang Sai. So the multidimensional fusion crystal tower has this effect after upgrading? Then I will upgrade it later. Wang Fugue. Master Xia. I also have a question. How strong is the 4th level hateful queen bee boss? Can you tell me some data about skills? Otherwise, if we are really lucky and find the entrance to the Bee Faith plane, but we are not strong enough to kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss, wouldn't it be a waste? Li Xia. That's a question. Okay. Before 12 o'clock today, I will compile a detailed information file of the 4th level hateful queen bee boss and send it to the group, so that you can have a clear understanding of the strength of the 4th level hateful queen bee boss. Li Xia. But you don't have to be afraid. I know the strength of every member of the Sword of Dawn. I think it's not a problem for you to kill the 4th level hateful queen bee boss. The biggest problem now is actually entering the plane of Bee Faith. Wang Sai. I see. After hearing what Master Xia said, I feel much more relieved. Wang Fugue. Me too. Everyone chatted for a while and raised some questions. Li Xia answered them one by one. Finally, Su Hongdo asked Su Hongdo, Kuo Lao. Our problems have been solved. Didn't you say that you have a problem that you can't figure out? Tell us, and let's think about it together. Maybe we can give you the answer. Wang Fugue. Su Hongdo is right. Maybe we are lucky. Wang Sai. Bah. 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 Can't we help Xia Master solve the problem with our real talents? Li Bianqing. I am actually very curious about what the problem is that stumped Brother Xia. Li Xia. Okay. I'll get straight to the point. It's like this. The 4th level hateful queen bee boss is in a deep sleep. According to the boss's notes, it was cursed by the gods and turned into the hateful queen bee. But it got a way to counter the curse of the gods. So it fell into a deep sleep. It was only because of the change of eras that this power faded, causing it to become the hateful queen bee again. Li Xia. When I saw this news, I was thinking, the curse of the gods, will it have some kind of connection with the curse stuffing of the Christmas event? Li Xia. Why was the unknown existence urgently stopping the clearing activity in the land of spreading power when it was in full swing, and instead holding a Christmas event? The resources collected in the Christmas event were nothing but curse fillers. It was also after the curse fillers that the fall of the forest biome became irreversible, which led to the current version of the loser eating dust. Li Xia. It's hard not to think that there is no connection between the two. It's just that the curse filler is just a material after all. And I don't know whether the curse of the gods is essentially the same as the curse filler. After Li Xia's explanation, the Dawn Sword team fell into deep thought. The sleep of the 4th level hateful queen bee boss is the curse of the gods. The irreversible fall of the forest biome is also the curse of the gods? So, the spontaneous cleanup of the power-spreading land organized by the forest biome is actually, to some extent, a self-rescue action of the forest biome. But it was stopped by an unknown existence in the middle. Moreover, if all this is true, then the players have undoubtedly become accomplices without knowing it. After a long silence, Li Bianqing. Brother Xia. We really don't know if there is any connection between the two, but we can reverse it. If the curse filler is really not the curse of the gods, then why is the fall of the forest community irreversible after the Christmas event? Li Bianqing. Also, why was the clearing activity of the power-spreading place spontaneously organized by the forest community inexplicably stopped? There are too many doubts here. So I think there is something fishy between the two. Li Bianqing. Even if the curse filler is not the curse of the gods, I am afraid the effect is similar. Su Hongdo. But it doesn't make sense. Although the fall of the forest biome is irreversible, As long as we upgrade our own level to level 5. It will be fine. It doesn't seem to have much impact. Right? After all, my shelter has now moved to the gem mine of the small special biome. Wang Fugui, yes. As long as the Noah's Ark plan is implemented. As long as we have 20 level 5 strongmen in our regional channel. The fall of the forest biome will not have much impact on us. Wang Cai, wait! Level 5? The unknown existence is doing all this to focus the player's attention on the level 5. So, when the strength reaches the level 5. Before Li Shiwangcai finished speaking, Li Xia took over. Li Xia, players will be in danger when their strength reaches the level 5. When this was said, everyone present was shocked. But it was very reasonable after thinking about it carefully. Otherwise, why was the version of Loser Eats Dust updated? This time, the update of the 1.4 version of the survival game of the restraint system is like a three-sided circle, giving everyone a way out. But who knows whether this way out is real? Everyone talked about this topic in depth. And finally Li Xia said, Li Xia, now we can't be sure whether this is true or not. But everyone must be careful and vigilant. And even if this way of survival is false, for us first-tier players, there is no choice. So we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Li Xia, in addition, in the recent period, Sword of Dawn, Dawn Front, and even the entire regional channel can focus on the Befaith plane of the jungle biome. Li Xia, Brother Bianqing, I want to know a piece of information. No matter who kills the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss second. I want to know whether the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss he faces is in a deep sleep or not. Li Bianqing, don't worry. Leave this to me. After the chat, Li Xia was restless. He always felt that the fall of the forest biome was a huge loss for the players. However, after thinking about it carefully, he wanted to analyze it. But he was confused. After a long time, Li Xia said, forget it. Let's digest this wave of gains first. Even if there is real danger, if the strength can be improved, it will be calmer when dealing with danger. Li Xia took out a long sword with a pale yellow hilt from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and looked at it intently. Li Xia. The magic weapon of the beekeeper is not only named exactly the same as the title Celia obtained, but also has the same power. It has 2 passive skills and 1 active skill, which are very suitable for fighting on the battlefield. The most important thing is that the beekeeper is actually one of the materials for synthesizing the Zenith sword. This is great. Although Li Xia still hasn't obtained the formula for the Zenith sword, since he came to the other world and participated in this so-called survival game, Li Xia has successively obtained the enchanted sword, Star Fury. And now the beekeeper. The Zenith sword requires so many magic weapons as synthetic materials. And its power can be imagined? Not to mention, even without synthesizing the Zenith sword, the beekeeper can be used as the main melee weapon at this stage. Not a loss. Not a loss at all. Li Xia stored the beekeeper in the primary authority storage box, and was very moved, because the notes said that after killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, the beekeeper, the bee gun, and the beanie bow, these 3 main weapons, usually only one can be obtained, and because Li Xia was the first to kill the beekeeper, the bee gun, and the beanie bow, these 3 weapons can be dropped in a series, which can also be regarded as a small hidden benefit for the first kill player in the pioneering land. Without much hesitation, Li Xia took out another set of bombs from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the bee grenade, Li Xia took a breath. He had seen the bee bomb skill of the unruly stinger worker bee before. It was precisely because he had seen it before that he knew in his heart that the bee bomb was an extremely threatening skill to the enemy monster. And now, a bee grenade is equivalent to an unruly stinger worker bee releasing 15 to 20 bee bombs in an instant. And it is a bee bomb with automatic tracking properties. So the power can be imagined. And Li Xia has 100 bee grenades of such powerful power. This is almost a strategic resource. Sure enough, killing people and setting fires will get you a golden belt. And repairing bridges and roads will leave no corpses. Li Xia paused and then said, killing bosses is the fastest way to increase strength. Chapter 297. A blood moon hangs in the sky. A heavy snowfall suddenly falls. The entire forest community is suddenly covered in white. And the enchanting beauty reveals the bleakness of winter. Primary authority shelter. The night is long, and there is no sleep. Li Xia is like a squirrel with a mouth full of nuts. carefully counting the food for the winter in his nest. As the first player to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. The Hateful Queen Bee, which usually only drops one main magic weapon, dropped 3 main magic weapons for Li Xia because of the hidden benefits of the first kill. The Beekeeper is an essential part of Li Xia's plan to make the Zenith Sword. The appearance of the Beekeeper makes Li Xia more curious about the other 2 magic weapons. Li Xia took out an orange-yellow longbow from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the Bee's Bow, Li Xia nodded slightly. As one of the 3-piece series of magic weapons that are fixedly dropped after killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, the Bee's Bow has the same skills as the Beekeeper, and also has the summoning skill of the unruly Stinger Worker Bee summoning. However, the difference is that the Bee's Bow has a special type of passive skill, Wooden Arrow Small Bee Bomb. In other words, when using this Bee's Bow, it is not the case that the higher the level of the arrow, the better, nor the higher the power of the arrow, the better. On the contrary, if Li Xia wants to perfectly use the full power of the Bee's Bow, the most suitable arrow for ammunition is the wooden arrow. Li Xia knows the power of the small bee bomb very well, and the Bee's Bow with arrow conversion skills is still a crossbow on the surface. But in fact it allows Li Xia to have the ability to instantly cast the small bee bomb skill. The most important thing is that the small bee bomb is an automatic tracking skill. That is, when fighting, Li Xia does not need to aim at the enemy's trail. Just shoot arrows as fast as he can, and the small bee bomb will automatically track the enemy and cause damage to the enemy. This has invisibly raised Li Xia's combat power to a higher level. On the surface, the Tendon Bow and the Bee's Bow are only a few points lower in attack power. But in fact, the difference between the two is more than 1 level. Wooden arrows are the most basic and easiest to obtain, so it is easy for Li Xia to obtain this kind of arrows. Although the Scarlet Sand Gun is more powerful than the Bee's Bow in terms of power alone. In actual combat, the actual power of the Bee's Bow will be greater. Moreover, the Bee's Bow is not a magic weapon in the Scarlet Series Unconventional Formula Encyclopedia, nor is it a magic weapon in the Corruption Series Unconventional Formula Encyclopedia. In other words, the Bee's Bow can be enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation again. Overall, this Bee's Bow can be Li Xia's main long-range shooter weapon. Li Xia happily stored it in the Murloc Priest magic backpack, and took out a short gun similar to a shotgun. The honey gun is actually not much different from the Bee's Bow, but one focuses on the shooter profession and the other focuses on the mage profession. But they are both quite good magic weapons among the 3 main weapons of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Beekeeper is Li Xia's main melee weapon, and is also the synthetic material of Zenith's sword, while Bee's Bow is Li Xia's main ranged weapon. The combination of the two is already very good, although Begun has the passive skill of Honey Heart, which can be icing on the cake. It is not a magic weapon that Li Xia must have. Instead, it would be a good choice to give Begun to Celia as her auxiliary weapon. In this way, the benefits can be maximized and Celia's combat effectiveness can be taken to a higher level. Li Xia called Celia, who was chatting with the sky-breaking gargoyle in the living room. Celia, come here. What's wrong? Godfather, what's the matter? Li Xia handed the Begun to Celia and said, this Begun is more suitable for you. Take it and see if it is comfortable to use. Celia took the Begun with great joy and nodded, thank you. Godfather, it's okay. This is what Godfather should do. It's late at night. Don't stay up late. Go upstairs and go to bed. Godfather, you're still talking about me. Aren't you going to sleep? Celia asked back. Li Xia shook his head and said, no need to wait for Godfather. I still have some things to do, so I can't go to bed so early. Then I'll accompany you. Celia replied impatiently. No, you should go to bed quickly, or Godfather will take back the Begun. Ah? Okay, I'll go to bed now. After Celia left, Li Xia drank a sip of hot tea and continued to be busy. The 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss has a lot of drops after being killed, not to mention the subsequent treasure bag rewards and the first kill rewards. It is not an easy task to digest the simple drops in a short time. But now the forest biome is in an irreversible state of decline, and even Li Xia is racing against time. So instead of sleeping late at night, Li Xia wanted to urgently summarize and digest these resources. Li Xia took out a stick with one end big and the other small, as thick as an arm, from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. and looked at it intently. Li Xia. Increase the recovery of the solidity value? It can be regarded as an ordinary but very useful feature. But, the shelter now has the shelter of the tree of life in the feature column. And the honey source feature effect of the honeycomb stick overlaps with it. In this way, it seems that the cost effectiveness is not high. Although Li Xia said this, the most important point is that during the primary authority sanctuary, Li Xia obtained a fragment of the origin of the god Bast, and witnessed the power contained in this fragment of the origin of the god Bast, as well as the attribute bonus added to the sanctuary. Therefore, Li Xia looked down on the honeycomb stick in his heart. When everything came to fruition and the sanctuary was upgraded to the intermediate authority level, Li Xia also hoped to obtain another fragment of the origin of the god. But no matter what, the honeycomb stick is extremely cost-effective as a shelter feature accessory. Keep it for now. If there is no better fragment of the god's origin in the future, the honeycomb stick can be used as a backup plan. After making up his mind, Li Xia stored the honeycomb stick in the primary authority storage box, and then took out the most important gain from killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss this time. In addition to the treasure bag, from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack, the holy relic of the Hateful Queen Bee. The appearance of the Hateful Queen Bee means that Li Xia can start to upgrade the primary authority shelter. However, when Li Xia summoned the shelter upgrade panel, the corners of his mouth that had just risen drooped again. Primary authority shelter upgrade requirements: Meteorite ingots x 3000, Emerald gems x 3000, Ruby gems x 1000, Boss relic x 1 upgrade time 48 hours. Emerald gems? Ruby gems? No matter how many there are, Li Xia actually has sufficient inventory reserves. After all, the 9527 area channel has the reputation of having the most special products in the shelter. And it is not a false reputation. The turnover generated by Li Xia's personal store on the trading platform in just one day is also very amazing. What a pity! Even if he is as strong and rich as Li Xia, and even has Su Hongdo, the controller of the gem mine of a special small biological community, who can produce scarce resources such as diamonds, and Li Bianqing, the owner of most of the intelligence network of the 9527 regional channel. He still knows nothing about the whereabouts of the meteorite ingot. That's right. After Li Xia upgraded the primary authority shelter, he found that not only the shelter upgrade required meteorite ingots, but also other furniture upgrades. He had already contacted Li Bianqing to ask him to pay attention to the information of meteorite ingots, and Li Xia could buy them at a high price. But even so, after searching the 9527 area channel, there was still no trace of meteorite ingots. Therefore, the boss's holy relic was not the difficulty that troubled Li Xia. Instead, these 3,000 units of meteorite ingots were a stone weighing on Li Xia's heart, because Li Xia knew that even if the shelter was upgraded to the intermediate authority shelter, the subsequent furniture, and even the shelter defense system upgrade would still require a lot of meteorite ingots. This is difficult. Li Xia touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Meteorite ingots. According to the nature of the survival game, could it be that this so-called meteorite ingot is hidden in a small special biological community? Or is it that the meteorite ingot is in a plane of faith? It shouldn't be. As a basic shelter upgrade material, it shouldn't be so difficult to obtain. Right? Thinking of this, Li Xia felt a headache. There was no other way. Even if Li Xia racked his brains at home, he still couldn't figure it out. Li Xia could only settle for the second best, and put the Queen of Hate relics into the primary authority storage box. Since he couldn't upgrade the shelter in a short time, he would first digest the other gains. Chapter 298. Player Li Xia successfully opened the treasure bag. Honeycomb X1. Beeswax X300. Honeycomb Backpack X1. Bottled Honey X300. Honey Goggles X1. Honeycomb Nest Recipe X1. Origin Fragment of the God of Abundance X1. A collection of unconventional recipes for the plane of Faith X1. Primary Authority Shelter. As the treasure bag turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace, a dazzling array of light balls floated in the air, making people dazzled. Li Xia looked at the harvest in the treasure bag and nodded slightly. The joy of harvest filled his chest. No matter what the quality of the resources opened in the treasure bag this time, at least this amount can be regarded as a wave of luck. Li Xia skillfully punctured 8 light balls of different colors one by one, and directly stored the bottled honey and beeswax in the primary authority storage box. These resources are old acquaintances, so there is no need to spend more effort. On the contrary, those unfamiliar resources are the highlight of this treasure bag. Li Xia picked up a palm-sized orange-yellow honeycomb and looked at it intently. Li Xia frowned slightly. This accessory dropped by the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is a regular type of accessory. As long as the player has the ability to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, then he will definitely get a honeycomb. In the later stages, this kind of accessory can be said to be in everyone's hands. However, what is more strange is that according to convention, killing a boss-level enemy monster will indeed drop an accessory. But the effect of this accessory should be stronger, and it is a special type of accessory, and players cannot synthesize and upgrade it. But the honeycomb accessory not only has no special entries in the type column, but also has entries for crafting materials. The effect of the honeycomb is actually not outstanding, and it is almost the same as the general basic advanced accessories. Due to these factors, Li Xia believes that this honeycomb accessory should be a regular type of accessory, rather than a special type of accessory that will drop when killing boss-level monsters. However, it is good to have crafting materials. The current honeycomb effect is good, but it still lacks some quality, and is not enough to replace any accessory in the current accessories column. As long as there are related advanced accessory recipes in the future, then perhaps the honeycomb will give me a surprise. Li Xia. Speak of the devil. Here comes the devil. Just now I said that the effect of the honeycomb accessory is a bit unworthy of its name. It doesn't look like the accessories dropped by the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss at all. It doesn't have the style of a boss-level enemy monster. I didn't expect that the second accessory I saw right away would give me such a big surprise. When Li Xia saw the name of this resource, he thought that the honeycomb backpack was just an advanced type of storage prop. A backpack that was the same as the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack. He didn't expect it to be such a powerful accessory. The power of the honeycomb backpack lies not in itself, but in its amplification and strengthening effect. The honeycomb backpack can not only evolve the small bee bombs generated by various magic weapons, accessories, and consumables in this series into giant bee bombs, but also upgrade the power from 33% to 66%. Bee reproduction. It can also increase the number of unstable small bee bombs that can be generated by various magic weapons, accessories, and consumables in this series to the maximum value of this limit. Population boost. You can also add an extra giant bee bomb in addition to the maximum limit, with the bloodlust frenzy of the hive backpack. Firepower boost. The two major effects, the power of the giant bee bomb and the thorn stinger drone, will be further improved if you properly match the corresponding accessories and magic weapons. This amplification effect is absolutely huge. It is absolutely easy to make Li Xia's strength reach a higher level. First kill is good. If it is not the first kill, you still need luck to get it. The first kill is fixed. So happy. While Li Xia was feeling emotional, he was also thinking about a question. Perhaps the boss-level monsters have advanced to the 4th level, and the game progress of the survival game has advanced to the present. The rewards for players who kill boss-level monsters will be further enhanced. But the hidden benefits of the first kill players are also further enhanced. These are all points that have not been discussed in the 1.4 version of the survival game. It seems that this version update of the survival game is the one with the most hidden information. But that's right. After all, the 1.4 version of the survival game of the Cthulhu series has subtly raised the upper limit of the player's strength to level 5. The previous versions of the survival game of the Cthulhu series have never had such a large span. It seems that with the irreversible fall of the forest biome, the unknown existence, or the gods are getting more and more impatient. Li Xia looked at the honeycomb backpack in his hand, and directly called out the accessories bar to equip it. Accessories 6/6, Cthulhu Shield, Honeycomb Backpack, Scarlet Swift Frost Flower Boots, Scarlet Hard Magnetic Flower, Scarlet Secret Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Scarlet Wind Blade Winglet. At this moment, Li Xia only equipped himself first, and did not perform Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement, nor did he select other accessories and magic weapons. He was thinking about the next battle strategy. After all, there were still many resources that had not been digested, so there was no rush. Li Xia then picked up a pair of pilot goggles on the table and looked at them intently. After checking the panel data of the honey-coated goggles, Li Xia nodded heavily and grinned. Mount? This kind of prop is really rare. Since coming to the other world and participating in the survival game of the Cthulhu series, Li Xia has only obtained the slime saddle when he killed the boss-level enemy monster King Slime, and was able to summon his first and only mount, the Slime. However, the ability of the Slime mount is only to increase the player's jumping speed by 50% when riding, and it has no bonus to the player's other attributes. Moreover, after being attacked by an enemy monster once, the Slime mount will automatically disappear, and it needs to consume additional magic points to summon it again. As a result, the restrictions on the Slime mount have been greatly strengthened, basically eliminating the possibility of using it in battle. At most, it can only be used when traveling. However, after Li Xia obtained the Wind Blade wings and the multi-jump accessories, the Slime mount is basically in a state where the hero has no place to use his skills. However, the Thorn Stinger drone mount is different. First of all, it is a rare flying mount. In addition to the restrictions on land movement, it has multiple effects such as plus 100% increase in the player's flight speed, plus 100% takeoff speed, plus 100% acceleration, etc. when riding. The most important thing is, the Thorn Stinger drone mount is aggressive. It not only has the health and 4-dimensional attributes of the Thorn Stinger drone captain, but also has the corresponding skills of the Thorn Stinger drone captain, but lacks the corresponding magic value. The magic value consumed by the Thorn Stinger drone mount using skills is shared with the player. From this point of view, it is not a big problem at all, let alone a defect. It is a small defect within Li Xia's acceptable range. If used properly, Li Xia will not only have an extra permanent summon, which will further improve his combat power, but also greatly increase his flight time, and the corresponding accessories column can be further modified. It's a great thing no matter how you look at it. Well, there are indeed too many mobile accessories. Li Xia thought for a moment and said, now that you have the Thorn Stinger drone mount, you can replace 1 or 2 mobile accessories according to the subsequent combat practice, and see if you can get the formula of advanced accessories later, if everything goes well. The honeycomb, which is an accessory that fits the honeycomb backpack extremely well, should be equipped as soon as possible. Yawn. It was already late at night. Li Xia yawned, feeling sleepy all over his body. Just at this moment, Celia got up to go to the bathroom, and found that the light in the workroom downstairs was still on. She walked downstairs quickly and said, Godfather, what's wrong with you? Tell others to go to bed early. But what about you? Why don't you go to bed so late? Don't you want your body? After hearing this, Li Xia smiled like a child who had done something wrong, and said, right away, right away, right away. Celia put her hands on her hips and said, what time is it? Right away. You said you were going to sleep before. No. Celia has to stay here and watch you until you go to the bedroom before going back to the house. Okay. Li Xia stood up and wanted to explain himself. Godfather didn't sleep late on purpose. He was digesting the harvest from killing the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss. Look. This honey-coated goggles can summon a Thorn Stinger drone mount with attack capabilities. Celia didn't move at all after hearing this. She just acted as a strict supervisor and watched Li Xia go back to the house and sleep before she felt relieved. Chapter 299. The sun was high in the sky. Approaching noon. Primary Authority Master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Li Xia slowly opened his eyes, sat on the bed and stretched. Li Xia turned his head and looked out the window. After a night of heavy snow, the entire forest community was covered in silver, and everything was bleak. Fortunately, the winter snow had stopped at this moment, and a warm sun was hanging high in the sky, emitting long-lost warmth. The warm sun in winter is one of the few things that makes Li Xia happy in winter. When the sun shines on him, his mood will be much better. Li Xia dressed, washed up, and walked downstairs quickly. But he couldn't find the whereabouts of Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. He looked around and found a small note on the dining table. Li Xia picked up the small note and lowered his head to read. Godfather, lunch is ready and stored in the storage box in the kitchen. You can take it directly after you wake up. I originally wanted to wake you up for lunch, but I thought you slept too late last night, so I didn't wake you up. I've had lunch. I harvested a batch of mature magic plants this morning. The elves have been born. Now my work will be much easier. By the way, when I was sorting out the storage boxes of magic plants, I checked the sand blocks and found that because of the excessive infusion of bottled honey, there are very few sand blocks and glass bottles left in our shelter. I took Xiao Shurtu to the desert biome to dig sand blocks. When we were having dinner last night, We were chatting. Godfather. You said that the Basque God origin fragment is very good. Unfortunately, after the promotion of primary authority shelter, the freed shelter feature column does not have the God origin fragment loaded. I think, since the Basque God origin fragment was obtained in the desert biome, there should be other Basque God origin fragments. So I plan to try my luck. After digging enough sand blocks, I will explore the desert biome with Little Stone until night. Don't worry about my safety. You know, with my strength and Little Stone, there is no enemy in the entire desert biome that has the strength to threaten me. Godfather, wish me good luck. Celia. Stay. Li Xia saw the small note left by Celia and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last night at the dinner table, Celia and I chatted and complained a few times. But I didn't open the treasure bag at that time, and didn't know that there would be fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance in the treasure bag. At night, Celia was busy urging me to go to bed. And Li Xia forgot to tell Celia about this, which led to such a big mistake. But as Celia said, it doesn't matter. After all, Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle. In the desert biome, Li Xia really couldn't think of any enemy monsters that could threaten the safety of the two of them. Moreover, Li Xia felt warm in his heart after reading the little note left by Celia. Because Celia was so busy, it was all for herself in the end. Li Xia was not a heartless person, so how could he not be moved by such wholehearted dedication? Fortunately, at this moment, the relationship between Celia and Li Xia has long been a blood-thicker-than-water family relationship. Li Xia was moved, but he didn't feel it was unbearable. After lunch, Li Xia calmed down and walked into the workroom to continue sorting out the harvest. Li Xia took out a recipe with a beehive pattern on the cover from the primary authority storage box and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the honeycomb nest recipe, Li Xia nodded slightly. Not bad. It turned out to be a rare resource building. Now honey finally has a stable supply chain. There is one more specialty in the shelter. Although the healing effect of bottled honey is not as strong as that of powerful healing potions, the unique honey enhancement effect has greatly increased the value of bottled honey. It is definitely hard currency. Li Xia took out 100 beeswax from the primary authority storage box, walked outside the shelter, stood in the open space next to the Scarlet Moon Goddess well, and without any hesitation, he immediately chose to use the formula. Requirements for building a honeycomb nest: 100 beeswax. Shelter level 1 upgrade time 10 minutes. Whether to consume materials to build: yes/no. The upgrade light screen appeared in front of Li Xia, and Li Xia tapped his finger and immediately chose to build. Swoosh! The 100 beeswax in the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice automatically turned into a stream of light, condensing at the position specified by Li Xia. The orange-yellow light gradually condensed into the shape of a honeycomb nest, and the light became more and more solid. After 10 minutes, the honeycomb nest can be completely formed, with the many features of the shelter and the related accessories. The 10-minute construction time can be shortened even further, but Li Xia has a faster method. Bang! Li Xia took out a copper construction hammer and hit the orange-yellow light, and the honeycomb nest was built immediately. A bottle of Luna Potion requires 100 milliliters, but a bottle of honey only requires 80 milliliters. The honeycomb nest can produce 3 bottles of honey in an hour, which is 72 bottles a day. Although it doesn't look like much on the surface, it is actually a very terrifying amount, because the honeycomb nest does not need to be taken care of by oneself. The advantage of resource-based buildings lies here. The honeycomb nest can produce continuously and provide bottled honey with honey gained for oneself. From this moment on, Li Xia has a stable supply channel for mass production of bottled honey. This is all the foundation. According to the capacity of the honeycomb nest, it is enough to collect 3 days of production. In other words, Li Xia only needs to collect honey once every 3 days. It is easy and convenient, and it is simply a way to make money while lying down. But this is not enough. Things are different now. Li Xia is the owner of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance. He has plenty of Scarlet points now. Wouldn't it be more profitable to do it all at once? Scarlet points required to assimilate the honeycomb nest into Scarlet exclusive: 300,000 points. 300,000 Scarlet points? Li Xia smacked his lips. If it were in the past, even if he sold himself, he couldn't get 300,000 Scarlet points. But now the situation is different. Li Xia now has more than 2 million Scarlet points. It is easy for him to get 300,000 Scarlet points. Li Xia immediately enhanced it with Scarlet Assimilation. Instant recovery of 80 health points. Honey buff for 15 seconds. Bloody Slaughter debuff for 15 seconds. Under multiple effects. Even if the amount of health restored instantly is not as good as that of conventional powerful healing potions. In other aspects, it is already directly crushing the powerful healing potion. In this way, the market value of bottled blood honey will be further improved. Even if other players obtain the formula of the honeycomb nest in the future and can produce bottled honey, the bottled blood honey in Li Xia's hand is still unique. Li Xia nodded contentedly, then walked back to the shelter workshop and took out a scroll from the primary authority storage box. Originally, after killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, Li Xia checked its drops, and was a little frustrated when he did not find any unconventional recipes in the Bee-Fate plane. After all, the essence of a biological community is actually nothing more than 3 points in terms of external display. Magic weapons, armor sets, rare accessories, and these 3 points, the concentrated embodiment of the inner, are unified into 1 point. A complete collection of unconventional formulas. So Li Xia was actually quite frustrated at the beginning. But he didn't expect that. In a twist of fate, the treasure bag of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss actually contained a complete collection of unconventional formulas of the Bee-Fate plane. Li Xia couldn't wait to enter it into the primary authority workbench. Called out the formula page, and looked at it intently. Chapter 300. Materials required for Wasp Staff. Beeswax X14 synthesis time, 2 minutes. Materials required for Bee Headdress. Beeswax X8 synthesis time, 3 minutes. Materials required for Bee Greaves. Beeswax X10 synthesis time, 3 minutes. Materials required for Bee Breastplate. Beeswax X12 synthesis time, 3 minutes. Materials required for Honeycomb Ball. Beeswax X14 synthesis time, 1 minute. Materials required for Bee Grenade. Grenade X1. Beeswax X1 synthesis time, instant. Li Xia. Although there are only a few recipes in the unconventional recipe series of the Bee-Fate plane, they are very valuable. Not to mention how valuable consumables like Bee Grenades are. The advanced type of summoner main magic weapon, the Wasp Staff, will definitely attract summoner professional players to scramble for it once it is released. Not to mention, in the unconventional recipe series of the Bee-Fate plane, there is actually a rare full set of Bee Armor set recipes. You know, even if Li Xia was lucky enough, he only got the 2 recipes of the Snow Monster Fur Coat and the Snow Monster Staff in the Snow Monster Fate plane. And although the Snow Monster Fur Coat is a summoner advanced armor set, it is only a component, not a set. Its value is far greater than that of the Bee Armor set. Before, Li Xia wanted to give Su Hongdo a set of summoner advanced armor set as a gift, but he couldn't find it. Now that he has the recipe of the Bee Armor set, everything is not a problem. Li Xia nodded contentedly. Beeswax. It seems that beeswax is the basic material for making a series of unconventional recipes for the Bee-Fate plane. Fortunately, there is enough beeswax. It is definitely not a problem to make a batch of armor sets and sell them, and also to make a batch of wasp staffs and sell them. It's just, although there is enough beeswax at present, there is no stable production and supply channel. Even if there is more beeswax, it will run out one day. Thinking of this, Li Xia has made up his mind to only make a batch of finished products. Before finding a way to produce beeswax continuously, he will never consume too much beeswax, and never sell too much beeswax. After setting the direction, Li Xia directly invested the required resources, and made synthesis in the primary authority workbench. 2 minutes later, an orange-yellow wasp staff with 2 emerald-green leaves on it took shape, and floated in the air above the primary authority workbench. Li Xia picked it up, lowered his head, and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the wasp staff, Li Xia nodded slightly. The wasp staff is indeed stronger than the snow monster staff, and more suitable for summoner professional players. With the blessing of the passive skill natural propagation, the player's summon quantity is temporarily increased by 1. And 2 thorn stinger drone captains can be summoned at once. The instant cast stinger projectile makes up for the attack ability of the summoner professional player. As for the instant cast small bee bomb, it not only has the characteristics of instant casting, which satisfies the instantaneous explosive power, but also has the ability of range group damage. With the blessing of multiple skills, the summoner professional player will not have only a fixed and single fighting method when facing any battle situation in any scene. Far more powerful than a summoner who can only summon a single follower. Although, as the survival game of the series progresses to the present, the basic professions have gradually been divided and have become 4 major categories in the inherent impression recognized by players: mage, warrior, shooter, summoner. But the summoner seems to be a vassal of the mage. Not only does it require magic weapons and armor sets, but it also needs to meet the mage's specialization level. Summoners of the same level are weaker than other professions in terms of combat power. In addition to summoning followers, the other attack methods of the summoner are nothing more than the attack methods of the mage, shooter, and even a small part of the warrior. This also makes the summoner profession always at a disadvantage. And the appearance of the wasp staff and the bee armor set, which is an advanced summoner armor set, completely makes up for this. Of course, the summoner profession is weak, which does not mean that all summoners are weak. For example, Li Xiao's Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and True Magic Count Damage version can summon the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Pseudoboss and the Naga Tribe Chief Pseudoboss, whose strength is not comparable to other professional players of the same level. What a pity! Whether it is the Viscount of the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Pseudoboss, or the Chief of the Naga Clan Pseudoboss, or a professional summoner player like Li Xia, they are all rare, and it is impossible to generalize. He cannot represent all the summoner professions. What's more, Li Xia doesn't think that his main profession is the summoner profession. I didn't expect it. Li Xia smiled. It seems that the summoner profession is still a late-stage profession. Interesting. Although Li Xia's main occupation is not a summoner, the problem is that Su Hongdo's main occupation has always been a summoner. So this wasp staff and bee armor set must have greatly improved her combat power. Li Xia put the wasp staff into the Murloc's magic backpack, then picked up the finished bee armor set and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the bee armor set, Li Xia smacked his lips in surprise. The basic effect of the bee armor set plus the set bonus effect increases the damage of the summoned creature by 23%, which is an extremely terrifying increase. What's more, the bee armor set can also increase the upper limit of the number of summons of 2 players. If it is paired with the wasp staff, the maximum number of summons of the player can be directly increased by 3. This is a big improvement even for myself. Li Xia just imagined in his mind what it would be like if he could summon 3 additional armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscounts pseudobosses. That scene must have been very bloody and violent. Li Xia quickly called up the friend chat channel and contacted Su Hongdo. Li Xia, Ed Hongdo. Are you there? At this moment, Su Hongdo was exploring other biomes. So naturally, he couldn't hear the friend messages that could only be received within the shelter. Li Xia asked several times in a row, but didn't get a reply. Luckily, Li Xia still had a ring that could make calls regardless of the environment. Ding ding. 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 After a short delay, Su Hongdo answered the call and asked, Xia, what's wrong? I'm exploring in a Sky Island biome. What's up? Li Xia quickly told Su Hongdo about the effects of the bee armor set and the wasp staff, and said, your main profession is a summoner. These 2 pieces of equipment will definitely help you improve your combat power. I wanted to talk to you in detail. Since you are exploring the Sky Island, I won't bother you. I will send them to you directly through the friend transfer function. When you come back at night, remember to call out the core of the shelter to receive it. Su Hongdo was delighted. Li Xia's explanation showed that he had his own heart. She couldn't help but smile. Good brother. You are so good to me. I can't go back at night, but I should be home tomorrow afternoon. Can you come to see me tomorrow night? Yeah. Okay. I miss you too. Li Xia agreed, knowing that she was exploring and adventuring in the Sky Island biome. It was not appropriate to say more. So he agreed on a time and hung up the phone. After a short rest, Li Xia took out a fragment that was shining with soft silver-white light from the magic backpack of the Fishman Sacrifice and looked at it intently. Compared with the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance and the fragments of the origin of the God of Bast, the blessing on the shelter is different. But the only similarity is that the effect of the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance on the shelter is extremely strong. If the focus of the fragments of the origin of the God of Bast on the shelter is to improve the defense of the shelter's defense system, on the other hand, the focus of the origin fragments of the God of Abundance on the shelter is to improve and restore the solidity of the shelter's defense system. It is also an extremely useful origin fragments of the God. And the origin fragments of the God of Abundance can also bring a permanent benefit to Li Xia himself. Guardian of Abundance, Players will receive a constant benefit Guardian of Abundance, fixed health recovery speed +1. Although the effect is not very strong. Isn't it the case that combat power is improved? A pile of sand makes a tower. And a pile of feathers makes a coat. Every improvement in strength, no matter how small, should not be missed. It's just a pity. At present, the promotion of the primary authority and shelter requires a large number of meteorite ingots, and it cannot be promoted for the time being. The fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance naturally cannot be loaded into the characteristic column of the shelter. This permanent gain cannot be realized for the time being. And there is actually a very strange point about the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance. The fragments of the origin of the God of Bast are named after the title of the god, representing the path sequence and ability behind it, while the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance are directly named after the natural path sequence. According to the explanation of the content on the notes of the fragment of the origin of the God of Abundance, it seems that this is because the tree demon Alice flowers completely fell, leaving no trace of her name. Doesn't that reflect that the god Bast represented by the fragment of the origin of the god Bast not only left a name, but also did not completely fall? It's terrifying to think about it. If Bast really revives, then what will happen to Li Xia, who occupies the fragment of the origin of the god Bast? Wouldn't I naturally stand on the opposite side of the god Bast? Huh? Li Xia thought of this and smiled. It seems that even if it's not like this, I'm naturally standing in the team of the gods. Right? Chapter 301. At this moment, the sun is setting. The silver covering the forest biome has not yet faded, and the heavy snow has returned again. The cold wind blows the treetops, and the whole world is once again immersed in the snowy world. But the daytime in winter is too short, and a blood moon has been hanging in the sky. The blood-colored moonlight reflects the silver-clad earth, making it extremely depressed and terrifying. Li Xia has been busy in the kitchen for a long time, and he personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. After taking off his apron, he was afraid that the food would get cold, so he put all of them in the primary authority storage box. Li Xia looked out the window and found that Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle had not returned yet. TSK. Why haven't you come back yet so late? After mumbling a few words, Li Xia washed his hands and returned to the workshop. He would have dinner with Celia, so he planned to go back to the workshop to sort out the harvest in the remaining time. At this moment, after the three-person team killed the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss, the drops were sorted out clearly, and the harvest in the treasure bag was also sorted out. Only the king's treasure box rewarded by the system announcement has not been opened. Even Li Xia, who has the title of civilized fisherman and can fish for treasure chests, has not harvested many high-end treasure chests of this level since entering the survival game. To be honest, although Li Xia still can't figure out what he needs at the moment, he is already looking forward to the king's treasure chest. Workroom. Li Xia rubbed his hands and took out the king's treasure chest from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. Player Li Xia successfully opened the king's treasure chest and obtained Golden Sword Series Gift Pack X1, Random Skill Book X1, Pure Hourglass X1. 3. Li Xia frowned slightly. The king's treasure box was an extremely rare treasure box for Li Xia. As a result, only 3 resources were opened. Although they were brand new and never seen before, they were too few. Right? However, Li Xia knew that he couldn't judge the good or bad luck this time so arbitrarily based on the number of resources opened by the king's treasure box. What if these resources were all very good? Li Xia picked up a small gift bag with a golden border and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the king's treasure box, Li Xia couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect it. The king's treasure box actually gave me such a big surprise. You know, it's not easy to find the traces of the golden source enemy monster. Even if you use the golden source enemy capture candle to lure out a golden source enemy monster and successfully kill it, you will only get a first level golden source. Li Xia's current skills, whether active or passive, have all been upgraded to level 3. If he wants to strengthen his skills, he needs to use level 3 gold sources, which is equivalent to 3 level 2 gold sources, or 9 level 1 gold sources. This number is really huge. Now it's good. A gold source gift pack solves this problem. Even if he gets a new skill, Li Xia can easily upgrade it to level 4. This gold source series gift pack is really timely. Li Xia immediately picked up the gold source series gift pack happily. Player Li Xia opened the gold source series gift pack and obtained First level gold source X1. Second level gold source X1. Third level gold source X1. Li Xia put away all the gold sources and stored them in the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack. Currently, both active and passive skills can be upgraded to the 4th level. But there is only one 3rd level gold source, so it is necessary to consider it carefully. Li Xia then picked up a skill book and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the random skill book, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. He has just been promoted to the 4th level for the first time and has not yet obtained a good passive skill. The random skill book is really a great help. I have to say, it is true that there are only 3 resources in the king's treasure box, but each one can greatly help his current strength. The quality is very high. Li Xia quickly used the random skill book and saw the random skill book turned into a rainbow-colored light floating in the air and turned into a disc-like object, rotating continuously. After a while, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for using the random skill book and obtaining the passive skill damage conversion. Skill name, damage conversion. Skill attribute, passive permanent mastery. Level, 1st level. Oh wow! Interesting. You're lucky today. Hidden items are starting to appear in random skill books. Li Xia smiled as he held the damage conversion skill book. Damage blocking skills have always been what Li Xia wanted to equip. But the problem is, since he came to the other world and started playing the survival game, he encountered very few types of enemies with damage blocking skills, and even fewer of them dropped after killing them. Moreover, most of these damage blocking skills are active skills, which not only consume a large amount of mana, but also have a long cooldown time. In addition, the blocking amount is not that much, and usually can only block one attack of the enemy. For other players, this may be enough. But for Li Xia, it is far from enough. So Li Xia has never chosen any damage blocking skills to load. Although it is said on the surface that the best defense is offense, the actual situation is that no damage blocking skills can catch his eye. The appearance of the damage conversion skill book is like a miracle. First of all, the damage conversion skill book is a passive skill that can be activated automatically without consuming a large amount of magic points. There is no so-called cooling time. The blocking amount of the 1st level skill book is as high as 300. It is already very valuable to achieve this level. Secondly, the triggering conditions and operation logic of the damage conversion skill rely on the player's damage output to convert the blocking value. It just so happens that Li Xia may not have many defensive means, but he has many offensive means, and the damage of the attack is very huge. This just happens to meet the triggering conditions for damage conversion, allowing Li Xia to quickly accumulate blocking at the beginning of a battle, which is exactly what Li Xia wants. Damage conversion is a skill that almost satisfies all of Li Xia's fantasies about blocking skills. Li Xia chose to use this skill without any hesitation. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully used the 1st level damage conversion skill book. Player Li Xia has successfully mastered the 1st level damage conversion skill. Li Xia nodded contentedly. He did not upgrade his skills immediately. After all, there was one last reward that he had not checked. The last remaining pure hourglass was also the last reward for killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Li Xia. Although the pure hourglass from the king's treasure box had no effect on Li Xia himself, it was a shot of cardiac stimulant and a great tonic for the sky-breaking gargoyle. The sky-breaking gargoyle's strength is not weak, but the randomness of its skills makes its combat effectiveness need to be improved. If the sky-breaking gargoyle's skills can be washed and reset, and then given more suitable skills according to Li Xia's own wishes, it is not a problem to even find skills specifically for the sky-breaking gargoyle. Then, the sky-breaking gargoyle's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. The improvement of the sky-breaking gargoyle's combat effectiveness also means that Li Xia's strength has been further improved. Godfather, are you still busy? Have you had dinner? Just as Li Xia was staring at the pure hourglass in his hand, thinking about the pros and cons and how to maximize its benefits, Celia pushed the door and walked in to ask. Ah? Li Xia came back to his senses and smiled. I haven't eaten yet. I'm just waiting for you too. How about going out today? Did you get anything? The two chatted while walking, and sat in the restaurant to start eating. Well, it's okay. I got some. But it's a pity that it's not big. Naturally, I didn't get any precious resources. I only got some resources in a treasure chest. But there is one that is quite useful to our family. Strangely enough, This is the resource dropped by the 3rd level nymph pseudo-boss when I killed it. The others are not worth seeing. But this one seems to have a certain blessing effect on the scarlet honeycomb nest. Oh! After Celia said this, Li Xia also became interested and took a white egg and looked at it intently. Li Xia laughed and said, "What is arsenic to others is a delicacy to us. This honeycomb egg is pretty good." Li Xia got the unconventional recipe series of the bee fate plane, which happened to have a recipe for bee grenades. With the honeycomb egg, Li Xia can mass-produce this consumable magic weapon. And that's not all. The unconventional recipe series of the bee fate plane, including the wasp staff and bee armor set, all of which are made of beeswax. With the honeycomb egg as a stable source of beeswax, Li Xia will never lack beeswax in the future. All of the above magic weapons and armor sets can be made at will. Thinking of it this way, it is something worth being happy about. Celia looked up. By the way, Godfather, have you sorted out the harvest from killing the 4th level hateful queen bee boss today? Li Xia nodded. Yes. I just sorted it out. How was the harvest? Was it big? Did the king's treasure chest open anything good? Celia asked. It would have been better if Celia didn't say anything. Once she said it, Li Xia became interested and took out the pure hourglass from the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice. He said to the sky-breaking gargoyle standing next to him, "Little stone, don't stand there stupidly. Your luck has come. This is for you. Take a look." Chapter 302. Shelter. Living room. After hearing this, the sky-breaking gargoyle hurried forward to take the pure hourglass. Celia also stood up curiously and came to watch it. Wow! With the pure hourglass, Little Stone's strength can be improved a lot. Celia seemed very happy. As the ultimate intelligent weapon, the sky-breaking gargoyle naturally knew what this pure hourglass meant to it. The sky-breaking gargoyle raised his head and said gratefully, "Thank you, Commander." "Why thank me? We are all family." Li Xia put down his chopsticks and asked, "By the way, Little Stone, I have already upgraded to level 4. How long will it take for you to upgrade to level 5? Sky-breaking gargoyle thought after hearing this. The current world rules have actually been further relaxed after the update of the loser dust-eating version of the 1.4 version of the survival game. Under the constraints of the world rules, I have no problem upgrading to level 5. Now, for me, whether I can be promoted to level 5 or not, I only need enough ore ingots to meet my energy reserves. However, with this pure hourglass, I don't even need enough ore ingots, because the pure hourglass itself contains enough energy." Hearing this, Li Xia nodded slightly, looking very happy. "In that case, don't wait. Upgrade today." "Well, okay." Sky-breaking gargoyle hesitated for a moment and said, "It's just that the pure hourglass replenishes the energy reserves needed for promotion, which is only one of its insignificant functions. The real function of the pure hourglass is to cleanse skills and customize the gargoyles." Li Xia nodded. "That's true." Sky-breaking gargoyle continued, "So, before I upgrade, do you have any instructions on skills? Do I need to keep a few skills, or clean them all? And if I clean all my skills, and there is no skill replenishment in a short period of time, my strength in combat may decline for a short period of time." Sky-breaking gargoyle considered the problem very comprehensively. The original intention of the pure hourglass is because players have various needs for their servants. With the pure hourglass, Sky-breaking gargoyle's promotion to the 5th level is a foregone conclusion. But whether it retains its skills or not, and how many skills to retain, all depends on Li Xia's intention. You make sense. Li Xia actually considered this. After the skill wash, even if the sky-breaking gargoyle is promoted to the 5th level, its combat effectiveness will decrease in a short period of time. However, skills are not a hard-to-find resource. There are many skill books for sale in the personal stores on the trading platform. As long as you have money, it is not a problem to quickly arm the sky-breaking gargoyle. As for how many skills of the sky-breaking gargoyle should be washed with the pure hourglass, and how many skills should be retained, Li Xia has already prepared for this. How about this? You clear all the acquired skills, but keep the skills that the gargoyle has? After listening to Li Xia's transformation plan, the sky-breaking gargoyle nodded immediately, then opened its bloody mouth, bit the pure hourglass directly, and swallowed the light silver light into its body. The sky-breaking gargoyle immediately floated in the air and began to cleanse its skills. After a while, in the expectant eyes of Li Xia and Celia, only a system prompt was heard. Ding! Ultimate Intelligent Weapon Sky-Breaking Gargoyle successfully uses the pure hourglass. And the skill has been cleansed. Boom! A wave of heat surged from Sky-Breaking Gargoyle. And then Sky-Breaking Gargoyle opened its watery eyes, and stood on the ground again. After Sky-Breaking Gargoyle was promoted to the 5th level, all 4-dimensional attributes were improved to a certain extent. The only strange thing is, the name column of Sky-Breaking Gargoyle is no longer Sky-Breaking Gargoyle Shooter, but Sky-Breaking Gargoyle? However, Li Xia quickly realized that after the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle cleared its skills, it only retained a few skills it had. Therefore, at this moment, its basic profession has not been selected, so it can only be a question mark. Once it is selected, the suffix will naturally change. It is precisely because of this that even the 5th level bond of the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle has not been officially displayed. Right after swallowing the pure hourglass, the 5th level Sky-Breaking Gargoyle can have 5 active skills and 5 passive skills. The current Sky-Breaking Gargoyle only has an active skill inherent in the gargoyle, energy hidden in the back, 2 passive skills inherent in the gargoyle, hibernation state, the tenacity of the gargoyle. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle can also be equipped with 4 active skills and 3 passive skills, as long as the combination is appropriate. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle can not only change the profession, but also improve a lot of strength. But, is it necessary to change the profession? Li Xia fell into deep thought. Although in the 3-person team of the primary authority shelter, Li Xia, Celia, and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle are not meat shields. Logically, the 3-person team is in urgent need of a meat shield. But Li Xia has the true magic conch damaged version and the Scarlet Fury slime staff, which can summon the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Pseudoboss and the Naga Tribe Chief Pseudoboss. Celia also has the Regeneration Axe staff and the Wasp staff, which can summon the Dryad Warrior and the Thorn Sting Drone Captain. The 3-person team has a large number of powerful Pseudoboss level enemies and Captain level enemies acting as meat shields. To be honest, there is no shortage of meat shield roles. What's more, the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle is a rare gargoyle with a Sky-Breaking Shooter heritage. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle's attack can ignore the distance of space, and it is appropriate to act as a long-range shooter. So, considering all the circumstances, the basic profession of the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle does not need to be changed, and it can still be a shooter profession. But, originally, Sky-Breaking Gargoyle's skills were acquired by killing other enemies, with a very small probability. This method was too random, and not suitable for Sky-Breaking Gargoyle's growth. Now it seems that with Sky-Breaking Gargoyle's main profession determined as a shooter, it only needs to find a few skills that can complement each other in the future. Li Xia told Sky-Breaking Gargoyle and Celia about this thought, and both of them agreed and thought it was very suitable. The pure hourglass is so precious that the tank role in the 3-person team can be replaced by summoning weapons. There is no reason to transform the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle, which has the Sky-Breaking Archer heritage, into a tank. This is not in line with the principle of maximizing benefits. After the discussion, Li Xia asked Celia to go to the trading platform to see if there are any suitable skills to choose from. After all, the skill selection of the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle should also be put on the agenda. Okay. Celia agreed and walked up to the 2nd floor with the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle, saying, "Then Godfather, I'm going back to the house first." "Yeah." Li Xia paused and then said, "Don't spend too much time on the trading platform. I will go to bed after upgrading the Scarlet Honeycomb Nest. You should also rest early." "Yeah." "Okay." Celia agreed, walked up the stairs, and disappeared around the corner. Li Xia brought the honeycomb egg that Celia brought back to the courtyard of the shelter. At this moment, the night was deep, and the cold wind added a bit of bleakness. Li Xia walked to the Scarlet Honeycomb Nest, and used the honeycomb egg immediately. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully used the honeycomb egg, and the Scarlet Honeycomb Nest was upgraded to the Scarlet Queen Bee Nest. Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. To be honest, the upgrade of the Scarlet Queen Bee Nest this time was purely accidental. If it weren't for the honeycomb egg brought back by Celia by chance, the Scarlet Queen Bee Nest would not have the ability to produce beeswax. In the dark, there is a blessing of luck. Celia is worthy of being his companion species. At this moment, after the Scarlet Queen Bee Nest has the ability to produce beeswax, all the formulas in the unconventional formula series of the Bee Faith plane can be mass-produced, which can be given to the Sword of Dawn as a welfare treatment. Even after the members of the Sword of Dawn are equipped, The members of the Dawn Front can also equip the Wasp Staff or the Bee Armor set according to their contribution. After all, whether it is Li Bianqing, Su Hongdou, Wang Sai, Wang Fugui of the Dawn Sword, or the large number of people on the Dawn Front, they are all naturally on his side and are Li Xiao's most loyal allies. Improving their strength is to enhance Li Xiao's voice in the regional channel. Li Xiao naturally has these thoughts in mind. After Li Xiao finished washing up, he half leaned on the head of the bed. He wanted to sleep. After all, it was late. But the harvest from killing the 4th level hateful Queen Bee boss this time was too great. It took 2 days to digest it all. This made him a little excited, and he couldn't sleep at all at the moment. Hey, how about strengthening the damage conversion skill? Chapter 303. Primary Authority Shelter. 2nd floor. Bedroom. Li Xiao did what he said. Half lying on the bed. Calling up the skill panel. Damage conversion and assimilation required for Scarlet exclusive. 100,000 points. 100,000 points? Li Xiao nodded slightly. After being promoted to the 4th level, the Scarlet points required for Scarlet assimilation enhancement for both active and passive skills have been greatly increased. However, no matter how much the Scarlet points required for the Scarlet assimilation enhancement of skills are increased, they are nothing compared to the nearly 2 million Scarlet points accumulated by Li Xiao during this period. Li Xiao invested 20,000 Scarlet points into the damage conversion skill without hesitation. The skill panel of damage conversion popped up automatically, and the skill information on it also changed accordingly. Skill name, Scarlet Shelter. Skill attribute, passive permanent mastery. Level, 1st level. Ha! This effect is really good. Really good. After checking the skill panel information of Scarlet Shelter, Li Xiao laughed with his mouth wide open. Passive skills are different from active skills. After the active skills are enhanced by the Scarlet assimilation, they will basically have some more effects, and the attack method of the skills will be strengthened to a certain extent. However, passive skills have never been so fancy. For example, the passive skill of the Scarlet Source Pump is an advanced transformation from the Life Source Pump skill, and the enhancement is only the multiple of the increase in health value. Therefore, when Li Xiao assimilated and enhanced the damage conversion skill, he did not have too much expectation for the transformation of this skill. In his expectation, after the damage conversion skill is assimilated and enhanced, at most the upper limit of the block value will be increased from 300 points to 600 points. If it can be increased to 900 points, it will be completely a blessing. But I never expected it. After the damage conversion was enhanced by Scarlet assimilation, it actually broke the barrier of skills and had an unlimited blocking amount. In this way, compared with Scarlet Shelter, the damage conversion is a world of difference. The effect of Scarlet Shelter now can't be described as a magical skill. As long as Li Xiao's damage is enough, then Li Xiao's defense must be sufficient. After having Scarlet Shelter, Li Xiao's current fighting style truly interprets what the best defense is offense. The skill of Scarlet Shelter is worth investing a lot of resources to cultivate and strengthen. Li Xiao took out a 1st level gold source from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice without hesitation. Bang! Li Xiao pressed the 1st level gold source on the skill panel of Scarlet Shelter and chose to use it. Ding! Player Li Xiao successfully used the 1st level gold source on the 1st level Scarlet Shelter, and the skill was promoted to the 2nd level Scarlet Shelter. 3 major enhancement methods popped up. Scarlet Shelter Enhancement Path. 1. Every time a player deals 100 points of damage to an enemy, the block value gained by the player increases from 1 point to 2 points. 2. Every time a player deals 100 points of damage to an enemy, the player gains 1 point of block value. 3. Every time a player deals 10,000 points of damage to an enemy, the player can automatically bounce back one of the enemy's attacks. Li Xiao looked at the 3 Scarlet Shelter enhancement paths in front of him and fell into deep thought. First, rule out enhancement path 2, because in Li Xiao's view, he has the inheritance of Scarlet Overlord. And the inheritance of Scarlet Overlord is about an extreme damage output. Li Xiao has never lacked attack ability, and the damage he caused to the enemy at this stage is far higher than 100 points. Therefore, Li Xiao's single attack must be able to obtain 1 point of blocking value. So reducing the attack by 10 points will not enhance the skill much. Strengthening Path 3 looks very good. After causing 10,000 points of damage to the enemy, it can automatically rebound the enemy's attack once. But the problem is that he has accessories such as frost flower boots, wind blade wings, horseshoe balloon bundle, etc., and has a strong mobility. He can basically avoid the attacks of enemy monsters. Those unavoidable attacks basically come from pseudo-boss level enemies, or even boss level enemies. The effect of rebounding an attack, in Li Xiao's opinion, is not that strong. It's not that the effect is bad, but Scarlet Protection is a rare passive blocking skill after all. The route of the enhancement path should be to enhance its blocking amount. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the damage transformation after the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement to transform into Scarlet Protection? And the rare situation of breaking the skill barrier? The first enhancement path is completely different. For every 100 points of damage caused to the enemy by the player, the block value obtained by the player is increased from 1 point to 2 points. After careful consideration, Li Xiao chose the best of the 3 ways to enhance Scarlet Asylum, and finally selected the enhancement path. The skill panel automatically popped up again and appeared in front of Li Xiao. Skill name, Scarlet Asylum. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, Level 2. After checking the panel data of the upgraded Scarlet Asylum, Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. After owning Scarlet Asylum, to some extent, he is also a special type of meat shield character. A rare offensive meat shield. Ha ha ha. Just when he was about to continue upgrading the Scarlet Shelter, Li Xiao's personal panel data popped up automatically. The entries in the Scarlet Lord's inheritance column were flashing non-stop. Li Xiao frowned slightly, and after a moment, he realized that he seemed to have not checked the Scarlet Lord's 4th authority, since he was promoted to the 4th level. But even if he had not checked the Scarlet Lord's authority, the Scarlet Lord's inheritance had never actively popped up personal panel data before, and there had never been anything like tonight. Could it be that the 4th Scarlet Authority was causing trouble? It seems that the 4th power of the Scarlet Lord is very special. Li Xiao quickly clicked on the Scarlet Lord inheritance, entered the internal page, and checked the details. Li Xiao. After being promoted to the 4th level, the Scarlet Lord inheritance unlocked a new power, which turned out to be a special power of the Power Kingdom type. After possessing the power of the Scarlet Kingdom, Li Xiao can spend Scarlet points to build his own Scarlet Kingdom. Even if the fall of the forest biome is irreversible, even if the crisis and doomsday may come at any time, Li Xiao does not have to be afraid, because the Noah's Ark that belongs to Li Xiao is right in front of us. You know? In the entire 9527 area channel, or in the entire survival game of this era, Su Hongdo was able to accidentally gain control of the gem mine of a small special biological community when he was at the 2nd level. So slowly, now that Su Hongdo is in the late 3rd level, he has completely controlled more than half of the small special biological communities, becoming the first player in the survival game of this era to have his own Noah's Ark before reaching the 5th level. This is enough to prove the uniqueness and scarcity of the Power Kingdom type. And now, after Li Xiao was promoted to the 4th level, the 4th power unlocked by the Scarlet Overlord inheritance is exactly this special and rare Power Kingdom. How can this make Li Xiao unhappy? It's just 10 million Scarlet points? Li Xiao's daily Scarlet Assimilation enhancement of sand bullets and arrows has consumed some money. A few days ago, the shelter was upgraded to the primary power level, which consumed a lot of money. Even though he had accumulated a number of Scarlet points through exploration and adventure in various biomes during this period. Up to now, Li Xiao only had less than 2 million Scarlet points. There was still a full 8 million points away from the goal of 10 million Scarlet points. This was a jaw-dropping number. And looking at the meaning of the authority of the Scarlet Kingdom, what does it mean to be a preliminary construction? That is to say, 10 million Scarlet points are just the bottom line. If you want to continue to strengthen your Scarlet Kingdom in the future, you may need more Scarlet points. Don't think about the future. Just think about now. When Li Xiao thought about the Scarlet points gap of 8 million, he didn't feel like upgrading the Scarlet Shelter at all, but thought about how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Well, bullets, arrows, and other consumables used in the future can't be processed by Scarlet Assimilation and Enhancement. As for opening up, since the authority of the Scarlet Kingdom has been unlocked, there is no need to focus on the 5th level. Just kill as many enemies as possible and accumulate Scarlet points. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's eyelids drooped and he slowly fell asleep, until the next day when the sun was high in the sky. After thinking about it, Li Xiao still couldn't resist the urge to build the Scarlet Kingdom. After all, The notes of the Scarlet Kingdom's authority said that it could be invested in batches. Li Xia currently has nearly 2 million Scarlet points. He thought, how about investing 1 million at the beginning? Li Xia immediately called out the core of the shelter, and invested 1 million Scarlet points in it to carry out the preliminary construction of the Scarlet Kingdom. Chapter 304. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully consumed 1 million Scarlet points, and carried out the preliminary construction of the Scarlet Power Kingdom for the core of the shelter. The remaining time for the current Scarlet Kingdom construction, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Please note that during the construction of the Scarlet Power Kingdom, player Li Xia cannot leave the shelter. Li Xia. This caught Li Xia off guard. Who would have thought that to build the Scarlet Kingdom, not only Scarlet points were needed, but also that during the construction period, the player must stay within the shelter and cannot leave? If he had known there was such a restriction, Li Xia would have stayed up late last night, and stayed up all day to build the Scarlet Kingdom at the core of the shelter. In this way, there would be nearly 12 hours left. Of course, it's too late to say anything now. But, Li Xia also realized that in order to complete the construction of the Scarlet Kingdom, it would not only consume 10 million Scarlet points, but also take a full 10 days. However, if it is arranged properly, and the Scarlet Kingdom is built in batches, it should not have much impact on the schedule. Li Xia silently calculated the future schedule, and thought, 1 million Scarlet points. A full 1 million. I have been so devoted to the process of building the Scarlet Kingdom, and I haven't heard a sound. Li Xia felt a little distressed. After all, it is not easy to accumulate 1 million Scarlet points. But even though he felt distressed, Li Xia knew in his heart that building the Scarlet Kingdom was a great thing for him. After all, having a Scarlet Kingdom biome that belongs to him alone can cope with the irreversible fall of the upcoming forest biome. The current priority is to kill enemy monsters and accumulate Scarlet points. Of course, it's definitely not possible today. After working so hard for so many days, let's take a good rest today. After lunch, Li Xia moved a recliner to the yard and sat in the Longhua sun. Godfather, what are you doing? It's already afternoon, and the defense system of the shelter has been upgraded to the primary authority level. At present, the shelter cannot be upgraded to the intermediate authority shelter due to the lack of meteorite ingots. Aren't you anxious? Why are you still leisurely staying in the shelter to bask in the sun? Celia, holding the Scarlet Regeneration Axe staff, followed by the sky-breaking gargoyle, walked up to Li Xia and asked. Li Xia raised his head and told Celia and sky-breaking gargoyle about the authority of the Scarlet Kingdom he had obtained, as well as the matters and restrictions of building the Scarlet Kingdom. Finally, he said, it's not that Godfather doesn't want to move, but I can't leave the shelter at the moment, so I gave myself a day off today. Rest for a day first, and if there is anything, I will be busy tomorrow. Oh, Celia nodded and continued. Since Godfather doesn't need to take me and Little Stone to explore other biomes today, I will take Little Stone to the desert biome first. Go to the desert biome again? Li Xia sat up and asked in confusion. I remember you went to the desert biome a few days ago. Right. We should still have enough sand reserves. Right, Celia explained. We are not going to the desert biome for the sand reserves this time. I was thinking that since Xiao Shi too is still going to be a shooter, he should choose his skills carefully. Didn't you get a copy of the feather triple hit in the desert biome? I think this skill is quite suitable for Xiao Shi too. I plan to get one. Feather triple hit is indeed a good skill. It is just right to equip it for sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xia nodded slightly. Well, since you have a plan, go for it. Remember to be safe. Well, don't worry. Godfather, Celia agreed, and took the sky-breaking gargoyle to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower and left the shelter. In the afternoon, Li Xia went to Wei to check the growth of magic plants. The Wei elves and Wei took care of Wei in an orderly manner. The mature magic plants have been harvested. When Li Xia came to Wei, a light green Wei elf handed the organized magic plants to Li Xia directly from his dimensional pocket. Inside the fertile field, the magical plants that are still in the growth stage are also thriving under the careful care of other fertile field elves, which is a scene full of vitality. Chirp! Li Xia stroked the fertile field elf, and the fertile field elf rubbed his palm excitedly. This touch is very similar to touching jelly, which makes people feel like they can't stop. With the fertile field elves, the fertile fields in the shelter have been completely modernized. It can be said to be a leap forward. Li Xiao looked at it intently. After checking, Li Xiao nodded slightly. The passive skill dimension pocket of the Woy Elf made Li Xiao feel envious. Unfortunately, the Woy Elf cannot be said to be a fragile skin, because it does not even have four-dimensional attributes. It is just a pure companion species. Even if the passive skill dimension pocket of the Woy Elf may have some effect in future exploration and adventure, it can only be abandoned. After resting for a while, Li Xiao took a small stool and sat by the pond in the courtyard of the shelter. Fisherman is online. Li Xiao took out the meat catcher fishing rod from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack and hung a master-level bait on it. He loaded the Fisherman's special manual, Fisherman's fishing gear bag, and other fishing accessories into the accessories column, and made all preparations. Swoosh! The float of the meat catcher fishing rod drew a perfect arc in the air. But Li Xiao did not use the title of civilized fisherman immediately, but caught a few fish because the fish pond could be upgraded soon. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining Atlantic Cod X1, Frost Minnow X1, Crucian Carp X1. This fishing trip triggered the effect of the Fisherman's Specialization Manual, and obtained Atlantic Cod Fry X2, Frost Minnow Fry X3, Crucian Carp Fry X1. Ding! The number of fish sold in the Scarlet Intermediate Fish Pond has reached 30, and can be upgraded. This is the system prompt that Li Xiao was waiting for. Li Xiao casually put the various fry obtained by the Fisherman's Specialization Manual back into the fish pond to ensure that there would be a steady supply of fish in the future. After all, although at this moment, the shelter has the Scarlet Moon Well and the Alchemy Table, which can be used to refine many unique potions. However, there are also some advanced potions that require not only Moon Potion, but also fish that are unique to various biomes. As the game progresses, as long as players have a demand for potions in the future, the demand for fish will only increase. Li Xiao knows this very well. So during this period, Celia, Skybreaking Gargoyle, and Li Xiao, whoever is in the shelter, will fish up any mature fish in the fish pond and store them in the primary authority storage box as a resource reserve. This move can also allow the fish pond to upgrade at the fastest speed. In this way, Li Xiao can also gain a little more advantage in the future. 1 point of advantage may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back in the future. Medium Scarlet Fish Pond upgrade required. 30 fish sold, upgrade time 3 hours. Do you want to upgrade this building? Yes/no. The number of fish sold has finally reached the standard. Awesome. Li Xiao clenched his fist excitedly and upgraded it immediately. As the surface of the fish pond rippled with green waves, the entire fish pond was filled with a light green glow, and the water magic elements in the surrounding air gathered crazily in it. The magic energy inside the fish pond grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fish pond slowly expanded from 2 acres to 3 acres. Li Xiao didn't have the patience to wait, and directly took out a bottle of Architectural Enlightenment potion to use it. With a ding sound, the fish pond was upgraded. Li Xiao looked at it intently. After checking it out, Li Xiao nodded happily, just when he was about to officially start fishing with the treasure box. Who would have thought? A system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Regional Channel Announcement number 9527. Player Li Xiao found the Bee Faith Plain in the jungle biome. Killed the 4th level rare abomination Queen Bee boss at the 2nd fastest speed, and was rewarded with an epic treasure chest X1. Regional Channel Announcement number 9527. Player Li Bianqing found the Bee Faith Plain in the jungle biome. Killed the 4th level rare abomination Queen Bee boss at the 2nd fastest speed, and was rewarded with an epic treasure chest X1. This system announcement shows that after Li Xiao, Li Bianqing succeeded in killing the 4th level hateful Queen Bee boss at the 2nd fastest speed in the regional channel. Although it has been a few days since Li Xiao successfully killed the 4th level hateful Queen Bee boss, Li Bianqing's success is a shot in the arm for many players in the regional channel. Because, in the eyes of most players, among all the players in the 9527 regional channel, if there is one player who is a god, then this person can only be Li Xiao. So when Li Xiao killed the 4th level abomination Queen Bee boss, no one would be surprised. But not many people would think they could recreate Li Xiao's miracle. However, Li Bianqing is different. Because although Li Bianqing is also a member of the Dawn Sword, the actual manager of the Dawn Front, the controller of the Regional Channel Intelligence Network, and the inheritor of fire magic, after all, in the eyes of other players, Li Bianqing is just one person. Since he is a human, it is hard for other players to say what Li Bianqing did. At least the first-tier players are confident that they can replicate the result of Li Bianqing killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, while knowing how to enter the Bee Faith plane. This is the difference between Li Xia and Li Bianqing. One is a god. The other is just a human. So when the system announcement of Li Bianqing killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was released, everyone was extremely excited, and they all thought about how to enter the Bee Faith plane and kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Because most players are still in the late stage of the 3rd level. The promotion to the 4th level is imminent for them. And they are even more anxious than Li Xia. Li Xia has the authority of the Scarlet Kingdom, and can consume Scarlet points to build his own Scarlet Kingdom. But most players can only embark on the road of strength after being promoted to the 5th level, and step by step gain control of a biological community, and escape the irreversible state of decline of the forest biological community. Therefore, the system announcement that Li Bianqing successfully killed the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss has a very positive historical significance. Of course, Li Xia didn't care about this. He only cared about one thing. He had told Li Bianqing before that he should pay attention to whether the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was in a dormant state in the Bee Faith plane. This was very important for Li Xia to judge the curse of the gods. Li Xia put the meat catcher fishing rod aside and called up the friend chat channel. He wanted to find Li Bianqing to ask as soon as possible. But Li Bianqing was faster than him. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. Are you there? Li Xia, brother Bianqing. I just wanted to find you. Li Xia, by the way. Congratulations on becoming the 2nd person in the 9527 area channel to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. You also received an epic treasure chest. And your strength has been further improved. Li Xia, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you last time? Is the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss you encountered in a sleeping state or awakening state? Chapter 305. Primary Authority Shelter. Beside the fish pond in the courtyard, Li Xia stared at the friend chat interface, expecting Li Bianqing's answer. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. You told me before that the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss you met was in a deep sleep. And you also deliberately reminded me before. But strangely, the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss I met was awake. Li Bianqing, the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss did not sleep in the sleeping place cast by honey, but randomly appeared between a honeycomb layer. As long as I arrived nearby, the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss would take the initiative to attack me. Li Xia saw the message sent by Li Bianqing and basically understood everything. When Li Xia killed the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, he had checked the panel data of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. The notes had said that the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was not originally a hostile enemy creature, but a creation of the natural sequence. It was because of the curse of the gods that it gradually transformed into the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. However, the notes at the time also said one thing. That is, the reason why the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss fell into a deep sleep was because it had a power to resist the curse of the gods. But it could not resist the length of time. So it used sleep to delay the time of being completely controlled by the gods. It was not until the change of era that everything failed. But at least the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was still in a deep sleep under the protection of the mysterious power. And this mysterious power that can protect the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is the fragment of the origin of the rich god that Li Xia obtained later. The reason why Li Xia asked Li Bianqing to find out whether the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was asleep was because he had a huge intelligence network. No matter who killed the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss second, Li Bianqing would know the information and inform him. Li Xia told the other party his guess, especially the information about the connection between the curse of the gods and the fragments of the gods' origin. Li Bianqing frowned slightly after reading the message, and obviously felt that there was a lot of meaning in it. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. What do you mean, you got the fragments of the gods' origin? Li Xia, that's right. I suspect that although it was not explicitly stated when the 1.4 version of the survival game was updated, there may have been changes in the invisible update. Perhaps a boss-level enemy monster, after the player takes the first kill, can obtain a certain fragment of the god's origin. Li Xia, of course. This is just my guess. After all, there is only one level 4 Hateful Queen Bee boss in the sample. We still don't know whether the subsequent boss-level enemies will have the same mechanism. Li Bianqing, it's okay. This is already very good information. I wonder what the use of this fragment of the god's origin you obtained is. Li Xia, this is not something shameful. Fragment of the origin of the god of abundance. Click to view detailed information. You can check it out. Li Xia, by the way, let me remind you that if the god's origin fragment does not have a name, it may indicate that the god is completely dead. But if it has a name, it means that the god may have revived. Li Xia, in fact, you should have discovered some clues in the recent events and version updates. So even if you get a god's origin fragment in the future, you should think about whether you can withstand it if the god himself comes to you in person. Li Bianqing, so that's it. I understand. Thank you, Brother Xia, for clearing up my confusion. Li Xia, no way. After you killed the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, didn't you immediately inform me whether the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss was asleep? There's no need to be so distant between us. We're all family. Li Xia, by the way, let me ask you one more question. How did you get the honey plane coordinate scroll? Li Bianqing, it was really luck. I got an invitation to a designated plane the day before yesterday, which can specify which biome I go to, whether it's a large regular biome or a small special biome. Li Bianqing, I was still hesitating about which biome to go to. But now, after talking with you that day, I decisively chose the Bee-Faith plane. Li Xia, then you are really lucky. Li Bianqing, to be honest, although the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is quite powerful, it is not as difficult to kill as we imagined. After all, before killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, we were all in the late 3rd stage, and our strength is no longer what it used to be. Li Bianqing, in addition to you and me, Wang Cai and Su Hongdo of the Sword of Dawn are actually capable of killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. For example, the first-tier players in the regional channel, if they are well prepared, can also hope to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Li Bianqing, but if you want to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, the difficulty lies in how to enter the Bee-Faith plane. Li Xia, that's right. If the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is sleeping in the jungle biome, then perhaps many people have discovered the traces of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. But the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss lives in the Bee-Faith plane. Li Bianqing, yes. Killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is not the most difficult thing now. But finding the plane of Bee-Faith is the most difficult. Li Xia, not only that. Have you checked the conditions for upgrading the shelter? Li Bianqing, what's wrong? Li Xia, to upgrade the primary authority shelter, meteorite ingots are needed, and the quantity is not cheap. The key is that we don't even know where to get meteorite ingots now. Li Bianqing, alas. From this point of view, the difficulty of the survival game of the restrained system is indeed increasing. Even we feel exhausted, let alone most ordinary players. Li Xia, who said it wasn't? Okay. You just killed the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss, and there are still a lot of things to do. I won't bother you. Let's talk again when we have time. Li Bianqing, okay. Let's talk again. After the chat ended, Li Xia was not defeated by the so-called difficulties in the conversation between the two. After all, his strength was the best in the entire regional channel. If he felt scared, that would be the final doomsday of the regional channel. Li Xia, who has the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, will not despair. Li Xia came to his senses, picked up the meat-catching fishing rod again, and whispered, use the civilized angler. Li Xia held the fishing rod and waited quietly for a while. After a while, the buoy suddenly floated up and down on the surface of the pond. Li Xia saw this and pulled the meat-catching fishing rod hard. Ding! Congratulations to the player. You have obtained a treasure box of precious skills X1. Li Xia, huh? A treasure box of precious skills? Interesting. This kind of treasure chest of precious skills is a treasure chest type that has never been obtained since Li Xia came to the survival game of the series and won the title of Civilized Angler. It is unheard of. As we all know, skills are a major manifestation of strength in the survival game of the series. Having a good skill is like adding wings to a tiger. Although I have loaded the appropriate skills, Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle still have vacancies in the skill column. No matter what kind of skills this special rare skill treasure chest opens, even if it is not suitable for Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle, it can always be put on the trading platform in exchange for resources, which is not a loss. Li Xia was delighted and chose to use it immediately. Name, Treasure Skill Box. Type, Fishing Catch Lottery Bag Special Authority Soul Binding. Quality, Expertise Requirement, General N. Effect, after opening ordinary treasure chests and treasure boxes, you will get random gifts from the lost civilization of the previous era. And after opening treasure skill boxes, You will definitely get any treasure level skill of one of the 4 basic professions. Note, no one can guess what is in the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Ryan Schrodinger, Dean of the Space Department of the Magician Association. Any precious skill of one of the 4 basic professions? If it is a precious skill of the mage system, Celia can use it. If it is a precious skill of the archer system, Skybreaking Gargoyle can use it. If it is a warrior or summoner skill, then depending on the specific effect of the skill, maybe I can use it too. It won't be a loss anyway. Li Xia immediately chose to open the treasure box of precious skills. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully opened the treasure box of precious skills and obtained the skill book Blood Demon Replacement. Blood Demon Replacement? It sounds like this skill is quite interesting. Li Xia picked up the skill book with a complex Tai Chi pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. Skill name, Blood Demon Replacement. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. So, this is what Blood Demon Replacement means. If the player's mana is at the bottom during the battle, he can use part of his health to exchange for a slightly lower proportion of mana. Similarly, if the player's health is at the bottom during the battle, the player can also use part of his mana to restore a slightly lower proportion of health. In this way, the clear distinction between mana and health for others is already a hole in the eyes of players with the Blood Demon Replacement skill. The upper limit of health and mana remains unchanged, but there is a lot more tolerance, which is really a good skill. And the most important point is, although the Blood Demon Replacement skill has a cooldown time, it is a passive skill and does not consume mana. At most, it is a relatively special passive skill. This skill, which combines life-saving and output, is absolutely the most suitable for Celia. A humanoid turret. Ha! I'm lucky this time. Celia's skills are settled. Li Xia happily put the Blood Demon Replacement skill book into the Murloc Sacrifice magic backpack, and then called up the Civilized Angler title page, wanting to receive this quality upgrade reward. Title, Civilized Angler 0%. Quality, Epic 100%. Quality upgrade reward. Quality upgrade reward can be received only after completing the task. Ding! Civilized Angler title quality has reached Epic 100%. The quality level can be upgraded. Condition 1. The experience progress bar reaches 100% completed. Condition 2. The player obtains a rare species of fish, the Wandering Eyeball Fish, which is a pseudo-boss level enemy monster uncompleted. Got it! Li Xia understood the task as soon as he saw it. When the title of Civilized Angler is upgraded from Ultimate to Epic, there is a quality upgrade task, which requires you to sacrifice 1 balloon pufferfish, 1 frog leg, and 1 purple clubfish. The 3 rare fish resources. Balloon pufferfish is a rare animal accessory. Frog legs are also rare animal accessories. Not to mention the purple clubfish, which is an extremely rare animal melee weapon. Now it's good. The Civilized Angler title is currently epic quality. But if you want to be promoted, you need to fish for a so-called pseudo-boss level enemy monster rare species fish, the Wandering Eyeball Monster Fish. This time is the most outrageous. When I was asked to sacrifice before, at least I sacrificed some animal accessories and magic weapons. Now, I am asked to fish for a pseudo-boss level enemy monster. Who can I complain to? The key is which biological community can fish for the pseudo-boss level enemy rare fish species. The Wandering Eyeball Fish? The task of the Civilized Angler title is not detailed. Yes, you have to find everything yourself. Before that, no matter how many times you fish as a Civilized Angler, no matter how many times you fish in treasure boxes, and how many times the experience progress bar increases, the Civilized Angler title cannot be promoted. The quality promotion of the Civilized Angler title is stuck here. It's really speechless. Crack! Boom! Just when Li Xia was complaining in his heart, the sky was thundering. Instantly, dark clouds covered the sky. Strong winds swept, and thunder roared. It was only the afternoon, but in a short time, it was completely dark. This movement is like the end of the world. Not really? How long has it been since the irreversibility of the forest community? It doesn't make sense to only give us so little time. Right? Li Xia looked up and complained wildly. If this is true, then the only way out for himself is to escape to Su Hongdo's small special community gemstone mine. And this is definitely not what Li Xia wants to see. Wait a little longer. Li Xia stared at the sky and murmured. Chapter 306. The fall of the forest biome is irreversible. But even Li Xia didn't expect the vision to come so quickly. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the sky was full of yellow sand, and visibility became extremely low. Fortunately, the shelter has a protective shield, and the yellow sand cannot blow in. But this vision did not stop at the beginning, but continued from the evening. Ding! The forest biome encounters the desert biome disaster yellow sand storm. From this moment on, players in the shelter cannot use multi-dimensional fusion crystal towers, biome invitation letters, biome challenge letters, and other biome teleportation props. Duration: unknown. To be determined. Li Xia? When the yellow sand filled the sky and swept the earth. The system prompt that suddenly popped up caught Li Xia off guard. He hurried to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, and found that he could not teleport. Oh no! Celia and Little Stone are still in the desert biome. Li Xia frowned slightly. This time the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth is the so-called yellow sand storm, and the source is the desert biome. It is unknown whether Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle will be in danger. However, with the strength of Celia and sky-breaking gargoyle, even if they encounter danger, they will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. Li Xia comforted himself in his heart, and then paid close attention to the scene. The yellow sand storm lasted for 6 hours. At this moment, it was almost midnight. The players in the regional chat channel also went from panic at the beginning to calmness later. All the players who were still in the forest biome stayed in the shelter today and did not go out, because other players did not have protective shields. They would eat a mouthful of yellow sand if they left the courtyard of the shelter. Zhang Yi, it's really strange. The forest biome has never had such strange phenomena before. Wang Fang, so the forest biome will not fall irreversibly before. Guan Tao, I think that the yellow sand storm this time is caused by the irreversibility of the forest biome. It is impossible that nothing will happen during the fall of the forest biome, and then one day suddenly tell you that the forest biome is going to fall, and you are going to die. Right? Wang Fang, I understand what Guan Tao means. She means that this yellow sand storm is a sign of the irreversible process of the forest biome? Li Bianqing, well, rather than saying it is a sign, I think it may be an important manifestation of several nodes in the irreversible process of the forest biome. This situation will only occur when it reaches this node, which also shows that the irreversible progress of the forest biome has reached a certain extent. Li Bianqing's words attracted the approval of many players. The yellow sand storm lasted for more than 6 hours, and the players had already calmed down from the initial panic. Now, everyone knows that although the yellow sand storm is a sign of irreversibility of the forest biome, it is definitely not a sign of the immediate fall of the forest biome. This shows that the players in the regional channel still have time. After knowing this news and analyzing this situation, everyone felt relieved. Even if there is not much time left, it is not time to die now. As long as there is time, there is hope. With all the players in the regional channel waiting eagerly, today is destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to when the yellow sand storm will stop, and they are looking forward to it from late at night to dawn. When the first ray of dawn shines on the earth, when the endless wind of the yellow sand storm stops a little, everyone thinks that this yellow sand storm has passed. Li Xia secretly rejoices that he has carried out the preliminary construction of the Scarlet Kingdom in the core of the shelter this morning. Otherwise, in this weather, it may not be a wise thing to go out to explore other biomes. Moreover, guarding the shelter can also ensure the safety of the core of the shelter. So today's wave is not a loss anyway. Just when everyone thought that the fall of the forest biome this time was due to irreversible reasons, and the yellow sand storm was finally coming to an end. Swish, 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 swish. The white clouds in the sky seemed to be burned by a raging fire, and they turned into fire clouds at dawn. Then, the sky became extremely dark again, and one burning spark after another lit up in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the stunned look of the crowd, these Mars fell rapidly, and everyone realized that this was not Mars, but meteorites. Meteorites from outer space. Boom, boom, boom. Meteorites from outer space hit the Earth wantonly, and some meteorites wrapped in flames happened to hit many players' shelters. A fire suddenly broke out, and the players had to endure the night, and could only act as fire captains and desperately put out the fire. The shelter defense system suffered heavy losses after the baptism of the meteorite disaster. Fortunately, Li Xiao's shelter has a protective shield system that can keep meteorites out and minimize the damage. Although the meteorite disaster lasted for a short time, only a cup of tea at most, the impact and destructive power caused by the meteorite disaster were much greater than the yellow sand storm. When the dark clouds dispersed, the sky cleared, and the light of the morning sun shone on the earth, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was completely eliminated. Ding! Due to the irreversible fall of the forest biome, the meteorite disaster fell. Special enemies in the meteorite disaster are about to revive. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. Special enemies have a 300% chance of dropping resources, and a 100% chance of obtaining magic weapons, rare accessories, rare recipes, and powerful buildings. After killing this type of special enemy, you have a higher chance of obtaining meteorite ore, which can be used to smelt meteorite or ingots. But please note that the land where the meteorite is located will be assimilated into the meteorite biome landscape characteristics faster under the erosion of special enemies. Once it expands, the irreversible fall of the forest biome will be further aggravated. The system announcement resounded in everyone's ears. Li Xia didn't care what other players thought. He just stared at the system announcement and said word by word, meteorite disaster? Meteorite ingots? Drop rate increase? Even if this meteorite disaster ends, the consequences will be unbearable for the forest community. Once the meteorite community expands, the time left for players will be further shortened. However, this meteorite disaster is clearly a big opportunity for players. As long as they dare to take advantage of the situation, they can harvest a lot of resources. Li Xia doesn't care about other resources. He only cares about meteorite ingots. He now has the Queen Bee Relic of Hate, and he only needs enough meteorite ingots to upgrade the shelter to a mid-level authority shelter. And now, the only way to get meteorite ingots is this meteorite disaster. Although it sounds a bit like a hell joke, this meteorite disaster is no less than a timely rain for Li Xia. It's just, there is another factor that prevents Li Xia from going out. That is the countdown to build the Scarlet Kingdom. Li Xia glanced at the countdown and found that there were still 5 minutes. Not bad. Only 5 minutes. He hurried back to the house, took various potions, and replenished various ammunition, held the Scarlet Fury Slime staff, and stood quietly in the courtyard, waiting for the countdown to be reset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown was reset, white wings grew behind Li Xia, and the wind blade wings vibrated rapidly, waving the wings and leading Li Xia to the sky. The high altitude gave him a wide view. Li Xia looked around and found that a dense forest not far away had been destroyed by meteorite disasters. Many meteorites were piled together, which not only gave birth to special types of enemies, but also initially formed the landforms of meteorite disasters. Li Xia quickly seized the time and flew towards this place. As Li Xia approached, the special types of enemies seemed to sense a hint of danger. One after another, the flame meteor-like enemies composed of millstone-sized meteorites flew into the air, intending to snipe Li Xia. Li Xia was not panicked at all. Through the vibration of the wind blade wings, he quickly raised his position and looked down at these enemies from a high altitude. Compared with other 4th-level enemies, the health value of the Meteor Head Guard is not outstanding, and the attack and even defense are relatively weak. But the magic value is even higher than the Meteor Head Guard in the B-Faith plane, with a full magic value of 400 points. The active skills possessed by the Meteor Head Guard include summoning minions, force repulsion, instant damage, and blocking damage. It can be said to be completely immune, combined with the 4 passive skills of the Meteor Head Guard, except for the fire magic immunity of the Flame Shelter. Each of the other skills is to increase the attack damage of the Meteor Head Guard itself. This is almost a weakened version of the pseudo-boss level enemy template. Other players, once they encounter the Meteor Head Guard, after killing the Meteor Head Guard, they are infected with the fire curse or are stared at by the Meteor Head Guard. Then their own safety will be greatly reduced. Fortunately, no matter how strong the Meteor Head Guard is, it is still within Li Xia's range. It's fine if I don't know the news and whereabouts of the meteorite ingot. Now that the meteorite ingot is right in front of me, no one can stop Li Xia from getting it. Li Xia waved the Scarlet Fury Slime staff in his hand, and summoned 4-armed Scarlet Spiked Slime Viscount Archers and pseudo-bosses on a nearby hill, letting them occupy the high ground on the side and output with all their strength. Then, Li Xia switched his magic weapon to the Scarlet Sand Gun, and sneered in a low voice, "Whoever stands in my way will die." Swish! Swish! Swish. Sand bullets shot out from the barrel of the scarlet sand gun quickly, drawing a perfect arc in the air. And one sand bullet after another formed a dense and continuous line of fire. All the firepower of the meteor head guards was poured out on these meteor head guards, who were looking for death. Boom! 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 A few meteor head guards instantly summoned flame meteorite armor upon seeing this, and used instant fireball to fight against Li Xiao's sand bullet attack. But most of the meteor head guards still didn't react and were instantly killed by a series of sand bullets. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard captain, and obtained flame arrow X10, meteorite X3, and scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard elite, and obtained flame arrow X15, skill book flame gaze X1, and scarlet points X200. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard captain, and obtained flame arrow X9, iron potion X1, mini shark X1, and scarlet points X300. Chapter 307. Level 4 enemies. Even the rare level 4 special enemies meteor guards appear in groups and cannot get any good in front of Li Xiao. Although it has been a long time since the scarlet sand gun was acquired, its high attack and extremely fast attack speed are definitely not outdated even now. Swish. 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 The dense and continuous bullets formed a series of fire lines in the air. The meteor guards flying in the air dragging a tail of flames fell one after another, smashing from the sky to the ground, splashing strands of sparks. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard captain. Obtained flaming arrows X13, star cannon recipe X1, meteorite X3, scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard elite. Obtained flaming arrows X5, archery potion X1, scarlet points X200. Successfully killed the 4th level rare meteor head guard captain. Obtained flaming arrows X19, iron potion X1, scarlet points X300. The battle situation formed in extreme crushing. After a fierce battle, the rare type of special enemy meteor head guards that accompanied the meteorite biological community that spread rapidly due to the accumulation of meteorites have all been eliminated by Li Xiao. Puff! But with a puff, a meteor head guard was born again on top of a meteorite, which made Li Xiao understand that this kind of enemy monster may be inexhaustible as long as the landform characteristics of the meteorite community exist. However, the number of meteor head guards born is only a few scattered ones, and the speed is very slow, which is not a big threat. Li Xiao summoned the real magic conch damaged version from his body, and summoned a 3rd level Nada tribe leader pseudoboss. Let it cooperate with the other 4-armed scarlet spike slime viscount pseudoboss, guarding aside, and killing the new meteor head guards anytime and anywhere. In this way, the meteorite vein here is complete, and only Li Xiao can start digging. Li Xiao was not in a hurry to dig the meteorite mine, but sat on a scorched tree stump to take a break. After all, no one knows what dangers players will encounter when they step into the meteorite biome terrain features spread by the meteorite. It is better to be safe than sorry. After sitting down, Li Xiao began to sort out the harvest. He took out a skill book with a flaming eye on the cover from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack and looked at it intently. Skill name, Flame Gaze. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, 1st level. After Li Xiao finished reading the skill book, he nodded heavily. This skill book is really good. In the previous battle, Li Xiao consciously contacted the meteor head guard and deliberately let himself be attacked. Of course, he made this attempt only when he ensured that his health was sufficient and extremely safe, and when he had enough blocking capacity. The results of the experiment are also very significant. The reason why the meteor head guard is only a captain level enemy, but has a nearly weakened version of the pseudo-boss level template is that the most important thing is the fire skill. If it is really stacked with the mark of 3 layers of flame gaze, it will be a full 15% damage increase, which is really powerful. Even if flame gaze has become a skill book now, and all data have returned to the level of the 1st level, it can still increase the player's damage by 6%. And this skill is a universal type, applicable to both Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle. But Celia already has the Blood Demon replacement skill, so this Flame Gaze skill book is the first choice for Skybreaking Gargoyle. With this skill book, the combat power of the Skybreaking Gargoyle can be further improved. It is a happy thing. Li Xiao happily put the Flame Gaze skill book into the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, and then took out a very mini submachine gun the size of a pistol and looked at it intently. It is the fastest. If used properly and with the appropriate ammunition, the mini shark may bring you a new experience and surprise. Yo? Li Xia said in surprise. When he first checked the mini shark's panel data, he found that the mini shark's basic attack power was only 6 points, and he thought it was just an ordinary firearm weapon. But after Li Xi finished checking the mini shark's panel data, he found that it was not the case. The mini shark has 3 additional attribute entries: attack speed plus 150%, knockback rate plus 5%, critical hit rate plus 1%. Among these 3, the most prominent and conspicuous one is of course the attack speed. The bonuses of the other 2 attribute terms are only in the single digit, but the bonus of attack speed is as high as 150%. What a terrifying attack speed! Even the Scarlet Sand gun can hardly compare to it. Right? Not to mention, the mini shark has 3 very directional skills under the super attack speed. Moderation can save a lot of ammunition for the mini shark, and the overclock bullets further increase the attack speed and damage of the mini shark. The passive skill of 100 Rivers Return to the Sea allows the mini shark to use any type of ammunition, which is more applicable and more extensive. In this way, even if the attack power of the mini shark is only 6 points, it is a good choice for some players when killing enemies in a large area. At least Li Xia took action, because the type entry column of the mini shark has a production material entry, which also means that the mini shark can be synthesized and upgraded to become a stronger magic weapon. On such an excellent basis, it can be synthesized again and upgraded. The upgraded magic weapon will definitely be beyond the reach of the Scarlet Sand gun. Even though the mini shark cannot replace the Scarlet Sand gun now, it will be more than enough to replace the Scarlet Sand gun after it is upgraded. And this is what makes Li Xia happy. The main magic weapon, especially for a shooter like Li Xia. The Scarlet Sand gun is sometimes not strong enough. Of course, it would be best to be able to replace it with a better weapon. Li Xia put the mini shark into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and then took out a recipe, which was also the final harvest of this trip. Li Xia. An epic magic weapon formula? And it's the main magic weapon for the archer class? And the synthesis materials just happen to include mini sharks? My luck is too good. Right? Li Xia sighed. Could this be the blessing from the remaining luck of the Tree Demon clan? Really good. Really good. Li Xia kept muttering, and his hands didn't stop moving. He put it neatly into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. This is one of my biggest gains on this trip. Let's start synthesizing when we get back. Li Xia secretly encouraged himself. At this moment, his own condition had recovered to the peak. Li Xia took out the Death Messenger pickaxe from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack and walked to the edge of the meteorite biome. It was found that the forest biome and the meteorite biome were incompatible. Like a natural moat, the soil of the forest biome was moist, but the meteorite biome had no soil at all. All of it was scorched earth. Li Xia frowned slightly and stepped into the territory of the meteorite biome. Ding! Player Li Xia steps into the landforms generated by the meteorite disaster and gains the temporary debuff fire debuff, a fixed reduction of 3 health points per second, with an infinite duration. The temporary debuff will automatically disappear after the player leaves the meteorite biome landforms. -3. -3. -3. A series of health reduction prompts appeared above Li Xia's head. Fortunately, Li Xia's Scarlet Overlord inheritance has a fixed increase of more than 3 health points per second, so the positive and negative cancel each other out. Apart from the burning pain in his feet, the temporary debuff fire debuff granted by the meteorite biome has no effect on Li Xia at all. Since this kind of danger is not considered dangerous, Li Xia began to concentrate on digging meteorite ore. Bang! 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 As the knocking sound of Li Xia's digging sounded, the meteorite biological community seemed to have an instinctive residual will, and the companion enemy Meteor Head Guard grew at a faster speed. After the birth of the Meteor Head Guard, the first thing it did was to attack Li Xia. But Li Xia was still concentrating on digging meteorite or ingots, not panicking at all. Swish! 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 The 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount archers and pseudobosses guarding nearby took the initiative to shoot arrows spontaneously. After a few rounds of shooting, they killed the Meteor Head Guard instantly. With the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount, Li Xia's safety was greatly guaranteed, and there was no need to worry about interrupting the process of digging meteorite or due to the harassment of enemy monsters. Bang! 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 Successfully excavated ore. Obtain meteorite ore X5. Tip: this time of mining ore. Triggering the passive skill of the Deathbringer pickaxe. Gift of Death. Player Li Xia. Additional meteorite ore X5. The Deathbringer pickaxe is indeed a high-level mining pickaxe. Not only is the mining speed very fast, but there are also unexpected gains from time to time. Seeing this, Li Xia smiled and continued to dig meteorite ingots diligently and tirelessly, even forgetting the burning sensation that his feet felt from time to time. After 3 hours, the meteorite vein was completely mined, and a total of nearly 2,000 meteorite ores were harvested, which was a considerable harvest. Moreover, when the meteorite veins here are mined out, the burning sensation under the feet will disappear, and the temporary fire debuff will also disappear. Obviously, the meteorite biome features will naturally fall apart when even the most basic meteorites do not exist. This move can be regarded as a disguised delay of the irreversible fall of the forest biome. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Nothing more than that. Li Xia returned to the primary authority shelter with a full harvest. The number of meteorite ingots required for the promotion of the shelter and the upgrading of various shelter defense facilities after the promotion is an astonishing number. The mining speed is too slow to rely on one person alone. During the excavation, Li Xia also discovered a problem. That is, the temporary fire debuff. It continuously reduces health by 3 points per second, which seems to have no effect on him. And he can even ignore it. But it does not mean that others can ignore the temporary fire debuff. Instead of digging for ingots by himself, it is better to do 2 things at the same time: selling the finished product of the Death Messenger pickaxe, the regeneration potion resources, and even his own more powerful life surge potion resources on the trading platform. In this way, he can greatly speed up the collection of meteorite ingots by selling the special products of the shelter. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Beautiful. Beautiful. Chapter 308. Just do it. Li Xia hurried into the living room of the shelter. Godfather, Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle were sitting on chairs, resting and chatting. When they saw Li Xia coming in, they hurriedly shouted, "Ah, Celia? You're back." Li Xia came to his senses and asked hurriedly, "Last night, until dawn today, the forest community experienced a yellow sand storm and a meteorite disaster, and the multidimensional fusion crystal tower could not be used. Are you okay in the desert community?" Celia shook her head and said, "Although there are yellow sand storms in the desert biome, there are no meteorite disasters. When the yellow sand storm appeared, we happened to be exploring in a pyramid. So Xiaoshi too, and I did not go out and waited for the yellow sand storm to end. However, the multidimensional fusion crystal tower could not be used, and we could not use the memory potion to return. So we stayed in the pyramid. We returned to the shelter after the transmission restriction was lifted. But you were not in the shelter at that time." "Godfather." "Oh." Li Xia nodded in understanding. At that time, the time limit for Godfather to build the Scarlet Kingdom had expired, and there was no need to stay in the shelter. It happened that the meteorite disaster brought the meteorite veins that the shelter urgently needed to upgrade. So Godfather went outside to dig for the veins, and has not returned until now. "Let me see." Li Xia looked up at the clock and said, "It's noon. Have you eaten?" "No. Xiaoshi too and I have been waiting for you to come back. But the food is ready." "Well, let's eat first." Everyone sat down at the table and chatted while eating. Li Xia asked curiously, "Celia, you found a pyramid. Did you get any good resources?" "Hey." Celia sighed like an adult and said, "Speaking of this makes me angry. In the treasure chest, there is only a life with magic wand and a cloud bottle that can be considered good things. There are no other things. It's okay. These resources are not bad. At least they can be exchanged for some resources if they are listed on the trading platform." Li Xia spoke to comfort him. Celia nodded and continued, "However, Godfather, our trip was very smooth. We had just entered the desert biome for less than half an hour, and we got the 3-hit combo of flying feathers that Little Stone needed. But I was worried that you might have other ideas about Little Stone's skills, so I didn't let him learn it immediately." Speaking of this, Li Xia also laughed. "Isn't this a coincidence? When Godfather went to dig the meteorite mine this time, he happened to kill a group of meteor head guards, and also got a skill book called Flame Gaze, which is a relatively good skill, especially suitable for Little Stone." "Oh." Celia took the skill book curiously and checked it. After a while, she nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, it is a good skill. More than that. Li Xia then took out a skill book from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and handed it to Celia, saying, "This is a rare skill book for the mage class that I got from fishing with a treasure box. It is called Blood Demon Replacement. It is especially suitable for you. Take a look at it. Do you like it?" After Celia finished checking the Blood Demon Replacement skill, she smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Godfather. I like it very much." "That's good. As long as you like it. Godfather has not worked in vain." After dinner, Li Xia took a cup of hot tea from Celia and said, "Celia, I happen to be free now. Load the Blood Devil Replacement skill book." "Hey!" Celia nodded and immediately used the Blood Devil Replacement skill book. As Celia successfully learned the Blood Devil Replacement skill, Celia's personal panel data also popped up automatically. Li Xia observed carefully and felt that with Celia's current strength, perhaps in the entire regional channel, only Su Hongdo, who has the dwarf heritage, can match her. Even after being promoted to the 4th level, Celia's skills are still not satisfactory. But she should still have the strength to become the first-tier player in the first tier of the regional channel player group. And it is more than enough. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. "Well, Godfather." Celia closed her eyes and said, "I just returned from the desert biome, and I have abundant scarlet power in my body. Now I can enhance the Blood Demon Replacement skill with scarlet assimilation." Li Xia smiled and said, "This is good news. Let's get started." "Okay," Celia responded in a deep voice, and began to mobilize the scarlet power around her to enhance the Blood Demon Replacement skill. Perhaps because Blood Demon Replacement is a high-level precious skill for mages, Celia spent a whole cup of tea to successfully replace the Blood Demon with Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement. Ding! The skill panel popped up automatically, and Li Xia and Celia looked at it at the first time. Skill name, Scarlet Blood Demon. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, 1st level. Li Xia. Celia? After the two looked at each other, they couldn't stop smiling. If the Blood Demon Replacement before the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement can only be regarded as a precious skill of the mage at most, then the Scarlet Blood Demon after the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement can already leap to become an epic skill of the mage. The mutual conversion between magic value and health value has no loss. The original cooling time also completely disappeared after the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement. After breaking the limitation of this skill barrier, the skill value of the Scarlet Blood Demon has been greatly improved. Celia's combat effectiveness has made great progress. Li Xia and Celia are very satisfied with this. After a short rest, Li Xia stood up and said, "Then Celia, you take a rest. I will go to the workshop to smelt the meteorite ore. And there are a lot of miscellaneous things for me to deal with." "Ah?" Celia asked in confusion. "What about the little stone? Isn't the 3-hit combo of flying feathers and the flame gaze equipped?" Li Xia explained. "In the next few days, you just need to focus on finding the terrain features of the meteorite community and killing the meteor head guards. With the current strength of the sky-breaking gargoyle, it is enough to deal with it. As for the skills, what I want to do is to wait until the next few skills are all found, and then see if there are more suitable skills to match it. After all, there is only one bottle of pure hourglass, and the probability of getting it is very small. If the combination is not appropriate, it will be a big loss. What do you think? Little stone?" The sky-breaking gargoyle heard this and immediately replied, "Everything is subject to the orders of the commander. As a gargoyle, as long as the energy reserves are sufficient, I can be resurrected without limit. So there is no rush for skills." Seeing this, Celia knew that Li Xia had an idea about the skill combination of the sky-breaking gargoyle, and no longer expressed her opinion on this. "Okay, since you know it in your mind, Godfather. But if you are so short of meteorite ingots, then I will take Little Stone to the forest biome to sweep it now. Aren't you sleepy? It's okay." After the Blood Demon was replaced and assimilated by the Scarlet Blood Demon, all my conditions have recovered to their peak. Now I am very energetic and don't need to sleep. Little Stone is even more so. "Okay then." Li Xia nodded. "Be careful when you go out. By the way, take this batch of Life Surge potion with you. When digging meteorite ingots, you will get a temporary fire debuff. If there is no regeneration buff, the process of digging meteorite ingots will be greatly prolonged." "Okay." Celia took the regeneration potion and stuffed it into the magic backpack of the fishman's sacrifice. Waved her hand casually and left the shelter with the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xia turned and came to the shelter workshop. Came to the alchemy table. Found the formula of the life surge potion. Put in all the corresponding magic plant stocks in the shelter. And made a batch of them. Afterwards, Li Xia came to the primary authority workbench. Found the formula of the death messenger pickaxe. Put in a large number of scarlet ore ingots. And also made a batch of stocks. And put them on the shelf. Seller, Li Xia. Selling, Life Surge Potion X1. Unit price, Meteorite or X50/Meteorite or Ingot X10. Inventory, Life Surge Potion X300. Note, Life Surge Potion, which has a stronger regeneration effect and duration, is your best choice for mining meteorite or... Seller, Li Xia. Selling, Deathbringer Pickaxe. Unit price, Meteorite or X15/Meteorite or Ingot X5. Inventory, Deathbringer Pickaxe X13. Note, with the powerful passive skill Deathbringer gift of the advanced pickaxe, you are the best choice for digging meteorite mines. Instead, Li Xia spent a quarter of an hour to make a meteorite biome landform feature finding plan and companion enemy meteor guardian dealing method. And in the back of the strategy article, he deliberately emphasized the temporary fire debuff and the effect of the Deathbringer pickaxe's passive skill Deathbringer gift, in order to attract other players to buy it. Of course, Li Xia intends to release this document with the help of Li Bianqing's intelligence network in order to gain traffic and exposure as quickly as possible. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully released a strategy document. Click to view detailed information. The intelligence network has always had a lot of information. But the problem is that Li Xia released the document under his own name this time. And it is a rare strategy document. The most important thing is, this strategy document is actually related to the meteorite disaster that players are most concerned about at this stage. Most players are only at the late stage of Tier 3 at this stage. So it is not easy for them to deal with the weakened version of the pseudo-boss level template enemy meteor head guard. With this document in hand, most players are reassured. It's not that Li Xia has never written a strategy document, but he rarely uses it. This time, once he did it, he immediately stirred up the entire regional channel. And the situation changed. Guantao, damn! What did you see on the intelligence network of God Bianqing? Solutions for finding the features of the meteorite biome, and how to deal with the companion enemy meteor guard. Click here for details. It turned out to be a guide released by Xi'an Master Wang Fang. Is it true? There are only a few guides made by Xi'an Master, but the few documents he made are very important. Zhang Yi, yes. But I think the biggest reason why Xi'an Master took action this time is because the meteorite disaster is related to the irreversible fall of the forest biome. If the features of the meteorite biome can be cleared as soon as possible, the fall of the forest biome should be delayed a lot. Guantao, I just read the strategy document released by Xia. The meteor guard is not easy to deal with. After all, it is a 4-tier enemy monster. But Xia's strategy is very well written. I think I can try to kill it. The Life Surge Potion and the Death Messenger Pickaxe are pretty good. It's a pity that they both require meteorite ore to buy. Wang Fang, damn. It's actually the Life Surge Potion. I bought a bottle. The effect is amazing. If I didn't have a bottle of Life Surge Potion when I challenged the World Devourer last time, I wouldn't have survived until now. I won't talk about it anymore. I'm going to dig meteorite ore to exchange resources. Bye. As soon as the voice fell, the wind and clouds moved. Who wouldn't want to get the unique Moon Goddess series of potion resources in Li Xia's hands? This time, Li Xia has no purchase limit. It's a good opportunity for players to buy Life Surge Potion in large quantities. Li Xia can sit on the fishing island and watch the wind and clouds fall with this hand alone. Chapter 309. The Life Surge Potion is selling very well. But the Deathbringer Pickaxe is not very popular. After all, the Life Surge Potion is an exclusive potion of the Luna series, and other players cannot make it. And the Deathbringer Pickaxe can be made by any player who has the complete series of unconventional recipes of the Crimson Biome. There is no comparison between the two. After other players learned that meteorite ore requires a high-level pickaxe to mine, most of them squeezed into this market. Seeing this, Li Xia gave up the bottom-end market and turned to the high-end market. After all, exclusive business is more profitable. However, Li Xia also discovered that many players have a huge demand for Li Xia's exclusive Lunar Goddess potions. But before, in order to control the market price, to make the Lunar Goddess potions high-end, and to leave himself with sufficient Lunar Goddess potion reserves, Li Xia sold a very limited number of various Lunar Goddess potions every day. Players who can grab the exclusive potion of the Moon Goddess series are all lucky. So today, when Li Xia opened the limit on the number of Life Surge potions for sale, many people rushed to buy them. Even players called in unison on the regional channel that they could use the meteorite, or they obtained to exchange for other potions of the Moon Goddess series. Li Xia thought about it, and realized that this was a good thing for him. So how could he not agree? It just so happened that there was a large amount of other potions in the Moon Goddess series in stock. Li Xia kept a portion for daily needs, and sold them all to the public. And there is another benefit to this. Players who obtain these potions will have a better chance of winning when encountering the terrain features of the meteorite biome, and killing the rare special companion enemy meteor head guard. The speed of mining meteorite ore will also be greatly improved, which is also a good thing for themselves. After working for an hour, Li Xia only needs to wait for other players to collect enough meteorite ore, and buy his own exclusive Luna series potions to collect the meteorite or ingot resources needed for his own shelter to upgrade. At most, it will take a little more time to smelt it. Li Xia can still wait for this time. While the primary authority furnace was smelting, Li Xia came to the primary authority workbench, entered the star cannon into the workbench, called out the recipe page, slid his finger up and down, and found the recipe. Materials required for the star cannon: Mini Shark X1, Fallen Star X5, Meteorite Ingot X20. Synthesis time 30 minutes. Seeing this, Li Xia sighed. It is worthy of being an epic magic weapon. The synthesis of the star cannon still takes a full 30 minutes, under the blessing of many buff effects in my shelter. If it is synthesized in other players' shelters, wouldn't it take 1 or 2 hours? It's only half an hour. We can wait. Li Xia put all the resources needed for the synthesis of the star cannon into it, and prepared for synthesis. 20 minutes later, the synthesis of the star cannon was still going on. The finished product still needed to be patiently waited for. However, the meteorite ingots needed for the shelter upgrade had been collected. In addition, the meteorite ingots smelted by the primary authority furnace were enough for the shelter upgrade this time. Li Xia brought a sufficient number of meteorite ingots, summoned the shelter upgrade panel, and looked at it intently. Primary authority shelter upgrade requirements: Meteorite Ingot X3000, Emerald Gem X3000, Ruby Gem X1000, Boss Relic X1. Upgrade time 48 hours. Upgrade this building, yes/no. Li Xia directly invested the resources that had been prepared long ago, and chose to upgrade immediately. Then, Li Xia took out the gold architecture hammer, and the architecture enlightenment potion from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, and used them in a two-pronged way, reducing the upgrade time from 48 hours to more than 20 hours. Next, you just need to wait quietly for the shelter to be upgraded. A few minutes later, a small handheld cannon-like magic weapon appeared above the primary authority workshop. It was the star cannon. Li Xia took 2 steps at a time and walked quickly to the primary authority workbench. He picked up the star cannon and looked at it intently. Li Xia. Fuck. It's really an epic magic weapon. It's really an eye-opener. It's the first time Li Xia has seen such a powerful magic weapon. Compared with the mini shark, the star cannon is a world apart. 55 basic attack power. Additional attribute of 11 attack power. The star cannon, which has not been enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, has an overall damage of 66 points without critical hits. Take off directly. Not to mention that the star cannon's attack also has infinite penetration skills, so it is even easier to kill a large number of enemies. The temporary gain added by the passive skill Star Radiance is plus 3 mana recovery per second, plus 10% attack speed, minus 10% skill cooldown, and plus 1 health recovery per second, which can not only help Li Xia, but also provide good auxiliary effects to teammates. In addition, although the star cannon only has 1 active skill, Star Fury Scourge, Li Xia can tell at a glance that this skill is an advanced version of Star Fury. With it, not only the ability of area damage is greatly improved, but Li Xia has also gained a powerful active attack skill with a cooldown time of 3 hours. Such a change is not comparable to the Scarlet Sand Gun. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a good upgrade. But, the Star Cannon is not without its shortcomings. After all, mini sharks can use any type of ammunition, but star cannons can only use one type of ammunition. which is fallen stars. This type of ammunition is simply unheard of. And fallen stars are one of the resources for synthesizing multiple items. The price of a single star is much higher than that of a musket bullet. In this way, in the future, my own battles will be a real money spending. Fortunately, Li Xia is rich and can afford it. I didn't know that fallen stars had such a use before. But now that I know it after owning the star cannon, I will naturally do my best to acquire fallen stars. Li Xia logged into the trading platform and searched for keywords directly. He bought all the fallen stars at the market price and harvested more than 3,000 fallen stars. After getting this batch of fallen stars, Li Xia solved the problem of ammunition shortage temporarily after using the star cannon later. But, with such a large-scale acquisition, some worthless low-level ingot resources in Li Xia's shelter, including several batches of gem resources, were all exchanged. It actually made Li Xia feel like he was back to poverty. However, Li Xia has a lot of ways to deal with this. Li Xia had obtained the complete series of unconventional formulas of meteorite biomes a long time ago. Before, he was unable to make it due to lack of materials. But now there are abundant meteorite ingots. To put it bluntly, the current situation is that most of the meteorite ingots in the entire regional channel are in Li Xia's hands. Li Xia is naturally rich. Naturally, he can get more generous rewards through deep processing. Li Xia went directly to the primary authority storage box, found the complete series of unconventional recipes for meteorite biomes, and entered it after returning to the primary authority workbench. Then, Li Xia clicked on the recipe page and slid his finger up and down. Not to mention that I only have one mini shark, and I can only synthesize one star cannon at present. Even if I can synthesize multiple, the star cannon can only exist as my exclusive weapon before I get better magic weapons. However, slightly inferior magic weapons can be made while other players do not have the complete series of unconventional recipes for meteorite biomes, and sold to them to earn some extra processing fees. Of course, it is reasonable to charge more for this kind of processing fee, right? Materials required for blue meteorite lightsaber, sapphire X10. Meteorite ingot X15 synthesis time, 1 minute. Materials required for red meteorite lightsaber, sapphire X10. Meteorite ingot X15 synthesis time, 1 minute. Materials required for green meteorite lightsaber, sapphire X10. Meteorite ingot X15 synthesis time, 1 minute. Materials required for space gun, meteorite ingot X20 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for meteor armor set, meteorite ingot X45 synthesis time, 3 minutes. A complete collection of unconventional recipes for the meteorite biome. The recipes are very rich, and the power of magic weapons is still higher than the magic weapons currently owned by players. Li Xia made a blue meteorite lightsaber and looked at it intently. The blue meteorite lightsaber has 26 basic attacks, plus an additional attribute entry of 6 attack power, and the total attack reaches 32 points. Although it is not as good as his star cannon, compared with other weapons in the hands of players at this stage, the blue meteorite lightsaber can still stand out and win a great victory. Li Xia made other meteorite lightsabers of different colors and found that no matter the attack, attribute terms, active skills or passive skills, they did not change. The addition of different gems can only change the color of the lightsaber emitted by the meteorite lightsaber. In this case, Li Xia naturally wants to maximize the benefits. Purple jade gems are the lowest grade gems among gem resources. The data of the purple meteorite lightsaber produced is the same as other meteorite lightsabers, but the cost is still much lower in disguise. However, Li Xia couldn't help but smile when he thought of many players who would hold a purple meteorite lightsaber emitting purple light in their hands in a few days. Although he smiled, Li Xia's hands did not stop. The purple meteorite lightsabers produced by Li Xia are being continuously listed on the trading platform, bringing Li Xia more lucrative meteorite ingot income. Seller, Li Xia. For sale, purple meteorite light sword X1. Unit price, meteorite or X100/meteorite or ingot X30. Inventory, purple meteorite light sword X12. Note, warrior professional weapon with a total attack of up to 32 points. Don't miss it if you pass by. A purple meteorite light sword only consumes 15 meteorite or ingots, and it is also very easy to make. But the selling price can be doubled. The processing fee alone is enough for Li Xia to make a lot of money. Chapter 310. Li Xia called up his personal panel data to check. He found that he had gained nearly 600,000 Scarlet points in this trip. And the shelter upgrade will be completed tomorrow. Today. Or even tomorrow. Li Xiao must be in the shelter to upgrade the shelter's defense system. Li Xiao touched his chin and said, since we are not going out, why not spend another 1,000,000 Scarlet points to build a Scarlet Kingdom? This is the work of a time management master. Just do it when you think of it. Li Xiao summoned the core of the shelter and invested 1,000,000 Scarlet points to enhance it with Scarlet assimilation. Ding! Player Li Xiao successfully consumed 1,000,000 Scarlet points and reconstructed the preliminary Scarlet Power Kingdom for the core of the shelter. The remaining time for the current Scarlet Kingdom construction, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The current progress of the Scarlet Kingdom construction, 2 out of 10. Note, please note that during the construction of the Scarlet Power Kingdom, player Li Xiao cannot leave the range of the shelter. Not bad. Li Xiao looked at the system prompt happily, thinking that the progress of building the Scarlet Kingdom has reached 1/5 in just a few days. Although a large part of this is the Scarlet points accumulated before. The speed of building the Scarlet Kingdom in the future will slow down if there are no accidents. But it doesn't matter. After all, the progress of building the Scarlet Kingdom in front of us is real progress. As for what to do in the future, there will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. In the evening, as soon as Li Xiao finished cooking, Celia used the memory mirror to take the sky-breaking gargoyle back to the shelter. Godfather. Godfather. I'm so lucky today. Guess what I got? Celia started yelling as soon as she entered the door, as if she was afraid that others couldn't hear her. Li Xiao walked out of the kitchen with a plate of braised prawns, took off her apron, and smiled. What? Could it be an epic magic weapon? Godfather only knows how to tell jokes. Celia pouted. How can I be as lucky as you? Okay. Godfather can't guess. Tell Godfather. What did you get? Under Li Xiao's repeated plea, Celia became excited again. She took out a first-level gold source from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack, handed it to Li Xiao and said, Godfather, look! I found a total of 3 meteorite biome geomorphic features in the forest biome. When I killed the meteor head guard, I unexpectedly got a gold source enemy capture candle. After using it, I killed the special type of gold source enemy that rushed over and harvested a first-level gold source. Godfather, haven't you upgraded your skills yet? This first-level gold source is like a gift from me to you. After listening to what Celia said, Li Xiao felt warm in his heart. After all, gold sources are strategic resources. In this chaotic world, any player who gets it will choose to use it for himself. And who would think of others? But Celia directly gave him the first-level gold source that she had finally obtained. And Li Xiao naturally remembered this kindness. However, Li Xiao did not intend to take this gold source. He had just received a Gold Source Series gift pack. Although the demand for gold sources was still great, Celia had just been promoted to the 4th level, and she also needed gold sources very much. Celia? Li Xiao paused and said, that's not necessary. Godfather knows Celia's intentions. But your skills also need to be upgraded. Godfather still has a few gold sources in his hand, which is enough for now. Ah? Godfather. Celia wanted to insist, but seeing Li Xiao's firm attitude, she had to give up. After dinner, Celia wanted to sneak out with the sky-breaking gargoyle to continue looking for the features of the meteorite community, but was stopped by Li Xiao. Celia, don't be so anxious. Li Xiao smiled and told Celia about his plan to sell the special products of the shelter and said, so, our shelter is not short of meteorite ingots at this stage. There are players in a whole regional channel working for me. My Godfather. So you don't have to rush out at night. But if the landform features of the meteorite community are not cleared and the meteor head guards are not killed, especially the area around our shelter, when the landform features of the meteorite community expand in the future, won't the entire shelter be in danger? Celia said reasonably. Besides, it's only 7 o'clock in the evening, and I can't sleep again. Godfather must be busy in the workshop until late at night. Instead of wasting this time, I might as well go out and get more resources to help upgrade the shelter's defense system in the future. Li Xiao nodded and agreed, okay. But what? Under Celia's puzzled gaze, Li Xiao took out a set of meteor armor and a space gun from the magic backpack of the Fishman Priest, and said, these 2 magic equipment and magic weapons are magic weapons in the unconventional formula series of meteorite biomes. They are powerful. The most important thing is that these 2 magic equipment and magic weapons are particularly suitable for you. Since you are going out, replace your own equipment first and further improve your strength. Oh, okay. When Celia saw these two magic weapons filled with starlight, she was so excited by their beautiful appearance that she couldn't take her eyes away. When she heard that they were magic weapons and magic equipment specially prepared by Li Xia for her, she was even happier. Celia hurriedly took the meteor armor set and looked at it intently. Compared with the ancient cobalt armor set that Celia was currently wearing, the meteor armor set reduced the magic value bonus by 80 points. But all the four-dimensional attribute entries were enhanced. The most important thing is that the meteor armor set has a very powerful effect for Celia, plus 27% player skill damage. You know, Celia has the racial talent of Witch Grace. And basically the way to fight is to release skills. And the nearly 30% skill damage bonus will greatly improve Celia's combat effectiveness. In comparison, the loss of 80 magic points is completely insignificant. Not to mention that the meteor armor set also has an exclusive set reward. After Celia equips the meteor armor set, she can use the space gun without consuming magic points. In this way, the power of ordinary attacks is greatly improved. Overall, the cost-effectiveness of changing equipment is undoubtedly very high. Celia looked up with a happy face. Godfather, this set of meteor armor is so powerful. I like it. Ha ha ha. As long as you like it. Li Xia paused and then said, Hey, this is the space gun that matches you. See how it works? Hey! Celia agreed, and quickly took the space gun filled with starlight and looked at it intently. The space gun is a rare firearm for the mage class. Not only does it have the summoning skill Meteor Head Guard Captain Summoning to ensure its own safety, it also allows the player to have a meat shield to defend at any time when fighting alone, allowing the mage to output with confidence. It also has two active skills, Flame Aura and Flame Meteorite Armor. The former Flame Aura can actively force the enemy to repel the monster when it approaches the player, forcibly keeping a safe distance to ensure the personal safety of the mage. The latter Flame Meteorite Armor can gain a large amount of block value when the enemy monster attacks the player, which can avoid damage and enhance the combat tolerance of the mage player. During the existence of the Flame Meteorite Armor, the player can also be immune to any debuff brought by the enemy monster, even after the Flame Meteorite Armor is destroyed. The Meteor Armor set will automatically give birth to a Flame Elf Captain Servant. If it really comes to such a critical situation, a Flame Elf Captain Servant, who is desperate to help the mage player to distance himself, will be even more valuable. The space gun also has two passive skills, Elemental Blessing and Star Radiance. Just a passive skill, Elemental Blessing, can increase Celia's magic skill damage by 20%. Although Star Radiance has the same name, its effect is a weakened version of the Star Cannon Star Radiance. Not only is the triggering probability reduced, but it also changes from a team type to a single type. However, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Overall, even though Star Radiance is a weakened passive skill, it still has a strong strategic value. In comparison, the effect of the Scarlet Axe Staff of Regeneration is too simple and weak. After all, the Scarlet Axe Staff of Regeneration has nothing to praise except for the Treant Warrior Captain Summoning. To put it bluntly, the Scarlet Axe Staff of Regeneration is a comprehensive magic weapon. It also has the function of sowing and collecting magic plants. It is not a simple combat magic weapon, even if the space gun is just an advanced conventional magic weapon for the mage profession. The magic weapons and magic equipment in the Meteorite Biome Unconventional Formula series are already powerful. Naturally, the space gun beat the Scarlet Regeneration Axe Staff. Celia raised her head excitedly. Thank you, Godfather. I like it very much. As long as you like it. Li Xia paused and then said, Put on the equipment first, and use the first level gold source you got now. Celia nodded. Okay. Chapter 3:11. Compared with the passive skills and active skills that players master, passive skills do not have as many fancy ways to enhance as active skills. The way to enhance passive skills is basically very easy to choose, so there is nothing to worry about. For Celia, the passive skill Scarlet Blood Demon was promoted to a second level skill. The direction of enhancement is undoubtedly the single conversion of health and magic points, and the upper limit can be increased. Celia summoned the skill panel, and a first level gold source was pressed on the skill panel, and a dazzling golden light flashed. Then 3 enhancement paths popped up. After thinking about it, Celia chose an enhancement path and successfully upgraded the Scarlet Blood Demon to a second-level skill. Celia's personal panel data popped up automatically. Li Xia took the initiative to step forward to observe, and then patted Celia's head with satisfaction. Okay. Go. Be safe on the road. And remember to come back early. Celia nodded. Well, Godfather. Don't worry. Little Stone. Let's go! Celia waved her hand domineeringly, and left the shelter, with the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xia invested 50% of the meteorite ingots currently acquired to make purple meteorite lightsabers for sale. The Scarlet Moon Goddess spring water has also been collected, and the alchemy table is being used to continuously produce various exclusive resources of the Moon Goddess series. After finishing all this, Li Xia finally had time to sit on the sofa in the living room and take a rest. After drinking a cup of hot tea to warm himself up, Li Xia took out a second-level gold source from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack and summoned the skill panel. Bang! Li Xia pressed the first-level gold source on the skill panel of Scarlet Shelter and chose to use it. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully used the second-level gold source on the second-level Scarlet Shelter, and the skill was promoted to the third-level Scarlet Shelter. 3 major enhancement paths popped up. Scarlet Shelter Enhancement Path. 1. For every 100 points of damage caused to the enemy by the player, the block value obtained by the player is increased from 2 points to 3 points. 2. The damage caused by the player to the enemy is reduced from 100 points to 90 points, and the player can get 1 point of blocking value. 3. Every time the player causes 10,000 points of damage to the enemy's attack can be automatically rebounded. This time, Li Xia was familiar with it, and didn't need to think too much. He directly chose the strengthening method 1, and continued to increase the blocking amount of Scarlet Shelter. Skill name, Scarlet Shelter. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level 3. After the strengthening was completed, Li Xia only had 1/3 level gold source left from the Gold Source Series gift pack. He thought for a moment, and said to himself, during the day, I went out to look for the terrain features of the meteorite biological community, and fought a large group of meteorhead guards. I practiced the effect of Scarlet Shelter, which is indeed a good skill. But at present, the third-level Scarlet Shelter is enough to support the current battle. I am not in a hurry to advance it to a 4th-level skill. Instead, Li Xia thought of this, and called out the skill panel of his active skill. Scarlet Trident Array. That's right. This is the only skill with 2 stages that Li Xia has mastered so far. The skill effect covers not only combat, but also teleportation. So the cost-effectiveness of upgrading this skill is also very high, since the blocking amount of Scarlet Shelter is enough to deal with the current enemy monsters. It is better to continue to improve his strength. Li Xia pressed the 3rd-level golden source on the Scarlet Trident Array and chose to use it. A dazzling golden light flashed, filling the entire living room. Li Xia looked closely. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully used the 3rd-level golden source on the 3rd-level Scarlet Tripoint Array. This skill was promoted to the 4th-level Scarlet Tripoint Array. Scarlet Tripoint Array Enhancement Method. 1. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tripoint Array, the cooldown time is reduced by 50%. 2. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tripoint Array, the mana consumption is reduced by 50%. 3. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tripoint Array, the swiftness gain bonus is increased by 100%. After Li Xia took a few glances, he began to analyze them one by one. The current cooldown time of the 3rd-level Scarlet Trident Array is 5 minutes, and the magic value consumption is 50 points. However, this type of skill is not like the Scarlet Crystal Strike and Scarlet Heavy Strike, which are active attack methods. Instead, they are the means of hiding the enemy's secrets and are unexpected. Moreover, after the enemy notices it, if there is no appropriate response method, to some extent, it is unsolvable. In this case, even if the Scarlet Trident Array is used during the battle, it will not be used too frequently. But the 5-minute cooldown is indeed too long. As for the Scarlet Trident Array, it only needs 50 points of magic points to release a skill, which is not much. After all, Li Xia has many permanent constant gains, and the Scarlet Authority inherited by the Scarlet Overlord has a special effect of restoring magic points. 100 points of magic points will slow down the rhythm of the battle, but 50 points of magic points will not, because Li Xia does not have Celia's racial talent which grace. The number of times she uses skills is far less than Celia. In this case, she naturally does not need to care too much about the amount of magic points. So it is very necessary to reduce the skill cooldown of the Scarlet Trident array from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes. When Li Xiao was at the 3rd level of the Scarlet Trident formation, he was looking for a reduction in mana. But now, he is looking for a reduction in skill cooldown. There are many factors to consider, and the result of comprehensive judgment is not static. What was not suitable before may be suitable now. What was suitable before may be unsuitable now. The demand for strengthening methods has naturally changed, as the standards have changed. Li Xiao can easily come to a conclusion on whether to choose to reduce cooldown time or reduce mana consumption in a strengthening method. As for the 100% increase in the swiftness gain bonus, it was just like the 100% increase in the duration of the swiftness gain at the 1st level, which was never considered by Li Xiao. Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately chose to strengthen the first path. With a flash of golden light, the skill panel was successfully strengthened and automatically popped up in front of Li Xiao. Skill name, Scarlet Trident Array. Skill attributes, Active Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, 4th level. Li Xiao glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Li Xiao stretched his waist. Ah, it feels so good to have nothing to do. The gold source from the Gold Source series gift pack has now been converted into combat power. Li Xiao consumed another 1,000,000 Scarlet points to build the Scarlet Kingdom. When the current shelter promotion has not been completed, Li Xiao cannot leave the shelter. But he has nothing to do. Of course, according to Li Xiao's habit, how can he let himself be idle? Even if the title of Civilized Angler is stuck and cannot be promoted again, it does not mean that Civilized Angler cannot be used. Go out during the day to find the terrain features of the meteorite community, and kill a lot of meteor head guards. Li Xiao's Civilized Angler usage progress bar has been fully charged. Now the blood moon is in the sky, and the moon and stars are sparse. Naturally, it is suitable for night fishing. Li Xiao took the step stool and walked to the fish pond, and took out the meat catcher fishing rod from the Fishman Sacrifice magic backpack. Well, I won't use the master level bait this time. Li Xiao casually caught an earthworm as bait, and didn't care about using any fisherman's tackle bag. After all, the quality promotion task of Civilized Anglers was not completed, and the experience gained was useless. Swish! Li Xiao swung the fishing rod violently, and the float drew a perfect arc in the air. Plop! The float fell into the water, and Li Xiao sat on the step stool, quietly waiting and watching. After a cup of tea, the float began to float and sink underwater. Li Xiao yanked the fishing rod. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao for getting a wooden treasure box. Li Xiao? Li Xiao looked at the wooden treasure box in his hand, totally confused. What's going on? How could it be a wooden treasure box? You know, with the quality of Civilized Anglers being upgraded to this point, Li Xiao should have obtained a gold treasure box with the title of Civilized Angler when fishing with treasure boxes. The guaranteed prizes are all gold treasure boxes, and Li Xiao has the remaining luck of the Tree Demon clan. Basically, every time he uses the title of Civilized Angler to fish with treasure boxes, he will not draw the guaranteed prize at this stage. Li Xiao had drawn the King's treasure box and the Epic treasure box before. On the contrary, the wooden treasure box, it was a memory that could not be any longer. Li Xiao did not believe that after having the luck of the Tree Demon clan and upgrading the title of Civilized Angler to the Epic level, such a situation would occur. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Li Xiao hesitated and picked up the wooden treasure box and looked at it intently. Name, Wooden Treasure Box Hidden Version. Type, Fishing Catch Lottery Bag. Quality, Expertise Requirement, General N. Effect, after opening, you will receive the gift of Lost Civilization. Note, no one can guess what is inside the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Ryan Schrodinger, Dean of the Space Department of the Magician Association. When a player with the title of Civilized Angler upgrades the quality of Civilized Angler to Epic, there is a very small chance that he will get a hidden treasure box, which will open unique resources. Oh! Li Xiao smiled. Interesting. Really interesting. It's actually a hidden treasure box? This is indeed something Li Xiao didn't expect. It seems that there are hidden benefits for the promotion of the Civilized Fisherman title. Player Li Xiao successfully opened the wooden treasure box hidden version. Obtained. Golden Source Blessing Scroll X1. Chapter 312. Wait! What does the note on the Golden Source Blessing Scroll mean? The survival game of the previous era. Even though multiple races participated and formed a coalition, failed in the end. since Li Xia came to the other world. He has obtained so much history of the previous era and has known many hidden secrets. The president of the Magician Association, the inheritor of the stars, Waski showed. Li Xia has heard this name countless times. But there has never been a time when Li Xia felt so scared and trembling. Because, or am I you? Li Xia has long understood that only players with the title of civilized anglers can use treasure boxes for fishing. In other words, if the resources in these treasure boxes are the treasures left by the Golden Rose Kingdom in the previous era when it felt that there was no hope of winning, then these resources extracted from the Golden Rose Kingdom's treasury and packaged into treasure boxes in a special way. Only you can get it. Others cannot use the treasure box to fish without the title of civilized angler. Since from the beginning to the end, only you can get the treasure box. Why would the president of the Magician Association, the star inheritor Waski showed, say that I am you? Wait. Waski showed. I said it myself? Li Xia's spirit was shocked, and his brain felt a bursting pain, as if someone was stabbing his head with thousands of needles. Ah! Fortunately, this pain came and went quickly, but in an instant, the pain disappeared, and Li Xia even felt that the pain just now was not an illusion. But Li Xia knew in his heart that this was not an illusion, but real pain. I said it myself? I am the president of the Magician Association, the inheritor of the stars. Waski showed? No. In my early 20s, I also lived an ordinary life on Earth. Busy studying, busy working, busy going to work, still wondering when one of the lights in the thousands will light up for me. Everything was so normal. Until one day, I was suddenly pulled into the survival game of the K-series of this era. Then, obtained the growable slime staff, obtained the title of civilized fisherman, obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Master. Everything became unusual in the survival game of the K-series, and I became unusual. But how could I be the president of the Magicians Association, the star inheritor Waski showed? How could I participate in the survival game of the previous era and become the president of the Magicians Association? No. 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 These are just my own guesses. Maybe I have never been the president of the Magicians Association, the star inheritor Waski showed. That being said, I can't even convince myself. It's just, can such information be inferred from just an ambiguous and vague statement in the notes of the Golden Source Blessing Scroll? I don't believe it. But, civilized fisherman, the legacy of the Scarlet Lord, the remaining luck of the Tree Demon clan, even the companion species of the shelter. Celia, should these be obtained by an ordinary player? Li Xia forced himself to suppress the thoughts in his mind. There has never been a moment like this that made Li Xia so eager to find the truth. Treasure box fishing? Civilized fisherman? Li Xia almost gritted his teeth and said, "We must improve the quality of civilized fishermen as soon as possible." He came back to his senses and looked at the Golden Source Blessing Scroll in his hand. It doesn't matter what the truth is. If my strength is only at this level, then when the truth is revealed to me in the future, how can I protect the truth and the people around me? Become stronger? No matter what the truth is. Being stronger is the truth. The Golden Source Blessing Scroll can give me a temporary buff that lasts for 24 hours. As long as I kill any kind of enemy monsters during this period, there is a certain probability of getting a Golden Source reward. And it's a gold source of unlimited level. Although the highest level cannot exceed my current level, which is level 4. Getting a level 3 gold source is equivalent to getting 9 level 1 gold sources. The most important thing is that you can get up to 3 gold sources of the same level, as long as I'm lucky enough. Maybe my remaining skills and Celia's remaining skills can all be upgraded to level 4. Although the probability of each enemy dropping gold sources is only 1% after using the Gold Source Blessing Scroll. As long as you kill enough enemies and have good luck, theoretically you can get all the gold sources within 24 hours. The Golden Source Blessing Scroll is a good thing. But I am currently in the process of building the Scarlet Kingdom and cannot leave the shelter. Moreover, the subsequent construction of the Scarlet Kingdom requires up to 8 million Scarlet Points. It just so happens that I can choose a day later to specifically kill monsters and collect gold sources. Thinking of this, Li Xia solemnly put the Golden Source Blessing Scroll into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice. Then he returned to the Guan workshop to check the sales of the personal store on the trading platform so as to replenish the goods in time. When Celia returned to the shelter at around 10 p.m., Li Xia went upstairs to sleep. Of course, during this period, Li Xiao never told Celia that he might be the president of the Magician Association. The star inheritor Wazki showed. After all, such an incredible thing was enough for him to know. And there was no need to let others know about it. The next morning, it was just dawn. Li Xiao heard a system prompt in his sleep. Ding! Player Li Xiao successfully upgraded the shelter to Intermediate Authority Shelter. Li Xiao immediately got up from the bed and sat up straight. And then heard several system prompts in succession. Ding! System announcement. Player Li Xiao in the 9527th area channel was the first to upgrade the shelter to level 8. And was rewarded with an epic treasure chest. I hope he will continue to work hard. Ding! System announcement. Player Li Xiao in the 9527th area channel was the first to upgrade the shelter to level 8. And was rewarded with an epic treasure chest. I hope he will continue to work hard. Epic treasure box to be collected. Li Xiao immediately collected the epic treasure box and stored it in the magic backpack of the Fishman Sacrificer. Then he got up quickly. I feel so refreshed when I am happy. I heard this good news so early in the morning. Ha ha ha. Li Xiao came to the living room on the first floor and immediately called up the data of the shelter panel and looked at it intently. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This can be regarded as a good start today. However, Li Xiao also noticed one thing. That is, in the shelter feature column, only the feature column of the origin fragment of the god Bast was loaded. The word characteristics was changed to divinity. This can already explain the viciousness. Perhaps after the shelter was promoted to the primary authority shelter, and then to the final advanced authority shelter. The best way to deal with the 3 newly added characteristic columns is to embed 3 fragments of the origin of the gods. It's a pity. Even Li Xiao has only obtained the fragments of the origin of the god Bast, and the origin of the god of abundance so far. And the 3rd fragment of the origin of the god is still missing. Li Xiao immediately took out the prepared fragment of the god of plenty from the magic backpack of the Fishman Sacrifice. The future is the future. Now is the present. It doesn't matter if the 3rd fragment of the god of plenty is not found. Anyway, there is still time. After all, it does not hinder the loading of the fragment of the god of plenty at the current stage of the intermediate authority shelter. After all, the fragment of the god of plenty is a very good fragment of the god of plenty. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao. Loading the fragment of the god of plenty. Divinity August 8th. Fragments of the god of plenty. Click to view detailed information. Ding! Player Li Xiao has achieved permanent gain. 2 system messages came one after another. And Li Xiao's personal panel data also popped up automatically. Chapter 313. Li Xiao glanced at his panel data and nodded with satisfaction. For now. Constant gain. Fixed damage reduction of 15%. Fixed damage counterattack of 5%. Ignore knockback. Defense plus 5. Fixed health recovery speed plus 1. Spirit of Tide constant version. All effects of any potion are plus 10%. And the player's combat power in any liquid is plus 10%. Winter Swimming Pigeon. The player's resistance to freezing, frost, and freezing is plus 1. And the player can control swimming, winter swimming and other abilities. When the player swims, the health value is fixed plus 1 per second. And the magic value is fixed plus 1 per second. In addition to the gains from the Scarlet Overlord inheritance, Li Xiao also gained the true magic comp damage version, constant gains, and even the permanent ability of the Winter Swimming Pigeon, which further improved Li Xiao's strength and widened the gap with ordinary players. Don't underestimate the constant gains added by a piece of the origin fragment of the God of Abundance plus a piece of the origin fragment of the God of Bast. It's just defense plus 5. Fixed health recovery speed plus 1. But in actual combat, this tiny difference may become the last straw that crushes the enemy. So Li Xiao never underestimates any progress he makes. This morning, the commotion caused by Li Xiao's shelter promotion did not just wake up Li Xiao. On the contrary, other players, who were asleep or just woke up, were no less surprised than Li Xiao when they heard the news. Intermediate Authority Shelter? When other players in the regional channel are still struggling with whether they have the ability to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. When other players in the regional channel are still thinking about where the Bee Faith Plain in the jungle biome is. While other players in the regional channel are still struggling to fight the Meteor Head guards in the Meteorite biome terrain features. Li Xiao has already exchanged the meteorite ingots needed for the shelter promotion through the shelter specialties, thus achieving rapid promotion. Regional channel. Guan Tao, to be honest, I haven't woken up yet. and I heard the system announcement released by the system prompt sound. I don't even need to read the content. I can guess that this system announcement is related to the great god Xia. Wang Feng, ha ha ha. +1. +1. Lu Jingying. Who said it wasn't? Now our regional channel is like a frightened bird. Whenever there is any noise, the first person we react to is definitely Xia God. Zhang Yi, I'm so envious. Xia God was not only the first to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, but also upgraded the shelter to the intermediate authority level. However, I have been looking for the Bee Faith plane in the jungle biome for 2 consecutive days, but I haven't even seen a shadow. Guan Tao, by the way, I remember that Bian Qing was the second one to kill the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. Right? He also obtained the Hateful Queen Bee relic. It seems that in 2 days, Master Bian Qing will be able to catch up with Master Xia and upgrade the shelter to the intermediate authority level. Chen Yishuan, to be honest, I am not afraid of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, no matter how powerful it is. After all, everyone has been playing the survival game for so long that they have long been accustomed to the days of being in danger and having their heads tied to their belts. But this time I am really speechless. Chen Yishuan, who would have thought that the difficulty of killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss is not the strength of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss? But how to find the Bee Faith plane? Zhou, TSK. This is so rare. I didn't expect that the deputy captain of the hunter team, Chen Yishuan, would have such troubles. Chen Yishuan? What do you mean by that? Could it be that your Silverhand team doesn't have it? Zhou, of course. But it's not completely impossible. Haha. Our Silverhand team store just happened to sell a designated biome invitation yesterday. The Bee Faith plane is not a problem for us. Zhou, Zhang Che, our deputy captain of the Silverhand, went to the jungle biome last night. I think in a few hours, you will hear the first kill announcement of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss. There are only 3 rewards for killing a boss level monster first, and the rewards vary according to the order of succession. The 3rd place reward is the lowest. But even if it is given to the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, it is at least a diamond treasure chest. It is precisely because of this that the Silverhand team, as soon as they found out that the team store had sold a designated biome invitation, immediately selected Zhang Che, the strongest member of the Silverhand team, and asked him to sprint to get the first kill of the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss as quickly as possible. Now that Zhang Che has won the 3rd place reward for killing the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss, it is basically a done deal. It won't affect the overall situation if he says it now. Zhou and the Silverhand can be said to be proud of this. And Zhou's words also made other players in the regional channel wake up instantly. Yes. It doesn't matter if you can't find the entrance to the Bee Faith plane. You can find another way. A designated biome invitation? So there is such a way. The props in the team store can be refreshed by players in the team through team coins. Everyone contacted their team and vowed to seize the time to obtain the invitation letter of the designated biome. If the number of invitation letters of the designated biome cannot satisfy all members of the team, basically all teams will choose to do their best to support one player. The grand 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss seems to have started until this moment. Is it really that simple to find the plane of Bee Faith? No. If it is really that simple, why hasn't a 3rd player killed the 4th level Hateful Queen Bee boss after Li Xia and Li Bianqing? So it is conceivable that the truth is not simple. The previous team store could not unlock the invitation letter to the designated biome. And the moment Li Xia successfully used the relic of the Hateful Queen Bee, it also indicated that Li Xia's shelter was about to be promoted to the intermediate authority shelter. Until this moment, the team store of the top team will have a certain probability to refresh the designated biome invitation letter. Note: not all teams' team stores can be refreshed. Only the team stores of top teams have a certain probability. So, this point pointed out by Zhou, in the final analysis, is always just a carnival for a small number of players. Intermediate authority shelter. After washing up, Celia jumped downstairs and reported the harvest of meteorite ingots yesterday. Finally, she said, "Godfather, your Scarlet Kingdom is built today. Shall we go to other biomes for adventure?" "Let's forget it." Li Xia thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "The intermediate authority shelter has just been upgraded, and there is a lot of work to be done. The shelter's defense system is still waiting for me to upgrade. It just so happens that I have plenty of meteorite ingots on hand. Today is a good opportunity. If you still want to go out, Take the small stone with you, and be careful on the road. Okay, Celia said aggrievedly. Li Xiao looked at Celia's expression and smiled immediately. Don't worry. When I'm done with these few days, I will take you out for a special trip. By then, you will have no choice but to kill the monsters. Hee hee. Celia was happy to hear Li Xiao say that, and immediately took the sky-breaking gargoyle through the scarlet multidimensional fusion crystal tower into the jungle biome. The flying feather triple attack of the desert biome has been obtained. Celia set her sights on the enemy monsters of the jungle biome again. Celia and Li Xiao vowed to match the skills of the sky-breaking gargoyle to perfection. After Celia left, Li Xiao turned back to the shelter workshop, walked to the workbench, and called out the upgrade panel. Intermediate Authority Workbench Upgrade Requirements: Meteorite Ingots X 600, Jade Gems X 900. Shelter Level 8 Upgrade Time 9 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xiao didn't hesitate to invest resources and upgrade. After all, it was only 600 meteorite ingots, and it was just a matter of selling one more set of Luna Series potions. Li Xiao didn't care. Of course, after collecting for a day and 2 nights. Although the meteorite ingots were far from meeting the needs of upgrading the shelter's defense system, it was still easy to meet the needs of upgrading the 3 main functional furniture of the shelter. Bang! With the strike of the golden hammer and the use of the architectural inspiration potion, the workbench was upgraded immediately. After the upgrade of the intermediate authority workbench, the probability of these 2 effects was also increased from 5% to 10%, which is a significant improvement for making high-end magic weapons and armor sets. On the whole, the improvement of the intermediate authority workbench is naturally not as great as that of the primary authority workbench. But after all, the primary authority workbench is the initial control of authority, and the intermediate authority workbench is to further improve the control range on the basis of the control of authority. So this effect has made Li Xiao very satisfied. Li Xiao summoned the core of the shelter, and took out a large number of meteorite ingot materials obtained from the sale of the exclusive potion of the Moon Goddess series. He invested part of it to continue to make the meteor armor set and space gun. The purple meteorite lightsaber is also in the process of making it. That's right. The meteor armor set and space gun are also within Li Xiao's sales range, because the workbench can be invested with the corresponding ingot materials of a certain biological community, since the primary authority level, and then unlock the unconventional formula series of the biological community. At present, I am the only one who controls the complete series of unconventional formulas of the meteorite biome. But it does not mean that other players will not control it in the future. The meteor armor set and space gun are not like the exclusive potions of the Moon Goddess series. They are exclusive resources of Li Xiao's shelter. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the near ones. At most, after tomorrow, Li Bianqing can complete the promotion to the Intermediate Authority Sanctuary, when the formulas of the meteor armor set and space gun are developed. Whether to sell them or not is just a matter of others' words. Can I still block other people's money? It is precisely because of this that Li Xiao does not think much of the meteor armor set and space gun. Rather than keeping the formula in his hands and letting it become a common sight, he might as well take advantage of the player's extreme desire for the meteor armor set and space gun and raise the price to make a fortune. This is a quick buck that can only be earned for a few days. But even so, the sales last night alone brought Li Xiao an unimaginable astronomical figure. Ding ding. Ding ding. Just when Li Xiao wanted to continue upgrading the 3-piece functional furniture set of the shelter, the couple's ring suddenly vibrated. Su Hongdo called. Li Xiao hurriedly put down his work and answered the phone. Hello? Hongdo. What's wrong? Su Hongdo, Ku Lao. You are really forgetful. Didn't you say you would come to my small special biological community gem mine last night? Why haven't you come yet? Huh? Li Xiao slapped his head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was busy with the shelter yesterday and forgot. What about today? I'm afraid I can't leave tonight. After all, my intermediate authority shelter has just been upgraded, and I still need to upgrade my shelter defense system. How about I go to your place the day after tomorrow? Okay. Su Hongdo said proudly. I just opened a treasure chest and got an invitation to a designated biome. It just so happens that I have to go to the B-Faith Plain today and will probably be back tomorrow. By the way, I remember that you like the archer profession's fighting style. I just sent you a skill book. See if you like it? Chapter 314. Su Hongdo called this time with the couple ring. Not because Li Xia didn't show up for an appointment without reason. Or rather, this was not the main purpose. Su Hongdo's main purpose was that she got a very good shooter skill book. So she thought of Li Xia and contacted him and told him. Li Xia knew this very well. And after the two of them were bored for a while, Su Hongdo took the initiative to hang up the phone. After all, since Su Hongdo has the invitation letter to the designated biome, she must prepare to go to the B-Faith plane to kill the 4th level hateful Queen Bee boss. The preparations will take some time. So how can she have time to chat? After Li Xia hung up the phone, he summoned the core of the shelter, took out the skill book from it, and looked at it intently. Skill name, Explosive Arrow. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, 1st level. Li Xia was amazed. Hongdo said he was giving me a skill book. But I didn't expect it to be a treasure level skill book. To be honest, the gift from Su Hongdo is not light. But Li Xia didn't think it was inappropriate at all. First of all, the relationship between the two has reached this point. So there is no need to be embarrassed. When Li Xia got the wasp staff and bee armor set before, wasn't he thinking of Su Hongdo? This kind of thing. If you are too clear, it will hurt feelings. But, although the skill effect of Explosive Arrow is good, not only the single attack damage is strong, but also has the upper debuff of Burning debuff. And it also has a rare temporary range debuff effect after the enemy monster dies. It is not an exaggeration to say that Explosive Arrow is a single target plus range skill. But, although Li Xia's fighting style has always been mainly based on the long-range shooter profession, in the eyes of other players, Li Xia's profession is also a long-range shooter. But the problem is, Li Xia knows that he likes to use guns or crossbows simply because he likes them, not because of his profession. Among the 4 basic professions, no matter which profession it is, no matter what type of magic weapon Li Xia uses, Li Xia can use its skills normally. Why? Because most of Li Xia's active and passive skills have used evolution gold source. The skills can be adapted to any profession. Even if Li Xia changes his magic weapons from guns and crossbows to long swords and staffs, these skills can still be used normally. But explosive arrows can't do that. The restrictions are too great. Evolution gold source is hard to find. Even if he finally finds one, Li Xia is reluctant to use it on explosive arrows. And Li Xia has always kept one thing in mind. That is the Zenith Sword formula and the Night Blade formula. These 2 formulas are the highest quality magic weapon formulas that Li Xia has obtained since he came to the survival game. These 2 formulas, without exception, are long sword weapons. That is, melee weapons. Given all this, why would Li Xia choose a shooter skill? However, even if this skill is not suitable for him, or is suitable for him, Li Xia still decided to choose the best from a comprehensive perspective. After all, he is only in the early stage of the 4th level, and it is still a long way to go before he can open up an active skill column. So, there is no need to choose this skill as your target skill now. However, to be honest, the explosive arrow is also remarkable among the professional skills of the archer. So it should not be wasted. It just so happens that the sky-breaking gargoyle has used the pure hourglass, and there is still a vacancy in the skill column. It is better to give this explosive arrow to the sky-breaking gargoyle, which can be regarded as making the best use of it. Thinking of this, Li Xia nodded slightly, put the explosive arrow skill book into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and then stood up and returned to the workshop. While there is still time and some resources on hand, even if all the shelter defense systems cannot be upgraded, the 3 sets of functional furniture in the shelter should be upgraded first. Li Xia walked to the primary authority furnace, summoned the upgrade panel, and looked at it intently. Intermediate authority furnace upgrade requirements: Meteorite Ingot X 1500, Jade Gem X 6000. Shelter level 8 upgrade time 18 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia immediately invested the corresponding resources and chose to upgrade. With a bang, Li Xia used the golden hammer of construction, plus the potion of architectural enlightenment, and took into account the cooling time reduced by the various building upgrades added to the shelter, which barely reached 18 hours. The furnace emitted a fiery red glow, and the fire elements in the surrounding air condensed by themselves to form one fire element star after another. After a while, the furnace was upgraded. One of the most important resources required to upgrade the intermediate authority shelter to the advanced authority shelter is the prison stone ingot. Even though Li Xia still didn't know where to find the hellstone ingots, At least the intermediate authority furnace in the current shelter had the ability to smelt hellstone ingots, laying a good foundation for upgrading the advanced authority shelter in the future. Li Xia took out a large amount of meteorite, ore from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack, and put it into the intermediate authority furnace for smelting and forging. Li Xia checked the remaining meteorite ingots in his hand, estimated the number, and walked to a primary authority storage box in the southeast corner of the workshop and looked at it intently. Intermediate authority storage box upgrade requirements: meteorite ingot X 300, emerald gem X 900, shelter level 8 upgrade time 10 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. The storage box is the only piece of furniture in the 3-piece set of shelter furniture that has no limit on quantity. So even though the resources required to upgrade a single storage box are much less than the same level of furnace and workbench, you can find out by estimating the number of storage boxes in the workshop. To some extent, the storage box is the one that consumes the most resources in the 3-piece set of shelter furniture, and there is no other. If the storage box consumes resources to upgrade, it is just to increase the storage space. To be honest, Li Xia may not continue to spend resources to upgrade the storage box to the level of intermediate authority storage box. After all, the gain is not worth the loss. If the storage space is not enough, then build a few more. This is a normal way to deal with the storage space problem. But the problem is, since the storage box was promoted to the primary authority storage box, it has an ingot bar, which can generate 12 ingots of quality, not higher than outstanding quality every day. The quality of meteorite ingots is only excellent, not to mention scarlet ingots and magic ingots. So the storage box has changed from a single storage space furniture to a productive furniture that can produce ingot resources. And the meaning is naturally different. Li Xia's attitude towards him is naturally very different. So even if the number and overall capacity of the primary authority storage box are already sufficient, Li Xia will still choose to spend resources to upgrade it. This is the reason. Because upgrading the intermediate authority storage box is a long-term investment that is sure to make money. Upgrading an intermediate authority storage box requires 300 meteorite ingots. Li Xia calculated, the primary storage box can produce 12 ingots a day, and it can pay back in more than 20 days. Not to mention the intermediate authority storage box. This deal is worth it. Moreover, upgrading a sufficient number of intermediate authority storage boxes will also help to obtain a sufficient number of meteorite ingots in the shortest time, and provide a channel for the subsequent shelter to stably produce meteorite ingots even after the meteorite biome features disappear. Li Xia had many plans, but no matter how he thought about it, upgrading the intermediate authority storage box was a very profitable thing. So there was no reason to hesitate. Li Xia directly invested the corresponding resources, and with the help of the golden building hammer and building enlightenment potion, he upgraded 5 intermediate authority storage boxes in a row. The reason why he didn't upgrade more intermediate authority storage boxes was not because he didn't have more meteorite ingot resources, but purely because the inventory of jade gems had reached the bottom. As for gem resources, whether high-level or low-level gems, only the small special biological community controlled by Su Hongdo can breed them on its own in the entire regional channel. And only Su Hongdo has a stable production channel. As for others, if you want to obtain a sufficient number of gem resources, you can only rely on luck or daily accumulation. Unfortunately, even if Li Xia is so lucky and pays special attention to daily accumulation, he still uses up high-level resources such as emerald gems after being promoted to the intermediate authority shelter. Alas, if it really doesn't work, I can only buy jade from the trading platform at a high price. Li Xia sighed. Even so, he didn't think of getting jade from Su Hongdo. After all, even if jade is a high-end gem resource, only Su Hongdo has a stable production channel. But Li Xia's demand for jade is too high. And although only Su Hongdo has a stable production channel for jade, it doesn't mean that only Su Hongdo has jade. He would not slow down Su Hongdo's promotion speed for some jade gems. The previous diamond resources were really helpless. As for now, isn't it really helpless yet? Li Xia came back to his senses and smiled, looking confident. With resources in hand, even if jade gems are a problem, they will not be a problem in front of resources. Li Xia looked up at the panel data that popped up automatically. 24 pieces? One intermediate authority storage box can produce 24 pieces of excellent quality ingots a day. Li Xia smiled. If I remember correctly, meteorite ingots are only of outstanding quality. This wave is stable. Li Xia sat on the bench, took out the epic treasure chest rewarded for the promotion of the shelter from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and chose to use it immediately. Chapter 315. Player Li Xia successfully opened the epic treasure chest and obtained Amethyst Gem X 12,000, Topaz Gem X 12,000, Sapphire Gem X 9,000, Emerald Gem X 9,000, Diamond Gem X 6,000, Gem Mine Recipe X1. Li Xia smiled and said, "Just now, I said that the gem resources in the shelter have run out. Now, an epic treasure chest has opened up all gem resources. Although the gem types are very comprehensive, and there are a lot of gems of a single type, it is still an epic treasure chest. This seems to be making a fuss." Li Xia still had expectations for the resources in the epic treasure chest. Obviously, it was just gem resources. Even if there were a lot of gems, it would not meet Li Xia's psychological expectations. Li Xia muttered to himself. But he did not stop working. He put all kinds of resources into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and then picked up the only recipe that he had never seen in this epic treasure chest and looked at it intently. Oh, interesting. Li Xia became interested. After all, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how many gem resources the epic treasure chest gives, they will eventually run out. However, if there is a resource-based production building that can stably produce gem resources, it will mean a lot to Li Xia. Li Xia walked quickly to the courtyard of the shelter and found an open space. Whether the player Li Xia spends resources to build a unique building gem mine, yes/no. Li Xia immediately chose to invest resources and upgrade. 100 gem resources of various types are just a small matter, especially compared to the long-term benefits that gem mines can bring in the future. Swish! Various gem resources turned into colorful rays of light and disappeared into the ground. Gradually, a semicircular ground building rose in front of Li Xia. From time to time, tinkling sounds came from it, just like there were tireless miners digging for ore in the gem mine day and night. I see. After checking the panel data of the gem mine, Li Xia nodded slightly. He was not unfamiliar with the resource-based production buildings in the shelter. From the Moon Goddess Well, Scarlet Queen Bee Nest to the current gem mine. Unconsciously, his own shelter actually has so many resource-based production buildings. This is a foundation. It is something to be happy about. However, after checking the panel data of the gem mine, Li Xia also found some problems. The production method of gemstone deposits is completely different from what I imagined. It is a single production mode. That is, only one kind of gemstone resource can be produced at the same time, and the production efficiency of gemstones will be different due to the different levels and scarcity of gemstones. This is a bit tasteless. It is a pity to throw away the tasteless food, which is not the result Li Xia wants. Fortunately, Li Xia has the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, which can assimilate and enhance buildings. The number of Scarlet points required to assimilate gemstone deposits into Scarlet exclusive, 100,000 points. 100,000 is fine. Within the tolerance range, Li Xia immediately reached out and pressed on the top of the gem mine to enhance it with Scarlet assimilation. The huge Scarlet power instantly spread over the surface of the gem mine's building, adding a series of complex Scarlet patterns to its simple building appearance. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully enhanced the gem mine with Scarlet assimilation. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. That's right. The production efficiency of various gems has increased by 2 times. The gem storage capacity of the gem mine has also increased tenfold. Not to mention that the solidity and defense of the gem mine building itself have also been greatly enhanced after the Scarlet assimilation enhancement. If the above are icing on the cake, then the change that makes the gem mine go a step further and become a resource building that even Li Xia cannot ignore is undoubtedly the change from the previous single type of gem production to the current simultaneous production of 3 types of gem resources. In this way, the gem mine is truly in line with Li Xia's wishes. Li Xia thought for a moment and decided on the types of gemstones that the gemstone mine should produce now. Current production types 3/3, Jade gemstone replaceable, Sapphire gemstone replaceable, Diamond gemstone replaceable. In this way, even if the shelter needs a large number of gemstone resources when upgrading buildings in the future, it will no longer be a problem for Li Xia, who owns the gemstone mine. There are not many Scarlet points left. Li Xia checked the existing Scarlet points and found that there were only more than 400,000. Although it seemed a lot, It was not enough to upgrade all the buildings in the shelter's defense system. Not to mention, Li Xia needs to spend 8 million Scarlet points on the construction of the Scarlet Kingdom. When he thought of this, the huge resource demand almost made Li Xia breathless. It seems that I can go out this afternoon. After Li Xia used up all the Scarlet points in his hand, he went out to destroy the meteorite biome features. Not only can he get more meteorite ore, but he can also kill as many meteor head guards as possible to get more Scarlet points. Do it when you think of it. Li Xia came to the edge of the shelter courtyard, found the Scarlet Arrow Tower, called out its upgrade panel, and looked at it intently. Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower Upgrade Requirements: Meteorite Ingot X 1200, Scarlet Points X 900, Shelter Level 8 Upgrade Time 10 hours. Do you want to upgrade this building? Yes/no. Li Xia immediately invested resources to upgrade it, with the blessing of the Golden Hammer of Architecture and the Building Inspiration Potion. The Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower was immediately upgraded. Li Xia looked at it intently. The data of the Intermediate Authority Crimson Arrow Tower have been further improved, especially under the blessing of the two shelter divinities, the Origin Fragments of the God Bast and the Origin Fragments of the God of Abundance. The overall defense system of the shelter has made leaps and bounds. Li Xia immediately took out the resources he had prepared, walked to the Primary Authority Crimson Arrow Towers, and upgraded them. After working for a while, I didn't expect that the Scarlet points were not consumed, but the meteorite ingots were consumed completely. At present, the sales of the Luna series exclusive potions, the specialty of the shelter, are still very good, which can bring Li Xia a rich income every day. But the problem is that the previous stock of Luna series exclusive potions has been sold out. Even if the active skills of Luna Well are used to speed up production efficiency, the meteorite ingots obtained are also in a fixed range, which still cannot meet the needs of upgrading the shelter's defense system. Li Xia shook his white wings neatly, left the shelter, and headed towards the forest biome. Chapter 316. Forest Biome? A place with meteorite biome features. Li Xia and Celia sat on a flying carpet on the ground. The flying carpet was covered with various fruits and snacks. Li Xia and Celia chatted and ate comfortably, while sky-breaking gargoyles stood guard beside them, and continuously killed the meteor head guards born from the meteorite biome features. It was as comfortable and carefree as going out for a spring camping trip. As for the army of meteor head guards born from the meteorite biome features, they had already been successfully dealt with by Li Xia and Celia, who were also exploring and adventuring in the forest biome and happened to meet up with sky-breaking gargoyle. Now is the time to rest after the battle. Li Xia put down the banana in his hand, waved the Scarlet Fury Slime staff in his hand, summoned 4-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Viscount Warriors and Pseudobosses, and with the sound of the horn, Li Xia used the true magic comp damage version to summon the 3rd level Naga Tribe Chieftain and Pseudoboss again. Celia was not to be outdone, summoning a variety of summons such as the Tree Spirit Warrior. Let them hold the Death Messenger pickaxe, enter the meteorite biome terrain features, and dig meteorite mines. -3, -3, -3. The health points lost due to the fire debuff kept flashing above the heads of these summons, as long as the summons are still within the range of the meteorite biome terrain features. As long as these summons are still mining meteorites, the reduction of health points will not stop. However, Li Xia and Celia are not panicking at all, and it is obvious that they have a coping strategy. When the health points of the summons drop to a certain level, Li Xia takes out the pseudo-artifact, the Horn of Plenty. Woo woo woo. As the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty sounded, all summons instantly recovered 300 health points, and the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty's potion bar also took effect simultaneously, and the attached buffs such as Life Surge buff, Life Regeneration buff, Honey buff, etc. took full effect, not only replenishing the health of all summons to above the safety line, but also having multiple buffs that can offset the reduction in health caused by the fire debuff brought by the meteorite biome terrain characteristics. Of course, the additional potion effect of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty is only 50% of the real potion effect, and it can't last until the cooldown of the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty ends. But it doesn't matter. Not long after, Celia put down the candy in her hand, waved her hand, and used the active skill Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb. Buzz buzz buzz. One after another, Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb hit the summoned creature. +80, +80, +80. If the active skill Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb attacks an enemy monster, It is a pure area damage skill. But if the active skill Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb attacks teammates, it is a pure range healing skill. This is the beauty of the Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb skill that Celia possesses. When the effect of the Scarlet Trick Bee Bomb skill disappears, and the life value of the summoned creature drops to a certain extent, Li Xiao waves his hand to use the true magic comp damage version to increase the life value of the summoned creature. The cooperation between the two is seamless, and the life value of the summoned creature also rises and falls, maintaining a full range. Even if the summoned creatures encountered the newly born Meteor Head guards during the process of digging the meteorite mine, they would be killed by the sky-breaking gargoyles guarding on the side, with a few arrows, to ensure the smooth progress of digging the meteorite mine. Busy until after 8 o'clock in the evening, relying on the efficient working methods of the summoned creatures, Li Xiao and Celia gained a lot from this trip. Not only that, Li Xiao originally had only more than 80,000 Scarlet points left, but after an afternoon of hard work, it has now reached more than 800,000, which can be said to be a great harvest. After the two of them finished packing, Li Xiao just took out the memory mirror from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, but heard Celia say, "Godfather, how about we go back later? I want to eat six-eyed flying fish." "Oh, is that so?" Li Xiao immediately replied, "I remember flying a distance from here to the shelter. There is a lake. How about we go and kill a few?" Celia nodded hurriedly, "Yes." The three-person team immediately headed towards the lake. Before they flew to the lake, Li Xiao found a sneaky figure while looking down. It's a goblin monster, right? But its height and appearance are taller than the ordinary goblins Li Xiao has seen. And its appearance is different, with a dark brown skin color instead of the common green. The strangest thing is that this goblin has no trace of an enemy monster icon in the monster radar display, which means that it is not an enemy monster. Not an enemy monster? Interesting. Li Xiao signaled the goblin below with his eyes, and Celia immediately understood. The three-person team separated in the air and immediately landed to surround it. "Ah? What do you want to do? Don't mess around. I'm a merchant. Not an enemy. Not an enemy." The so-called goblin merchant waved the machete in his hand and shouted in panic. "Can you talk? Merchant? Goblin merchant?" Li Xiao frowned slightly, always feeling that things were not that simple. "Merchant? Can you talk?" Celia asked. "Yes. Yes." The goblin merchant nodded immediately. "Look, I'm a merchant. I can talk. I'm not an ordinary enemy. I can sell you some good things, as long as you can let me go." Celia looked suspicious and said, "You are a merchant. But where are your goods? I just want to ask you a question. Where are you going now? Even if you are not afraid of players, aren't you afraid of enemies?" The goblin merchant bit over and smiled flatteringly. "Although I am just a merchant, I am a member of the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce. I am protected by the rules, and enemies cannot attack me. So, in comparison, players are a greater threat to me. After all, money can move people's hearts. So in order to prevent our property from being robbed, we have all installed Void Trader accessories, which is equivalent to a small personal store, so that we can ensure safety. I am now planning to look for player shelters and sell goods. I am just the lowest level merchant in the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce. I also need to use the transactions with players to upgrade." The goblin merchant talked endlessly, and Celia pretended to agree and asked questions from time to time. Li Xiao stood behind it, revealing a sneer. Although the so-called goblin merchant was well disguised, its true identity had long been seen through by Li Xiao. This goblin merchant in front of him was not a goblin merchant at all, even though he could speak and wanted to pretend to be a member of the guild protected by the rules. In fact, he was just an enemy monster, and he was an enemy monster that was better at disguising than Nymph. Other players might not be able to see through its disguise, but Li Xiao's mental power was higher than other players, not to mention Celia. So the two of them could see through the disguise of this goblin merchant at a glance. Evil god Satan? Eternia Goblin Scout? And the Plane of Faith? When Li Xiao thought of this, he remembered that the previous self-organized cleanup of the Land of Authority by the forest community was forcibly cancelled by the system rules, and the Christmas Ungrateful Turkey event was held instead. At that time, after the Christmas event ended, it was already foreshadowed that the evil god who had fallen in the last era was reviving. At this moment, the Eternia Goblin Scout in front of Li Xiao, who was disguised as the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce, was a branch of the goblin, but was trained by Satan himself. He was the Eternia Goblin Scout who was best at camouflage, gathering intelligence, and drawing maps among Satan's troops. Then, no matter the purpose of the Eternia Goblin Scout or Satan, it is obvious, in the most general sense, after Satan's resurrection, the irreversible fall of the forest biome, Satan wants to get a piece of the pie and speed up the irreversible process of the forest biome. In the least general sense, after Satan's resurrection, he set his sights on the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance and the origin of the God of Bast in his own sanctuary. But no matter what, the Eternia Goblin Scout in front of him is just an appetizer for both parties. There are countless Eternia Goblin Scouts in the entire forest biome. 2 handsome men and beautiful women. My name is Andy. Don't think I'm just a merchant of the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce. But my store may also have the resources you need. But I'm a little thirsty. If you are willing to take me to your shelter for a cup of tea, and let Andy, who is hungry, have a hot meal, then I can give you a bronze membership card, and you can get a 10% discount on your shopping at the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the future. The Eternia Goblin Scout, disguised as a goblin merchant, smiled flatteringly. It not only shows that its military power is not worth mentioning, but also shows the benefits that can be obtained after completing its request. If other players did not see through the disguise of the Eternia Goblin Scout, they would definitely regard the Eternia Goblin Scout in front of them as an adventure and take the initiative to bring it to the shelter. However, what made the Eternia Goblin Scout miscalculate was that the first player it met in the forest biome had such a high 4-dimensional attribute, and the initial mental power was actually higher than its own mental power, which increased by 2 points after disguise, with a total of 14 points of mental power. The Eternia Goblin Scout looked at Celia and Licia eagerly, waiting for his answer. It seems that there is nothing to be asked. So let's kill them. Licia waved his hand. Wait. What do you want to do? I am a member of the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Although I am just a businessman, I am protected by the rules. Do you want to be rejected by the rules? My goods are not with me. Once I die, you will not get any benefits. I don't want to drink water. Let me go. Please. I can give you a bronze membership card of the Eternia Goblin Chamber of Commerce for free. How about a silver membership card? My authority ends here. In the goblin merchant's horrified eyes, Licia took the so-called silver card and laughed playfully. Because this so-called silver membership card is actually a disguise. It is actually a coordinate transmission scroll. I'm being tricked? Celia was very angry. Although she was simple, she hated being deceived. One after another, magic navigation bullets bombarded the spot, crushing the Eternia Goblin Scout to ashes. Player Licia successfully killed the rare 4th-level Eternia Goblin Scout Captain and obtained Chapter 317. Map Drawing Fusion Device X1. First-level Gold Source X1. Even though the Eternia Goblin was disguising its identity until its death, it didn't know that its true identity was completely revealed by Licia and Celia as soon as the Eternia Goblin appeared. The reason why they didn't kill it immediately was that they saw that this enemy monster could actually talk, and they naturally wanted to get as much additional information as possible through the conversation. Through the notes of the Eternia Goblin Scout's panel data, and the conversation between Celia and the Eternia Goblin Scout just now, the 3-man team probably understood what was going on. This was the inevitable result of the irreversible fall of the forest biome and the resurrection of the evil god. If the meteorite ingots and the special type of enemy meteor head guards brought by the meteorite disaster were not so offensive, then the offensive intentions of the Eternia Goblin Scout, or the plane of faith behind it, were very obvious. Hey, Godfather. Although this Eternia Goblin enemy is very weak, the drops after killing it are quite good. Celia took both resources in her hands, and said with a smile. Licia also smiled when he heard this. Maybe we are lucky. Let me see this map drawing fusion device. You hurry up, and use up the first-level gold source. Little Stone. Go kill a few 6-eyed flying fish. After Licia made arrangements, the 3-person team divided the work. Licia was quite surprised to see this. The map drawing function is quite suitable for information accessories. Although this function does not improve the combat, it can play a miraculous role in some unexpected situations. Licia thought for a moment, and after selecting from his information accessories, he finally chose the monster radar to fuse with the map drawing fusion device. Because the monster radar is first and foremost an information accessory. After the subsequent updates and changes of several versions of the survival game, The monster radar can be used without equipping it in the accessories column. Moreover, the monster radar searches for enemies within a radius of 500 meters. If it has a map drawing function, Li Xia can not only know the traces of the enemy monsters, but also the specific terrain and environment of the enemy monster's location, which will be relatively more helpful. Just do it. Li Xia took out the monster radar from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice and used the map drawing function immediately. Li Xia. Wow! This is a pleasant surprise for Li Xia. Originally, the map drawing function could only be drawn into a map of the places that Li Xia has seen or walked through. But the map drawing fusion device is integrated into the monster radar. This is good, even if Li Xia has not walked through the environment. As long as it is within the scanning range of the monster radar, it will be automatically drawn into a map, and the map drawing effect is greatly enhanced. At this time, Celia also successfully used the first level gold source on the Scarlet Strange Beat Bomb and successfully selected the strengthening method. Passive skill bar 3/4, fixed data vision. Third level Scarlet Negative Curse. Second level Blood Demon Replacement. Active skill bar 3/4, third level Scarlet Magic Navigation Bullet. Third level Siphon Magic Blade. Second level Scarlet Strange Beat Bomb. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle also killed dozens of 6-eyed flying fish and returned with a full load. The 3-person team directly used the Memory Magic Mirror and returned to the shelter. While Celia was cooking, Li Xia posted a message on the Dawn Sword Team channel. Dawn Sword Team channel. Li Xia, and all members. Everyone. Although the Yellow Sandstorm and Meteorite disaster have ended, players are also frantically clearing the landform features of the Meteorite biome to slow down the irreversible decline of the forest biome. Li Xia, but I still found a problem. Just today, when I was clearing the landform features of the Meteorite biome in the forest biome, I encountered an Eternia Goblin Scout disguised as a Goblin Merchant. Eternia Goblin Scout, click below for details. Li Xia, the biggest feature of the Eternia Goblin Scout is that it has a similar appearance to a goblin and can speak human language. It plays the role of a merchant here, but it does not mean that it is still the same profession when facing other players. So please be careful. Li Xia, the Eternia Goblin Scout is much weaker than the enemies of the same level in terms of 4-dimensional attributes and health points. There is no need to worry about its strength, even if it is the last one in the player sequence. It should be no problem to kill the Eternia Goblin Scout. Li Xia, however, the greatest function of the Eternia Goblin Scout is its ability to draw maps. So whenever a player encounters an Eternia Goblin Scout, the first thing to do is to kill it. Li Xia, and although killing an Eternia Goblin Scout is not difficult or dangerous, it is only a scout under the Satan Faith plane. In the process of the irreversible fall of the forest biome, it is very likely to encounter an invasion from the Satan Faith plane. So everyone must be prepared. Li Xia's speech not only summarized the characteristics of the Eternia Goblin Scout, but also informed everyone of the subsequent hidden dangers, so that everyone can better understand the harm of the Eternia Goblin Scout. Su Hongdo? Okay. So that's it. So that's what happened. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you one thing. Outside my small special biome gem mine, there is a player pretending to escape and applying to enter my gem mine for refuge. I feel something is wrong. It must be the Eternia Goblin Scout. Li Bianqing at Su Hongdo. This is definitely an Eternia Goblin Scout. We can't let him in. I've been controlling the regional channel intelligence network for so long, and I've never heard of anyone who can break the void, not to mention wandering outside the biome barriers of other players. This is definitely an Eternia Goblin Scout. Su Hongdo, yes. That's what I mean. I'll pay attention. While I was talking, I had already killed this Eternia Goblin Scout, but I was really lucky. It actually dropped a first-level gold source. At Xia, what did you get after killing the Eternia Goblin Scout? Is there a first-level gold source? Wang Fugui, got it. I'll keep an eye on it. But Master Xia also said that the Eternia Goblin Scout is not very strong, so it's not a big problem to encounter it. What I'm mainly worried about is the subsequent invasion of the Satan Faith plane. Wang Sai, don't worry. Don't worry. Fugui, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it. And when the water comes, the earth will be built. We are not in vain. Li Xia at Su Hongdo. That's right. The Eternia Goblin Scout I killed also dropped a first-level gold source. And I also got a map drawing fusion device. The harvest is quite big, but if you also have it, It is likely that the first Eternia goblin killed by the player has a chance to drop it. Right? Li Bianching at Li Xia. Brother Xia. Can I post your analysis of the Eternia goblin scouts to my intelligence network and regional chat channel? Let more people know about this. Li Xia, of course. Brother Bianching. I spoke to everyone in the team channel with this intention. Otherwise, why would I say it? After all, there are too many people speaking in the regional channel. And I am afraid that this message will be ignored. Through your intelligence network. Plus the reputation of the Sword of Dawn and the Dawn Front team. Plus your and my reputation. I endorse this intelligence. And hope that everyone can pay attention to it as soon as possible. Li Bianching, okay. I'll do it right away. Everyone continue to chat. Li Xia not only informed everyone of the content of the conversation of the Eternia Goblin Scout, but also linked the Christmas Ungrateful Turkey event, the resurrection of the evil god, and even the irreversible decline of the current forest biome, and informed everyone of the risks, hoping that everyone would take precautions. Wang Sai, huh? The God Origin Fragment has such a terrible side effect? I just got a Frost God Origin Fragment last night, and I was just about to use it after the sanctuary was upgraded. Wang Sai, Frost God Origin Fragment, click here for details. Master Xia, can you help me check if this fragment can be used? Li Xia Tsai. Don't be afraid in this situation. So far, I have obtained 2 God Origin Fragments. Namely the Origin Fragment of the God of Abundance and the Origin Fragment of the God of Bast. Li Xia, the Origin Fragment of the God of Bast has the name of the god. So it is more threatening. Which means that although the god Bast has fallen, he has been resurrected. And the name of the Origin Fragment of the God of Abundance is named after the Path of Abundance. So it means that the Origin Fragment of the God of Abundance is safe. Li Xia, similarly, your Ice God Origin Fragment is also named after the Ice Path. So the original god has already completely fallen, and can be used normally. Su Hongdo, frown. Wait. Xia. According to what you said, the Bast God Origin Fragment means that the evil god has not completely fallen. So won't you be in danger? Li Xia, ha ha ha. Don't worry. Think about it. This time the Satan Faith Plane actively sent Eternia Goblin Scouts into the forest biome. Is it the first time in the survival game of the series? Otherwise, since Satan has revived, why doesn't he invade directly? Isn't it because even if the current forest biome is irreversibly heading for decline, their original bodies can't invade now? Li Xia, but if you just send some believers or soldiers, I'm not afraid, and there will be no danger. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Su Hongdo, well, as long as you know what's going on, you must pay attention to safety and contact me as soon as you encounter danger. Li Xia, okay. Don't worry. After finishing the chat, Li Xia brought the newly harvested meteorite ingots and millions of scarlet points to the edge of the shelter courtyard. Intermediate Authority Scarlet Wall Upgrade Requirements. Meteorite Ingot X 100. Scarlet Points X 600. Shelter Level 8 Upgrade Time 4 hours. Li Xia immediately upgraded, and with the bonus of the Building Inspiration Potion and the Gold Building Hammer, this upgrade was completed immediately. Chapter 318. After checking the panel data of the Intermediate Authority Crimson City Wall, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. With the blessing of the Origin Fragments of the God of Plenty and the Origin Fragments of the God of Bast, the buildings of the shelter defense system have been greatly improved. Even the city walls, with the blessing of the Origin Fragments of the God of Plenty, the solidity and defense of the Intermediate Authority Crimson City Wall are simply indestructible. Even if ordinary enemies are killed by counterattacks, they may not be able to destroy a city wall. Not to mention that inside the city wall, there are many shelter defense systems ready for battle. Even if the evil god is resurrected, as long as the evil god cannot personally break through the barrier of the forest community to attack Li Xia's shelter, then even if the evil god's army attacks in large numbers, what is there for Li Xia to fear? Li Xia smiled slightly, obviously feeling happy from the bottom of his heart because of the gradual upgrade of the shelter defense system. Godfather, it's time for dinner. Celia shouted at the gate. Li Xia responded, I'm here. Today's main dish is the six-eyed flying fish soup, which tastes great. After dinner, the three-person team got busy. Li Xia took out a step stool and sat next to the fish pond. He took out a meat-catching fishing rod from the fishman's magic backpack, took a worm as bait, and threw the float into the fish pond. After a while, The float floated on the water, sinking and floating. Li Xia immediately pulled the fishing rod. Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully obtaining a Platinum Treasure Chest X1. Platinum Treasure Chest? That's more like it. Li Xia laughed immediately. Although the Civilized Angler title was still stuck because he couldn't complete the task, and the experience progress bar was wasted. As long as the Civilized Angler title was fully charged, Li Xia would choose to use it. Because even if the Civilized Angler title could not be upgraded, using the treasure box to fish could still get some extra good resources. Li Xia immediately lowered his head and chose to open the treasure chest. Player Li Xia successfully opened the Platinum Treasure Chest and obtained Scarlet Point Reserve X1, Warning Arrow X1, Magic Potion X30, Healing Potion X30, Iron Potion X5, Archery Potion X5, Memory Potion X100. There were balls of light of different colors floating in the air. Li Xia stretched out his hand and poked each ball of light with ease. He put all the potion resources into the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, then picked up the Scarlet Point Reserve and played with it in his hand, saying with a playful smile, "Scarlet Point Reserve? Interesting? Could it be that it can replenish my Scarlet Points? That would be a timely help." After all, Li Xia still lacks 8 million Scarlet Points to build the Scarlet Kingdom. If the Scarlet Point Reserve can give him a considerable amount of Scarlet Points, it can be regarded as speeding up Li Xia's progress in building the Scarlet Kingdom. However, if the Scarlet Point Reserve is too small, it will not be worthy of the name. After all, it is the resources obtained by opening the Platinum Treasure Box. Li Xia looked expectantly and immediately looked at it. You can randomly obtain 1 million to 3 million Scarlet Points? A random amount? It all depends on luck? I like it. Li Xia immediately took out a bottle of lucky potion from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack and increased his already high luck. Player Li Xia successfully opened the Scarlet Point Reserve and obtained Scarlet Points X289873. About 2.9 million? Not bad. It's only a few 100,000 away from the upper limit of 3 million Scarlet Points in the Scarlet Point Reserve. This wave can be very lucky. Li Xia immediately called out his personal panel. Inheritance. The one and only Scarlet Overlord. Scarlet Points, 3320983. Last time, Li Xia had some Scarlet Points left after building the Scarlet Kingdom. In the past few days, he had gained a large number of Scarlet Points while destroying the features of the Meteorite community and killing Meteor Head guards. However, these few days were also the peak period for Li Xia to upgrade the defense facilities of the shelter. So Li Xia's original Scarlet Points had already been stretched to the limit. But now that the 3 million Scarlet Points have been replenished, Li Xia immediately became more confident. Li Xia walked to the wall of the shelter courtyard and upgraded all the remaining primary authority Scarlet walls to intermediate authority Scarlet walls. After working for a long time, Li Xia returned to the house, summoned the core of the shelter, and immediately invested another 1 million Scarlet Points to perform a Scarlet construction on it. Ding! Player Li Xia successfully consumed 1 million Scarlet Points and performed a preliminary Scarlet Authority Kingdom construction on the core of the shelter again. Current remaining time for Scarlet Kingdom construction, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Current progress of Scarlet Kingdom construction, 3 out of 10. Note, please note that during the construction of Scarlet Kingdom, player Li Xia cannot leave the shelter. The remaining 2 million Scarlet Points can also deal with any emergency. If there is still enough time after one day, Li Xia will choose to invest Scarlet Points again to build the Scarlet Kingdom in the core of the shelter. The reason why it is not carried out now is because of the Eternia Goblin Scout. Since the Satan Faith plane has locked its sights on the forest biome, it is always necessary to guard against its attack. Right? In the process of defending against attacks, if Li Xia consumes 3 million Scarlet Points at once, it means that he cannot leave the range of the shelter for 3 days. This has a huge impact. If there is any accident during the process, Li Xia will be tied up. But it is only 1 day. If something happens, Li Xia will have more time to deal with it. After taking a sip of hot tea, Li Xia took out a skill book with a small arrow on the cover from the Fishman's Sacrifice magic backpack and looked at it intently. Skill name, Sentinel Arrow. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Effect, it can only take effect when the user holds a bow and crossbow weapon. After a single normal attack, an additional whistle arrow with 50% of the player's basic attack will be born. The whistle arrow will automatically track the enemy target for penetrating attacks. After checking the skill panel data of the whistle arrow, Li Xia smacked his lips, and was obviously very satisfied. Although the attack mode of the whistle arrow is somewhat similar to that of the split arrow, the essence is different. A whistle arrow with 50% of the player's basic attack damage, and the ability to automatically track the enemy for penetrating attacks, even if it only lasts for 5 seconds, is of great help to the player, because the whistle arrow only needs a single attack from the player to trigger the effect of this passive skill. If a battle is continuous, the number of whistle arrows on the scene at the same time will probably not be a small number. This is indeed a good passive type offensive skill. If it is given to the sky-breaking gargoyle, it should greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the sky-breaking gargoyle. After deciding who the whistle arrow belongs to, Li Xia washed up and went to the bedroom on the second floor to prepare for bed. Clinker. At this time. Ding! 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 The system prompt sounded continuously. Li Xia sat up in confusion and called out the friend Xiao. Zhou Yu, Master Xia. Are you there? Zhou Yu, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I really want to find you for something urgent. Zhou Yu? Why is he looking for me? Li Xia frowned slightly. Zhou Yu is the captain of the Silver Hand team. He has been in the spotlight recently because Zhang Che, the deputy captain of the Silver Hand, has successfully killed the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss yesterday, becoming the 3rd player in the regional channel to kill the 4th level Abomination Queen Bee boss, and won the final treasure chest reward. The one who planned all this and helped Zhang Che achieve his goal was Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand. It is said that no one comes to see me for no reason. He must have something to ask for since he found me tonight. Let me ask first. After thinking for a while, Li Xia replied immediately. Li Xia, yes. Brother Zhou Yu. It's so late. What's the urgent matter? Zhou Yu, Master Xia. I want to buy the young wings you sold before. This will be very helpful for our Silver Hand team's next action. Please. Li Xia, fledglings? How many do you need? Zhou Yu, 5. I want each member of our team to have 1 fledgling. Of course. We know the market price. After all, fledglings are the only flying accessories at this stage. And the price is not low. We have also collected a batch of meteorite ingots. Just tell us how many you need. If it doesn't work, we can collect more. Li Xia, Brother Zhou Yu. You have been so open about this matter. I should agree to this deal. No matter what. I can't go against the money. Li Xia, but why don't you think back to how many young wings I have sold since I got the formula for them? Li Xia, it's not that I don't want to sell young wings. I know that young wings are the only flying wing accessories at this stage. But I don't have the materials. The production of young wings requires the feathers of the bird demons from the Sky Island. I don't have the materials. No matter how high the price you offer, I don't have the goods. And there is nothing I can do. Zhou Yu, I know. I know. If I am not sure, I will not find you. Master Xia. The day before yesterday, we collected an invitation letter for the Sky Island biome, which is a team type. We have harvested a batch of bird demon feathers. We can prepare the materials ourselves. We just ask Master Xia to help us make it once. Li Xia, oh, I see. It's easy with the bird's feathers. But, Zhou Yu, but what? Master Xia, if you have any needs, just tell me. I will do whatever I can for you. Li Xia, I don't lack meteorite ingots at the moment. You know, anyone who has paid attention to my personal store on the trading platform knows that my Shelter's Specialty Luna Series exclusive potions, as well as the Space Gun and Meteor Armor set, are selling very well. To be honest, I don't lack meteorite ingots. Zhou Yu, I am being abrupt. What do you need? As long as we have it. How about we prepare 10 materials for making bird feathers for young wings? You only need to make 5 young wings. And the remaining 5 materials are your hard work fee. Li Xia, that's not necessary. After all, I already have young wings. And all members of the Sword of Dawn also have young wings. I really don't lack such flying accessories. If there is anything I lack a skill book. Li Xia, your team has made a lot of gains in Sky Island. Killing monsters will definitely drop a few skill books. Right? Let's do this. As long as I am satisfied with the skill book, I will make 5 sets of young wings right now. And I will not charge any other fees. Just 1 skill book. Zhou Yu is not afraid that Li Xia has a demand. But he is afraid that Li Xia does not have a demand. If there is a demand, It is easy to deal with. Just complete it. And Li Xia is not asking for too much. He just wants a skill book. Zhou Yu naturally thinks this deal is worthwhile. Of course, he can't really give Li Xia an ordinary skill book. After all, after carefully calculating the time spent on exploring the Sky Island, Li Xia is still the first person in the regional channel. After all, the young wings were made and sold by Li Xia. If you say that Li Xia didn't get a few skill books, Zhou Yu would be the first to disbelieve it. So, what Li Xia needs is not a skill book, but a good skill book. After thinking about it, Zhou Yu finally made a decision. Zhou Yu, Master Xia, what do you think of this skill book? Armor Break 3000. Click to view detailed information. Even if the sky-breaking gargoyle has the passive skill of Whistle Arrow, and the Flame Gaze prepared for it during this period, there is still a gap in the skill column for a 5th level sky-breaking gargoyle, which is why Li Xia changed the bargaining chip from Meteorite Ingot to skill book in this transaction. After all, most of the bird monsters in the Sky Island biome are archers, and their skills, whether active or passive, may be more suitable for sky-breaking gargoyles. Of course, Li Xia naturally doesn't like some ordinary skills. If Zhou Yu really takes out these skills, then Li Xia will definitely refuse the deal to make the young wings for the silver hand. Fortunately, Zhou Yu is not an ignorant person. The skills he took out are skills that Li Xia has never obtained in Sky Island, or even discovered in the battles with enemies he has never encountered. It seems that the young wings are still very important to Zhou Yu and the Silver Hand team. Li Xia's mouth curved up, and he immediately clicked on the panel data of 3000 armor penetration and looked at it intently. Chapter 319. Skill Name, Armor Break 3000. Skill Attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Interesting. After checking the skill panel data of Armor Break 3000, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. This Armor Break 3000 can be said to be a rare skill of the shooter type, with the functions of automatic locking, penetration, and continuous attack. As long as the damage of an attack is enough, it can kill the enemy in seconds. In a strict sense, Armor Break 3000 will be able to cause a total of 750% of the player's basic attack damage to the enemy. This is definitely a skill suitable for Sky Breaking Gargoyle. With this Armor Breaking 3000 as the main combat skill of Sky Breaking Gargoyle, the combat effectiveness of Sky Breaking Gargoyle will be greatly improved. It really comes without any effort. At this moment, 3 minutes have passed since Zhou Yu posted the last message. These 3 minutes are like a year for Zhou Yu. This skill book can be said to be one of the top 3 skill books among all the resources obtained by the Silver Hand team on Sky Island. If the team members were not already fully loaded with skills, this skill book would have been divided up. Today, Zhou Yu and Li Xia discussed this deal, and he also heard the hidden meaning of Li Xia. He figured out what Li Xia needed, and then he thought again and again to take out this skill book of Armor Breaking 3000. However, although the skill panel details of Armor Breaking 3000 had been sent, he still hadn't received a reply from Li Xia, which made Zhou Yu a little impatient. Ding! The long-awaited message prompt finally sounded, and Zhou Yu looked up quickly. Li Xia, brother Zhou Yu, I just looked at the panel data of the skill book of Armor Breaking 3000. It is indeed a good skill. You are thoughtful. Zhou Yu, ha ha. No way. What do you mean? This cooperation? Li Xia, don't worry. You can prepare the materials for making 5 sets of wings, and I won't charge for other resources. I just want this skill book of Armor Penetration 3000. Of course, I really like this skill book. I can make another set of wings for you for free, so you can prepare the materials for 6 sets of wings. When Zhou Yu saw the news, he slapped his thigh and said, It's done. Zhou Yu, hey. I'm so sorry. Don't worry. We have prepared the materials early in the morning. Li Xia, okay. Since you need it so urgently, I'll get up from the bed and make it for you now. Zhou Yu, no. Tomorrow. Tomorrow will do. We are not in such a hurry. Don't delay your rest. Master Xia. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Okay. Since you said so, I will give you 6 sets of young wings tomorrow morning. Zhou Yu, oh? No problem at all. I have sent you the materials required for 6 sets of young wings, and the skill book of Armor Breaking 3000 through the friend trading function. Master Xia. Remember to check it? Li Xia. Okay. I will give you 6 sets of young wings tomorrow morning. This transaction can be regarded as a win-win cooperation. Not only did Zhou Yu get what he wanted, but Li Xia also got what he wanted. After finishing the chat, Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter, took out the skill book of armor breaking 3000 from it, and stored it in the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and then turned around and went to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, after Li Xia got up and washed up, he made 6 sets of young wings as soon as possible. After sending them to Zhou Yu, he naturally thanked him profusely. After breakfast, Celia learned that Li Xia had constructed the Scarlet Kingdom again last night, and could not leave the shelter before tonight. She planned to continue clearing the meteorite biome features with the sky-breaking gargoyle, but she was stopped by Li Xia. Celia, don't worry. Wait a moment. Ah? What happened to Godfather? I collected another skill yesterday that just happened to be suitable for Little Stone. I thought about it this morning, and have decided on Little Stone's skill combination. Li Xia paused and continued, you go out today to clear the meteorite biome features. I fully support you. But before you go, let Little Stone finish loading his skills first. Ah? That's good. Celia was very happy. After all, after Little Stone's strength is improved, he will have stronger combat power, and the speed of clearing the meteorite biome features will be greatly accelerated. The sky-breaking gargoyle stood aside. His facial expression was also very excited. Thank you, Commander. Why are you being polite to me? Li Xia took out all the skill books that had been prepared long ago from the magic backpack of the Fishman Priest and said to him, load the skills now. Yes, Commander, sir. Sky-breaking gargoyle hurriedly took the skill book and began to learn skills. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Flame Gaze. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Armor Break 3000. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Debuff Curse. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Whistle Arrow. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Feather Triple Attack. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Honey Armor. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Your servant's ultimate intelligent weapon Sky-breaking gargoyle has successfully learned the skill Explosive Arrow. System prompts rang in my ears. Multiple golden rays of light appeared on the Sky-breaking gargoyle's body surface one after another. Finally, the Sky-breaking gargoyle opened its eyes, and there was a ball of scarlet flame in its pupils. But this scarlet flame was fleeting. Afterwards, the Sky-breaking gargoyle's panel data automatically popped up. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. In terms of attack, the Sky-breaking gargoyle now has active skills such as Armor Breaking 3000, Feather Triple Hit, and Explosive Arrow. In terms of defense, it also has Honey Armor. If it can't win, it can activate the hidden energy on the back of the killer. The passive skills of Sky-breaking gargoyle, Whistle Arrow, Flame Gaze, and Debuff Curse will greatly increase the combat power of Sky-breaking gargoyle. And the toughness and dormant state of gargoyle can also ensure the energy reserve of Sky-breaking gargoyle. The 5th level bond becomes more suitable for oneself and can be of greater help to Li Xia. If these are all expected surprises, then the power contained in the pure hourglass can help all the skills of Sky-breaking gargoyle to be promoted to its level without consuming gold source. And according to the notes on the panel data of Sky-breaking gargoyle, this power is enough to support Sky-breaking gargoyle before reaching the god level. And there is no need to worry about the evolution of skills. This is definitely an unexpected surprise for Li Xia. Chapter 320. The strength of the 5th level Sky-breaking gargoyle is completely different from before. With Sky-breaking gargoyle protecting Celia, Li Xia can feel more at ease. Li Xia patted Celia's head and said, okay. Let Little Stone accompany you to explore other biomes. Remember to come back early. Also pay attention to safety on the road. After all, the previous incident with the Eternia Goblin Scout happened in the past few days. I'm afraid that the forest biomes in the future will not be too safe. I was negligent last night and shouldn't have built the Scarlet Kingdom. I can't accompany you today. But Godfather promises that starting tomorrow, Godfather will accompany you to explore and adventure in other biomes. Yeah. Okay. Celia is actually very considerate and knows the priorities of things. She was not really angry because Li Xia couldn't accompany her. Don't worry. Godfather. I'm leaving now. And you too. Don't get too tired in the shelter. Ha ha ha. Okay. After watching Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle leave the shelter, Li Xia came to the workshop, summoned the core of the shelter, and took out a large number of meteorite ingots obtained from selling resources. He also took out the meteorite ingots that had been smelted in the Intermediate Authority furnace, as well as the meteorite ingots in the Intermediate Authority storage box. The sum of these scattered numbers is really not a small amount. Well, it's almost done. Li Xia estimated the resources in his hands and immediately upgraded all the primary authority storage boxes in the workshop to intermediate authority storage boxes. He then brought the remaining meteorite ingots to the courtyard of the shelter, walked to the primary authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device, called up the upgrade panel data, and looked at it intently. Intermediate authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device upgrade requirements. Intermediate authority storage box X1. Meteorite ingot X300. Scarlet ingot X600. Magic ore ingot X600. Gold ingot X3000. Platinum ingot X3000. Silver ingot X3000. Tungsten ingot X3000. Shelter level 8 upgrade time 18 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. As the only building in the shelter, the resources required to upgrade the Scarlet Drop's automatic collection device are very huge, which is not comparable to buildings with simple functions such as city walls. Correspondingly, the effect of the Scarlet Drop's automatic collection device is also very powerful. You get what you pay for. Especially after the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement, the effect is even better. In any case, in Li Xia's opinion, even if the resources spent are a bit more, it is worth it. Li Xia did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out all the resources from the magic backpack of the Fishman's Sacrifice, and chose to upgrade. As the resources turned into a stream of light and disappeared, Li Xia used the Building Enlightenment Potion and the Golden Building Hammer. After waiting for a while, with the blessing of many shelter building gains, the building upgrade was completed. The various data of the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device have been enhanced to a certain extent. Especially the triggering probability of greedy authority and the speed of harvesting have been further strengthened, which made Li Xia happy the most. Moreover, because of the fragments of the origin of the God of Abundance and the fragments of the origin of the God of Bast, even these buildings have been greatly enhanced. It can be said that the entire shelter is impregnable. Busy until the evening, Celia returned with a full load of the sky-breaking gargoyle. During dinner, Celia was still talking about the adventure she had with the sky-breaking gargoyle today. Li Xia nodded with a smile, and occasionally agreed with a few words. After dinner, Li Xia took a break. The 24-hour countdown to build the Scarlet Kingdom was completely over, and he could accompany Celia to explore and adventure tomorrow. Ding! Ding! Just then, a few system prompts came from the team channel. Li Xia called out the team channel panel and looked at it intently. Li Bianqing, at all members. Since Li Xia discovered the Eternia Goblin Scout, I have been spreading the news through the intelligence network and regional channels, and collecting as much information as possible about how many players have encountered Eternia Goblin Scouts. Li Bianqing, it doesn't matter if I don't analyze it. But once I analyze it, I'm really shocked. As a result, 30% of the players in the regional channel have encountered Eternia Goblin Scouts. Considering the total number of players in the regional channel, 30% is simply an astronomical figure. Li Bianqing, and I have reason to believe that before Li Xia released the news about the Eternia Goblin Scout, it must not be the first time that the Eternia Goblin Scout entered the forest biome. Because I collected the daily number of players who died in the regional channel recently, and found that the number of players who died in the regional channel had an abnormal increase since a week ago. And the increase was getting bigger and bigger. Li Bianqing, so I have reason to believe that before Li Xia broke the news about the Eternia Goblin Scout, a considerable number of players had already been attacked by the Eternia Goblin Scout. Wang Fugui, isn't that right? Li Bianqing, Master Bianqing, you've worked hard. But I do have a question. Didn't Master Xia show us the panel data of the Eternia Goblin Scout before? As long as the enemy monsters attack us with the Eternia Goblin Scout, which is a 4th level monster on the surface, but actually has no strength even compared to some third-level captain-level enemies. Players should be able to deal with it easily. Right? Seeing this, Li Xia frowned slightly, thought secretly, and spoke. Li Xia, wait a minute. Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing? Do you mean that 30% of the players encountered Eternia Goblin Scouts? And some of them were killed? Li Bianqing, that's right. Although, as Wang Fugui said, the Eternia Goblin Scouts are very weak. And this result is hard to convince people. But this is a conclusion based on data analysis. So even if it is absurd, this conclusion is credible. Li Bianqing, the absurd results we think may be caused by some conditions that we ignored. We have overlooked some conditions. Wait! Li Xia suddenly remembered something. Li Xia, I think I know. Li Bianqing, oh? What is it? Li Xia, although the four-dimensional attributes of the Eternia Goblin Scout are not strong, it is at a disadvantage compared to some third-level captain-level enemies. And its skills are all biased towards escape and movement. But don't forget that its passive skills are almost all designed around talking and bewitching players. Li Xia, in particular. If you want to see through the disguise of the Eternia Goblin Scout, you need 15 points of mental power. How many players in the entire regional channel can reach this level of mental power? Li Xia, so my ability to see through the disguise of the Eternia Goblin Scout is just an extreme case. More players cannot see through the identity of the Eternia Goblin Scout when they encounter the Eternia Goblin Scout. Li Xia, when I encountered the Eternia Goblin Scout, he disguised himself as a goblin merchant. And during the conversation, he led the topic to the shelter. He wanted the player to take him into the shelter. Su Hongdo, I think I understand what you mean. The core of the sanctuary is the foundation for a player's survival. Once other players cannot see through the disguise of the Eternia Goblin Scout and really lead the Eternia Goblin Scout into their own sanctuary, then perhaps the Eternia Goblin Scout has some means to instantly destroy the core of the sanctuary. Li Xia, yes. That's what I mean. Li Bianqing, In this way, these logics make sense. Wang Fugui, Everyone. I have a question. I have also seen the panel data of the Eternia Goblin Scout. What is the method you mentioned to instantly destroy the core of the sanctuary? Li Xia, ha ha ha. Who knows? Maybe it is a temporary portal. Maybe it is self-destruction. Anyway, the Eternia Goblin Scout always has a set of methods to deal with the sanctuary core. Li Bianqing, I will inform other players of this matter through my intelligence network and regional channels. Li Xia, I'm afraid it's too late. In addition to facing the Eternian Goblin Scouts, we should also remember that a large army has other troops besides scouts. And now that the identities of the Eternian Goblin Scouts have been discovered by us, their disguises will no longer work in the future. And, Su Hongdo, and after a week of map drawing, the Eternian Goblin Scouts may have already completed the map of the forest biome. Li Xia, that's right. So what we are facing next is probably a real army attack from the evil god Satan. Li Xia, Li Bianqing. Tell everyone in the regional channel to be prepared. Even if there is no system announcement now, there may be a system announcement in a few days. And the fact is just as Li Xia expected. 2 days later, even the stupidest players seem to smell a breath of impending storm. That is the breath of war. That's going to kill people. In the afternoon, Li Xia upgraded the walls and arrow towers of the shelter. Just when he wanted to take a break, he heard the system prompt. System announcement. All players in the 9527th area channel. Please note that the Eternia Goblin Scouts sent by the Satan Belief Plane believers have completed the map of the forest biome. And the preparations for the war in the Satan Belief Plane have been completed. Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the forest biome will usher in an unprecedented invasion of the Satan Belief Plane army. Current irreversible progress of forest biome, 30%. Once the irreversible progress of forest biome reaches 88%, the evil god Satan, who has long been revived, will be able to break through the barrier of forest biome and descend directly. At that time, players will face the god Satan who has revived and rekindled the divine fire. Time is running out for players in the 9527th area channel. Please prepare for this invasion of the Satan Faith Plane. Of course, in this special event, the core of the forest biome will take the initiative to host the war store. We can get badges by killing the army of the Satan Faith Plane, and use the badges to exchange for powerful magic weapons, rare accessories, precious recipes, top skills, and enhanced gold sources, or even everything you want. Life or death is in the hands of every player. I wish you all good luck. Oh! I forgot to tell you that after the Satan invasion begins, the forest biome will fall into the Blood Moon mode. And the strength of the enemies of the Satan Faith Plane army will increase by 30%. Hee hee hee? How about this joke? Is it funny? What? Are you asking me if the Blood Moon is real or fake? Please! I never tell lies.